Chapter 1. In the winter of 1970, the cold arrived unusually early. By early December, snowflakes had already begun to mix with the steady drizzle of rain, falling quietly to the ground. The wide, flat street was nearly deserted. A jeep made its way southward through the curtain of rain and snow, splashing through puddles and scattered leaves along the way. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Hu, the orderly, glanced at the colonel sitting in the back seat. The colonel was frowning, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the car window. Clearing his throat softly, Xiao Hu reminded him. "Chief, didn't you say this morning you'd buy Yu some egg cakes? The cooperative store is just up ahead." Chen Nongmo snapped out of his thoughts. When he remembered how much better his daughter had been recovering over the past few days, the heaviness in his eyes was replaced by a tender warmth. "Pull over. I'll go buy them." Xiao Hu frowned. "Let me go. It's raining outside. You don't want to catch a cold." Waving him off, Chen Nongmo chuckled and scolded lightly. "No need. I'm not that delicate. Besides, chances are, I won't have many more chances to do this." Seeing his leader insist, Xiao Hu sighed in resignation. After stopping the car, he leaned over to hand the umbrella from the passenger seat to the colonel. It was probably because of the overcast sky, but though it was not yet 6 o'clock, the twilight had already deepened considerably. Holding the umbrella, Chen Nongmo glanced at the darkening sky. Steadying the emotions that once again threatened to resurface, he strode quickly toward the cooperative store. The family courtyard stood alone by the banks of the Chongluo River. When Chen Nongmo and Xiao Hu returned home, they were greeted by GMO, his wife, who had come out to meet them. Chen Nongmo took off his hat and handed it to her. "Why did you buy so many things?" GMO asked, glancing at the large bags of pastries Xiao Hu was carrying. She turned back to her husband and cast him a reproachful look. "Where's Yu? She went to Xiao Zhan's house to borrow some soy sauce for me." Chen Nongmo nodded. After shrugging off his heavy overcoat, his voice dropped as he said, "We'll send her away in the next couple of days." Hearing this, GMO paused in the middle of brushing off the rain and snow from her hands. The gentle smile on her face faded, but she didn't say anything right away. She seemed to have been mentally preparing for this. "Is it confirmed?" she asked as she turned to hang his military hat on the coat rack. She then took his overcoat from him and hung it up alongside the hat. Rubbing his brow, Chen Nongmo waited for Xiao Hu to leave before sharing the news he had received earlier that day. Old Lu has been stripped of his rank and sent to the frontier. "And Old Lu's wife?" GMO asked in shock. Leading his wife into the house, Chen Nongmo explained. "She filed for divorce through the newspaper. It's understandable. Otherwise, the children would have to suffer alongside him." This was a difficult topic to respond to. From what GMO knew of Old Lu's wife's character, she didn't believe the divorce had been for the sake of the children. But in the end, it was someone else's family matter, so GMO only mulled over it briefly in her heart before asking, "What about the old leader?" Ever since the new policies had come into effect, the situation had grown more tense by the day. Things were slightly better within the military unit, but outside, people were putting up big character posters, and incidents of ransacking homes were becoming increasingly common. Now that even Old Lu had been implicated, it made everyone all the more uneasy. Chen Nongmo sat down on the sofa. Hearing GMO's question, he patted her hand lightly, sighed, and said nothing. Yet that silence seemed to speak volumes. The old leader's situation was also difficult. Too many people were watching him, likely leaving him unable to help anyone else. Seeing this, GMO felt a pang in her chest. She instinctively glanced back at her daughter's room, her expression turning sorrowful as she muttered, "Then let's go with your plan. Send Yu away as soon as possible. We can endure some hardship, but our daughter is only 15 by her nominal age." This had already been decided earlier. Chen Nongmo's voice was low but steady as he comforted her. "Don't worry. I'll make sure Yu is well taken care of." Though he said this in his heart, Chen Nongmo didn't want his wife to endure hardship alongside him. He was a pragmatic man, and in times like these, it was safest for his wife to distance herself from him and live with their daughter. But his wife was beautiful. Even at 42, dressed in simple clothes, her vibrant looks couldn't be hidden. Adding to that, they no longer had any close relatives to rely on. In such turbulent times, leaving the mother and daughter to live alone, how could he possibly feel at ease? As he thought of this and then of his daughter, whose beauty surpassed even her mother's, Chen Nongmo found it hard to sit still. He stood up abruptly. "Later, have a proper talk with Yu. Explain things clearly to her. I'll go upstairs and call Sister Chouhua." GMO also stood up. "You go ahead. I'll check on dinner first. After we eat, we'll sit down and talk to Yu together." "That works." Meanwhile, completely unaware that she was about to be sent away, Chen Nongmo was walking briskly home. Holding an umbrella in one hand and balancing a bowl of soy sauce in the other, her steps were light. From a distance, she saw her mother waiting at the door and called out with a smile, "Mom!" GMO reached out to take the bowl from her daughter, instinctively touching her hand and frowning. "I told you not to go, but you insisted. Look, now your hands are cold." Chen Nongmo closed the umbrella and shook off the water droplets before following her mother into the house. She didn't say a word, just kept a faint smile on her lips as she listened to her mother's chattering. "You silly girl. Always smiling like that. Your soft temper, I don't know who you got it from. A girl should be a bit fiercer, or else she'll get taken advantage of." Hearing this, Chen Nongmo lowered her long lashes as she helped out in the kitchen. Her temperament wasn't soft at all. It was just that, in her previous life, after struggling in society and suffering countless setbacks, she had been worn down into the harmless and easygoing demeanor she now displayed. Yes, it was in her previous life. For reasons unknown and by some unknown chance. Chen Nongmo only remembered that 8 days ago, during an earthquake, she had been buried in the rubble while trying to save the elderly director mom. When she opened her eyes again, 28-year-old Chen Nongmo from 2023 had become 15-year-old Chen Nongmo from 1970. The original body, it was said, had been deprived of oxygen for too long in the womb, and as a result, her temperament had always been like that of a 3-year-old child. The only thing that made her different from a typical child was that she never cried or made a fuss. She simply sat quietly every day. But to others, this was seen as a sign of stupidity. Because of this, GMO and Chen Nongmo had consulted countless doctors and sought all kinds of folk remedies. But the revived Chen Nongmo didn't think of herself as foolish. In fact, she had a strong feeling that the original body was her, and she was the original body. The reason the girl had been so lost and confused before was likely because her soul hadn't been fully intact within her body. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I'm asking you something," GMO interrupted, lightly patting her daughter. Chen Nongmo blinked, her thick lashes fluttering like little fans. She looked at her mother with a confused expression. "What?" "We've made salted fish for dinner. Should I fry a couple of eggs for you as well?" "No need, the salted fish is fine. Isn't there also some pickled radish?" Although the family's conditions were good, they couldn't afford to be wasteful. It could easily draw unwanted attention. Thinking about this and recalling the gossip she had overheard around the compound in the past few days, Chen Nongmo furrowed her brow again. She cautiously asked, "Mom, when I went to Aunt Xiuzhen's house to borrow soy sauce, I felt like she had something to say to me." This wasn't untrue. It wasn't just Aunt Xiuzhen. Almost everyone in the military compound seemed to have something on their minds. Having grown up in an orphanage, Chen Nongmo was unusually sensitive to the emotions of those around her. She was certain that the looks she had been receiving in recent days weren't just because she was no longer acting foolish. There was more to it. GMO lifted the lid of the pot and scooped a bit of fish soup to taste. After checking the balance of salt and sweetness, she thought it lacked some spice, so she added a few dried chili peppers before covering the pot and reducing the heat to simmer. Hearing her daughter's question, she paused her task of adding straw to the stove. "This matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it properly after dinner. Go set the table and get the dishes ready. It's time to eat." At least there were still 10 minutes before the fish would be ready, but noticing the unnaturalness hidden beneath her mother's smile, Chen Nongmo had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Still, she obediently responded, "All right." After dinner, her father went upstairs again. Chen Nongmo was helping her mother clear the dishes when Lu Xiuzhen, from next door, came in holding a plate of fried peanuts. Her round face was smiling brightly. "Oh, our Yu is really sensible, unlike my 2 brats. They run outside all day long. Oh gee, I think you know how to raise kids. Why not just steal Yu and let her be my daughter?" "You and your mouth." GMO laughed, shaking her head. She wasn't polite with her friend, taking the plate of peanuts from her, and then looking at her daughter. "Go wash your face and feet. Let your dad do the dishes." Naturally, Chen Nongmo wouldn't let her father do the dishes. She knew that this was just her mother's excuse to send her away. So, she shyly greeted Aunt Xiuzhen and went to the kitchen by herself to wash the dishes. Seeing this, GMO's eyes reddened and she murmured, "This child." Lu Xiuzhen, feeling happy for her friend, had known GMO and her husband for over 20 years. She was well aware of how much effort they had put into raising a child all these years. She softly comforted her. "Look, your daughter's finally grown up. I've always thought Yu is bright and lovely. Don't worry too much. Everything will work out." "Yes, it will work out." GMO wiped her eyes, sighed, and then pulled her friend to the sofa, speaking directly. "I know why you're here, but Yu can't stay with you." Lu Xiuzhen stared at her, surprised. "What? You still don't trust me? I treat Yu like my own daughter. If she likes my son in the future and becomes my daughter-in-law, even better." If it weren't for old Chen saving her husband back in the day, her family's old Chu would have been gone long ago. They wouldn't have had such good days now. This was a huge favor. Taking care of Yu was the least she could do. You know I didn't mean it like that. Stop trying to provoke me on purpose, GMO said with a wry smile, patting her friend. Without giving her a chance to speak, she continued. Old Chen's thinking is that in a few days we'll probably get an official notice. Those who are lucky might be sent to a remote military unit to become instructors, but the unlucky ones will be sent straight to the labor camps. If Yu stays at your house, isn't that just making old Chu a target? You need to think about your husband and your 2 kids. Lu Xiaojun grabbed her friend's hand, frowning. That's exactly what old Chu thinks. I've talked to him about it and he agrees Yu can stay with us. Even if you and old Chen end up in a labor camp, we wouldn't be afraid. If it comes to that, we'll send Yu to my family in the countryside, and my Chu Jian and Chu Jun will stay with her. Shanghai is far from N-City by train, who would even know? The kids can go to school there. Although GMO was touched by her friend's generosity, she couldn't drag them into this mess, especially given how sincere they were. She firmly shook her head. Xiaojun, you know that even if there's the slightest chance this might bring trouble to you and old Chu, neither old Chan nor I would do it. Besides, we've already arranged where Yu will go, and it's completely safe. Lu Xiaojun didn't believe anyone could treat Yu better than she did. She instinctively asked, who then? GMO answered, it's Sister Chouhua. Lu Xiaojun froze for a moment, then sighed deeply. Sister Chouhua is indeed trustworthy, but it's a shame. I would have loved for Yu to marry my son. GMO remained silent. N-City was located in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, where they didn't use heated kangs in winter. Chen Nongmo was afraid of the cold. After finishing the dishes and washing up, she filled 3 hot water bottles with salt water and crawled into bed upstairs to think. She wasn't stupid. Connecting the dots from the subtle clues, and seeing her parents' carefully concealed worries, it was enough for Chen Nongmo to guess that their family probably hadn't escaped the political storm either. The peaceful days wouldn't last much longer. It was impossible not to be afraid of the unknown suffering. However, Chen Nongmo had only been in this world for a few days. Apart from visiting several hospitals for medical checkups, she hadn't been anywhere else. She hadn't even figured out her own family situation, let alone the environment outside. Changing the current circumstances was impossible. Rather than making rash decisions in desperation, it seemed more reliable to hide some valuables before the official orders were handed down. With this thought in mind, Chen Nongmo couldn't lie still any longer. She quickly sat up, holding the hot water bottle, put on her cotton coat, and was about to get out of bed to find her mother. Just then the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on. She turned her head and saw her mother had already opened the door, holding a bundle in her arms. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo's heart skipped a beat, especially when her gaze met her mother's eyes, which were red-rimmed. It confirmed that her previous suspicions were not wrong. GMO didn't know that her daughter had already mentally prepared for the upcoming changes. She sat at the edge of the bed, handed her daughter the small package, and gently touched her daughter's face, which bore a resemblance to her own. After a long pause, she softly coaxed, Yu, inside this package are money, tickets, and some valuables. You hold on to it. It's getting unsafe outside. Tomorrow, Xiaohu will take you to Mom Chouhua's house to stay for a while. Once things settle down for your father and me, we'll bring you back. Is that okay? Chen Nongmo instinctively hugged the package tightly and in a daze asked, Mom Chouhua? Who was that? GMO replied, Yes, Chouhua Mom is your father's ex-wife. She's a good person and I trust her with you. Are you serious? Chen Nongmo was even more confused now. Oh. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. GMO, who thought her daughter didn't understand what an ex-wife was about to explain it when she looked up and met her daughter's expression, which was difficult to describe. She instantly smiled, and the heavy, suppressed frustration in her heart dissipated somewhat. You know what an ex-wife means? After asking this, she realized the words her daughter had spoken earlier when she had just woken up. Yu had said that she used to be able to receive external information, but couldn't express it clearly. Though the for-olds had been discarded, most people still believed in ghosts and gods. Take GMO for example. She believed that her daughter in the past was less foolish, she was more like a wandering soul. Thinking about this, GMO couldn't help but ask again. Yu really knows what an ex-wife means? Chen Nongmo detected the teasing and lightness in her mother's tone, and immediately understood that there likely weren't the dog-blooded things she had imagined between her father and his ex-wife. She didn't rush to ask for more details but instead cautiously probed, Do I really have to leave? Can't I stay with you? Compared to living under someone else's roof, she felt more at ease staying with the parents who cared for her. As for hardship, she had endured plenty of it in her previous life of 28 years. GMO's smile faded, and the loving expression completely disappeared, replaced by a firm, resolute look. No. Her tone was decisive, her gaze unwavering, without room for negotiation. Extremely good at reading emotions, Chen Nongmo lowered her phoenix eyes, obediently changing the subject. She moved slightly back and leaned against the wooden bed frame before softening her voice to ask, "Then could you tell me about that manhwasummary?" In her heart, she began calmly analyzing the benefits of not following her parents. Rationally speaking, being outside would have more advantages than disadvantages for her. Aside from the potential awkwardness of living under someone else's roof, being separated was actually better for both her and her parents. It would be more convenient to move around to take care of things and to GMO, who had no idea that her seemingly innocent and obedient daughter had already analyzed all the pros and cons in her mind, was truly afraid that her daughter would dig deeper. She worried that Yu would ask questions like where she and old Chun were going, why they weren't taking her along, or when they would be back, questions that would be hard to answer. When she saw her daughter take the initiative to change the subject, GMO immediately felt relieved and let out a light sigh. "You should ask your dad about this." Chen Nongmo, who had just entered the room holding a glass of milk, was puzzled when he heard her. "What's something that I need to answer?" GMO gave him a reproachful look. "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Chen Nongmo, looking helpless, replied, "The door wasn't even closed." By this time, he had already reached the bedside and handed the milk to his daughter. "Didn't Dad tell you to drink a glass every morning and night to keep your body healthy?" Chen Nongmo reached out and took the milk shyly, saying, "I forgot, thank you, Dad." "What were you two talking about?" Chen Nongmo pulled up a chair and sat down not far from the bed. In his younger years, when he had been lying in ambush in the snow, it was common for him to remain motionless for a day or two. But now, every winter, his bones ached terribly, especially when it rained. GMO took a hot water bottle from under her daughter's blanket and handed it to her husband, saying, "We were talking about you and Sister Chouhua. This little girl is clever and full of wild ideas. She probably thinks you're someone like Zhou Peng." Zhou Peng had once been a deputy battalion commander under Chen Nongmo. Before his achievements were fully realized, he became self-important, started an affair with a saleswoman from the city's supply and marketing cooperative, and insisted on divorcing his wife, whom he claimed he had no feelings for. He argued that marrying her had only been a product of feudal society. His rhetoric was loud, but anyone with eyes could see the ugliness beneath it. Such things weren't uncommon, but Chen Nongmo, being a man of upright character, couldn't stand people with flaws in their morals. He became focused on Zhou Peng. When he learned that Zhou Peng was average in every aspect, he added his name to the list for the demobilization and retirement slots that year. It wasn't done with malice, but rather because, in his view, if someone couldn't even be loyal to their own family, how could they be trusted with a country? If others misunderstood that he and Zhou Peng were the same type of person, Chen Nongmo would certainly have a dark look on his face. But since it was his own daughter, he could only helplessly raise a hand to point at the little girl before beginning to tell the story of his past with his ex-wife, Chao Chouhua. In Chen Nongmo's view, the story wasn't all that complicated, and certainly didn't have the dramatic twists and dog blood scenarios she had imagined. Back in 1940, 18-year-old Chen Nongmo, under the arrangement of his parents, married his 22-year-old neighbor, Chao Chouhua, with whom he had been promised in an arranged marriage. In a time when even filling your stomach was difficult, it was a common practice in the village for families to marry off their children when they reached the appropriate age. Who cared about love? That was a luxury for the rich. Chao Chouhua began working in the fields at the age of 8, and by the time she was able to be used as half a labor force, little 4-year-old Chen Nongmo was still a toddler wearing split pants, running around clumsily. If one were to count properly, Chao Chouhua had essentially watched Chen Nongmo grow up. They had known each other since childhood, so after marriage, their life together was quite harmonious, with both sets of parents spoiling them. They could have lived a happy, peaceful life forever, but tragedy struck unexpectedly when Chao Chouhua was 4 months pregnant. In 1940, when the Japanese forces attacked the village, they looted grain and massacred the villagers. Most of the village's residents were brutally killed. When the young couple, who had escaped death by going to a hospital in the county town for a checkup, returned, they found that in the span of a single day, from dawn to dusk, their village had turned into a hell on earth. Apart from the young couple, no one from their 2 families had survived. Such a devastating blow almost caused Chao Chouhua, whose nature was strong and resolute, to miscarry from the shock. Afterward, the couple buried their family members, their hearts filled with resentment. In their desire for revenge, they discussed it many times, and this eventually led to Chen Nongmo's decision to join the army. Chen Nongmo's mother was in poor health, and he was the only son, so the family was financially somewhat better off. He had attended school and even spent a year in high school, which in the 1940s was considered highly educated. After joining the military, he quickly became a focus for further training. But the war against the Japanese was intense at the time, and communication was extremely poor. As Chen Nongmo followed the military unit, which kept moving, He might not have been able to send a letter home even once a year. Even so, being able to send a letter, though it might only be once a year, was a kind of hope. But in 1943, disaster struck once more. On the third year that Chao Chuhua was waiting in the village with her son, she received the news of Chen Nongmo's death. During those years, many heroes had sacrificed their lives, and Chao Chuhua refused to believe it. She waited alone with her child for 4 years before she finally gave up. She accepted the pursuit of the hunter in the village who had been quietly supporting her all along. She then remarried. Not marrying was unrealistic. Widows, especially young and beautiful ones, attracted too much gossip. If it hadn't been for the solidarity of the remaining villagers and the hunter's discreet support, Chao Chuhua's life would likely have been even harder. Even with such help, rumors still spread, some claiming she was cursed, bringing misfortune to her father, mother, and even her husband. When Chen Nongmo completed his secret mission, received a promotion and a raise, and returned home full of joy, intending to take his wife and son to the military unit with him. But Chao Chuhua had already been remarried for over 4 months and was pregnant again. Meanwhile, his first meeting with his son, who was now 8 years old, saw the boy scrambling onto the back of a tall, burly man who resembled a black bear, calling out "Dad" in a way that was uncomfortable for both the hunter and Chen Nongmo. What could he say? No one can be blamed. It was simply a series of unfortunate twists and unavoidable circumstances that had shaped their complicated life paths. After a period of silence and awkwardness, the two of them embraced and cried bitterly, which led to their decision. Chen Nongmo continued his military career, while Chao Chuhua continued her new married life. Though he wanted to take his son with him, Chen Nongmo considered that the child had never been separated from his mother. Chao Chuhua couldn't bear it either, so he decided against it, instead sending half of his salary back every year to support his son. He would also return occasionally to visit them. This arrangement continued until 1952. By then, their eldest son was already 12 years old. When Sister Chuhua and his superiors were pressuring him to marry, he met GMO, who was then a signal soldier. One signal soldier are military specialists who are responsible for military communications. She was being harassed because of her striking looks, and this led to the formation of his second marriage. Over the years, although Chen Nongmo and Chao Chuhua had both formed new families, they kept in touch. Not to mention their son, they had grown up together, and the bond between their families remained strong, with their ancestral relationships treated as close as any real family. So, I have an older brother who is 13 years older than me. After hearing her father's brief recount, Chen Nongmo felt that this situation seemed oddly familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. A vague sense of foreboding began to rise in her heart. Chen Nongmo said with pride and a sense of relief when speaking about his eldest son. Yes, you have an older brother. His name is Chu Wuwen. He's 28 this year and serves in a northern military unit. He was promoted to lieutenant colonel 3 years ago. Both of your names come from the idiom Wuwen Nongmo, which means to indulge in literary pursuits. He was proud that his son had achieved so much at such a young age, and he was relieved that his son was not registered under his household, and was stationed far away from his military unit. It was difficult for them to meet. Moreover, due to their daughter's special circumstances, the couple had spent a lot of time seeking medical treatment for her in various places. Few knew about the father-son relationship between him and Wuwen, and they hoped that this time would not bring any trouble. The sense of foreboding that had been lingering turned out to be true. Chen Nongmo had no intention of recognizing her brother, nor did she feel any joy at discovering that, as an orphan, she had gained a brother. At this moment, she felt her scalp tingle and the hairs on her body stand on end. She even felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to lie flat and drift away into a dream where she might return to her former life. It turned out that she had not only crossed time but had also jumped into a parallel universe, landing in the world of a novel, where she had become the male lead's lifelong guilt. The little sister who tragically died young? Thinking back to how that girl had met such a miserable end, Chen Nongmo's delicate face turned even paler. She was afraid of dying. What's wrong? Yu, are you worried that your brother won't like you? Don't worry, even though Wuwen is tall and big, he's a good guy. Seeing her daughter's face tighten with an expression of utter despair, GMO hurried to comfort her. However, a bitter feeling slowly spread in her heart. If the situation had allowed, she would never have wanted to send her daughter, who had only just regained consciousness a week ago and was still fuzzy about the world, into such an entirely unfamiliar environment. Even if the person she was going to assist her Chuhua, someone GMO trusted deeply, she would still be reluctant. But there was no other choice, was there? Chen Nongmo wasn't actually afraid of this. What she was truly afraid of was the countdown to her death in 2 years. Even though she prided herself on being sharp-witted and wasn't the type to rush into danger, what if the plot couldn't be reversed? At this thought, Chen Nongmo shuddered, her eyes sharp and distinct blinked. With a misty look, she gazed at them and pitifully struggled. I don't know manhwasummary and my brother. I'm scared. I don't want to go. Chen Nongmo leaned forward and rubbed his daughter's little head to comfort her. Don't be afraid. You're not going alone. Xiaohu will go with you. GMO also nodded in agreement. Yes, if it really doesn't work, Mom can talk to your cousin Zhou Miao, and he can go with you. How about that? Chen Nongmo's head throbbed even more painfully. That wasn't what she meant at all. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Leaving was something that was certain to happen. The attitude of the elders was resolute. As a 15-year-old girl, it was normal to be treated with care due to her special situation in the past. So, after several unsuccessful attempts to resist, Chen Nongmo had no choice but to give up on her resistance. No matter what, there were still 2 years before the disaster, and if she really couldn't avoid it, she could run away at that time. There would still be time. Of course, if her strength allowed it, she would prefer to counterattack and eliminate the danger in advance. Once she had made up her mind, she didn't rush to rest after her parents left the bedroom. Instead, she opened the small parcel and began to check the contents inside. The package was not large. Inside the patched cloth bag was a small leather pouch, and inside the pouch were various receipts and 20 great unity notes, along with a savings book bearing her name for a checking account. Looking at the huge amount of savings on the passbook, a sum that could be considered large for this era, Chen Nongmo felt a bit more at ease. She now had some confidence in surviving in an unfamiliar environment. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh at her parents' selfless love for their child. How should she put it? Having parents was really quite good. Even though she had mentally prepared herself to go to the northern countryside to join her mom Chohua, she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The next morning before dawn, she was told by her mother that the train ticket had already been arranged, and Xiao Huji would send her off at 3 p.m. That soon. After being surprised, she opened her mouth, wanting to ask if her father had confirmed the so-called thought reform place. But as the words were about to leave her mouth, she swallowed them back. She couldn't explain where this information had come from. GMO had woken up earlier than her daughter. Strictly speaking, she had been burdened by thoughts, and she and her husband hadn't slept much that night. Only by sending their daughter away could they calmly wait for the storm ahead. But these words she didn't want to say to her daughter. She smiled and teased. Your dad and I are getting old, not much sleep, come let me braid your hair for you. At just 42 years old, how could she be considered old? Chen Nongmo bit her lip, holding back her discomfort. She sat silently on the stool, letting her mother's fingers weave through her long hair. When you get to your mom Chohua's, you need to be more diligent. Don't be too spoiled. You need to help with the chores, understand? You're a grown girl now. If anyone bullies you, don't be afraid. Just tell your mom Chohua. She will definitely protect you. As she listened to her mother's endless chatter and thought about the upcoming separation, Chen Nongmo thought she wouldn't be too affected by it. But for some reason, the more her mother spoke, the more a vague discomfort began to rise within her, eventually spreading into a wave of sourness. She gradually felt a more tangible sense of the difficulties her parents were about to face. And this feeling lasted until she got into the car. As the wheels slowly began to roll, and through the car window she waved goodbye to her mother, whose face was covered in tears, and her father, who wore a stern expression. That was when the feeling reached its peak. She pursed her lips and thought to herself that once she got settled, she would find a way to contact her parents. Even if it was just sending more supplies, at least she could make their lives a bit easier. With this thought, Chen Nongmo subtly touched her waist, feeling the familiar stack of hard objects, and she finally felt at ease. There, sewn into her clothes by her mother, was all the money and notes she had brought with her. H Province. 738 Military Unit. Chu Wuan stormed into the office, his face dark and full of anger. Bang! With a loud crash, his tall figure, carrying the chill of frost and snow, swept in like a gust of wind. When he saw the person inside the office, his thick black brows furrowed even tighter, and he growled in a rough voice. What are you doing in my office? Xiao Zhang ignored his foul mood, waving the stack of documents in his hand. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. The military training plan for next year is ready. The colonel asked me to bring it over for you to discuss. If any changes need to be made, you can talk to him. But you, what's going on with you? Why are you so angry? Who gave you gunpowder to eat? Stop joking around with me, Chu Wuan growled, clearly in no mood for pleasantries. He stretched out a long arm, grabbed the documents, and threw them onto the desk. Then he sat heavily in the chair, propping his long legs up and waving his hand, signaling for Xiao Zhang to leave. Get out of here. Having been friends with him for so many years, Xiao Zhang had never seen him like this before. He could tell something big had happened. Despite Chu Wuan's bad attitude, He didn't mind and furrowed his brows, asking, "What happened?" Chu Wuwen didn't want to say anything, but when his gaze met his brother's concerned eyes, his anger, which had been on the tip of his tongue, faltered. After a long moment of silence, he raised his hand and roughly rubbed his face a few times. Then with a gloomy expression he sneered. "The old man's been hit. He's going for thought reform." Hearing this, Xiao Zheng hesitated for a few seconds before uncertainly asking, "You mean Colonel Chen Nongmo?" From military academy to the military unit, with a 10-year-long brotherhood, Xiao Zheng was one of the few who knew about his good friend's family situation. Normally, the man he called dad was his stepfather, while his biological father, Colonel Chen, always referred to his stepfather as the old man. As he explained it, it was easier to distinguish between the two. As a brother, Xiao Zheng was sure that old Chen really felt that way. He respected both fathers but had inevitably grown up under the watchful eye of his stepfather, which made their relationship a bit more affectionate. Chu Wuwen poured himself a cup of tea, drank it in one gulp, and exhaled a heavy breath. Only then, his mood slightly calmer, did he nod. "Yes, it's Colonel Chen." Xiao Zheng raised an eyebrow at the sarcastic tone in his voice. "Are you angry that he kept it from you?" "Tch, shouldn't I be angry? If my mom hadn't just called me, I wouldn't even know the old man was in trouble. How fresh is that? I'm his son, and I'm the last one to find out when something happens to him." Xiao Zheng ignored his brother's irritable words and endless complaining. Instead he stood up and said, "Don't rush. I'll call my dad and ask." Just as his brother knew about his family background, Chu Wuwen also knew Xiao Zheng's background all too well. He understood the weight of General Xiao's words in the upper circles. But in such a sensitive situation, how could he possibly bring it up? "I appreciate it, but you know the old man knows about my relationship with you, yet he still kept it from me. You should understand he didn't want to use any connections." Xiao Zheng chuckled and cursed lightly. "What are you thinking? You know what kind of man my grandfather is, don't you? Even I, his biological grandson, was sent to the battlefield at 13 for training." "Then what do you mean?" The man curved his lips into a smile, his tone implying something. "If it's really ideological reform, those places can vary in quality." Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen suddenly felt enlightened. He immediately stopped being angry and stood up, quickly walking toward his brother, urging him impatiently, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, I'll go with you to call Dad." As he was being pulled toward the door, Xiao Zheng laughed out loud. "That dad sounds nice. What's this? You want to marry me and be my little wife?" "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? My old man would definitely want to become relatives with your family's patriarch. You can call me Dad 1,000 times, young Master Xiao," Chu Wuwen said, the anxiety in his heart easing significantly. His temper was quick to rise, but it also faded just as quickly. He raised his broad palm, making an exaggerated gesture with his fingers, and threw a flirtatious, almost cramp-like glance. Xiao Zheng closed his eyes in disbelief and, thoroughly disgusted, muttered, "Get lost. Aha, our young Master Xiao is shy, huh? Damn you, you big bear, stay away from me. Aren't I your little wife? You can't stay far away. Husband and wife need to stick together. Get lost. Go away." The playful bickering gradually faded into the distance. Neither of them knew that, a few years later, the Xiao and Chen families would actually become in-laws. Because of that, Chu Wuwen would later consider countless times drawing his sword to duel with his brother. On the other side, far away in N City, Chen Nongmo had no idea that her parents' destination was much better than she had imagined. At this moment, she was being escorted to the train station by her bodyguard, Xiao Huji. They had arrived early, and they had already been waiting for more than half an hour, but the train still hadn't arrived. All the passengers waiting for the train could only stand outside the tightly closed walls, braving the cold wind and waiting anxiously. Xiao Hu held a large suitcase in one hand and, amidst the crowded throng of people, shouted to the girl beside him, whose face was completely wrapped in a scarf, leaving only a pair of distinct dark eyes visible. "You, hold on to my clothes tightly and don't talk to anyone, understand?" N City was a big city, and the train station was packed with people. The noise was deafening, with everyone almost shouting to be heard. Chen Nongmo didn't mind her appearance, but being squeezed in like a can of sardines was already exhausting. She couldn't manage to shout back, so she gripped Xiao Hu's shirt tightly and nodded several times to show she understood. Even in later years, bus stations and train stations were hotspots for human trafficking. In the 1970s, when public safety was still quite poor, she valued her newfound life greatly and was determined not to make any reckless mistakes. But it was so crowded, why were there so many people? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this didn't feel like a normal trip. The intensity of the crowd was more akin to an evacuation. Thinking about this, Chen Nongmo's expression, hidden beneath her scarf, faltered for a moment, Before she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Wasn't she, in fact, running away from disaster? And among these travelers, how many were in the same situation as her? As Chen Nongmo's mind wandered trying to make herself as small as possible, she was once again jostled by the people behind her, nearly losing her balance. But then suddenly she heard the faint sound of a train whistle. The train's here. The train's here. The noisy crowd fell silent for a few seconds, and then, someone in the front shouted. The crowd surged forward, pushing even harder. Chen Nongmo cursed inwardly, my feet hurt so much. The train arrived at the station. The gates opened. The flood of people rushed in, and the crowd pushed so hard that the barely 1.6-meter tall girl, still in the early stages of development, was nearly squashed. Fortunately, despite the hardships, Chen Nongmo managed to hold her breath, tightly protecting the money and notes close to her body. Gritting her teeth and staying alert, she used the momentum of the crowd to push forward. Just as she thought she might run out of breath, she managed to climb aboard the green train bound for H province, a journey that would last 5 days and 6 nights. Oh. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. At Chen Nongmo's level, it was possible to book a sleeper ticket. However, given the current circumstances, it could be said that they were fleeing. There was no point in hoping for a sleeper. The simple and inconspicuous hard seat was the only thing that could ensure their survival. In other words, for the 5-day, 6-night journey, Chen Nongmo and Xiaohu would have to sit the entire way to H province. After finally squeezing into their seats, with her feet bruised from being stepped on, the girl was even more suffocated by the hard seat she was sitting on. She had always thought she was quite tough. During her university summer break, she worked 3 jobs a day and never thought much of it. But now, looking at the severely overcrowded carriage, with people stacked on top of each other, even the overhead luggage rack had several passengers lying across it, Chen Nongmo felt a heavy weight in her chest, as if a stone was pressing down on her heart. The uncertainty of her future life grew even greater. Was this the reality of the 1970s? To go out and have to prove oneself, to ride in a car like it was an escape from disaster. What would the final destination, Shanshan village in H province, be like? Oranges. Sweet oranges. 1 mao per jean. The shout from outside the window snapped Chen Nongmo out of her scattered thoughts. She looked toward the source of the sound and saw a middle-aged woman pushing a handcart, walking along while calling out, with quite a few people already gathering around. Wasn't it said that private trade was not allowed in this era? You, do you want to eat oranges? If you do, I'll buy a few pounds. After settling the luggage, Xiaohu, dressed in casual clothes, handed 2 military water bottles to the girl. Chen Nongmo hung the water bottles on the back of the seat. She wasn't particularly craving anything, and she didn't want to trouble anyone, but the air in this cramped place had a pungent odor that was overwhelming. Thinking about having to stay in such an environment for 5 or 6 days. Eat. Thank you, Xiaohuji. Why are you being so polite? I'll go get them now. Watch the seat, don't let anyone take it, alright? Chen Nongmo nodded. I know, brother Xiaohu. Also, don't talk to anyone. Xiaohu took 2 steps but turned back with some hesitation to give one last reminder. Having been with the chief for 6 or 7 years, he had practically watched the girl grow up, so he was very aware of her past situation. He was genuinely worried that the girl, with no social experience, might be tricked by someone's soft words. Okay. Chen Nongmo nodded obediently. After saying this, she moved slightly to the side, sitting in the spot Xiaohu had vacated. She then placed a large bag of food on the seat by the window, effectively blocking any wandering eyes from nearby passengers who might have been hoping to take the empty spot. Once everything was in place, the girl tilted her head back and flashed a weak, almost fragile expression toward the man, who seemed slightly surprised. Look at her. She was so delicate and unable to take care of herself. Who would dare to try and take her seat now? There was no way she was giving up her seat. After all, a 5-day, 6-night journey. Was she supposed to stand the whole way? She wasn't a saint. Xiaohu. The oranges weren't very sweet. They were cold and sour when she ate them, certainly not as good as the 2 cans of canned oranges in her bag. But sourness had its own benefits. At least the frustration in her chest eased up a bit. She didn't throw the peel away but wrapped it in her handkerchief and stuffed it into her scarf. What are you doing? Xiaohu asked, looking at the little girl's actions with confusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo didn't want to directly say she disliked the smell in the carriage. Instead, she took the peel from Xiaohu's hand, asked for his handkerchief, wrapped it up and handed it back to him, signaling for him to place it in his collar. Xiaohu did as she suggested and immediately noticed the refreshing fragrance of the orange peel. Although it couldn't completely mask the unpleasant smells in the carriage, it did make a noticeable difference. If he did what the girl did, burying his face in his scarf, the effect would definitely be even better. He had to admit the little girl was quite clever. Xiaohu grinned, showing his big white teeth, and gave her a thumbs up. Chen Nongmo's eyes curved into a smile at the compliment, just as she was about to peel another orange. However, her gaze unexpectedly met a pair of eager eyes. It was a middle-aged man, looking to be about the same age as her father, Chen Nongmo. He had fair skin and a refined demeanor, suggesting that he had once been a man of stature. But now his clothes were tattered, his lips cracked, and he had no proper seat. He sat huddled in the aisle, his whole being exuding a sense of weariness and numbness. Yet, his tired eyes, though weary, were fixated with longing on the oranges resting on Xiao Hu's knee. Xiao Hu had clearly noticed this as well. After a brief pause, as if pondering something, he silently took 2 oranges from the bag and handed them to the man. The middle-aged man appeared caught off guard by the gesture. For a moment he froze, not knowing how to respond. Then a man seated beside him, dressed more respectably, waved his hand with a smug smile, his tone condescending. "Little comrade, you shouldn't do this. This man is a member of, and a criminal who needs to be sent for labor reform. I'm from the security department escorting him. I suggest you stay away from him. A person like him doesn't deserve such good things to eat." As those words left his mouth, the last glimmer of light in the middle-aged man's eyes faded. He slowly lowered his head, hugging his knees, as though trying to curl himself into a ball. He no longer looked in their direction. The people nearby, having heard those words, turned their faces away in disgust, as if trying to avoid a plague. Chen Nongmo, her head lowered as she peeled her orange, subconsciously pressed her lips together. Thoughts of her parents, who were also caught up in the political turmoil, surfaced in her mind. Her hand stopped moving for a moment. The sound of the steam train's whistle blared again. The train gradually picked up speed, the clanking and rattling noises growing louder as they pulled away from the vast end city. Chen Nongmo turned her head and quietly gazed out the window, watching the scenery retreating in the distance. She could feel the thick stack of money bills that had been prepared for her at her waist, and the suffocating weight in her chest made it hard for her to breathe. Were her parents also experiencing this kind of treatment? With this thought, she subtly glanced at the middle-aged man, who still had his head lowered. Her fists slowly clenched tighter. The next morning, after sending off his daughter, Chen Nongmo received a notification telling him to prepare his belongings and to depart for H province that evening. Where exactly they were going was still confidential. But these simple instructions made it clear to both of them that the final outcome was far better than they had anticipated. If they were being sent for labor reform or labeled with some negative tag, the treatment wouldn't be so polite. Having mentally prepared themselves, the couple remained relatively calm when they received the news. GMO didn't dare to pack too many things. She quickly gathered 2 sets of old clothes and cloth shoes for herself and her husband, along with a few boxes of regular medicine that a friend, Xiaozhan, had managed to get through connections. Then she stopped. Once everything was packed, she sat down beside her husband, who was frowning and smoking, seemingly lost in thought. She forced a smile, trying to sound casual as she said, "This is good, better than I expected. My daughter is in H province too, so maybe we'll be able to see her soon. Don't worry." Chen Nongmo stepped out his cigarette and patted his wife's hand, sighing deeply. "It's not that I'm worried about that." Then what is it? What was he worried about? Naturally, he feared that someone might be working behind the scenes. At times like this, he didn't want to drag anyone else into it. After hearing her husband's analysis, GMO frowned, concerned. "Do you have a guess as to who it might be?" Chen Nongmo was not the type to keep everything from his wife, so when he heard her question, he didn't hide the truth. "The old leader is too busy to take care of himself, so it's unlikely to be him. I think it's probably that boy Wuwen." GMO froze for a moment, then became anxious. "It really is him. Do you think it will drag him into trouble?" "If it really is him, it's probably because of old Master Xiao's connections. It's not easy to repay a favor like that." Thinking of this, Chen Nongmo felt the urge to smoke again. Wuwen had never received much help from him growing up, except for money. On the contrary, now it was Chen Nongmo, the father, who was in trouble and needed his son to take on the risk and the favor. He felt both happiness and regret in his heart. In the end, all kinds of emotions swirled inside him. It was really hard for him to express. GMO had clearly thought of this as well. She wrapped her arm around her husband's and slowly leaned her weight against him, gently comforting him in a soft voice. "Don't worry. As long as we're both all right, there will be a chance to repay this." Looking at his wife, who refused to think only of herself, and thinking of their children so far away, a man who had never shed a tear even after being struck by bullets felt a lump in his throat. Despite everything, a surge of strength filled him. He was silent for a long time before he hoarsely replied, "All right." The journey seemed endless, as though it could go on forever. 5 days passed. The train moved slowly, stopping and starting, passing countless stations and unloading and loading passengers. Chen Nongmo alternated between sitting and standing, exhausted from the constant shifts. Occasionally, she would take turns lying down with Xiao Hu or stretch her legs when the train stopped at a major station. But no matter what, exhaustion was inevitable. After 5 days, confined to such a small space, her body and mind were thoroughly drained. It's almost there. Just one more night, and tomorrow morning around 6 o'clock, we'll reach Pingtu Station. Xiao Hu, who had just squeezed to the back to get some hot water, smiled as he noticed the girl's pale face. She looked like a wilting little cabbage, and he tried to encourage her. Chen Nongmo weakly nodded, not even in the mood to speak. Her back and her bottom felt completely numb, as though they no longer belonged to her. In the first couple of days she had tried to maintain a sense of refined atmosphere, like using the orange peel to scent the air. But after 5 days, with her body coated in every kind of unpleasant smell, Chen Nongmo had completely given up on trying to fight it. She had been raised delicately like soft tofu, and seeing her in this state made Xiao Hu both amused and a little heartbroken. He handed her the freshly filled water bottle. "Drink some water." Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo's face turned green, and she gritted her teeth in refusal. "I won't drink." If Chen Nongmo had to say what was the hardest part of the train ride, aside from dealing with the inevitable needs, nothing else could compare. Going to the restroom was pure torture. Xiao Hu struggled to suppress his laughter. The girl appeared well behaved, like a lady stepping out of a painting, but after a few days of close quarters, he realized she actually had quite the temper and was incredibly clever. She wasn't afraid to secretly roll her eyes when something displeased her. For example, the middle-aged man who sat in the aisle, allegedly a reformed laborer, who would get off at the same station as them, wanted an orange. The girl would peel one in advance, and when she went to the restroom, she would quietly pass it to him when she walked past. If Xiao Hu hadn't been paying close attention, he might have missed it. At the thought of this, he glanced down the aisle. After meeting the middle-aged man's eyes for a brief moment, he quickly looked away without drawing attention. Xiao Hu understood well. Yu's compassion was part of it, but it was also likely a case of transference. He was certain that the girl had learned about Chief's situation. With this in mind, Xiao Hu lost his earlier playfulness. He hung the water bottle up and shifted the conversation to something else, hoping to distract Yu. "Tomorrow morning. I wonder if your mother will be at the train station to pick us up." As expected, this topic caught her attention. She turned to him uncertain and replied, "She probably won't. Didn't they say after we get off the train, we'll have to change buses several times?" Xiao Hu, who had met Xiao Qiuhua and understood the relationship between the two families, smiled and said, "I think she will. Not only will your mother come, but I bet even your brothers will be there too." Chen Nongmo blinked. Her brothers? How many brothers did she have? Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Xiao Hu was a native of H province. This was one of the reasons why Chen Nongmo felt at ease asking him to send his daughter back. About half an hour before the train arrived at Pingtu Station, he had already taken care of all the preparations. Chen Nongmo had not been sitting idly either. She had helped with the packing as well. "Don't bother packing the big coat. There's heating on the train so you won't feel cold. But when you get off you'll know what it feels like. The weather here is different from in-city. In winter it's at least 10 degrees colder." Seeing the girl folding the army coat like a blanket, Xiao Hu quickly reached out to stop her. Chen Nongmo nodded and draped the coat over her shoulders, then turned to check if anything had been left behind. She was well aware of what the climate in H province was like. Folding the coat was just a habit she had. In fact, compared to the winter in the south, she, who was afraid of the cold, preferred the north. In the winter, without air conditioning or heaters, the Kong bed was a real lifesaver. "Don't worry too much, it's only cold outside here. Most people have Kong beds inside their houses, and it's warmer than in the south." Worried that the girl might be scared, Xiao Hu began to explain all the wonderful things about his hometown. Time passed quickly as he enthusiastically shared these details. When the conductor grabbed the loudspeaker and announced the arrival at Pingtu Station, not only did Chen Nongmo feel relieved, but even Xiao Hu, who had top-notch physical strength, let out a sigh of relief. He happily carried 2 large suitcases, squeezing through the crowd, walking with nimble steps. Chen Nongmo, meanwhile, was holding a small bundle, closely following behind him. As her feet touched the ground, Chen Nongmo instinctively looked around. Perhaps it was because the heating on the train had been so intense, but despite the snowy, icy landscape, she didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, it was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. Pingtu Station was a large station with many people getting off the train. At a glance, it was filled with travelers, but there were few like them who got off through the train door. Most people chose to climb through the windows instead. A few days had passed and Chen Nongmo, who had been making an effort to absorb the information of this era, was now able to roughly identify these people. For instance, the young people, who were in groups full of energy and looking around, were the educated youths who had come down the mountains to offer support. On the other hand, those with blank expressions and meek movements were the bad elements, who were about to be sent for re-education through labor. Upon thinking of this, she pressed her lips together, shifted her gaze away, and instead took a deep breath of the fresh, cool air. You over here, I can see your manhwasummary. Chen Nongmo immediately tucked away the emotions stirred by the snowy, dreamlike scene, and jogged to catch up with the man ahead, her gaze following the direction he had pointed. And then she froze. Last night she had already learned from Xiaohu that after remarrying, manhwasummary had given birth to 4 sons. The eldest was 19, followed by a 17-year-old, and then a pair of 15-year-old twins just a few months older than her. In her understanding, a 19-year-old was still a young man. A young man should be slim and tall, or perhaps even a bit sallow and dark from lack of food and clothing. This was the typical appearance of most people in this era. But what was going on with the 2 little mountains, moving quickly towards her from several meters away? Before she could recover from her shock, the little mountains were already right in front of her. The tallest of them, easily standing at nearly 1.9 meters, was a dark-skinned little mountain. He looked at the little sister, whose face was barely visible except for her eyes, and flashed a friendly, bright smile, showing off a row of white teeth. His deep voice greeted her. Finally, you're here, brother Xiaohu. So, this is little sister? I'm Chao Lu, you can call me second brother. Second brother? His surname was Chao? Did that mean he was from manhwa's side? So, this was manhwa's second son, who was only 19. His facial features were quite handsome, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, fitting the description of a good-looking young man. But, in this time of scarce resources for someone to grow this tall and strong, it somewhat surpassed her understanding. Despite her inner surprise, Chen Nongmo didn't show any signs of discomfort on her face. She took a step back, tilted her head up with effort, and softly called out to Chao Lu, who was clearly trying to show her goodwill. Second brother. Chao Lu's smile grew even more genuine. Hey, little sister, I'm your third brother. Seeing that his second brother had easily gained little sister's approval, the second eldest, Chen Hui, who was slightly shorter and less imposing, quickly introduced himself. Chen Nongmo responded. Hello, third brother. Hey, finally our family has a girl. But little sister, why are you so thin? Haven't you been eating enough meat? Also, are all southern people so small? Chen Hui, who was clearly a talkative and friendly person, couldn't help but keep rambling once he had been acknowledged as third brother. But he had barely finished a few words when someone sharply smacked the back of his head. Following that, a clear, crisp female voice rang out. What nonsense are you talking? Your little sister is only 15. She'll still grow taller. Besides, being petite is beautiful, what do you know? As the voice finished, Chen Nongmo's gaze shifted, and 2 more figures appeared before her. A tall, middle-aged woman was walking alongside a much more imposing, burly middle-aged man, who seemed to be guarding her. Chao Chihua, the woman, was quite tall, around 1.75 meters. Even the bulky, thick coat she wore couldn't conceal her slender figure. She was 4 years older than Chen Nongmo, who was 49 this year, though she looked a few years younger than her actual age. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high-nose bridge, it was clear that the 2 brothers from the Chen family had inherited their good looks from her. Her expression was somewhat serious, and it was evident she wasn't someone who smiled often. However, Chen Nongmo could sense from the other's gentle gaze that she was welcome here. It wasn't until this moment, seeing her attitude in person, that Chen Nongmo finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that what her parents and Xiaohu had told her was indeed true. So she raised a smile, using the address her parents had instructed her to use, and despite the awkwardness, she greeted her in return. Mom Chihua and Dad Zong. In her heart, Chen Nongmo would have preferred to call them uncle and aunt, but her parents had said it wasn't appropriate. Calling them Big Mom, or something similar would have felt even stranger. Chen Zong, the man Chao Chihua later married, was a quiet, reserved person. However, he was very welcoming to the guest in his home, knowing how much his wife had longed to have a daughter. Now that her wish had been fulfilled and his wife was happy, he was happy too. So, even though he wasn't good with words, he still made an effort to offer a faint smile to the girl. Then he handed her a small bundle, his deep voice rumbling as he spoke. Are you hungry? Your mom Chihua bought these little pastries. Try them. Chen Nongmo took the package without hesitation, smiling at the woman who was subtly observing her, and cheerfully thanked her. Thank you, Dad Zong. Thank you, Mom Chihua. Seeing this, Chao Chihua felt a warm sense of happiness. She knew about the girl's past and had worried about her for quite some time. Now, seeing her not only poised but also pleasant in character, all the concern she had been holding on to eased, and she finally believed what GMO and Dmao had said over the phone. The girl had reacted to the outside world before. Otherwise, there was no way she could have adjusted so quickly to seem no different from anyone else. Thinking of this, her gaze softened even further. She raised her hand and gently patted the girl's head. What's there to thank for? I'm your mom, Chihua. No need to be so polite. As she spoke, Chao Chihua's expression faltered as she realized, only after the fact, that her tone had been a bit too harsh. Having been used to scolding her rowdy sons, she had forgotten for a moment that the person in front of her was a delicate girl. After a few seconds of awkwardness, to show she had already been gentle, she turned and slapped her son's head with a loud smack. Furrowing her brows, she scolded him. What are you standing there for, you fool? Can't you see Xiao who is carrying everything? Go help him with the luggage. And take the package from little sister. How is she going to eat if you don't help her carry it? Xiao Hu. Finally, she noticed him. Qiao Lu and Chen Hui had long been accustomed to their mother's fiery temper. Laughing and joking, they reached out to take over some of the luggage. It was Chen Nongmo, however, who froze for a few seconds before breaking into a genuinely warm smile. It seemed that the future might be much better than she had imagined. Seeing the girl smile, Chao Chihua's expression softened even more. She reached out and pulled Chen Nongmo closer. Come on, it's really cold here. Let's go home. Your Chen Jun and Chen Yi are both waiting to come pick you up, but I told them to stay home and get the meal ready. When we get back, you'll be able to eat plenty of meat. It's fresh. Your dad Zong went hunting in the mountains yesterday and got a roe deer. It's a lot. You can have as much as you want. Chen Nongmo couldn't help but laugh. Actually, she wasn't all that thin, it was just that her frame was small. Thanks. She started to speak, but when she met the woman's disapproving gaze, she smiled again, holding the pastries in her hands. All right, Mom Chihua. I'll try my best to eat the meat. Yu is a good girl. Chao Chihua smiled in return. Chen Nongmo. Shanshan village covered a large area. The environment was quite nice, with mountains at the back and water nearby, making the land fertile. The downside was that the population wasn't large, a result of the human disaster that had occurred over 20 years ago, which had left lasting effects that the village still hadn't fully recovered from. There were two sides to everything though. Because the population was much smaller than in neighboring villages, the people in Shanshan were extremely united. At the same time, they were also very insular. Chen Nongmo didn't really count as an outsider. Her father, Chen Nongmo, was a native of Shanshan village. Most of the people in the village shared the surname Chen. It was said that their family tree could be traced back to the early Ming dynasty. At that time, two merchant brothers with the surname Chen passed through Shanshan village. They met some girls they liked, and since they had no permanent home, the two brothers decided to settle there. After hundreds of years, the descendants of those two brothers had grown into a large village. So, when you really think about it, everyone was a relative. Chen Nongmo was a true relative, part of the Chen family by blood. However, her arrival still attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. After several transfers by car, traveling for 7 or 8 hours, she finally arrived at Shanshan village. As soon as the news spread, she was surrounded by villagers at the village entrance. The villagers crowded around her, talking among themselves with curiosity, as though they were looking at some rare species. So this is Dimeo's daughter? Why is she so thin? Her face is smaller than my palm. Didn't they say people in the cities get ration food and live better than us country folk? Uncle San, that's not quite right. Even with the ration food, some city people live worse than us. At least we can eat meat more freely. Why worry about her being thin? I'm your Aunt Chanhua. Your father and my husband are only 5 degrees of kinship apart. When you come to my house, there'll be plenty of meat for you. Ha! Chanhua, I see what you're up to. You're probably admiring how the girl looks and want to take her home to raise her, huh? Does Chouhua's family lack meat? Ha ha ha. You figured it out. But it's not my fault. I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen such a pretty girl. Her little face is as soft and tender as egg whites. She's way prettier than those educated youths from the city at the village's edge. With that, everyone burst into laughter. Chao Chouhua was proud to see her daughter admired by the villagers. However, after the long journey, Chen Nongmo was exhausted. All she wanted now was to get home, take a hot bath, eat a good meal and sleep soundly. Seeing that the villagers seemed to have no intention of stopping their chatter anytime soon, she put on a serious face and hurried them along. All right. My child's been traveling for days. Whatever you have to say, let her rest first. We'll talk later. We're going now. With those words, Chao Chouhua didn't care about the villagers' continued curiosity and pulled the girl away. Chen Nongmo was indeed very tired. Honestly, after several days of traveling, her frail body, though she used to be able to handle 3 jobs a day, could hardly bear the exhaustion of nearly a week of non-stop activity. She was really tired. So following Chao Chouhua's gesture, she said goodbye to everyone, then took a few steps. Once she was sure the villagers weren't following, Chao Chuhua turned to her again and asked, "Our house is at the village's end, another couple of miles away. Are you sure you don't want your brothers to carry you?" "No need." Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Mom Chuhua's house was very large, completely different from what Chen Nongmo had imagined. Strictly speaking, it was not located at the end of the village, but rather at the foot of a mountain, not clustered together with the other villagers. Unlike most of the three-room houses in the village, it was a structure with green bricks and gray tiles, hidden among the vast snowy landscape. Its style resembled that of a traditional courtyard house. It stood by the mountains and was near water. From a distance, the ancient and charming scene gave Chen Nongmo a sense of nostalgia and a fleeting illusion that she had come for a holiday. The house was built just 2 years ago. Your big brother provided the blueprints, saying it was the fashionable style of J-City. When the boys reached the age to marry, they needed to build something bigger. "Don't stand out here, it's cold. We'll look around later. Let's go inside first," Chao Chuhua said as she noticed the girl's large eyes, curious and scanning the surroundings. Chao Chuhua's footsteps slowed, thinking that Chen Nongmo was interested in the size of the house. She pulled her inside while explaining, "Yes, little sister, come inside first. It's all snow outside, nothing to see. Wait until spring. There will be lots of flowers inside and outside the courtyard. You'll definitely like it. There's a plum tree and over there is a peach tree. When the season comes, there will be endless fruit to eat. Second brother will take you to climb the trees to pick them, they're sweet and crunchy." Chao Lu, tall and broad like a bear, had a kind smile, though his outward roughness hid a delicate heart. Under his introduction, Chen Nongmo couldn't help but glance in the direction of his finger. Although all she could see were bare trees covered in snow, she still felt a sense of anticipation for the harvest. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel that the second brother, whom she was meeting for the first time, had a heart that didn't match his appearance. His words, though ordinary, made one unconsciously feel at ease. "This must be the sixth sister, right? I'm your fourth brother, Chen Jun, and this is your fifth brother, Chen Yi." As soon as she stepped inside, in addition to the warmth, there were also a pair of twin brothers who looked strikingly similar to each other. Perhaps because they were still young, the 15-year-old boys were very tall but still had slender, lean frames. One was cheerful and outgoing, while the other was gentle and shy, both with pleasant appearances. Chen Nongmo smiled sweetly. "Hello, fourth brother, fifth brother. My nickname is Yuyu." Although she was still adjusting to the nickname Yuyu, she wasn't ready to accept being called the sixth just yet. She couldn't get used to it. His little sister was beautiful, and her smile made her even more dazzling. Chen Jun, a little embarrassed, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. "I know your name is Yuyu. Mom talks about you all the time. The sixth is based on our siblings' order. Do you prefer being called Yuyu? I think sixth is better. It immediately shows you're my little sister." Chen Nongmo's lips twitched in silent protest. Slap! A loud smack echoed through the room. After giving his silly younger brother a light smack on the back of the head, Chao Lu laughed heartily, his grin especially warm. "Don't call a girl six. You either call her sixth sister or you, understand? Also, I'm hungry. Let's hurry and bring the food." Hiss. "Second brother. That hurts." "Good, it should hurt. You definitely need some discipline." After scolding his troublesome younger brother, Chao Lu turned back to the girl, smiling at her. "Sixth sister, I'll show you to your room. Once you've put your luggage away, we can come out for dinner." Chen Nongmo replied. "Thank you, second brother." Chao Lu smiled. "Since you've called me second brother, there's no need to be so polite." They had a big meat feast. Took a hot bath. Then she distributed the gifts her mother had helped prepare for everyone. Once back in her own room, Chen Nongmo sat cross-legged on the Kong bed, drying her damp hair. It was only then that she had time to carefully examine the room she might live in for many years to come. The room's decor was simple yet elegant. It had everything from the desk, chairs, to the wardrobe, all intricately carved with delicate patterns. During dinner, she had heard Mom Chuhua mention that these items were all personally made by Dad Zong and second brother Chao Lu. It was clear that a lot of thought and effort had been put into it. Coupled with the soft and warm new cotton quilt under her and over her, every detail seemed to tell Chen Nongmo that she was truly welcomed into this family. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, from the moment she opened her eyes, it seemed like she had always been loved and cherished by everyone. Even though she was no longer the type to easily feel melancholic, Chen Nongmo couldn't help but admit that a corner of her heart had softened. At the same time, it also brought about more unease. At this moment, everything in her life was going well, far better than she had ever imagined. But what about Dad Zong and Mom? Who could she approach to find out any news? She felt a bit greedy, hoping that the good fortune she had experienced since her rebirth could continue just a little longer. She hoped that her parents had not been dragged into the political storm this time. If it were really the case, Chen Nongmo was certain that she wouldn't be able to remain unaffected. Knock knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Chen Nongmo put on her shoes, got off the bed and quickly opened the door. Chao Chuhua entered, holding a stack of clothes and smiling. I figured you weren't asleep yet. I used to send clothes to you before the new year, but this year you came, so it saved the postage. Get some rest now, and after you wake up, try them on. Are they the right size? Are they warm enough? If you think they're too thin, just take them apart and add some cotton. As she spoke, Chao Chuhua placed the pile of clothes in the wardrobe, then turned to take the towel from the girl's hand, quickly helping her dry her hair. She chattered on. It's really cold. You just got here to the north, so you're not used to it yet. You'll need to be more prepared when washing your hair and taking baths from now on. Be careful not to catch a cold or freeze yourself. Chen Nongmo wasn't a quiet person. In fact, she could be quite sociable. But the word sociable felt too superficial, unable to reach the depths of her heart. Therefore, in comparison, she was not good at responding to others' true feelings. In times like this, she often felt clumsy. Like right now, sitting on the bed with her head slightly lowered, feeling the pressure of her hair being dried, and listening to the woman's voice, which was full of genuine concern, she had no idea how to respond. Luckily, Chao Chuhua didn't expect a response from her. In her view, it was perfectly normal for the girl to be shy and reserved, especially since she had come from an unfamiliar environment and was still getting used to the world around her. It'll be fine once you get used to it, both you and I need time, Chao Chuhua said with a smile. Your hair is so beautiful, so black and thick, and it's as smooth as satin. I'll go grab another dry towel. Chen Nongmo quickly stopped her. No need, Mom Chuhua. I can just dry it at the end of the Kong later. Hearing that, Chao Chuhua didn't insist. She hung the towel up to dry and reminded her. Don't sleep before it's fully dry, understand? I know. Then I'll stay a little longer and chat with you. Otherwise, when I leave, you might fall asleep without realizing it. Chen Nongmo hesitated before speaking. How about I try on the clothes you made for me? All right. The clothes were quite exquisite, and they seemed to have been tailored to fit her measurements perfectly. There was one pink jacket with a cross-front style, and one bright red jacket with side toggle buttons. Both were slightly modified versions of traditional styles, just long enough to cover her hips without pushing the boundaries of current fashion. Both jackets were made from floral fabric, though thankfully the flowers were small. If they had been larger, even though Chen Nongmo enjoyed trying to look youthful, she wouldn't have felt comfortable wearing them out. Once she put them on, paired with her classical delicate features, she looked even more charming. I knew you'd look great in this style. I'll make a few more for you later, Chao Chuhua said with delight as she had fun dressing up the girl. After taking a moment to admire her, she sincerely complimented her. Chen Nongmo quickly shook her head. I have enough to wear. I brought 2 thick coats with me. That's not too much, Chao Chuhua replied. You only brought 2 suitcases and half of that was gifts for us. How many clothes could you have brought? Anyway, winter's a quiet time. We've stocked up a lot of fabric for you at home, all in bright colors. Besides you, no one else can wear them, so we'll make you some clothes for spring and summer too. Hearing that, Chen Nongmo realized refusing any further might seem ungrateful, so she said, well, could I learn to make clothes from you? In the past, during summer breaks in high school, she had worked on an assembly line in a clothing workshop for 2 months. She was a little better than someone with no experience, but she was still far from being able to make a complete garment on her own. Chao Chuhua gently rubbed the girl's head. I'd love to teach you, but shouldn't you be focusing on learning to read first? Next year you'll be going to school. A thunderclap. A bolt of lightning. Chen Nongmo snapped back to reality, feeling utterly devastated. That's right, how had she forgotten? She was still illiterate. So, was she going to have to start learning from first grade? Or even kindergarten? Help! Are you feeling better now? In the master bedroom, seeing his wife return with a relaxed smile, Chen Zong pulled her onto the bed, ready to cuddle and nap together. They had taken several hours of travel to get to the city the day before to pick up their daughter, and had stayed the night at a guest house so they could meet her early in the morning. His wife had suffered in the past, and her health was still not very good. After traveling for more than 10 hours, she must have been exhausted. However, seeing her relaxed expression, Chen Zong didn't want to spoil the mood, so he decided to talk about things she liked instead. Chao Chuhua turned over to face her husband and said softly, yeah, I'm relieved. I'm happy that Yu is doing well. At least I can check one worry off my list. Now I'm just concerned about Dimeo and GMO. I don't know how they're doing. The little girl hasn't said anything, but I can tell she's still thinking about them. Chen Zong replied, didn't you talk to the oldest about this before? Wu Wen is a dutiful son. That's his father, and if he can help, he definitely will. Even if he can't, it's not a big deal. As long as we find out where Dimeo is being sent, I can run a few errands to deliver things to them or mail them. Don't worry too much. His wife, who was usually quiet and reserved outside, would always speak more to him when she was troubled. Chao Chuhua let out a light hum. Without saying much else, she buried her face in her husband's chest. Chen Zong's strong face broke into a slight smile as he patted his wife gently with his large hand. His voice deep and soothing. Go to sleep. After we wake up, I'll go with you to the village committee to call the oldest. We'll tell him that Yu is here, so that guy doesn't keep worrying about it. At those words, Chao Chuhua's body stiffened slightly. What's wrong? She lay back down and pressed her hand to her temple, looking a little helpless as she said, I was just thinking. I forgot something. I haven't even told the oldest that Yu is at our house. Hearing this, Chen Zong's rugged face showed a faint smile. He gently patted his wife and said in a deep voice, It's all right, it's not a big deal. When you call the oldest, just tell him. Do you think he'll really get upset with you? Well, that's hard to say. Oh. Chapter 7. It snowed. After a long sleep, Chen Nongmo woke up, drew the curtains and opened the window. As daylight spilled into the dim room, she could clearly see the snowflakes falling outside. The snow had already accumulated thickly, and it was uncertain how long this snow would last. Chen Nongmo, casually muttering a few words, stood by the window, stretched lazily, and did a few simple stretches to loosen her stiff body from sleeping for too long. Only then did she start tidying up the room and herself. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? In the kitchen, Chao Chuhua, holding a kettle of hot water, was preparing to scald the chicken feathers. Upon seeing the girl walk in, she moved aside, blocking the large wooden tub where the chicken was. Chen Nongmo wasn't bothered by these bloody things. She just wasn't very down-to-earth in her appearance, but in reality, she was quite experienced in slaughtering chickens and fish. I slept enough. It's already past 7. At a time when everyone else typically woke up around 5, she considered herself a late riser. As long as you're not tired. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? When you're done, go have breakfast. While speaking, Chao Chuhua set the kettle down on the floor, grabbed a cloth from the shelf to wipe her hands, and prepared to serve breakfast to the girl. Just tell me where it is, I'll go get it myself. She didn't have the cheek to wait for someone to serve her. Although she thought girls were generally more delicate than boys, Chao Chuhua wasn't the type to not let the girl do anything. Especially since Dimeo and Jimo's family were in trouble, she needed Yu to be able to take care of herself in order for her to feel at ease. So she gestured toward the stove, raising her chin. It's warming in the pot inside. Be careful when you take it, don't burn yourself on the pot's edge. There's also milk powder on the table outside. You know how to make it, right? Once again being treated like a child, Chen Nongmo held back her embarrassment. I know. After quickly finishing breakfast, Chen Nongmo cleaned the dishes and then found a small stool to sit beside the wooden tub, helping her mother, Chuhua, pluck the chicken feathers. You don't need to do this, it's dirty. If you're bored, just walk around the house. There are sunflower seeds and peanuts in the cupboard. Chen Nongmo didn't listen. The house and the peanuts weren't going anywhere, so she continued to help pluck the feathers. However, she was mindful of her speed, trying hard to act like a beginner. Where are Daddy Zong, Xiaohu, and the older brothers? Chao Chuhua saw the girl persist in working clumsily, and thought that she was probably uneasy and trying to find something to do. So she didn't stop her and instead sped up her own movements, deciding to do more herself. It's almost New Year's. We need to stock up on some meat. Your Daddy Zong went out early this morning with the 2nd, 3rd, and Xiaohu to check the traps on the back mountain. Chen Nongmo knew nothing about hunting. As she imagined the scene of 3 burly men sweeping through the back mountain, she pursed her lips, stifling a laugh, and asked, When will they be back? Is the snow outside okay? What's this snow? It's just a light flurry, probably won't last past noon. It's perfect for playing in. They'll be back before lunch. Chao Chuhua moved quickly. In just a short time she had nearly finished plucking the feathers from the old hen, leaving only some fine fluff that needed careful cleaning. I'll go change the water. She handed the chicken to her daughter to hold and bent down to take the wooden tub outside. After disposing of the dirty water and feathers, she returned to the kitchen with a half tub of warm water, and continued to clean the small fluff from the chicken. Your 4th and 5th brothers went to the village to borrow books. Chen Nongmo rubbed her nose with her wrist, which had become a little itchy from the loose feathers, and asked in confusion, Borrow books? Yes, borrow elementary school textbooks. We don't have any at home. 5th brother has the best grade, so I asked him to start teaching you from 1st grade. When you catch up to middle school level, then you can go to school. Chao Chuhua explained thoughtfully. She was genuinely considering her daughter's future. Sending her directly to 1st grade with much younger children would not only be awkward for her, but also likely the subject of gossip. No one in the village knew that Yu hadn't been aware of things before. She didn't want her daughter to be the subject of idle talk, so it would be better for her to self-study up to middle school before attending school. Chen Nongmo, a little disheartened by her lack of education, reluctantly agreed. Okay. Chao Qiuhua, unaware of her daughter's internal frustration, smiled as if recalling something. By the way, don't worry about your parents. This afternoon, I'll go with your daddy Zong to the village committee to call your big brother. He's in the military, knows a lot of people, and should be able to find out where Dimeo and the others are. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo paused in her actions, her head snapping up in surprise. Really? Can I go with you? Maybe, just maybe, that older brother, whom she had never met and who was her only blood relative on her father's side, already knew where her parents were? After seeing firsthand the harsh attitude toward so-called re-education detainees in this era, she couldn't help but feel that, even if there was only a small chance, she wanted to know her parents' whereabouts as soon as possible. The little girl had been acting unusually calm since yesterday, more composed and obedient than a typical 15-year-old. This was the first time Chao Qiuhua had seen her so excited, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse. If you want to go, then go. I'll also take you to see old secretary. Even though we're 5 generations removed from the family by seniority, you should still call him fourth uncle. Do I need to bring a gift? No need for that. You're still a child. I'm not that young anymore. In a few days I'll be 16. That's still your Chinese age. Before you get married, there's no need for you to follow all the formalities. Even if you do, it's fourth uncle and elder, who should give you a red envelope. After lunch, Xiaohu left. Chen Dimeo's incident wouldn't involve him, and when he realized that the internal conflict might affect him, he had already arranged for his bodyguard's departure. Based on his excellent performance over the years, he was even promoted. So this period, which Xiaohu was taking as a vacation, was also a good time to visit his family in the neighboring city, before heading to report to his new military unit. As the oldest, Chao Lu brought several marinated and dried wild rabbits, along with a large piece of wild boar meat as a gift, personally sending him off to the county town to catch the bus. Meanwhile, the rest of the family wasn't idle either. The 3 boys, who didn't have the habit of taking afternoon naps, were rarely home. Instead of running around, all gathered in the house watching their little sister study. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Today we're going to learn these numbers. 6, sister, let's see if you can write and memorize them today, said Chenny, the 15-year-old 5th brother, who was in the 2nd year of middle school. He was an excellent student, gentle in nature, and took his role as a little teacher seriously. Behind him were Chan Jun, the 4th brother, and Chan Huai, the 3rd brother, who were gathered around to watch the show. Chen Nongmo, with great effort, followed along and tried to learn, writing crooked and uneven characters. But for someone who had graduated from a prestigious university with a master's degree, going back to the basics of learning to write was not something she was skilled at. No matter how much she tried to pay attention, there was still a slight difference in how she performed. When Chao Qiuhua woke up from her afternoon nap, she heard from her sons that little sister was a genius. Naturally, she responded, "Isn't you smart? Do you really need to go out of your way to say it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo, whose intelligence wasn't particularly extraordinary but was perfectly normal, subconsciously shifted her gaze away, feeling a bit guilty. Chao Qiuhua turned her attention to Chan Yi. 5th brother, pay attention and adjust the lessons based on Yu's progress. Your father and I will take your sister to make a call to Wu Wan. The 3 brothers all looked over at once, and it was Chan Huai, the 3rd brother, who spoke for the group. Let's all go. Big brother hasn't been home for 3 years. Then let's go together. Chen Zong was a man of few words, but he was very considerate of his wife, lacking any trace of derogatory male chauvinism. Worried that his wife might fall, even though it had been snowing for the past 2 or 3 months, he had been carefully clearing the paths wherever they would need to step. He had been doing this consistently for 20 years. In the past he did it alone, but now with the children grown up, he led his sons to help. So as Chen Nongmo was surrounded by a group of tall, broad-shouldered men on their way to the village, their path was smooth and uneventful. Looking at her thick cotton shoes which had almost no snow on them, she couldn't help but glance at the man walking at the front, side by side with Mommy Qiuhua, Daddy Zong. She couldn't help but think that perhaps something she had once read or heard was true. A person's maturity had nothing to do with their age. Daddy Zong, who was 5 years younger than Mommy Qiuhua, was clearly the one who took care of others. Hey, are you all going to the back mountain to set traps for rabbits? The lively Chan Jun, the 4th brother, spotted 6 or 7 young men and women in the distance and immediately raised his voice and waved. Chen Nongmo also looked over, seeing a few people standing in the vast white snow. Chan Yi softly explained, "Those are educated youths. Every year they send a few to our village, and after a few years there are already over a dozen of them. See those first 2 rows of houses? They live there. Educated youths. It was another special product of this era. As they got closer, Chen Nongmo was able to make out their faces. Their attire was more stylish than that of the villagers. There were 5 boys and 2 girls. One of the girls was very beautiful, meeting the aesthetic standards of the era. She had an oval face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose. Her hair was styled in 2 braided pigtails, and she was tall, around 1.7 meters. She stood there looking lively and charming, which made the surrounding environment seem brighter. Chen Nongmo didn't approach them like her 4th brother had. She simply glanced at them curiously, then turned her attention back to the group, following their pace. If 6th sister wants to set rabbit traps, I can go with 4th brother and take you some other time, Chen Hui, thinking that the girl might be interested in rabbits, casually offered, since he often went to the mountain. I think you need a good talking to. If Yu wants to go, she can go with 2nd brother or your father. With your reckless nature, you might lose her. Xiao Qiuhua turned around and glared at her son, warning him not to make rash suggestions. The young man, eager to maintain his dignity, retorted, Mom, I'm already 17, soon to be 18. I'm only 2 years younger than 2nd brother. There's no way I'd lose little sister. You're just overthinking things. Chen Zong turned back and glanced at his 3rd son with a calm expression. Chen Hui. Ahem. Well, Mom does have a point. Zheng. Who's the 6th one? You're the 6th. As the group continued walking, no one heard the whispers or discussions of the educated youths behind them, some of which were filled with admiration or advice. Ah, that must be the girl everyone in the village has been talking about, right? What's her name again? She's really pretty. I've never seen a girl so beautiful. Don't say that, Xiao, you're pretty too. You two just have different styles. Isn't it said that something happened to her family, and she came here to take refuge? Who cares? It's none of our business. The villagers are very united. Some things are better kept to ourselves. Don't say everything out loud. We're already living more comfortably than many of the educated youths. We don't want to upset the villagers. Got it. 738 Military Unit. Chu Wuwen had been busy lately coordinating next year's training plan for the group with Xiao Zheng, and hadn't been assigned any other tasks. So when he received the call notification from the communications room, he was still at the military unit. As he rushed out of his office, a shadow followed behind him. Running, Chu Wuwen turned around. What are you doing? It's a call from my family. When Xiao Zheng realized he'd been spotted, he quickly caught up with his friend, walking side by side with him. With a charming, refined smile on his handsome face, he casually said, What's the big deal between us? Your parents are my parents too, right? I bet it's about Colonel Chen. Maybe our parents want me to pick up the call. I'll do it and save them the phone bill. Although Chu Wuwen knew his friend was only worried about him possibly getting some bad news, he couldn't help but feel a little sour when Xiao Zheng kept referring to their parents as our parents. He retorted, What if they're trying to introduce me to someone? She's been pushing me to get married for a while now. At these words, Xiao Zheng looked his friend up and down, then made a face of mild disdain. Not likely. You're not as good-looking as I am, nor as charming, and certainly not as sweet-talking as me. Even if Mom wants to introduce someone, she'll do it for me first. Chu Wuwen. Chapter 8. Introducing a partner was not something that could be done. It was merely a topic for mutual bickering and gossip. They had argued all the way to the communications room. When they saw the long line of people, the two of them fell silent, and with a mutual understanding, turned and headed toward the colonel's office instead. What are you two doing here? Asked Colonel Zhou Cheng from the 3rd Regiment. He was only a few years older than them and was not one to act all formal. On usual days, he would sit with them, holding a tea mug and chatting away casually. Upon seeing the two of them, Fang Yuan immediately smiled and then added, Come over to my place for dinner tonight. Your sister-in-law received some cured meat from the hometown today, steamed in the pot. The flavor? Absolutely delicious. Xiao Zheng immediately punctured the moment. I see you're just using old Chen and me as an excuse to drink, aren't you? Your sister-in-law is managing you for your own good. Zhou Cheng was a good man overall, but he had a certain pride, especially when it came to matters of face. Despite being a strict husband, he would never admit it, just like in this moment. He immediately shot them a glare, straightened his back and shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister-in-law can manage me? I'm the head of the household. What business does she have controlling things at home? Seeing his blustering attitude, Xiao Zheng could not help but twitch his mouth. He remembered the last time when it was Zhou Cheng who was dragged by his ear to apologize to his sister-in-law. However, there were more important matters at hand, so he did not want to get into it further. He nodded toward old Chen, then grabbed the colonel and started heading out. I'll take the troublemaker away. You hurry up. Zhou Cheng tried to resist. What do you mean by that? What are you trying to do? Xiao Zheng replied. Old Chen needs to make a call to the family. The communications room is too crowded. Let him make the call. Why are you dragging me into this? To keep you from eavesdropping. Hey, how dare you insult me? Am I the kind of person to do that? You are. The village committee was located right next door to Old Secretary's house. Inside the house there was no heated bed, so after making the call, they went to Old Secretary's house to wait. Here, Chen Nongmo not only received a red envelope from fourth uncle, but his arms were also filled with various snacks. For example, a small handful of sunflower seeds, a dozen peanuts, or a couple of hard candies wrapped in candy wrappers. When all these little things were accumulated together, they filled her 2 pockets to the brim, all gifts from the villagers gathered at the village chief's house. The weather was too cold. The fields were not only frozen but also covered by a thick layer of snow, making it impossible to farm. Every year at this time, the villagers would bring along bundles of firewood and gather at Old Secretary's house to chat, while also weaving baskets, repairing farming tools, or twisting some hemp ropes. In any case, the hard-working and simple villagers never seemed to be able to rest. Moreover, with the new year approaching, even if their home environment was simple, they could still save up some snacks. Today, all of this was a treat for Chen Nongmo. The little girl is quite well behaved. I thought she would be a spoiled young miss, but now you can rest easy, Old Secretary said with a smile, after watching for a while as Chen Nongmo squatted among a group of elderly villagers, helping with tasks and patiently answering various questions. Before he fully understood the nature of my daughter, Chen Zong had been worried about his wife's health and the stress on her, which was only natural. He showed little change in expression, simply replying in a low voice, Yu is fine. I can see that there won't be snow for the next 2 or 3 days. You can gather people. Old Secretary, knowing that he did not want to discuss the girl, smiled helplessly, revealing the deep lines on his face. The old man can't possibly eat up the little girl, can he? After all, she's Dimeo's child. There's no need to gather anyone. They're all waiting for you. Once you've made up your mind, I'll shout into the loudspeaker. Chen Zong was the best hunter in the area, and every year during the 12th lunar month, he would lead everyone into the mountains for a few days. This year, because he had to bring Dimeo's daughter back, he was later than usual. Several villagers had already come looking for him to ask. Then let's meet at my house at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow, Chen Zong said, refilling his cup with tea and making a firm decision. Good. This year there are also 2 spots for the educated youth. The city kids are delicate, so you better keep an eye on them to make sure they don't get hurt. Grandpa, the phone's ringing. An energetic boy of about 8 or 9 rushed into the room, not bothered by the biting cold, and shouted. Old Secretary tapped his tobacco pipe on the table, then stood up with his hands behind his back and walked outside. Chen Nongmo and the others followed him out. It was a call from Chu Wuwen. The external sound of the phone was very clear. Chen Nongmo stood to the side, holding her breath as she listened to the conversation. Her half-brother's voice was very pleasant, especially when she heard him mention that their parents had not been sent to a harsh environment but had instead gone to the H Province Artillery School for Unified Management. His voice sounded even clearer and more soothing. Chen Nongmo unconsciously moved closer to Mommy Chiohua, resting her head on her shoulder as she listened intently to Big Brother's concise account of their parents' situation after arriving in H City. Military-style management, attending ideological and political classes, reading Mao Zedong's works, writing self-criticism. Although it sounded restrictive, it was much better than Chen Nongmo had imagined. Of course, this was all just what she had heard. She thought that maybe she should find an opportunity to go and see for herself. Yu, do you want to talk to Big Brother? After hearing the news she wanted and discussing her daughter with the eldest son, Chao Chiohua, in an effort to save time, handed the phone over to the 3 men. Chen Nongmo snapped out of her thoughts. After hesitating for a few seconds, she shook her head and whispered, Not this time. I think I'll write Big Brother a letter first. Mommy Chiohua, could you tell me more about how Big Brother managed to get this favor? Chao Chiohua patted the girl's thin shoulder, a little amused, and said, You're such a little thing, but you worry about so much. That person's name is Xiao Zheng. He's Big Brother's friend. On the other side, when Chu Wuwen found out from his mother that, due to a series of coincidences, his never-before-met half-sister had been sent to Shanshan village, he felt uncomfortable. Even though he knew that his little sister was still young and had no ability to take care of herself, the news still didn't sit well with him. The discomfort might stem from not knowing how to interact with his little sister. It could also be due to the many times during his childhood when he had to take his little sister to see a doctor, only to have his father fail to show up. When he was younger, he had felt resentful and disappointed. After all, he was also the child of his father. Even though his father later rescheduled and came back to see him, that feeling of disappointment from back then was something that could never be erased. As time passed, Chu Wuwen's feelings towards his 13-year younger biological little sister grew more and more complicated. Of course, that was in the past. Now that he had grown older and understood more, he realized that the disappointments he had felt back then weren't anyone's fault. They were simply the result of many unavoidable circumstances. However, he still didn't know how to face his little sister, who was connected to him by blood. Chu Wuwen hesitated. Perhaps he should apply for a family visit leave. What are you thinking? Did something happen at home? Xiao Zheng, who had been chatting with the colonel under the eaves, turned when he heard some movement. Seeing the serious expression on old Chen's face, he furrowed his brows. He waved to the colonel, stepped away, and then voiced his confusion. It's nothing. Then why do you look like that? Chu Wuwen rubbed his face. My little sister. She's arrived at Shanshan village. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng raised an eyebrow. You mean Chen Nongmo? Chu Wuwen gave him a sideways glance, his tone slightly sarcastic. Oh, you remember that clearly. Xiao Zheng, irritated by the look in his eyes, was so angry that his teeth ached. He immediately punched him and gritted his teeth. What kind of look is that? Your sister. Why are you acting so weird? Isn't it normal to remember when your names are so easy to recall? Cough cough. Chu Wuwen barely avoided the punch, awkwardly clearing his throat. Of course, he trusted old Xiao's character. He didn't know what had happened earlier, but instinctively, he had felt suspicious and blurted it out without thinking. Chu Wuwen had intended to apologize, but as soon as he heard old Xiao's words, his face darkened. Bullshit. What do you mean your sister? We're not that close. She's my little sister. Xiao Zheng was speechless, holding back the urge to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Asterisk, this guy is so self-righteous. Wasn't he all awkward just a moment ago? Asterisk. Too lazy to deal with him any further, Xiao Zheng started walking ahead. Once he'd taken care of things at his old buddy's house, he felt at ease and didn't want to deal with anyone anymore. He needed to go check on the team. Chu Wuwen caught up to him, ignoring his friend's sour expression, and started talking to himself. You think, what kind of things do teenage girls like? Xiao Zheng. Maybe I should wait until Sunday and go to the city to check out some flowered cotton jackets? Xiao Zheng. Wait, would just a jacket make me look stingy? What else should I buy? Hey, are you even listening? Xiao Zheng. Chapter 9. The political storm that shook the world and made people shiver in both body and mind did not reach Shanshan village. After hearing from her parents, Chen Nongmo, who had temporarily put her worries aside, quickly adapted to the secluded life in the mountain village. Every day she either attended lessons, helped manhwasummary with household chores, or learned to weave and make clothes. Life was very fulfilling. One day, after finishing her morning lessons, Chen Nongmo, who had already been praised by the whole family as a little genius, entered the kitchen and helped her fifth brother, Chen Yi, prepare lunch with manhwasummary. At your learning pace, catching up to junior high school progress is just a matter of time. Don't push yourself too hard. This afternoon go out and wander around with your brothers. Chao Chuhua said briskly as she sliced potatoes into thin strips, glancing at the children with concern. The village children loved to run outside, and even the girls, when they had free time, would gather with their close friends and laugh together. Her daughter, on the other hand, had been here for several days but hadn't even stepped out of the door. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo, who was already familiar with the routine, sat down by the stove to prepare the fire and asked, Is there anywhere interesting to wander around in the village? At that moment, she was actually more excited about the upcoming trip to the county in 2 days than about playing. Chen Nongmo had already written a thank you letter based on her current level of literacy, but she hadn't sent it yet. The reasons were twofold. First, there hadn't been a mail carrier to the village recently. Second, she wanted to find 2 small gifts to send along with the letter to Big Brother and the helpful comrade Xiao Zheng. There are quite a few places. There's a suspension bridge between our village and the next one. I often see the educated youths from the city coming over to play, or you can go to the road at the village entrance and go skiing. Fourth uncle has 2 big dogs, and people can sit on a sled and have them pull them along. It's very fast. And didn't you want to see a rabbit set last time? When second brother comes back, we'll take you, Chen Yi said. He was the youngest of the brothers, but among the 4 boys who stayed at home, aside from second brother Chao Lu, he was the most steady. In fact, as long as one stayed near the outer edges of the back mountains, there was little danger. The biggest animal one might encounter was a foolish roe deer. But taking his delicate little sister into the wilderness made him nervous, so Chen Yi thought it would be better to wait for second brother to return and personally take her. As for the third brother, Manhwa, and the fourth brother, Chan Jun, they both had restless personalities. Not to mention taking little sister with them, even now no one knew where they had run off to having fun. Chen Nongmo, who had previously been focused solely on earning money and rarely had the chance to play, listened to her fifth brother's long list of suggestions. Despite not being particularly interested in the snowy landscape at first, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement bubbling up in her heart. Daddy Zong and second brother have been in the mountains for 3 days, right? When will they come back? Chunyi replied. They should be back soon. We need to go to the county for some shopping the day after tomorrow, so they might get back today. Just as they were talking about it, the familiar sounds of bustling voices could be heard coming from outside. Chao Chuohua's face lit up with joy, so much so that she forgot to put down the kitchen knife, which she was still holding in her hand as she quickly walked outside. Chunyi also put down his task, grabbed a cloth and casually wiped the water off his hands. With his youthful, handsome face breaking into a wide smile, he called, "Sixth sister, come on. Let's go see Dad and the others are back." It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Zong was the best hunter in the entire 10-mile radius. Sure enough, just as Chen Nongmo hurried out of the house, following Mommy Chuohua, she saw over 20 tall men, all with joyful expressions, some carrying, some lifting, the bountiful fruits of their hunt as they walked toward the house. "Put on your clothes first before going out," Chenny, who had fallen behind, handed a thick coat to both their mother and little sister. After making sure they were dressed, he gave them their hats and scarves that he had tucked under his arm, then turned to grab his own clothes, while also returning the kitchen knife that he had taken from his mother. Chao Chuohua, still thinking about her husband, hastily draped the scarf around her neck and simply carried the hat in her hand, quickly walking out to meet them. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo, not wanting to delay, quickly threw on her clothes in a rush, then hurried after her. Stepping on the wooden steps made of logs, she quickly caught up. In fact, there was no real need to go out and meet them. Whenever there was a collective hunting trip, they would first transport the game home and wait for Old Secretary and the other village officials to come and divide it up. Hunting was dangerous, especially in the biting cold of winter, and it was impossible for the family not to worry. "Put on your hat, don't catch a cold," Chen Zong said with a tired expression, offering a smile as he saw his wife jogging toward him. Only then did Chao Chuohua remember the hat in her hand. She carelessly placed it on her head, her gaze shifting nervously between her husband and second son. When she saw nothing out of the ordinary, she relaxed. "No one got hurt, right?" Chao Lu, smiling in his usual honest way, replied, "No, we were lucky this time. Only Uncle Dejin twisted his ankle. Everyone else is fine." As he spoke, he took off a simple basket made from dried vines that he had been carrying on his back and handed it to his petite little sister. You carry this." Chen Nongmo took the basket. When she saw the 2 small gray rabbits inside, she instinctively asked, "Would it be too small to eat if we cook them?" How could she say such a thing while having a face as delicate and otherworldly as hers? Chao Lu, who had specifically caught 2 live rabbits for little sister to keep as pets, was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Let them grow a bit, and they'll be big enough to eat." Chen Nongmo suddenly understood. These were meant to be her pets. Feeling a bit embarrassed since she had never had a pet before, she tightly hugged the vine basket to her chest. This year, the villagers of Shanshan were set to have a bountiful year. That day, after the meat was distributed, laughter filled every household, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat cooking. Even the usually low-key educated youths from the village council took out their harmonicas and accordions, playing harmonious melodies. It was undeniable that, in this era of scarcity, the rural life by the mountains and rivers seemed far more carefree than that of the city dwellers. Of course, that depended on having a group of clear-headed village officials. Shanshan village still had no electricity, and to conserve kerosene, every household ate dinner quite early. It was only 5 o'clock, and the outside was still bright when Chen Nongmo, after being fed bits of meat and spoonfuls of soup by her family, had eaten her fill. She had reason to believe that, at this rate, she might end up expanding both horizontally and vertically. Just as she daydreamed about whether she could become a beauty in the Tang dynasty after putting on a bit of weight, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Is Chuohua home?" Chao Chuohua's face briefly showed surprise, but she quickly stood up and walked toward the door. "Yes, is that you, Xiaomei?" Chen Nongmo wasn't particularly curious about who Xiaomei was, but she found herself wondering why someone would come at this time, just as it was getting dark. Thinking of this, she turned to ask second brother. However, when she turned around, she noticed that all the brothers, who had been sitting next to her just moments ago, had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty cups on the table, Chen Nongmo blinked in confusion and then glanced toward Daddy Zong, who was sipping tea to help with digestion. A smile crept into Chen Zong's eyes. As he picked up the empty cups, he pointed to the right. Chen Nongmo followed his gaze and sure enough, saw her lively third brother in the kitchen, waving at her energetically. Although she still didn't understand what was happening, seeing how her brothers were acting, she instinctively lifted her foot and dashed toward the kitchen. As she left, she caught a glimpse of Mommy Chuohua entering with a round, plump woman. "What's going on?" The brothers, sneaking around and peering outside, piqued Chen Nongmo's curiosity. She couldn't help but follow their example, sticking her head out and mumbling to herself, wondering who this woman could be. Chao Lu raised his big hand, which resembled a fan, and placed it on little sister's small head, pushing her gently inside. Lowering his voice, he replied, Aunt Xiaomei is a well-known matchmaker in this 10-mile radius. Chen Nongmo, squeezed between her towering brothers, looked especially petite. She tilted her head back, her face showing a sudden realization, and asked in a small voice, Is she here to introduce someone to you? Chen Hui interjected. It could also be for big brother or me. Isn't third brother only 17? Chen Nongmo asked in surprise. Was he already being set up for marriage? Chao Lu, however, was calm about it. By the time the new year rolls around, old third will be 18. It's normal to start looking at potential matches, get to know each other for a year or two, and then marry. He spoke so rationally. So you're hiding because you're embarrassed? Seeing the enjoyment of others' misfortune in little sister's eyes, Chao Lu raised his hand and gave her a light flick on the forehead. We're hiding because we don't want to find a partner. Sister-in-law Xiaomei is too enthusiastic. Not just me, if she saw you with fourth brother or fifth brother, she'd probably drag you all into it, and in a couple of years she'd start introducing you to potential matches. Chen Nongmo's eyes widened in shock. How terrifying. At that moment, fourth brother, Chan Jun, leaned in and whispered in little sister's ear. Second brother is hiding because it seems like he has someone he likes. Oh no. Chapter 10. The fact that second brother had someone he liked immediately captured all of Chen Nongmo's attention. She couldn't keep staring at him, so she could only sneak a glance with her peripheral vision. Chao Lu. No matter how suave Chao Lu was, he was still a young man. His dark skin slowly turned crimson, not from shyness but from the sensitivity of the topic. Especially with little sister's curious gaze that seemed to float toward him, the feeling of awkwardness grew even stronger. But the little girl was so small that even tapping her on the head was enough to make an impression. Chao Lu was worried that speaking too loudly would frighten her, so in his discomfort, he directed his frustration at his younger brother. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Jun shrank his neck, his large hand resting on little sister's shoulder to shield her, and muttered stubbornly, I saw it last time. That girl named Tong Xiuxiu, the educated youth, brought you food. His family was well off so they didn't worry about food or clothing, but for most other families food was still scarce. A young girl bringing food to a young man, what could that mean? Although second brother had not accepted it, Chen Jun had seen his face turn red, so he guessed that second brother must like her. Chao Lu glared at the fourth brother who was using little sister as a shield. His face grew even darker. Look at you. Do you think six sisters' little arms and legs can protect you? After saying that, he straightened his face and added, From now on, don't let me hear you say such nonsense, especially talking behind someone's back about a girl. It's impolite. Upon hearing this, Chan Jun, who had been acting careless, scratched his head and apologized earnestly. I was wrong. I won't say it again. Chen Nongmo glanced at second brother, somewhat surprised that he would say such a thing. So, the idea of respecting women wasn't tied to the era one was born in. And, did he or did he not like that girl named Tong Xiuxiu? She dared not ask. In the living room, the faint aroma of tea wafted through the air. Chen Xiaomei drank several cups of hot tea in quick succession, like she was gulping them down, before finally feeling a little warmer. As she took off her thick coat, Chen Xiaomei looked around curiously and said, Don't give me sugary water, I'll just drink tea. Where are the boys? Chao Qiuhua, who had gone to the cupboard to grab a plate of dried fruits, placed the plate beside Xiaomei and sat down next to her. She then told a little white lie with good intentions. I don't know where they've run off to. Why are you here now? Aren't you going back today? Chen Xiaomei was also a girl from Shanshan village, and she had grown up alongside Chao Qiuhua as close childhood friends. Later, she married into a neighboring village, and their visits became less frequent, but their bond had always remained strong. She was a lively and straightforward person, never too formal or polite. Grabbing a handful of peanuts, she began shelling them while explaining her purpose. I'm staying at my mother's place today. I came over because someone asked me to talk to you about matchmaking. I'm not joking, but your son has quite a few people interested in him. Is Wuan already 29 this year? It's only because he's doing well that he hasn't become an old bachelor yet. Even the third one is now in the age to consider marriage. What are you thinking? If this drags on any longer, people will start talking. In fact, there had already been some rumors circulating. After all, there were few families around their village with such good conditions. Out of jealousy, all sorts of unflattering things were bound to be said. For instance, there were whispers that they were waiting for the right price, that they wanted to find a wife from the city and look down on rural girls. Or that the eldest son hadn't married yet because he had been injured in the war years ago, affecting his ability to have children. In short, the rumors weren't flattering. 20-some years ago, after the family had suffered a calamity, Chao Chuohua's temperament had become more and more calm. She no longer liked to visit people, and since she lived in a remote area, no one would deliberately bring gossip to her. She really didn't know what rumors were circulating outside. But during the years she had lived alone, she had experienced the destructive power of rumors firsthand and could more or less guess what was being said. Thinking of this, the smile that had been faint on Chao Chuohua's face faded even more. Let them talk. You know yourself that the eldest son is far away. I can only urge him in the letters, but in the end it depends on the kids themselves. If the kids weren't in a hurry, what use was it for her to be anxious? Marriage should be about finding the right person. Just like her and Chen Nongmo, who had come together due to their parents' arrangements during their youthful years. Although they had lived a decent life, it was never as passionate or heartfelt as it could have been. Later, when they each met the right person, they realized the difference. And it was precisely because she had walked that crooked path that she couldn't bear to see her children go through the same. This was also the reason why, over the years, no matter who came to mediate, Chao Chuohua would never make decisions for her sons. After eating a mouthful of peanuts, Chen Nongmo picked up her teacup and drank another cup of tea. After savoring it for a moment, she said, I know we don't make decisions for the kids directly. What would that make them? This is the new society now where we talk about free love, but as elders it's still fine to help them make connections. Whether they're suitable or not, let the kids decide for themselves. Chao Chuohua, curious, asked, So did you set your sights on the eldest? Chen Nongmo waved her hand, a proud look on her round face. No, this time it's that Chao Lu boy. Whose kid? The village secretary's eldest daughter. She's about the same age as your second son. The girl is quite pretty, fair and plump, and her family is well off. The only problem is she's a bit spoiled, but she doesn't have any other flaws. Oh, and she's also a classmate of your second son in high school, right? Chao Chuohua nodded. I remember that girl, she's the second son's classmate. The nearby kids all went to the county together for school. I've seen her a few times. She's quite pretty. Seeing that her old friend recognized the girl, Chen Nongmo became more enthusiastic. She stopped shelling peanuts and leaned in a bit closer, asking, What do you think? Chao Chuohua helplessly replied, What use is it for me to think? It still depends on the second son. Then what about Chao Lu? I'll ask him. Why the rush? Didn't you say you're not going back today? I'll ask the kids when they come home tonight, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the impatient Chen Nongmo suppressed her curiosity and chatted aimlessly for a while about the Zhang family and Li family. As the sky gradually darkened, she quickly stood up to take her leave. Chao Chuohua, along with Chen Zong, who had been sitting silently beside them, stood to see her off. It wasn't appropriate for a matchmaker to leave without any parting gift, even if they were old friends. Chao Chuohua even gave her some red bean cakes she had steamed herself. Chen Nongmo smiled brightly, accepting the gift and tucking it into her coat. I won't be polite. I've been wanting these red bean cakes for so many days. Chao Chuohua smiled as well. I'll make more tomorrow, you can come by in the afternoon. Chen Nongmo replied. Then I won't be polite. By the way, what about your new guest? I haven't seen her yet. I heard from Chunmei that she's quite a pretty girl. Chao Chuohua's smile froze for a moment as she realized her old friend had slipped into her usual habit. With a glance of irritation she said, Yu is still young. Haha. I was just asking, it's a habit. A habit. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Chen Nongmo, who had been eagerly listening to the gossip, quickly pulled her head back with a whoosh. It was the 26th day of the lunar month. Only 4 days remained until the new year of the year 1971. Chen Nongmo, who had long since lost her enthusiasm for the new year, suddenly seemed to regain the anticipation of her childhood. The long-forgotten sense of expectation nourished her emotions, making her almost feel that the falling snow outside and the rustling of the wind through the treetops had become poetic and picturesque. Though she didn't say anything in her heart, she had already made space, waiting for the new year to fill it. The others, who had noticed the sparkle in her eyes and the smile on her lips, seemed to have been infected by her joy. One by one, they left for the county town, carrying a cheerful energy. Today was the big market day, and everyone in the village had someone going to town. There was trade to be done, with different postures. But the one thing that remained the same was the vitality and energy that radiated from every simple face. Chen Nongmo and her group didn't linger at the market in town. After saying goodbye to the villagers traveling with them, they headed straight for the bus station. There was no fault in their haste. There was only one bus to the county every morning. If they missed it, they would have to find another way, either walking or riding a bicycle. No matter which way, in the bone-chilling cold of nearly 20 degrees below zero, nothing could compare to the comfort of a bus. Of course, there was another reason. Getting on early meant they could grab seats. Hey! The family boarded the bus, and with about half an hour until departure, most of the seats were still empty. As Chen Nongmo, who couldn't help but criticize the rough roads of this time, was thinking about calling her family to sit toward the front, she suddenly heard the surprised voice of her fourth brother. She instinctively looked up and saw everyone calmly finding their seats. However, her fourth brother seemed unable to take his eyes off a young woman sitting at the back. He kept glancing toward her. The girl was a slightly plump, pretty young woman with a healthy glow, but her gaze was unfriendly as she stared at second brother next to her. Chen Nongmo's mind stirred, and she suddenly recalled the girl Aunt Xiaomei had mentioned a couple of days ago, the one she had tried to introduce to second brother, only for him to refuse, claiming she wasn't suitable. With this thought in mind, Chen Nongmo stopped staring at the girl, and was about to turn around when suddenly everything went black in front of her eyes. Chao Lu, with a helpless expression, reached out and covered little sister's eyes. But since she had such a small face, he ended up covering her whole face tightly. Chen Nongmo. Chao Lu suppressed a laugh, coughed lightly, and pulled her to sit beside him, then lightly scolded her. What are you looking at? Sit properly. Chen Nongmo. Chapter 11. Chen Nongmo had initially wanted to chat more with her second brother about his high school classmate, Lu Yuanyuan. But once the bus started moving, whatever curiosity she had was buried under the biting cold wind. The bus, a relic that had likely been sputtering along for decades, allowed the frigid wind to seep in through its countless cracks and gaps as soon as it roared to life. The journey from the town to the county seat took nearly an hour. Throughout the trip, Chen Nongmo kept her face buried in her scarf. At first, it was to shield herself from the cold. Later, as more passengers got on and the bus became crowded, the cold abated. However, at some point someone boarded the bus carrying live chickens and ducks. The pungent smell of animal droppings nearly overwhelmed her. The ride was bumpy, cramped, and filled with unpleasant odors. By the time they finally arrived, Chen Nongmo, protected by second brother as they disembarked, bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for air. She longed desperately for the modern conveniences of her previous life. It's about a 10-minute walk to the cooperative. Want me to carry you? Chao Lu asked, worried as he noticed how pale the girl looked. Internally, he thought to himself that he'd have to make sure sixth sister ate more in the future. Her health seemed so poor, and she was so thin, light enough to lift with one hand. Chen Nongmo declined. No need. I just need to breathe in some fresh air. Chao Lu furrowed his thick eyebrows, ready to press the matter further, when a sharp voice from nearby interrupted him. Humph. Pretentious. Instinctively, Chen Nongmo turned her head. Before she could fully see who it was, something was tossed toward her chest. She reflexively reached out to catch it. It was 2 hard candies. They're orange-flavored. Lu Yuanyuan said from a short distance away. She had her chin slightly raised, her demeanor exuding arrogance. However, the faint redness around her eyes betrayed her true emotions. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo felt a flicker of amusement in her heart. She understood that this girl must have been embarrassed after being rejected, struggling to maintain her composure. Still, Chen Nongmo squeezed the candies in her hand, her eyes gradually curving into a smile. She thought the girl was rather endearing. Chao Lu had apparently come to the same conclusion. He didn't take offense at Lu Yuanyuan's earlier tone. Instead, he merely pressed his lips into a straight line and gave her a glance before turning back to his little sister. Let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting for us. Chen Nongmo unwrapped one of the candies and popped it into her mouth. The tangy sweetness spread across her tongue, suppressing the last trace of nausea. She smiled at Lu Yuanyuan and said, Thank you. Lu Yuanyuan's face turned red. She couldn't bring herself to meet the gaze of the pretty girl again. Instead, she glared at Chao Lu and snapped, It's because my dad said you're nice. It's not because I like you. After tossing out that remark, Lu Yuanyuan turned abruptly, her 2 dark braids swinging as she strode away with large steps. Brother, she's quite nice, Chen Nongmo remarked. The soft-hearted girl was obviously fond of second brother, despite her outward denial. Chao Lu patted his little sister's hat. I'm planning to enlist after the new year. I don't want to get married yet. Why drag her into this? Hearing that, Chen Nongmo didn't press further. She turned back briefly to look at Lu Yuanyuan, who had already run quite a distance, before heading toward manhwasummary, who was waiting for them not far away. But as she took just a few steps, a sudden memory surfaced in her mind, startling her so much that she stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Chen Nongmo blinked, quickly hiding the shock in her eyes. She looked up at second brother and said, Nothing. I just bit my tongue while eating the candy. Chao Lu didn't think much of it and teased her with a smile. You must have been too greedy. Manhwasummary, second brother said I'm greedy. Chen Nongmo called out in mock indignation, tattling to their mother. Hearing her daughter's playful complaint, Chao Chuhua laughed and joined in. Then we won't let him eat anything we buy later. Let's see how he likes not being greedy. Chen Nongmo wasn't really a 15-year-old after all. She had said that just to divert her second brother's attention. Now being doted on like this, her face flushed red. Seeing her expression, Chao Chuhua chuckled and took her little girl's hand, leading her toward the cooperative. The closer it got to the end of the year, the more people swarmed to stock up on supplies. They needed to move quickly. From the night Aunt Xiaomei had come over to propose the marriage match, Chen Nongmo had thought Lu Yuanyuan's name sounded familiar but hadn't dwelled on it. She'd merely assumed the two Yuanyuan characters were too common. It wasn't until just now, when she first learned that her second brother's goal was to become a soldier, that she suddenly remembered where the sense of familiarity came from. In the original novel, the male lead, Chu Wuwen, had a tragic ending for his little sister. But even Chao Lu, a minor supporting character with limited page time, had a fate that was less than ideal. At this thought, Chen Nongmo glanced up at the tall figure walking ahead of them, shielding her and Mom Chuhua from the cold wind alongside Dad Zong. Chao Lu. Chao Lu. When Chao Chuhua had chosen this name for her son, it was because she hoped to continue the Chao family's lineage. People of this era strongly believed in the importance of descendants. And yet, Chao Lu had remained unmarried his entire life. And the reason behind it all lay with the girl who had given her the candies, Lu Yuanyuan. As for what exactly had happened, Chen Nongmo could no longer recall. After all, in the original story, both she and Chao Lu were minor characters with little narrative attention. She only vaguely remembered that her second brother had passed the military selection process and on his way back from collecting his uniform at the Armed Forces Department, he had lost his leg. Technically speaking, it was because he saved his high school classmate Lu Yuanyuan. But why he had saved her, and how it had led to his injury, no matter how hard she tried, Chen Nongmo couldn't recall. She only knew that in the end, second brother had suffered severe soft tissue injuries. The damage had led to irreversible necrosis in his limb, and he ultimately had to undergo amputation. During the surgery, he had still been wearing the military uniform he had dreamed of for so long. At the same time, Chen Nongmo also remembered the regret that the novel's male lead, Chu Wuwen, had expressed for Chao Lu. He had said that second brother, in both physical ability and intelligence, was no worse than him. When university education was briefly halted, Chao Lu, still in middle school at the time, had already shared his plans for the future with the family. He wanted to graduate from high school, enlist in the army, and work his way up in the military. After a few years, he aimed to earn a recommendation for university admission through internal military channels. Yes, he had wanted to go to college. From the very beginning, his goals had been clear. But all of his plans and dreams had come to an abrupt halt because of a car accident. Although, after the reform and opening up, Chao Lu had still managed to build a substantial family business through his own abilities and the support of his brothers, the fact remained, he spent his life confined to a wheelchair, unable to walk. And, as the story had shown, second brother never married. Chen Nongmo didn't know whether he had never met someone he loved, or if there was some other reason behind it. But she thought, if the calamity could be avoided, her thoughtful and perceptive second brother should have no trouble achieving his dreams. The cooperative was now in sight. Chen Nongmo took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling in her heart. Surrounded by the protective circle of her family, she followed the crowd and squeezed into the marketplace. There was a long list of things to buy. Crowding together to shop wasn't an option. Even if they had all day to spend, the good items were always limited in quantity, and many others would be competing for them. Thus, as planned at home, once the family successfully pushed their way into the cooperative, they split up into pairs to shop efficiently. Chen Nongmo went to the third floor with fifth brother, Chen Yi, who was known for his reliable nature, to look at shoes. When she came over from N City, she had brought only a limited amount of belongings due to various considerations. Especially shoes. Of the 3 pairs she owned, only one could barely be worn. The others were far too flimsy for the current weather. In this era, leather shoes were considered a luxury. Compared to the noisy and crowded counters downstairs, the shoe section was relatively quiet. Chen Nongmo and fifth brother leaned against the glass display cases, their eyes fixed on the limited selection of winter leather boots inside. There were only 4 styles for men and even fewer for women, just 2 designs. Without wasting words, Chen Nongmo immediately picked a style and pulled out several lengths of straw rope from her bag. She handed them to the sales clerk, who was eyeing her skeptically, then pointed at a pair of leather boots that would be considered a retro design in later years. This style. Please take out 1 pair in each of these sizes for me. As she spoke, she pulled out the longest piece of rope from another pocket and handed it over. For this size, I'll need 4 pairs. Over the past few days, she had discreetly gathered information and learned that Dad Zong, big brother, second brother, and the helpful comrade Xiaozhong all wore shoes of roughly the same size. She hadn't dared to ask too directly about their exact measurements, so she used rope as a guide. Chen Yi, snapping out of his initial shock, frowned and tried to stop her. Sixth sister, just buy shoes for yourself. You're still growing. Don't buy shoes that fit you perfectly now. Go a size bigger so they'll last an extra 2 years. A single pair of shoes, excluding the ration coupons, cost nearly 30 yuan. With a wave of her hand, Chen Nongmo was about to spend close to 300 yuan. Even Chen Yi, who prided himself on his family being relatively well off, was thoroughly stunned. However, Chen Nongmo was determined. If she was going to send a letter and gifts to Big Brother, it wouldn't make sense to leave the rest of the family out. Besides, some of the sizes she was buying were for her parents. She had been thinking about them for a long time. Once she had their exact address, she intended to visit them in person to put her worries to rest. Ignoring the boy's disapproval, she smiled and said, "Fifth brother, you're so clever. I didn't even think about buying a size bigger." As she spoke, she took out a stack of ration coupons and some cash from her inner pocket and urged the still stunned sales clerk, "Please hurry." Ginny, was that what he had meant? Chapter 12. This is a New Year gift. Seeing that her fifth brother was about to say something more, Chen Nongmo quickly interrupted him. Noticing his sixth sister's firm attitude, Chen Yi remained silent for a few moments before raising his hand to pat her head. His tone carried a sense of weariness. "Be careful. Mom and Dad might beat someone up." "They won't," Chen Nongmo replied with certainty. "And most they would grumble for a bit." Chen Yi pointed at himself helplessly. "They'll beat me." Chen Nongmo stifled her laughter and then in an unusually considerate tone said, "Don't worry. I'll stand in front of you." The tall and slender young man lowered his head to look at his younger sister, who only came up to his shoulder. Seeing her growing more relaxed, he smiled. When he spoke again, there was a teasing hint of doubt in his tone. "You think you can shield me? I'm not short," Chen Nongmo protested, annoyed by his doubtful gaze. Even if she didn't grow any taller, she was still about 1.6 meters tall, petite and delicate, which was adorable, wasn't it? Besides, she was only 16 years old, according to her nominal age. Chen Yi quickly tried to soothe her. All right, not short. Not short. But honestly, there's no need to buy so many shoes. Just get some for the elders, okay? This money could buy 2 bicycles. This time, Chen Nongmo didn't reply but instead made her refusal crystal clear with her attitude. She was fully aware that this wasn't a small amount of money, but she didn't spend like this all the time. If she did, no matter how much money their parents prepared, it wouldn't be enough for her to squander. Moreover, she had already started learning how to make clothes and shoes. Once her skills improved to a presentable level, she could save a lot by doing it herself. The reason she insisted on buying boots was that she noticed her brothers were the type who liked going out a lot. However, their cotton shoes weren't waterproof, and all of them had chilblains on their feet. These leather boots, with their thick fur lining and waterproof exterior, would surely be warm. If properly maintained, they could last for 10 years without a problem. With that thought in mind, she turned to the shop assistant, who was busy comparing sizes, and added, "Comrade, not just my pair. Please size up the other pairs as well. Oh, and could you grab a few more tubes of shoe polish?" Hearing this, the shop assistant instinctively glanced at the thick stack of money in the girl's hand and smiled even more warmly. "Of course. We already have shoe polish at home," Chen Yi reminded her. Their father and eldest brother often went into the mountains, where cotton shoes couldn't handle the dampness. As a result, there were already 2 pairs of leather boots in their household. Even though the boots had been carefully maintained for many years, the leather had cracked in several places. Later, when Big Brother joined the military unit, he left his pair of boots for second brother. Next year, when second brother successfully passed the selection to join the military unit, the boots would then be handed down to third brother. The shoe polish is for Big Brother and his friend Comrade Xiao, Chen Nongmo explained thoughtfully. Since she was already gifting the boots, a box of shoe polish was hardly an extra expense. Once she committed to doing something, she always aimed to do it perfectly. Measuring the shoe sizes didn't take long, but the store didn't have so many pairs in stock on display. The shop assistant had to go back and forth to the warehouse to retrieve them. The process ended up taking more than half an hour. When Chen Yi, both delighted and distressed, finally carried the dozen or so pairs of shoes and carefully protected his little sister as they headed down to the first floor, they saw from afar that their parents were still waiting in line. "Let's find a place to wait," Chen Yi suggested. Not wanting to squeeze into the crowd downstairs, Chen Nongmo nodded in agreement and followed her fifth brother to a sheltered corner out of the wind. They sat down to wait. Although he had tried to stop her from buying the shoes earlier, once the teenager actually had his own pair of leather boots, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At just 15 years old, he held his boots close and kept looking at them with a face full of excitement. This was the first time he'd ever had a pair of leather boots of his own. While the family was doing relatively well, They weren't exceptionally wealthy. Other than being generous with food, their spending habits were much the same as others in the village. Especially when it came to clothing and shoes, apart from soft fabrics used for undergarments, most of the clothes and shoes the brothers wore were made from the durable old fabric their mother wove. The material was tough and long-lasting. Still, he couldn't just take his little sister's gift without giving something back. He'd have to think of a better return gift later. Want to put them on now? Chen Nongmo asked as she freed her hands from her gloves, preparing to take out her own boots to change into. She felt the cold easily, and the new boots were sure to be warmer. Chen Yi, his thoughts interrupted, stepped forward slightly to block her. Shaking his head, he disapproved. Save them for New Year's. It's not a holiday now, why wear new shoes? Chen Nongmo blinked and, seeing that her fifth brother was serious, withdrew her hand. She put her gloves back on, rested her chin in her hands, and gazed at the clean and refined young man with a smile. See, having new shoes made him happy after all. Chen Yi, feeling awkward under his little sister's gaze for a moment, eventually broke into a big, contented smile of his own. Of course, the siblings' smiles didn't last long. Before they knew it, their joy was frozen solid by their parents' dark expressions. Though the shoes weren't returned, Chen Nongmo and Chen Yi were scolded the entire way home. Most of the scolding was directed at Chen Yi. In Chao Qiuhua and Chen Zong's eyes, it was understandable that their youngest daughter, given her past circumstances, didn't have much of a sense of money. But for their youngest son, who had accompanied her and failed to stop her spending, he bore the brunt of the blame. If they weren't going to yell at him, then who else? The culprit, Chen Nongmo, who had promised to help divert some of the scolding, shamelessly hid behind the amused second brother. She wore an expression of pure innocence as if she had nothing to do with it. The sight of her hiding made the usually good-tempered Chen Yi grind his teeth in frustration. The county's state-owned restaurant was famous for its chef's extraordinary skills. It was said that his ancestors had once been imperial chefs. While this claim couldn't be verified, it was still impressive that he could maintain his reputation as head chef even during these sensitive times. At the state-owned restaurant, Chen Nongmo once again encountered Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan didn't seem to notice them. She was surrounded by a group of neatly dressed young people, chatting and laughing with her bright and animated expression. She was a radiant and lively girl. Remembering the book's plot, in which Lu Yuanyuan indirectly caused second brother to lose a leg and later fell into despair, changing her personality and dying young, Chen Nongmo grew increasingly concerned about the disaster looming after the new year. What are you spacing out for? Come with me to line up over there, Chao Lu said, tugging little sister's arm and pulling her toward a long queue. Dragged along, Chen Nongmo asked blankly, what are they selling? Why is the line so long? Smoked pork knuckle. It's that dish you loved last night. It's the chef's specialty, and they only sell a limited amount each day. Once it's gone, it's gone. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo no longer needed second brother to drag her. She eagerly stepped forward to join the crowd. Smoked pork knuckle. She absolutely had to get some. After enjoying a hearty meal, the family made their way to the post office. This year, Chu Wuwen still couldn't make it home for the new year. As usual, the family prepared a package of food and clothing to send to him. With the addition of the leather boots and a letter from Chen Nongmo, the package looked particularly large and sturdy, weighing around 20 pounds. Big Brother was stationed in H Province, about a 3-day journey from home. Barring any unexpected delays, the package should reach him before the new year. As they left the post office, Chen Nongmo found herself wondering whether Big Brother would be happy to receive her letter of thanks and the boots. A blood-related brother, huh? The thought felt so strange and wonderful to her. The package, filled with the love and care of the family, indeed arrived at the 738th Military Unit, just as Chen Nongmo had hoped, on the eve of the Lunar New Year. At the end of the year, many soldiers received packages from home. Some arrived earlier, some later. There was, however, an unwritten rule. Whatever was received, half of it should be shared with familiar comrades. It had been this way every year, and this year was no exception. When Chu Wuwen cheerfully carried the large package back to his single dormitory, he wasn't surprised to find a room full of wolves waiting for him. He laughed and cursed. Are you all bloodhounds or something? How did you sniff this out and get here so fast? The 1st Battalion commander reached out to grab the package. Stop wasting words. Hand it over. The 2nd Battalion commander chuckled. Lieutenant Colonel Chen, this year's package seems even bigger than usual. Hurry up and open it. Let's see what goodies are inside. As they spoke, the 1st Battalion commander pulled out a pair of scissors he had prepared in advance and started cutting the package open, grinning widely. Meanwhile, the package's rightful owner, Chu Wuwen, was unceremoniously shoved to the outer edge of the group. He didn't mind, though. Even with all the joking around, everyone knew their limits. Your package should be arriving in the next couple of days, right? Unable to squeeze back into the crowd, Chu Wuwen casually sat down beside his close friend, crossing his long legs in a relaxed manner as he struck up some small talk. Xiaozheng thought for a moment. Not sure. The route to J City is far, and with all the spring festival packages, it might not arrive until after the holiday. Just as Chu Wuwen was about to respond, a chorus of excited shouts erupted from the group of comrades. Whoa! 2 pairs of leather boots. These things are crazy expensive. Lieutenant Colonel Chen's family really goes all out. But why would they send 2 pairs of the exact same boots? Hearing this, Chu Wuwen exchanged a glance with Xiaozheng. Then both of them got up and walked over. Lieutenant Colonel Chen, there's a letter here, the 1st Battalion commander said, handing over a thick envelope. Chu Wuwen's gaze lingered on the boots for a moment before he quickly tore open the envelope. Even before reading a word, an uneasy feeling began to creep into his chest. Sure enough, as soon as he unfolded one of the letters and saw the unfamiliar yet slightly immature handwriting, his expression darkened. His eyes darted back and forth between the boots and his close friend. After a long silence, he finally gritted his teeth and said, dripping with sarcasm, "The other pair is for you." Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chapter 13. Me? Mom gave them to me. Compared to his friend's dark expression, Xiaozheng was more surprised. He stood up, walked over, and reached for one of the pairs of shoes to examine it. Over the years, although Aunt Chohua would send old Chan food when she sent things, she had never sent him any clothes or shoes. Hearing this, Chu Wuwen glanced at his friend, who had already removed his shoes and was happily trying on the leather boots. His face stiffened, and just as he was about to shift the blame to his mother, someone shouted, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, you actually have a little sister? How come you've never mentioned her? You've been hiding her too well." Before the lie could even leave his lips, it was exposed. Looking into the surprised eyes of old Xiao, the tall and sturdy man, enraged and embarrassed, glared at the company commander, who was secretly glancing at the letter. He waved his hand at the guys lagging behind and shouted, "Hurry up! Take the food and get lost." The others weren't intimidated. They continued to leisurely pick through the food in the packages. After they had taken half of the good stuff, they finally left, laughing and chatting as they went. Just as they were leaving, the company commander made a quick return. He stuck his head back in and asked the people inside, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, how old is your little sister this year?" At this, not only Chu Wuwen but even Xiaozheng, who had changed into new shoes, looked over. He stared at the company commander, narrowing his long, sharp eyes, and smiled meaningfully. "The age where she would call you uncle." Upon hearing this, the company commander clicked his tongue and reflexively replied, "I'm only 1 year older than Lieutenant Colonel Xiao, right?" The implication being that both of them were at the age to be uncles. In response, Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow but didn't refute it. Clearly, he accepted that title. Chu Wuwen, however, was amused and mocked. "What kind of spring and autumn dreams are you having? Should I be calling you both uncles too?" Whoosh! In an instant, the company commander was completely gone, disappearing from the door. After the playful banter, the frustration that had been bothering Chu Wuwen faded away. He handed the letter, which he had been holding in his hand, to his good friend and then unfolded his parents' letter, quickly scanning through it. The letter was long just like before. It not only contained his parents' deep concern but also greetings from his younger brothers and recent family matters. But more than anything, it was filled with praise for the little sister. Well-behaved, considerate, beautiful, elegant, intelligent. In short, all kinds of flattering words were lavished on the little sister, who he had never met. This made Chu Wuwen even more curious about the little girl who shared his name. Little sister, huh? Meanwhile, Xiaozheng finished reading the brief yet sincere letter of thanks. He felt a bit surprised. His family's Master Ji and the national doctor, Dr. Min, had connections. A few years ago, when old Chan had asked him to help arrange a medical checkup for the girl, he had learned about Chen Nongmo's special situation. A few days ago, when old Chen mentioned that the little sister had regained her sanity, Xiaozheng had been happy for his friend, though also curious. However, he had no intention of digging deeper. He certainly hadn't expected that the girl would send him a gift. By the way, how old was the little sister? 15, right? As he thought about it, Xiaozheng carefully folded the letter, suddenly feeling that the shoes on his feet were getting a bit too warm. He was a grown man, receiving a gift from a 15-year-old girl? Although it was a token of thanks for his help, Xiaozheng still felt a bit embarrassed. He thought about returning the favor. "You mentioned buying a gift for our little sister last time. Did you send it yet?" Chu Wuwen, who had been busy to the point of exhaustion, finally stopped working just recently. A look of regret appeared on his face. "I haven't had time to buy it yet. Didn't you say the flowered cotton jacket wasn't nice?" Who could have guessed that with all the delays, it was his older brother, who was over 10 years older, who had ended up receiving a gift from the little sister first. Especially now, after reading the family's various praises for the little sister in the letter, and with the warm new leather boots at hand, Chu Wuwen couldn't help but feel his heart soften. Little sister, huh? It seemed so different from the younger brothers. After all, he hadn't received any gifts from those little rascals in the 10 years he'd been away from home. Thinking of this, Chu Wuwen looked back at his friend. What do girls from J-City like? I'm sure if I buy something according to the tastes of the women there, it'll be a safe bet for Yu. Xiao Zheng was surprised. Yu. Ink for the brush for the ink. Was that a nickname related to ink? The little girl's nickname. I'm asking you, what do the women from J-City like as gifts? Xiao Zheng, helpless, shrugged. How would he know? His family didn't have such a young girl. Still, feeling the warmth from the shoes on his feet, the man thought seriously for a moment before asking, what does little sister look like? Or how does she usually dress? As for her appearance, Chu Wuwen really couldn't remember much, since he'd only seen a few photos at home. She looks a lot like me. We're real siblings. Xiao Zheng sized up his friend's appearance, finding it hard to imagine what a female version of Chu Wuwen would look like. Especially when he imagined a strong woman wearing a flowered cotton jacket. He shivered, feeling a bit speechless. How about we send little sister some New Year's money? She can buy whatever she likes. Chu Wuwen gave old Xiao a disgusted look, thinking he should never have hoped for a good answer from him. Never mind. He would find a way to contact the old man, who was at the Artillery Academy studying ideology, and ask him what Yu liked. It would also be a good chance to check in on his latest situation. And for little sister to get the old man's address, she would need the old man's consent first. New Year's Eve. It started snowing again. The snow was falling all around. Chen Nongmo spent the better part of the morning playing ice sled with her third and fourth brothers at the flat ground near the village. Her face, which had always been a little pale, had turned rosy. Sixth brother, stop moving, let me do it. Chen Jun sat behind little sister, using both hands to push on the wooden stick, trying to catch up with manhwa, who was constantly turning around and taunting them. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo's eyes brightened as she obediently pulled her hands away from the wooden stick, steadying herself. As the small sled beneath her picked up speed, the smile on her face grew wider. She was quickly catching up to her third brother, who was shouting and howling ahead. Suddenly, a booming voice reached their ears. Third and fourth brothers. Are you itching for a beating? Don't you see the snow? You're going to make little sister catch a cold. The group, caught up in their racing and completely oblivious to the time, was startled by the shout. They all shrank back and turned to look. Before they could even see second brother's expression in the distance, they heard a loud thud. Chen Nongmo turned back just in time to see her third brother, who had been full of pride moments before, crash into a tree. The impact caused the snow from the tree branches to fall in a cascade, quickly burying him under a small mound of snow. Everyone. Ha ha ha. Chen Jun's laughter, full of schadenfreude, echoed through the air. Of course, his gloating didn't last long. After they returned home, the mischief makers were promptly scolded by their parents. The two brothers, dejected, watched as their little sister, who had also played for hours, was only mildly reprimanded by their mother and then treated to a cup of warm milk to comfort her. How should they put it? The contrast was stark, and they envied her greatly, but neither of them dared to say a word. Stop looking at those two fools, drink your milk, Chao Chuhua said with a helpless but fond scolding when she noticed her daughter's gaze drifting toward the two naughty boys. Chen Nongmo felt a bit embarrassed. She rarely had the chance to play so freely, and it was her first time gliding on the ice, so she got a bit carried away. Mom Chuhua, I'm not cold at all, I'm even sweating. You don't understand, do you? Sweating makes you more likely to catch a cold. You mustn't do that again. Those two boys knew better, but they still took you to play like that. I think they got off too lightly. Seeing Mom Chuhua's expression darken again, Chen Nongmo quickly changed the subject. By the way, Big Brother should have received the package by now, right? Chao Chuhua instinctively replied. It should have arrived. That brat doesn't even know what he's busy with. It's been 3 years since he came back. Having a son is just him coming to collect debts. Chen Nongmo still trying to think of something else to talk about. By the way, Yu probably doesn't even know what Big Brother looks like, right? Chen Nongmo sifted through her limited memories and shook her head. No, Mom and Dad didn't have time to show me any photos. Mentioning the animecouple, Chao Chuhua couldn't help but feel uneasy. In her view, it would have been so much better if GMO and Yu had come to live with them. What was there to feel shy about? Could the face be more important than living well? She wondered what had become of them. Though she was pondering these things, Chao Chuhua didn't let her daughter see her thoughts. She gently reached out to pat her girl's head. There are photos at home. Drink your milk first, and I'll go get them for you to look at. Upon hearing this and watching her mother quickly leave, Chen Nongmo's curiosity grew. She wondered if Big Brother looked more like manhwa, or more like Dadzong, or maybe, would there be any similarities between them as siblings? Then, as she looked at the photos in her hands, Chen Nongmo fell silent. How should she put it? As the male lead of a book, Chu Wuen's appearance was naturally extraordinary. Sharp brows, starry eyes, and a handsome, resolute face. But, compared to Chen Nongmo, who resembled her mother in appearance, it couldn't really be called similar. It was more accurate to say that they had no resemblance at all. Chapter 14. You two don't look alike. Chen Nongmo nodded. My eyes are like Dadzong's, the rest look like Mom's. Big Brother, except for his eyes, looks just like Dadzong. It's just about right. Chao Chuhua handed over another group photo. Chen Nongmo focused his attention. The 2-inch photo was a bit old, with its edges already faded. In it, a beautiful woman wore a serious expression, holding a pink bundle in her arms. Who is this? That's Wuen's 1-year-old photo. At that time your dad was still out fighting the Japanese and we didn't know when he would come back. That little rascal changed every day, so I thought I'd take a photo to mark his first year. As she spoke, she took the dozen or so photos in her hands and neatly arranged them in order of age. He looked more like me when he was younger. The older he got, the more he resembled Dimeo. Really was true. Chen Nongmo looked through the photos one by one, from the chubby little bun to the sharp-eyed young man. She flipped to the last photo. The back was marked with June 1955. Only until 15 years old? That little rascal became more rebellious as he grew. Later he refused to take photos no matter what. It wasn't until he went to the military unit to enlist that, after he grew up a bit and became more sensible, he finally sent a few back. Though her words sounded full of disdain, the way Chao Chuhua lovingly caressed the photos showed how much she cherished them. Chen Nongmo noticed her gesture and smiled. Mom Chuhua must miss Big Brother. Chao Chuhua also smiled, as she put the photos away. I do, especially during the new year. Every place has its own customs and traditions, and Chen Nongmo understood that the feeling of wanting family together for the Spring Festival was something that had persisted among the Chinese people for generations. She helped Chao Chuhua tidy up the photos and change the subject. When will Dadzong and second brother be back? Just before, after tidying up the photos of third brother and fourth brother, Dadzong had gone out carrying a lot of food with second brother. They said they were going to deliver food to the elderly and widowed in the village. At first, Chen Nongmo thought this was something every village did, but upon asking, he learned that only Shanshan village had this custom, and it wasn't very old, having begun during the disaster of 1940. Chao Chuhua packed all the photos into an envelope, and upon hearing this, calculated the time. At least an hour or more. Then let's start making dumplings. Dadzong and the others will be back just in time for lunch. On New Year's Eve, the village had slaughtered a New Year pig, and each family had been given a large piece. Today's dumplings were filled with cabbage and pork. Okay. After the meal, the snow started to fall heavier and heavier. Since it was a holiday and there was no school, Chen Nongmo was wrapped up like a dumpling by Mom Chuhua, and, along with her brothers, set off for the production team's communal house. The communal house was where the autumn harvest grain was temporarily stored, and also served as the place for collective labor. It was very spacious with high walls. Every time the commune's projectionist came to show a film, they would choose this place. For the New Year's Eve celebration, the old secretary had to argue a lot before he managed to get permission for today's movie screening. In this information-isolated era, news spread much faster than Chen Nongmo had expected. By the time the siblings, wearing their new leather boots and carrying small stools, arrived at the communal house from the foot of the mountain, it was already packed with people. It wasn't just people from their village. Quite a few villagers from neighboring villages had also come. Everyone was wearing their best clothes and chatting joyfully, even though there was still more than half an hour until the movie would start. Looking at the crowded room, Chen Nongmo tilted her head and asked, "Did we arrive late?" "No, not late. Walk this way." Chao Lu lifted the stool above his head, signaling for his petite little sister to follow him. At the same time, Chen Hui, who was just as big and sturdy as a mountain, immediately followed, and the two brothers moved forward, protecting her as they squeezed through the crowd. "We're here." Chen Nongmo, not at all bothered by the crowd, looked up when she heard and saw a few teenage boys waving at them from a spot not far away, where there was some empty space. Did second brother make arrangements ahead of time? Your legs are too short to run fast. The response came from third brother Chen Hui. Chen Nongmo turned her head and, seeing her third brother's serious face, which didn't realize the sharpness of what he had just said, politely rolled her eyes. Then she lowered her head to focus on the path ahead, and walked directly toward the empty space. Chen Hui scratched his head and uncertainly asked, "Did sixth sister just roll her eyes?" Chao Lu gave his younger brother a helpless glance and answered with certainty. She rolled her eyes at you. Why? Chao Lu shook his head and quickly caught up with his little sister. He positioned himself between the little sister and his third brother, ensuring that Chen Nongmo was protected in the middle as they settled into their seats. It was only when she had just sat down that Chen Nongmo realized the row ahead of them was occupied by the village's educated youth. The girl named Tong Xiuxiu was sitting right in front of her. Without thinking, she glanced over to her left at second brother. Chao Lu didn't notice the look his little sister gave him. He pulled a walnut out of his pocket, cracked it with a couple of sharp snaps, and skillfully handed the nut meat to her. Just as Chen Nongmo reached out to take it, someone on her right offered her a handful of sunflower seeds. Without hesitation, she pulled out her pocket and motioned for third brother to place them inside. It wasn't much, but to the others watching, it seemed like the little girl was pampered, having someone crack her walnuts and serve her seeds. It was clear to them that she was a city girl, spoiled and used to being taken care of. Most people only muttered about it quietly in their minds, but a few couldn't hold back and half-jokingly scolded. A girl should behave like a girl. How can you expect the men to serve you? At first, Chen Nongmo didn't even realize they were talking about her. It wasn't until second brother turned around, his face full of honest humility, that she understood. My dad usually takes care of my mom like this. As sons we learn by example. Please don't make fun of us. When he finished speaking, Chen Nongmo turned around to see the dark-skinned aunt with drooping eyelids, her face even longer than before, as if someone had just owed her money. That's Aunt Xiuying from the neighboring village. I heard she once wanted to marry her sister off to our dad, but our dad liked our mom instead. Later, Xiuying's sister ended up marrying a bad man, and she's been holding a grudge against our mom ever since. Every time they meet, she looks like she's got something against her. Chen Hui whispered to his little sister, explaining the situation. Chen Nongmo snickered. She hadn't expected to hear gossip about Dad Zong, but it made sense. He was such a considerate man with good looks. It wasn't surprising that people liked him when he was young. What amused her even more was second brother Chao Lu's clever reply. Always humble yet sharp in his words, it was no wonder Aunt Xiuying looked so displeased. Crack crack. For the next few minutes, the four brothers cracked walnuts together, giving all the nut meat to their little sister. Chen Nongmo of course didn't refuse the food. Even without looking back, she could feel the growing tension in the air behind her. But who cared? To be frank, her life wasn't bad. While others might feel sorry for her, what did that have to do with Mom Qiuhua and Dad Zong? Aunt Xiuying didn't blame her sister's lousy husband, but instead took out her anger on someone else. It didn't make much sense to her. Do you want some? These were sent from my home. Tong Xiuxiu, having heard the noise behind her, knew exactly what was going on. She had been in the countryside for more than half a year now, and there were no secrets here. Naturally, she was aware of Aunt Xiuying's subtle remarks. She couldn't stand people who acted superior because of their age, so she pulled out a packet of cookies she had been reluctant to eat and turned to offer them. Chen Nongmo was a bit surprised. Her gaze shifted from the cookie box to the girl's slightly flushed cheeks. She had already heard from third brother that about a month ago, when second brother went to the town to sell some game, he had accidentally ended up in the black market and was noticed by Tong Xiuxiu. Because of that incident, Tong Xiuxiu had started to develop feelings for second brother. This wasn't unusual. Many girls had a hero complex. Chen Nongmo, being just an ordinary person, thought that if she were ever saved by a handsome young man in a dangerous situation, she might feel the same way. But, as second brother had said, he planned to join the army after the new year and wasn't interested in dating right now. So, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to get involved with second brother at this time. However, with so many eyes on her, refusing the girl would probably cause embarrassment. With that thought, Chen Nongmo, not wanting to get involved in others' feelings, first pulled out a few pieces of candy from her pocket and handed them to the girl. Then she took a few biscuits from the box and politely said, "Thank you." Tong Xiuxiu glanced at the large, mountain-like man beside her, her face turning even redder, and handed the remaining biscuits to her. "Comrade Chao, please have some, and thank you for your help last time." Chao Lu replied, "Thank you, but it's fine. You've already thanked me for that." Upon hearing this, although Tong Xiuxiu looked a bit disappointed, she didn't say anything more. She sighed and turned back to her friends, quietly whispering with them. "Second brother is really popular," Chen Nongmo teased, winking at third brother. "Of course, in a couple of years I'll be just as popular," came Chen Hui's confident response. Chen Nongmo, should she tell third brother that, although he was a bit naive, he and the not-so-naive second brother were on completely different levels? The movie was great, an old film that had been released in the early 1960s. It was Chen Nongmo's first time watching it, but the others had all seen it no less than 10 times. Still, the enthusiasm for the animated film couldn't be contained. Even after the 110-minute movie ended, many villagers were reluctant to leave. They gathered together, excitedly discussing it. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chen Nongmo and the others had to head back to help with dinner preparations. After saying goodbye to familiar faces, they grabbed their small stools and left. Inside the communal house there had been hundreds of people, and it had been very warm. Once outside, the cold air immediately rushed in from all directions. Chen Nongmo shrank her head, burying her face in her scarf, trying to hold on to some of the warmth from the communal house. "Running will warm you up," Chao Lu said, tightening the scarf around his little sister's neck. After making sure she was bundled up properly, leaving only her eyes exposed, he gently pulled her into a light jog. When they got home, Dad Zong took second brother to paste up the New Year's couplets. Chen Nongmo and her 3 other brothers joined Mom Chiohua in preparing the evening meal. There were small chickens stewed with mushrooms, pork and cabbage with vermicelli, stir-fried meat. A total of 8 hearty dishes, each one a substantial portion. When it was time to eat, Dad Zong poured rice wine, giving each person a large bowl. Even Chen Nongmo was allowed to have a couple of sips. The taste was smooth and fragrant, completely different from the spicy flavor she had expected. If she weren't being watched so closely, she might have had a few more sips. After they were full, the sky had already turned completely dark. The restless boys dragged little sister outside to play with firecrackers. Chen Nongmo wasn't particularly fond of firecrackers, but since it was the new year, throwing a few to join in the fun felt just right. Once they finished with the firecrackers, the whole family gathered together to play cards and stay up late, until after midnight, when everyone finally returned to their rooms. Chen Nongmo thought the last day of 1970 had come to an end. But when she changed into soft clothes and crawled into the warm bed, adjusting her pillow, she found a stack of heavy red envelopes placed underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 6. Chapter 15. Under the pillow, 6 red envelopes containing New Year's money, wrapped in red paper, had already far surpassed the total amount that Chen Nongmo's mother had spent on shoes for the family. While she was touched, she also couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. At the same time, she had completely recognized the fact that, until she could earn money independently, handmade gifts would be more readily accepted by others. However, the surprise did not end there. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, on the 3rd day after Chen Nongmo had returned to her studies, the postman delivered a letter from Big Brother. When she took the 2 100-yuan remittance slips that Mom Chiohua handed over, she was completely stunned. So, even Big Brother and Comrade Xiao had used the excuse of giving New Year's money to return the money they owed? At this thought, Chen Nongmo felt the remittance slips in her hand burn with heat. "Who told you, a little girl, to waste money? Now you know how serious it is, huh?" After reading her son's letter, Chao Chiohua noticed that her daughter looked as wilted as if frostbitten. Amused, she reached out and poked her. This lesson truly left a deep impression on Chen Nongmo. "But, Mom Chiohua, I really want to thank Comrade Xiao." Big Brother was a different story. They were siblings, so taking his New Year's money was understandable, and she didn't feel much pressure about it. But Xiao Zheng, Comrade Xiao, had no such relationship with her. Now, in her attempt to show her gratitude, she had given him a pair of shoes worth 28 yuan, only for him to return 100 yuan in New Year's money. There was no better deal than this. Chao Chiohua, however, was not as anxious as her daughter. "It's fine that kid Xiao Zheng is as close to your brother as if they were real brothers. He probably just treats you like a little sister and has no other intentions." After saying this, seeing that her daughter's furrowed brows hadn't relaxed, she suggested, "How about making them both a couple of shirts? I'll cut the fabric for you, and you can sew them yourself." Chen Nongmo, who had once worked as a summer intern and learned the skill of working on an assembly line, thought for a few seconds and then said, "All right, but I want to decide on the style myself. I'll make one set for each of them." "All right. Just make the same ones. Those 2 boys are close, always together, so wearing the same thing will be festive. Your brother will definitely be happy." At this point, Chao Chiohua had already started to look forward to the happy expressions on her son and little Xiao's faces when they received identical clothes. She eagerly suggested, "How about this afternoon, we ask second brother to ride you to the town? You can use the money on the remittance slip. Do you have fabric ration tickets?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo, realizing that her mother was right, responded cheerfully, "I've got the tickets." After lunch, Chen Nongmo, wrapped up like a ball, sat on the backseat of second brother's bicycle as he took her toward the town. Since New Year's Eve, the snow had been falling without pause day and night for several days. It only quietly stopped the previous night. The 2 siblings rode along, stepping on the fluffy snow blanket, which squeaked in protest with every step. They were already sweating by the time they reached the main road leading into the town. On the way, they encountered a tractor from another village, with a man and a woman sitting on it, both wearing military coats and leifeng hats. They sat upright, looking unfazed by the cold, exuding confidence, with several large bundles placed beside them. The two of them knew Chao Lu. Amidst the tractor's rumbling thrum, they exchanged greetings. Through this brief exchange, Chen Nongmo learned that these two were students from the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, heading to the provincial capital to catch a train for school. After the tractor drove off, she asked, "Second brother, have you ever considered trying for a spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University?" No matter how much this university was criticized later on at this time, it was still a place that many young people dreamed of. Chao Lu didn't dismiss his younger sister with a flippant answer, but instead explained seriously, "A family can't have 4 university students. It's more appropriate for me and fifth brother to compete for military recruitment opportunities and try for internal recommendations." Chen Nongmo was stunned for a few seconds before she understood the meaning of his words. Third brother and fourth brother had more lively personalities, and the competition for spots in the military unit was even more intense than for the local Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. In theory, it was indeed more likely for second brother, who was more steady and had better grades, and fifth brother to have a better chance of securing spots. She was about to ask if third brother and fourth brother knew, but the words were swallowed before they could leave her mouth. This question was meaningless. With the careless personalities of third brother and fourth brother, they definitely wouldn't know. After spending these past few days together, Chen Nongmo had already noticed that third brother and fourth brother fit the carefree image of young men that she had seen in her past life. On the other hand, second brother and fifth brother were already mature beyond their years. So this decision was definitely one they had discussed and made themselves. Once she sorted out this key point, Chen Nongmo pulled her coat tighter around her, unsure of how to respond. She couldn't tell her brothers that the college entrance exam would be restored in 6 years, but not saying it made her feel uneasy. After a long silence, Chen Nongmo finally couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, "What if the university entrance exam is restored in a few years? Didn't you guys just comment on how quickly the policies change?" She asked carefully, but Chao Lu responded firmly, "The university entrance exam will definitely be restored, just like Dimeo's dad was temporarily out of power. But this is something for you to know. Don't tell anyone else." "I won't say anything." However, Chen Nongmo was truly stunned. How is second brother so sure? Chao Lu didn't elaborate, only vaguely said, "Every dynasty change involves political struggles. It's nothing new. Just listen and remember it." It wasn't new indeed, but in this time when information was scarce, and even buying a book was difficult, second brother's insight far surpassed that of most people. If most people could understand this, the tragic families of later periods during these special times wouldn't be as numerous. Thinking about this, Chen Nongmo blinked, brushing away the complexity in her eyes. She asked, "Since second brother knows the university entrance exam will be restored, haven't you thought about waiting for it?" Chao Lu smiled. "I won't wait. Who knows how long it will take? 5 years? 10 years? Maybe even longer. Becoming a soldier is also something I've always wanted." After successfully buying the fabric, Chen Nongmo and second brother tacitly agreed, and neither of them brought up the topic they had discussed on the way back. In the following days, she obediently stayed at home, studying and working on the clothes. Most of the fabric available at that time came in 3 colors: black, white, and dark blue. Compared to the dark colors, white fabric was considered a rare commodity. Although she had seen some white fabric in the town, Chen Nongmo didn't buy it. While it looked nice, she felt it wasn't practical since it was easy to get dirty. Instead, she chose dark blue cotton fabric and made 2 identical Zhongshan collar shirts, along with 2 pairs of black pants. To be honest, the cotton fabric wasn't as comfortable as pure cotton, but she found that pure cotton tended to shrink and wrinkle easily, and ironing it was troublesome. So she opted for the more durable and wrinkle-resistant cotton fabric. Zhongshan suits weren't rare at that time. Many cadres liked to wear them, and if they added a couple of pins to their chest pockets, they looked like intellectuals. However, making them into shirts was less common, as most were designed with a turned-down collar. When the shirts were finished, manhwasummary immediately suggested that when the weather warmed up, she would make one for every man in the family. The day she sent the clothes out was also the first day of middle school. Besides the twins, Chan Jun and Chan Yi, who were carrying their school bags and heading to report, Chen Nongmo also went with them. A few days earlier, Chen Zong had already spoken with the principal. Today, after mailing the clothes, the twins took their little sister to the principal's office, where, as agreed, she was to take an exam. In fact, nowadays the school barely taught academic knowledge, and the teachers were all on edge. For Chen Nongmo, even attending school wasn't much of an issue. But her situation was special. She didn't even have a primary school graduation certificate. So, under the watchful eyes of the principal and her older brothers, she calculated her scores. She passed 3 of the 4 subjects, but one subject only scored 42 points. In Chen Nongmo's eyes, the results that were hard to bear were enough for the principal to agree to let her advance to the second year of middle school. Meanwhile, fourth brother and fifth brother, proud with their little sister's progress after just over 20 days of studying, proudly declared that she was a genius. They even said her score would place her in the middle to upper ranks of the class. Thus, from that day on, Chen Nongmo, with her remarkable grades, shed the label of illiteracy and became a second-year middle school student once again. Becoming a middle schooler again, Chen Nongmo started going to school with fourth brother and fifth brother every day. She didn't even give them a chance to worry, quickly becoming adept at it. The only thing she found hard to adjust to was the classmates' attitude toward learning. There were 36 students in the class, but fewer than a third actually wanted to go to high school. Most of them were only after a middle school graduation diploma. Of course, these discomforts didn't bother Chen Nongmo for long. After attending school for 3 days, with 2 of those days being teacher absences and half the classmates skipping class, she soon calmed down. Strictly speaking, her attention was diverted by other matters. In early spring, the spring conscription began. For young men in the rural areas, there were 2 main paths to a better future. One was education and the other was joining the army. So when the conscription notice was issued, it wasn't just Chao Lu who was excited, the entire county was abuzz. Shanshan Village, also known as Shanshan Production Brigade, received 2 spots for recruitment. The registration day was a Monday, and most of the classmates went to the county's armed forces office to see the commotion. The 3 siblings of the Chen family were among the few students who quietly listened to the teacher during class. However, as soon as the bell rang signaling the end of the lesson, Chen Jun, whose personality was more carefree, couldn't sit still. He suggested skipping class to go to the county. Chenny didn't mind and gently smiled, saying, "If you're not afraid of getting in trouble with dad or big brother, go ahead, but don't drag me or sixth sister into it." Chen Nongmo, who also wanted to go, put on a serious expression and tried to discourage fourth brother, saying, "With second brother's physique and brains, he's definitely going to be selected since he's a high school graduate. We just need to wait for the good news." Chen Jun pouted and lazily slumped on the old desk. "I know second brother will be selected. I don't care about him," he said. What he was curious about were the soldiers who came to recruit new people, dressed in military uniforms. There were so many soldiers and maybe even a military truck with 4 wheels. How impressive would that be? Just seeing them would be worth it. And if he could touch one of those trucks, he'd have a story to brag about for a whole year. The more he thought about it, the itchier he became. Chen Jun shifted uneasily in his seat, his eyes occasionally glancing toward his quiet younger brother, hoping he would change his mind. Chunny couldn't be bothered. He simply took a candy from his pocket, handed it to his little sister and gently coaxed, "Don't follow fourth brother. You should focus on your studies." Chen Nongmo took the candy, unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. Then she gave fifth brother a helpless look. Seeing this, Chen Jun slouched in resignation, his eyes downcast. Then, less than half a minute later, he slammed his hand on the desk in frustration, jealousy written all over his face. "Third brother's the lucky one. He's in the county going to high school. If he wants to go, all he has to do is lift his leg and he's there." Chapter 16. The children were thinking about something in their minds. After school, the 3 siblings headed straight home. The town was not very close to Shanshan village. It took nearly an hour to walk there. Chao Qiuhua and Chen Zong reluctantly allowed their delicate daughter to endure hardship and gave their bicycles to the 2 brothers to ride. Chen Nongmo sat sideways on the front crossbar, which was covered with a cotton pad, while Chen Yi straddled the back. Their younger brother, Chen Jun, pedaled the bike furiously, making it spin like a whirlwind all the way back home. When they arrived home, Chen Nongmo, who had almost believed she would get into a bicycle accident and crash into a snowbank, weakly stepped into the house. She didn't go to check on her 4th brother, who was being scolded and was crying out in pain from the beatings by their 5th brother. "Why are you back so early today? Did the teacher let you out of school early?" Chao Qiuhua was busy putting away her needle and thread in a basket, planning to prepare dinner. When she saw her daughter return, she thought she had misread the time and subconsciously glanced at her wristwatch. Chen Nongmo began to remove her thick coat and hat to hang them on the coat rack. Hearing her mother's question, she became annoyed and complained, "Today, 4th brother was riding the bike, and I almost thought I saw the bridge of helplessness." "What bridge of helplessness?" "It's the one to the underworld where King Yin rules." Upon hearing this, Chao Qiuhua, who had been calm and gentle, immediately darkened her expression. She first slapped her daughter and scolded, "Don't speak such futile nonsense." Then with a loud smack, she put down her work, took off her shoes and marched toward the troublesome boy. Seeing this, Chen Jun, who had just stepped into the doorway, didn't have time to protest to his little sister. He turned and tried to run. However, before he could even take a step, Chen Yi, quick on his feet, grabbed hold of his clothes. The outcome was predictable. Chan Jun, holding his sore bottom where his mother had spanked him, glared at his little sister with grievance, pouting and whining. After dealing with the troublesome children, Chao Chuehua ordered the twins to add water to the water tank before heading off with a stern face to prepare dinner. Chen Nongmo, still upset, followed her mother into the kitchen to help. That night they had sorghum porridge with corn cakes for dinner. By the afternoon things had settled down. Chao Chuehua directed her daughter to start the fire, while she washed her hands and took the dough from the wooden basin to knead it again on the table. If fourth brother misbehaves again, come and tell me. That kid needs to be disciplined. If not, he's going to end up breaking his arms or legs. He rides the bike like a mad dog chasing after him. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo instinctively smiled, then paused in her task of picking up the wheat stalks. She suddenly realized, did she just complain earlier? Not hearing her daughter respond, Chao Chuehua turned around and smiled. What? Are you embarrassed now? She quite liked the way her daughter had just complained. It was the lively behavior a teenage girl should have. It was a far cry from how Chen Nongmo had seemed recently, when she was so gentle that Chao Chuehua had started to worry. She feared her daughter might be bullied in places they couldn't see. A girl's temper should be a bit stronger. Chen Nongmo wasn't actually embarrassed. It was just a bit strange. After all, behavior like complaining and acting spoiled felt far too distant from her. So distant, in fact, that she still found it hard to believe. In just over a month, she had gone from a harmless, rounded figure to someone with sharp edges. Yes, from the perspective of Chen Nongmo, who had grown up in the welfare house, complaining was sometimes just a form of acting spoiled or being willful. After a moment of awkward silence, she cleared her throat and asked, "Second brother should be back soon, right?" Chao Chuehua smiled even more, following her daughter's lead. Today was just a preliminary checkup. He's not home yet. He's probably coming back with the military unit. Are many people from our village participating? Recently, Chen Nongmo had been very busy. She had received her parents' address from Big Brother's letter, and in these past days she had made clothes not just for Big Brother, but also for her parents. Although when sending the package, because she wasn't familiar with her parents' situation, she only sent shoes, that didn't dampen her enthusiasm for gathering things for them. She was so caught up in it that she hadn't had the time to go around the village and join in the social activities, so she had no idea how many people from Shanshan village had signed up for the selection. Chao Chuehua shaped the dough into dough balls, rolled them into circles and flattened them, making corn cakes about the size of a palm. Soon the shallow basket was filled to the brim. Hearing her daughter's question, she didn't even turn around and replied, "How could there not be many? All the ones of proper age went. Serving in the military is a glorious thing." Before her daughter could respond, Chao Chuehua continued, "I told you to go out with your brothers. Staying indoors all day must be driving you crazy. I don't know what you're thinking. When I was young I couldn't sit still for long. I used to run outside every day, and I even went hunting in the mountains. It's too cold outside. I don't feel like moving." In her past life, to make a living and repay the foster mother's care, Chen Nongmo had pushed herself to the limit, almost turning into a spinning top, running around every day. This time, with her family complete and no financial worries, she just wanted to live according to her own nature, doing whatever felt comfortable. Besides, how cold was it outside? Didn't the warm stove room seem much better? Chao Chuehua suddenly understood, dusting off the flour from her hands. She carried the basket to the stove and gestured for her daughter to start the fire. "That's true. You southern girls can't handle the cold. It's better to stay inside." By the time Dadzong and second brother came home, it was already completely dark. Fortunately, the two of them, carrying the chill and frost from the journey, brought back good news. They had passed the preliminary check. At the dinner table, Chan Zong, who had been silent, drank a few mouthfuls of wine with a happy expression before briefly telling the family about the results of the preliminary check. Chao Lu, with his muscular build and towering height of nearly 1.9 meters, stood out among the many thin and frail people who were struggling with basic survival. The recruiting officer immediately noticed him, patting his shoulder and squeezing his muscles, calling him a fine specimen. Upon learning that he had graduated high school, the officer was even more pleased, stating that as long as there were no issues with the political review, Chao Lu would be sent directly to the guard unit. It was important to know that the guard unit had higher standards than regular soldiers, but it also offered more opportunities for advancement once inside. The recruiting officer's words meant that Chao Lu had essentially been pre-selected. The political review would definitely pass. Otherwise, someone with the same household registration as Chu Wuan wouldn't even be able to join the army. "That's great, really great." Chao Chuehua repeatedly said great, her hand still patting second brother's firm arm. As parents, they actually felt reluctant to send their son to the army. While it was indeed a glorious thing, their eldest son had been in the military for 10 years and had only come home 3 times. If second brother went, who knew how many years it would be before they saw him again? But this was something their son had been dreaming of, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. They couldn't hold him back either. But then, are you still going to serve in H province? Chow Lu served his mother 2 chopsticks of vegetables. That's not certain. We won't know until after the new recruit training. Right, look at me. Big brother was like this back then. Chen Zong patted his wife's hand, knowing she was reluctant, but the children had grown up and needed to go out and experience the world. After the lively dinner, Chen Nongmo finished washing up and returned to her room. Lying on Wenwan's heated brick bed, her excitement slowly began to fade. The initial screening, the physical exam, political review, and investigation. After going through all the procedures, it would take at least 2 more months before they officially received the military enlistment notice. This meant that second brother, full of vigor and ambition, would face a lifetime with a wheelchair after losing his legs in a heroic rescue. 2 more months until that disaster struck. Thinking of this, Chen Nongmo sighed deeply. She turned onto her side and reminded herself again to keep a close eye on the progress of second brother's enlistment. The next day, after waking up, Chen Nongmo didn't see second brother and felt a pang of anxiety. Then she realized she might have overreacted. She asked fifth brother, who was serving breakfast, "Where's second brother?" "He went to the village militia's gun training. He should be back soon. Hurry up and come eat breakfast." Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo didn't say anything further and quickly sat down at the table to eat. Chao Qiuhua, helpless, brought over the milk powder she had prepared, stirring it while muttering, "Every morning it's like a battle. Can't you wake up just 10 minutes earlier? The bed is too warm." Chen Nongmo smiled mischievously, teasing with her words. But she was beautiful, not just with delicate features, but with an extraordinary aura, like a noble lady from an ancient painting. Her presence made everyone happy just by looking at her. Chao Qiuhua had always adored her, and now, seeing her mischievously act cute, she immediately lost her composure. She grabbed an empty bowl, poured milk into it to cool and said, "You do have a point. You're still young and your health isn't the best. You need to sleep more." Upon hearing this, Chan Jun, who was also 16 years old and only a couple of months older than his younger sister, felt a little sore all over. After sending the children off to school, Chao Qiuhua didn't rest either. Once second brother finished breakfast, the family of 3 went to the village committee. When Chu Wuwen received the call that his younger brother had passed the preliminary check, he wasn't surprised. However, when he learned that the recruiting officer had taken an interest in him, he was still extremely pleased and solemnly advised, "At times like this, you have to keep steady. Don't do anything reckless." Chao Lu laughed. "You know what kind of person I am." Chu Wuwen also smiled. "True, you've always been calm and measured since you were young, but you still can't be careless. At times like this, all sorts of troublemakers might pop up." There were very few military spots available each year, and some highly qualified individuals would end up mysteriously being eliminated. It wasn't easy to discuss this on the phone, but Chao Lu understood. "Don't worry, brother. With you backing me, no ordinary person would do something foolish." In a county, only a few people really made it, and everyone knew that Chu Wuwen was an officer in the military unit now. While most people might not know exactly what rank he held, that didn't stop others from being more cautious when they might have ill intentions. "I can't do much from afar, you'll have to stay sharp yourself. If anything happens, contact me immediately." The phone call was brief, and after a few more words of advice, Chu Wuwen handed the phone over to their parents. Chen Zong spoke very little, and within less than half a minute, he handed the phone over to his wife. Normally at this time, Chao Qiuhua's conversations would mostly revolve around her sons, but this time, she only mentioned them briefly before happily talking about her daughter's many good qualities. On the other end of the phone, Chu Wuwen's expression softened more and more. It seemed that the arrival of little sister had made their mother very happy. "That's good. Oh, I almost forgot. Yu felt bad for accepting your New Year's money, so she specifically designed an outfit for you and made a set of clothes. I sent it out yesterday," Chao Qiuhua said, slapping her forehead just before hanging up. "I don't need any clothes. The military unit provides them. You should keep the fabric for yourselves." Though Chu Wuwen said this, he was genuinely touched. And when he looked down at the well-fitted leather boots he was wearing, a proud smile appeared on his face. "The family doesn't lack fabric. Wear it if you want," and it took little sister several days to finish it. She really strained her eyes. Chu Wuwen couldn't hold back a laugh. Little sister is definitely more considerate than her younger brother. Chao Qiuhua beamed with pride. "Of course. Yu is very thoughtful and perceptive. She even made a set for that little kid Xiao, exactly the same as yours. When you get it, make sure to give it to him, okay?" Chu Wuwen's smile immediately disappeared. Chapter 17. Time passed too quickly. It was already mid-April. Chen Nongmo only felt that with the turn of her head, the sky full of white snow had already been replaced by the vibrant green of spring. The villagers, who had slept through the entire winter, were waking up along with the earth. Plowing, sowing, watering, fertilizing. The busy farming season was exhausting, but the sun-darkened faces of everyone showed nothing but joy, as if they could already see the bountiful harvest in the fall. The Chen family was naturally one of the busy households. The teachers needed the farmers' help, so the school gave the students a half-month vacation. Chen Nongmo did not go to the fields. Instead, her family instructed her to stay at home and prepare meals. Feeding 7 people, with the men eating more than one another, was not an easy task when cooking on a clay stove. By the time the meals were ready, it was already noon. On this day, after preparing lunch, she left the kitchen, walking on the wooden planks that formed the suspension corridor, and stood at the intersection, gazing toward the direction of the village. Not seeing Manhwasummary and the others, Chen Nongmo turned back and entered the yard. Finally getting a moment of rest, she didn't relax. Instead, she took the bamboo broom that was placed on top of the chicken coop and began sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard. After finishing, she waited for the others to return. She squatted under the eaves, observing whether the rosebuds were larger today than yesterday. She still remembered that when she first arrived here, second brother had said that the weather was warm and the fruit trees in the yard looked beautiful when they bloomed. They were beautiful, but it was only after the snow melted and spring arrived that Chen Nongmo realized that the large yard didn't just have fruit trees and vegetables. It also had several rose bushes. The flowers were under the eaves, and Manhwasummary had said that when they bloomed, she should open the window, and the scent of the flowers would be carried in by the breeze. Chen Nongmo kept these words in her heart. In this life, without the overwhelming financial pressure that used to suffocate her, she had changed. She had become someone who eagerly sought out romance in everyday life. Looking at flowers again? What's new to see by looking every day? At least you'll have to wait until early May for them to bloom. Manhwasummary, dragging her tired steps, returned home and saw her daughter leaning forward, counting the flower buds. Chen Nongmo turned around and smiled as she walked toward her. Isn't it a little late today? Didn't you say it was almost done? As soon as she spoke, she noticed that, aside from the exhaustion from the work, everyone's face also carried a clear joy. Chen Nongmo's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately looked at second brother. Did the enlistment notice come through? Chao Lu wiped his hands and face clean, then turned around, ruffling his little sister's head with a smile. Smart. I just went to the village committee and took a call from the Armed Forces Department. Who else is there from the village besides you with a spot? It's old accountant's eldest grandson, Chen Taiju. You've met him. She had met him. Brother Taiju was one of the more sturdy and capable young men in the village, so it made sense that they would choose him. No wonder they came back so late today. Chen Nongmo smiled, then turned and handed the towel to Manhwasummary, before following second brother like a shadow. So, when are you going to pick up the military uniform? Chao Lu looked down at his little sister, thinking she was just curious. We're going Monday morning. Monday happened to be the day after the holiday ended, so it would be convenient to go then. Worrying that others might notice something, Chen Nongmo pondered for a moment but decided not to ask further. Instead, she went into the kitchen to serve the rice and dishes. The busy farming season was the most exhausting time of the year, and since the family never lacked meat, Chen Nongmo made a variety of dishes every day. Today, in addition to a large pot of black fish and tofu soup, she had also made wild vegetable and pork dumplings. When Manhwasummary saw the food, she felt both happy and a little heartbroken. It wasn't that she was concerned about the food, but rather her heart went out to her slender, delicate daughter. Did you spend the whole morning on this? Next time, just roll some noodles and throw in a couple of eggs. Making so many dumplings, how much trouble is that? Chen Nongmo handed out chopsticks to everyone, and hearing her mother's words, she laughed and said, What's tiring? You're the ones who are tired, eat quickly or it'll get cold. Her words were not untrue. The dumplings were large, and with her appetite, she could eat a maximum of 10. After a hearty meal, the family sat together in the yard to digest and chat, with most of the conversation revolving around second brother. About half an hour later, they all returned to their rooms for a midday rest, knowing they would need to work hard again in the afternoon. Monday. Early in the morning when Chen Nongmo, the twins and third brother set off for school, second brother went along with them as well. When they reached the village entrance, they saw brother Taiju, who was waiting there. Shanshan village had a small population, and during times like these the advantage of that became clear. The villagers were united, and there was little competition, so the 2 enlistment spots were essentially a given. Unlike some villages where, from the moment registration began, everyone would show their various tricks to secure a spot. Now, from what second brother said, if it weren't for the coincidence of the busy farming season, old secretary would have likely arranged for someone to drive them to the county on a tractor. Joining the army was a great honor, not just for the family but for the entire village as well. The group chatted and laughed, and when they arrived at the town they parted ways. Once second brother, third brother and brother Taiju were out of sight, Chen Nongmo began to play cute and act spoiled, saying she wanted to see second brother pick up his uniform. If it had been when she first arrived in Shanshan village, Chen Nongmo would never have been so willful. But after these few months, not only had she grown a few centimeters taller, her confidence had also grown. It was probably the comfort of being favored. Chen didn't expect his usually obedient little sister to suddenly become so willful. If it had been fourth brother, he would have just flat out refused. But it was sixth sister who spoke up. Yu rarely made such requests, which made it a bit awkward for him. Chen didn't immediately refuse. Ignoring fourth brother's excited prodding, he reminded, "There's only one bus to the county, and if second brother sees us, he'll definitely beat us up." There was a way. Without needing to hear from sixth brother again, Chanjun quickly patted his chest and interjected, "We'll ride bicycles. It'll take only an hour and a half. We can take turns riding." These days many people walk to the county to save 2 cents on the bus fare. For those with quick legs, a round trip of 40 to 50 kilometers could be done in one day. Having bicycles made it much more comfortable. Chenny didn't respond to fourth brother. Instead he focused on his little sister and asked, "You really want to go?" Chen Nongmo nodded firmly. "All right then, you go ask the teacher for leave. But remember, this is a one-time thing, understood?" Knowing that fifth brother was worried she might start skipping school, Chen Nongmo immediately promised and ran off to the school. If it weren't for keeping an eye on second brother and trying to change his fate of having a limb amputated, she wouldn't want to skip class. Standing at the door waiting for his little sister, Chun Jun felt his brother's gaze prickling at the back of his head. Finally, he lifted his leg and rushed into the school as well, calling out, "Sixth, wait for me, I'll go with you." Chen Nongmo was lucky. She didn't even need to ask for leave. When she went to the office, she found out that the teacher's work in the fields wasn't finished yet, and it would be a few more days before she could come to school. Since it was best not to skip class, the siblings happily returned to the school gate to meet up with Chan Yi. Young people always had endless energy, especially Chen Jun. He hopped on the bike carrying the two of them, as if he couldn't feel any fatigue. He repeatedly turned down fifth brother's suggestion to switch riders, riding straight to the county without stopping. Along the way, whenever Chen Jun felt like showing off and racing with someone on the bike, all it took was a tap from little sister, and he would immediately settle down. He wasn't afraid of her, but as a 16-year-old young man, his pride was bigger than anything. He'd rather avoid the scene of being scolded by his parents if he could help it. The car wasn't moving very fast, due to the road conditions and the passengers being picked up along the way. So when the three siblings arrived at the Armed Forces Department, they just happened to run into Chao Lu and Chan Taiju. Seeing them, Chao Lu froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow in disapproval. Chen Nongmo jogged over to explain, "The teacher didn't come, so we were told to have free time. I just brought fourth brother and fifth brother along to take a look." Upon hearing this, Chao Lu's expression softened. Looking at the large crowd, he warned them with concern, "Then stick with me. Don't run off, okay? There are a lot of people today." Little sister was so striking that, in just this short time, several young men had already turned red-faced at the sight of her. If it weren't for the more restrained atmosphere in recent years, someone might have already approached her to strike up a conversation. Chani glanced at the crowd, holding on to both the restless ones. He reassured, "Don't worry, brother. You do what you need to do. I'll keep an eye on fourth brother and sixth sister." Fifth brother was indeed a thoughtful one. Chao Lu gave a few more instructions to his sister-in-law, and then headed toward the large military unit. Sixth sister, look, there's a car. Chan Jun, never one to sit still, even though fifth brother had been keeping him in check, used his height advantage to turn his head and scan around. His eyes landed on something, and he raised his hand, shaking little sister, speaking in an almost admiring tone. Chen Nongmo wasn't particularly interested in cars, but she had previously guessed that one of the reasons second brother might have been injured was due to a car accident. Of course, she had assumed it was a bus, since in the few months she'd been here, aside from the bus, the only four-wheeled vehicle she'd seen was a tractor. Now, seeing a black sedan parked not far from the Armed Forces military unit, she couldn't help but think a little deeper. Aside from the well-known big brands, Chen Nongmo had no real knowledge about cars, and she had no concept of cars from the 60s or 70s. From the appearance of the car, it vaguely resembled the master car from the audiovisual material she had seen. "Where are you going?" Seeing fourth brother take a step forward, Chen Nongmo, still lost in thought, instinctively reached out and grabbed him. Chen Jun flashed a grin and said, "You like it, don't you? Let's go over and take a look." "When did I ever say I liked it? You were practically drooling over it just now." Chen Jun said with a knowing smile, looking at her with that look of "I know everything," which made Chen Yi, who had been disapproving, also turn to look at his little sister. That silly boy. Chen Nongmo thought to herself. But it wouldn't hurt to get a closer look and maybe ask around about who owns the car. What if? With that thought, she allowed herself to be dragged along by her silly brother, who was using her as an excuse as they walked toward the car. There were others gathered around the car as well, so when the three siblings approached, no one found it strange. A sedan, who wouldn't be curious? Inside the car there was someone. While the others were observing the car's exterior, Chen Nongmo's gaze fell on the driver. He was very young, likely still under 20, with a face that carried a hint of youthful innocence mixed with an air of pride and arrogance. Clearly, he had deliberately lowered the window, seemingly to bask in the admiration and envy of the onlookers. For some reason, at that moment, Chen Nongmo felt an inexplicable sense of recognition. Her gaze sharpened. If it really was him, then, could it be that as long as they avoided this car, everything would fall into place? Inside the car, the well-dressed young man seemed to sense something. He lifted his chin slightly, pretending to casually glance behind him, and then his face turned red. Chen Yi, who had observed everything, furrowed his brow and stepped in front of little sister. Chapter 18. Jiang Luobei had just turned 18 this year. His father was the director of a steel plant in H province, and his mother was also the head of a government department. He had grown up in a privileged family, and as the youngest son, he had been spoiled terribly. The reason he was in the small county town today was that he had come with his parents to visit their old family friend. Jiang Luobei had a restless personality. He watched as the elders exchanged pleasantries and flattered each other, occasionally steering the conversation towards him. He even hinted, both openly and subtly, that he was of a similar age to the spoiled daughter of the family friend. Although he was young, he wasn't foolish. Not to mention that Lu Jiaojiao, the girl in question, was only 16 years old, but her even more spoiled personality made it impossible for him to tolerate her. He was really fed up with the situation and found an excuse to slip away. Before leaving, he couldn't resist and secretly took the car keys from his father. Jiang Luobei was about to graduate from high school and hadn't decided whether to enlist in the army or attend university, so his father had suggested that he learn to drive in the meantime. After learning for about a month, the young man felt he was ready to hit the road. It was precisely the time when he became most addicted to cars, especially when sitting in the driver's seat, listening to the sounds of admiration and envy from outside the car. He felt even more pleased with himself. However, this vanity was quickly interrupted when a gaze, unlike any he had ever experienced, drew his attention away. When Jiang Luobei turned his head, he came face to face with a delicate, enchanting face. It was a beauty like none he had ever seen before. Caught off guard, he stared in a daze. Jiang Luobei could feel his ears heating up, but he just couldn't tear his eyes away. Before he could even take another look, confirming whether this exquisite girl was real, a tall wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Luobei furrowed his brows, instinctively looking up. He then realized that the wall was actually a young man about his own height, and the girl was standing behind him, completely blocked from view. At that moment, for some reason, Jiang Luobei found himself feeling competitive as he looked at the young man's striking height and handsome features. He couldn't help but open the car door and get out. Both of them were over 1.8 meters tall, with the slender figures typical of young men. One looked serious, the other arrogant. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they stood there, staring at each other, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Not understanding what was happening, but sensing something was off, Chen Jun immediately stepped over and stood beside his younger brother, watching Jiang Luobei warily. It was then that Jiang Luobei realized that the two young men were twins, looking almost identical. Chen Nongmo rubbed his brow, looking at the suddenly tense atmosphere, completely unable to understand why males would so easily become defensive like this. She pulled each of them by an arm. Fourth brother, fifth brother. Didn't we come to look at the red notice on the wall? There's no one over there now. At her words, the three boys relaxed in unison, like roosters about to fight suddenly losing interest. Chen Yi turned around and put his arm around his little sister's shoulder, drawing her close to his chest, making sure not a single strand of hair was visible to the suspicious boy. He seemed satisfied and led her to the wall to look at the enlistment list of new soldiers. On this side, aside from that one stunning glance, Jiang Luobei didn't get another chance to see the girl, not even a glimpse. He wanted to follow them and take a closer look, but his pride wouldn't allow him to. Especially with the twins' watchful, almost defensive demeanor, it made him feel uncomfortable. When had he ever been treated like this? Jiang Luobei, a boy who prided himself on his own arrogance. With that thought, the proud young man tightened his lips, hesitated for a few seconds, then, not daring to follow, slumped back into the driver's seat. Still, his gaze couldn't stop chasing the graceful figure of the girl, and even the sounds of admiration and envy from around the car, which had once made him feel smug, failed to stir his usual reaction. What's going on just now? Once they had distanced themselves, Chen Jun furrowed his brow and asked his younger brother. Chani glanced at little sister, whose expression remained calm. He didn't want her to know about these troubling matters, so he shook his head. Nothing happened. Chen Jun didn't believe him, he wasn't stupid. Really? Chani smiled. Really? If something had happened, would I not tell you, my older brother? Chen Jun liked hearing this and immediately grinned, lifting his chin proudly. Of course. I'm your older brother. Amid their playful banter, the three of them had already reached the wall with the red notice. Chen Jun looked up at the red paper on the wall, and immediately spotted Xiao Lu's name. He excitedly reached out. Look! Second brother's name. Seeing how easily her fourth brother's attention could be diverted, Chen Nongmo gave a light sneer. She thought to herself that fourth brother was such a fool. He was the type who would happily count the money if fifth brother sold him out. They had almost identical faces, yet their personalities were so different. What's wrong? Feeling her gaze, Chani looked down at his younger sister and asked gently. Chen Nongmo smiled slightly. Nothing. Of course she wouldn't say that at 28 years old she understood everything. It was just that the boy had only pure amazement in his eyes, without any ulterior motives, so she didn't mind. People are drawn to beautiful things. If she saw a pretty girl on the street, she'd take a few extra glances too. Besides, the most important thing right now was to get through second brother's troubles safely. The process of receiving the enlistment notice was more complicated than Chen Nongmo had expected. In addition to the official paperwork and distribution of uniforms, there was an uplifting motivational meeting. Not only the boys but even Chen Nongmo, who was fortunate enough to be standing at the back of the hall as an observer, felt her blood boil with excitement. She could hardly wait to pick up a weapon and rush to the battlefield to fight the enemy. After the meeting it was close to noon. Everyone was hungry, but second brother was being held back by a soldier for a conversation, so they had to wait. The three siblings, standing at a distance, couldn't hear what was being said, but they saw that second brother had been left alone to talk with the officer, who occasionally patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. From that, they could tell it was something good. When the officer finally released him, the entire grand hall was nearly empty. Dressed in a brand new military uniform with a bright red flower pinned to his chest, Xiao Lu approached his siblings-in-law with a different, refreshed energy. Ignoring the eager fourth brother, who was practically jumping all over him, he ruffled little sister's head and smiled, asking, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Chen Nongmo naturally had no objections but was curious. Why did brother Taiju leave early? Isn't he coming back to the village with us? Xiao Lu replied. He's not going back today. He's going to his sister's house. Seeing little sister's confused look, he added, Taiju's sister works at the textile factory in the county and is married in the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo pressed her lips together and didn't ask any more questions. However, when they left the military office, she couldn't help but glance in the direction where the car had been parked earlier. Hey? The car's gone. Chen Jun shouted. What car? Xiao Lu followed fourth brother's gaze. Chen Jun explained. A black sedan was parked here earlier. It looked very impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu recalled having seen the car earlier, but he hadn't paid much attention. He led his siblings-in-law straight to the state-owned restaurant. Today was a special day for the entire county. Even the locals, who usually couldn't afford to dine out, were feeling generous and celebratory. With money in hand, they came to order a bowl of meat noodles, looking happy and content. Families with better conditions would even order a couple of meat dishes to share. By the time the four siblings arrived, the large restaurant was already crowded. Fortunately, the state-owned restaurant had some experience, and the supplies had been prepared in greater quantities than usual. Otherwise, the late-arriving siblings might not have been able to find a meal. Even so, they still had to wait about half an hour before finally squeezing into a round table with some other diners. Chen Zong, whose family was well off, made a habit of taking his wife and children out to eat at a restaurant once a month. Today was a special occasion, so he wasn't holding back. Xiao Lu ordered all the signature dishes listed on the Xiao Hei board at the state-owned restaurant. The chef's skills were as excellent as ever, and the four siblings walked out of the restaurant, holding their full stomachs. Don't you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to take a look? Xiao Lu asked his little sister Yu. Chen Nongmo shook her head. I don't need anything, let's just go home. Yes, at this moment all she could think about was going home. If it weren't for the enlistment notice, she wouldn't have wanted second brother to come to the county town today. Xiao Lu thought his little sister was just tired, so he said, Alright, you can ride with me in the car, and fourth and fifth brothers can ride their bikes. Chen Jun instinctively protested. I'm taking the bus with sixth brother. Without even giving him a glance, Chao Lu simply pulled his little sister along with him. Chen Jun was furious. As they made their way to the bus station, Chen Nongmo appeared outwardly calm, chatting normally with her brothers, but internally she was on edge. She didn't know the time or place of the incident, nor whether it was a car accident or something else. All she could do was stay close and follow. In short, with everything still unknown, she couldn't help but stay alert. To put it dramatically, she felt like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. Second brother. Isn't that Lu Yuanyuan up ahead? As they got closer to the bus station, still having encountered no surprises, Chen Nongmo was starting to focus her attention on the area when fourth brother's surprised voice came through. Lu Yuanyuan. Hearing the name, Chen Nongmo felt as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt, every hair on her body standing on end. Lu Yuanyuan, whom she had never seen, really appeared? Which meant, second brother. Before Chen Nongmo could recover from the shock, the screeching sound of tires grinding against the road pierced her ears. Even though she had been mentally prepared for several months, when the moment truly arrived, Chen Nongmo, an ordinary person who had never experienced anything like this before, stood frozen, unable to move. All she could do was watch in horror as the black car crazily veered toward them, crashing in their direction. Chao Lu was the fastest. Before his siblings-in-law could react, he had already dashed toward the roadside, charging straight toward the stunned Lu Yuanyuan. Second brother. The twins cried out in unison. The shout snapped Chen Nongmo out of her daze. Her body moved faster than her mind, and without thinking, her only thought was to save second brother. In that moment, she couldn't hear her brother's frantic shouts. She didn't see the twins who had originally rushed toward second brother suddenly turn around, their faces now filled with fear as they followed her. All she knew was that she didn't want her second brother to get hurt. She didn't want the strong young man, full of life and vigor, wearing that bright red flower on his chest, to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. People are capable of surpassing their limits. At least, when she came to her senses, Chen Nongmo realized she was half hanging out of the car window. Her body was half inside the vehicle, desperately holding onto the handbrake. The out-of-control car screeched to a halt, just a few centimeters away from Chao Lu. Inside the car, Zhang Luobei, who had been startled by a cat suddenly darting out of an alley, stared blankly with a pale, terrified face, seemingly still in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chapter 19. Sixth sister. Sixth. The twins ran over. Chen Yi reached out and hugged his little sister down, while Chen Jun anxiously circled around the two of them. Sixth, are you all right? You scared me to death. How could you do that? Don't you value your life? Chen Nongmo was placed on the ground, her upper body leaning against her fifth brother. It was only at that moment that she realized, belatedly, that her hands and feet were trembling violently. She was still afraid. So afraid. But she suddenly looked back, urgently asking, second brother? Is second brother okay? Chao Lu, who had been walking over quickly, paused for a moment. The feeling in his heart was hard to describe. He knew very well that just moments ago, the wheels of the vehicle had been only a few centimeters away from him. Everything had happened too fast. His instinct had been to save someone, but he had overestimated himself. If it weren't for his sixth sister throwing herself recklessly to save him, Chao Lu was certain that his legs would have been useless by now. For some reason, he had a strong sense of intuition about it. Thinking about this and seeing his little sister's first reaction was to ensure his safety, his eyes began to sting, and his throat felt tight. He bent down beside his little sister, gently stroking her head, his voice hoarse. I'm fine, not a scratch on me. But are you all right? When did it start? Was his care for this little sister because of big brother and mother's relationship? Is that why he treated her like his real sister? No, it wasn't about his big brother nor his mother. She was simply Chao Lu's little sister. Chen Nongmo's gaze, filled with concern, scanned second brother's body, especially focusing on his legs and feet. Only after repeatedly confirming that he was truly unharmed, did she finally relax with a sigh of relief. Hiss! What's wrong? Where are you hurt? Seeing their little sister suddenly gasp, with her small face contorted with pain, the three brothers panicked. The gaze continuously circled around their little sister's hands and feet, wanting to check but unsure how to do so gently, sweat quickly beading on his forehead from the anxiety. Chen Nongmo wanted to wave her hand to reassure them that she was fine, but the pain was undeniable. There was a sharp, stinging sensation in her arms and knees, but the most intense pain was in her waist and abdomen. It must have been from when she had thrown herself onto the car earlier, likely being knocked by the impact. Chao Lu, seeing little sister's face pale and frighteningly colorless, knew that she was injured. Without thinking of anything else, he immediately picked her up. To the hospital. Chen Yi reacted quickly, turning and heading toward the bicycle that had been knocked over not far away. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Yuanyuan, who was holding her arm and looked as if she had been frightened out of her wits, her face drained of color. He furrowed his brow but didn't let his frustration show. Instead, he looked toward fourth brother, who was concerned about Yu, and said, "Fourth brother, help Sister Yuanyuan go to the hospital." Although Chen Jun was usually lively and carefree, he understood that Lu Yuanyuan had also been a victim in today's mishap. Especially when he noticed the bloodstains on her arm, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. He quickly walked over and gently supported her. "Sister Yuanyuan, let's go." Lu Yuanyuan looked lost and dazed. "Go where?" Realizing she was still in shock, Chen Jun softened his voice. "To the hospital. Don't be afraid. My little sister already stopped the car." Meanwhile, Zhang Luobei, who had finally regained some composure, shakily stepped out of the car. His expression was complex, filled with guilt as he glanced at the pale-faced girl. He hesitated and suggested, "Maybe we should drive? Her injuries might make it hard to move her." Upon hearing this, Chao Lu, usually one to smile, cast a cold glance at the culprit. He spoke in a low, heavy tone. "You follow us." No matter what, the fact that this boy was the cause of the injuries was undeniable. Chao Lu didn't have time to settle the score with him now, but he would make sure to handle the medical expenses. Chen Jun understood what second brother meant and signaled to fourth brother to help the crying Lu Yuanyuan, who was still trembling in fear, to follow. He stood next to the boy, watching him closely. Zhang Luobei's face stiffened, and after glancing at the car, he finally didn't dare to sit in it. Instead, he bent down to pull out the keys, locked the car, and walked away dejected. Injuries to the abdomen, unlike other areas, didn't easily show bruises. At this moment, lying on the hospital bed in the county hospital, Chen Nongmo's abdomen was already showing glaring bruises, whether because her injuries were too severe or because her skin was too delicate. In just a short amount of time, the bruising had already become obvious. In addition to the even worse bruising on her knees and elbows, the three brothers, who had only briefly glanced at her before being chased out by the doctor, all had grim expressions. Chao Lu grabbed fourth brother, who was about to throw a punch at the culprit. Now is not the time to settle scores. Did he not want to hit him? Of course he did. But right now, little sister's situation was more important. If they caused a scene, the hospital would definitely call for people to throw them out. Thinking of this, Chao Lu suppressed the anger rising in his chest and instructed fifth brother, "Go call home. Tell mom and dad to come." Chen Yi nodded. Knowing that fifth brother had good judgment and understood what to say on the phone, Chao Lu didn't give further instructions. Instead, he added, "Also call Lu Yuanyuan's family. 1. To make sure everything was handled properly, since with Lu Yuanyuan's current condition, it was unlikely she could return home alone. 2. Lu Yuanyuan not only had a father who was a party secretary, but also an uncle who held an official position in the city. Chao Lu was well aware that families with cars weren't ordinary, and Big Brother couldn't be of help at this moment. If the boy's family turned out to be one that relied on power and was unreasonable, it would be his own family that would suffer in the conflict. He had to prepare in advance. Right now, using Lu Yuanyuan's uncle's influence to counterbalance the situation was the safest bet. Ultimately, the fourth sister was lying in the hospital bed because she had saved him, and he had saved Lu Yuanyuan in return. Chao Lu didn't feel guilty about this strategy. He considered it as the Lu family repaying their family for saving Lu Yuanyuan's life. His inner feelings were far from as honest as his outward appearance suggested. If he had been the one injured, perhaps he wouldn't have been this angry. But when it came to his family, the hidden aggression and calculating nature within him would surface. But in the end, it was still his own weakness. Thinking of this, Chao Lu clenched his jaw tighter, his fist at his side tightening until it turned white. Chen Yi was sharp-witted, and with just one sentence from second brother, he understood what was meant. He glanced anxiously at the tightly closed door to the hospital room, then quickly left with hurried steps. The subcutaneous capillaries have ruptured, but the bones are fine. The doctor hadn't examined for long. After stepping out of the hospital room, he looked at the towering figures of the men and gave his diagnosis. Hearing this, Chao Lu, who didn't understand much of the medical terminology, frowned and asked, "Does she need medication? Does she need to stay in the hospital?" The doctor almost rolled his eyes at this. Since the girl's skin was so delicate, it looked worse than it was. She hadn't injured any vital parts. He explained the situation again in simpler terms and then replied, "No medication is needed and no hospitalization is required, but she will need to be careful over the next few days." Chao Lu let out a breath of relief and immediately put on a grateful smile. "Thank you, doctor. We really appreciate it." The doctor waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Just take the patient and leave if there's nothing else. Chao Lu briefly glanced at the twins, who had already rushed back into the hospital room with Lu Yuanyuan, and then turned to the doctor. My sister is in a lot of pain. Could she stay here for a while, just until our family arrives? The doctor, already knowing they had been hit by a car, nodded sympathetically. Sure, but not overnight. The hospital beds are in high demand. Okay, thank you. After the doctor left, Chao Lu was eager to go check on little sister but had to hold his patience and deal with the culprit. Even though little sister wasn't severely injured, there were still apologies to be made and medical expenses to be covered. Moreover, for someone who had no idea how to drive but insisted on getting behind the wheel, a lesson needed to be given, though it wasn't urgent at this moment. With this in mind, Chao Lu asked in a deep voice, "What's your name?" Jiang Luo Bei. Inside the hospital room, Chen Nongmo, knowing that her ribs weren't broken, had already regained some color in her face. She could say that she was in an excited state. She had really helped second brother get through the crisis, although it had cost her a bit of physical pain. But it was worth it. At least through this experience, she now clearly understood that with effort, even a set future could be changed. For example, second brother's amputation or her early death. 6. You're amazing. How did you stop the car? Can you drive? Little sister now safe and sound, Chun Jun immediately bounced back to life. After rushing into the hospital room, he dragged a chair to the bedside, sat down with a thud, and stared at her, his eyes shining brightly. Having successfully changed second brother's fate and being safe herself, Chen Nongmo was in a good mood. Did you forget what my dad used to do? I can't drive, but I roughly know how it works. Actually, she could drive and she had even learned to drive a manual car, but that was something she couldn't say. Chun Jun pretended to understand, just about to ask something more, when he was nudged aside by fifth brother. Chinny asked little sister, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" Chen Nongmo smiled and narrowed her eyes. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." As she spoke, she patted the hospital bed and called to the beautiful girl standing awkwardly not far away. "Sister Yuanyuan, come sit. How are you?" Hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan, who had only just managed to stop crying, felt tears threatening to spill again. She pouted, wanting to express her gratitude and explain that it was just a small scrape on her arm, but her throat tightened, making it hard for her to speak. In the end, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't get a single word out. She quietly sat by the bed, gazing at Chen Nongmo with gratitude. If it hadn't been for Chen Nongmo, neither she nor Chao Lu, who had risked his life to save her, could have imagined the outcome. Chen Zong and Chao Qiuhua arrived earlier than expected. Along with them were the old secretary and other village officials. The people of Shanshan village were close-knit, and when they heard that the siblings had gotten into an accident, they dropped whatever they were doing. Although the children had said over the phone that the situation wasn't serious, they couldn't ignore the fact that children often hide the severity of things, especially since the person driving the car was in a small sedan. So upon receiving the news, the village officials immediately put down their farming tasks and drove tractors toward the county town. On the way, they also met Lu Yuanyuan's family, who had received the same message and were on their way in their own tractor. When the two groups met, there was just a brief exchange of pleasantries before the conversation stopped altogether. The atmosphere became heavy and silent as they continued toward the hospital. Both groups had about 7 or 8 people each, all tall and broad-shouldered, walking quickly and with serious faces, as if they were heading into a fight. At the same time, upon hearing the news, the Jiang family, who had come with a group of people shortly behind, also saw the tense atmosphere. Their expressions grew even graver. Jiang's mother, who had been somewhat composed before, now had several shifts of emotion in her eyes. She had no idea how big a trouble her son had caused, but she knew that this situation was unlikely to resolve easily. In that moment, a malicious thought began to grow in her heart. Rather than being burdened by a poor half-dead child, it might be better to... Chapter 20.1. How is you? The hospital room was small, and with so many people it was difficult for everyone to fit in. Apart from Chanzong and Chao Qiuhua, only Lu Yuanyuan's parents were with her, and the rest of the people stayed out in the hallway. Seeing her daughter lying on the bed with a smile on her face, Chao Qiuhua let out a sigh of relief. She quickly walked to the bedside, looked her up and down, and when she saw nothing seemed wrong, she asked nervously. Chanzong wasn't good with words, but he stared at his little daughter with a worried expression. Chen Nongmo's heart softened. She shook her head and was about to say she was fine. Meanwhile, upon seeing her parents, Lu Yuanyuan, who had been treated like a treasure, let out a loud woo-woo sound and burst into tears. She then threw herself straight into her mother's arms, crying uncontrollably. Although Lu Yuanyuan was crying hard, she didn't miss the chance to complain. Her words came out clearly and quickly, and the faces of the Jiang family members standing in the hallway turned various shades of green and purple. How should one put it? Well, after Lu Yuanyuan's explanation, the driver Zhang Luobei seemed like the very embodiment of a ferocious demon. Zhang's mother Yao Xiaohong had always spoiled her youngest son and couldn't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about him. She wanted to retort but, seeing how many people were on the other side, she unwillingly closed her mouth. All she could do was curse the girl in her heart for being so delicate. It was just a small scrape, right? Why make such a fuss over it? If she wanted to extort money, she should have just said so. Who didn't know what was going on? Mud-legged people are just mud-legged people, and their greedy faces are truly ugly. Thinking this in her heart, Yao Xiaohong couldn't help but let a little of it show on her face. When it fell into the eyes of the Chen and Lu families, they grew even angrier. It was Zhang Zhang's father, who noticed something was wrong. He apologized while glaring at his wife, silently warning her to tone it down. In the hospital room, Chen Nongmo was unaware of the darkness in Yao Xiaohong's heart. Listening to Lu Yuanyuan's exaggerated recount of the scene, he couldn't help but admire her sharp tongue. At the same time, he encouraged her silently. If the girl can talk, let her talk more. It wasn't that she was overreacting or taking advantage of the situation. They were lucky this time that nothing serious happened, but if things had gone as originally planned, second brother Lu would have lost a limb, and sister Yuanyuan would have been so overcome with guilt that she would have passed away early. This was a fact. Considering the tragedy they had endured, venting their frustration now seemed rather mild. Originally, when Chao Qiuhua saw her daughter smiling with her eyes bent, she thought there was nothing wrong. Now, after hearing Lu Yuanyuan's detailed account, she understood how terrifying the accident had been. She was so angry that she gasped for air, her heart full of thoughts to reprimand the girl. But when she thought about how the girl had acted recklessly to save second brother Lu, the words of scolding wouldn't come out. Especially when she heard that Yu had bruises, she anxiously rolled up her sleeve to check. Then her eyes reddened. Chen Nongmo quickly tried to reassure her. Mom Qiuhua, I'm fine, it just looks scary. Really, it doesn't hurt at all. How could it not hurt? Chao Qiuhua's voice was hoarse. The girl's skin was smooth and delicate, once praised by Chao Qiuhua as white as mutton fat jade. But now that snowy complexion was marred by large bruises, destroying the beauty. There were many people around, so Chao Qiuhua didn't dare lift her daughter's clothes to check her abdomen. But just seeing the injuries on Yu's arms and knees was enough to make her heart ache. After spending these days together, the little girl had been incredibly obedient and considerate, and Chao Qiuhua truly cared for her from the bottom of her heart. But now, thinking of the pain Yu had endured that day, Chao Qiuhua could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up and rushed toward the door, but before she could even leave the hospital room, someone blocked her. Looking up, she realized it was Lu Yuanyuan's mother. Chao Qiuhua frowned. Sister Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Yuanyuan's mother, Jiang Yan, looked grim and was gritting her teeth. This is something you don't need to handle. I'll take care of it. Just wait and see if I don't slap him to death. Jiang Yan was a tough woman, but she was reasonable. Though Chao Qiuhua and Lu Yuanyuan hadn't been pleased with her daughter calling her a bit unpleasant and thinking poorly of that boy, right now, the man had saved her daughter's life. He was their family's benefactor. That family had a car and looked well off, so it was obvious they had connections. Jiang Yan knew that she couldn't let the Chen family, who had helped them, offend anyone. If someone had to step up, it would be her. True to her word, Jiang Yan wasted no time. Rolling up her sleeves, she headed straight for the door. Before anyone could react, she raised her arm and with great force, slapped the main culprit several times in the face. How could this be tolerated? Zhang's mother, Yao Xiaohong, was most indulgent toward her children, especially her youngest son, who was the most handsome. To say he was the apple of her eye would not be an exaggeration. Seeing her son's mouth bleeding from the slap, she instantly erupted with fury. Without caring about face or status, she screamed and lunged toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, being the fiery woman she was not intimidated. She was well known in the village, and not just because her husband was the party secretary, but because her fighting skills were as sharp as her tongue. No woman in the village could match her. So when Yao Xiaohong charged at her, Jiang Yan wasn't fazed in the slightest. She immediately met her head-on, grabbing a fistful of Yao Xiaohong's hair and pulling with all her might. She was going to tear her hair out. To be honest, Jiang Yan had come for this woman specifically. She wasn't blind. If the Jiang family had been more polite, she wouldn't have been unreasonable. But this woman? Forget about apologizing, she hadn't even shown a hint of kindness the entire time. With her arrogant attitude and that long face, she was just asking for a beating. Now the woman had come at her, so Jiang Yan wouldn't hesitate to teach her a lesson. If she didn't make her cry, she'd be doing a disservice to her own reputation. Yao Xiuhong, having been pampered her whole life used to being on top, was not only no match for Zhang Yan's sharp words, but she couldn't even stand her in a fight. Soon she was pressed to the ground, her hair yanked out in handfuls, her face bloody. It was truly pitiful. The Zhang family members wanted to step in and stop the fight, but the Lu and Chan families weren't pushovers either. A dozen strong men easily held back the few scholars trying to intervene. Though Chen Nongmo couldn't see what was happening in the hallway, she could hear the noise and easily imagine the situation outside. She couldn't help but admire Lu Yuanyuan, who was ready to rush out and help her mother if needed, and secretly gave her a thumbs up. At the arrival of her parents, Lu Yuanyuan's posture immediately straightened, and she raised her chin proudly, a smug look on her face. Chao Qiuhua noticed her daughter's small gesture, and exchanged a helpless glance with her husband. At that moment, Chao Qiuhua finally felt a sense of relief. Her child still had the energy to be mischievous, and her courage seemed quite impressive. Initially, she had been worried that the child might be frightened, even considering sneaking away to call her soul back later. Ultimately, this women's battle was interrupted only by the intervention of the hospital's security staff. Yao Xiuhong's face was now unrecognizable. Known for her obsession with her appearance, she didn't care about her burning scalp or swollen face, trembling all over in fury. But even in her rage, she didn't forget to scream hysterically, "Shrew! Lunatic! Do you know who I am? You dare to make trouble like this, just want to extort money, right? Just wait for it." She wanted to curse some more to let these mud-legged people know their place. But Yao Xiuhong had not completely lost her mind and was aware of her surroundings. Zhang Yan stood with her hands on her hips and spat in Yao Xiuhong's direction. "I don't care who you are. Just know this. I know you have a small car, and I still dared to act. That means I have the guts to do whatever I want." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng, who had maintained a composed attitude up until now, his eyes flickering for a moment, grabbed his wife, who was about to rush back into the fray. He wasn't a particularly good person, but he wasn't an outright villain either. He understood what was at stake and had a sense of balance. Though angry about his wife and child being hurt, he knew they were in the wrong. Hearing the woman's words and seeing the calmness of the surrounding people, he realized she was speaking the truth. In these times where a single word could lead to someone being labeled or punished, he didn't feel his position as factory director was entirely secure. So he knew that he would have to bear the blame. And it was true, his youngest son was spoiled and reckless, and he needed to face some consequences. With that in mind, and taking advantage of the security personnel's presence, Zhang Cheng restrained his wife's endless ranting and led his son to apologize sincerely. He was also willing to offer ample compensation. Throughout the entire encounter, his attitude remained extremely humble. Seeing the man's respectful stance, and considering that the children had not suffered serious harm, the Chen and Lu families began to relax. After securing reasonable compensation and giving Zhang Luobei a stern lecture, Zhang Cheng allowed the boy to leave. As they walked out of the hospital gates, Zhang Cheng looked at his son's face, swollen and full of regret. He felt an urge to scold him, maybe even give him a couple more slaps. But seeing his son's dejected and miserable expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He could tell that, after this incident, the boy's previously arrogant attitude had faded considerably. Looking on the bright side, this could be a blessing in disguise. Thankfully, the other party hadn't suffered any serious injuries. If they had, not only would his son feel guilty for the rest of his life, but he himself would as well. With that thought, Zhang Cheng's expression softened slightly. He raised his hand and patted his son, who was now taller than him, with a heartfelt tone. "Luobei, you've grown up. From now on you can't act like this anymore." Before Zhang Luobei could respond, his wife, Yao Xiuhong, who had been fuming and had just been slapped, interrupted sharply. "Where did Luobei go wrong? If anyone is to blame, it's that cat. It's those two damn girls. Didn't they see the car coming? I think they're up to no good, seeing our Luobei's good fortune and trying to extort us." "Shut up!" Zhang Cheng yelled, his eyes sharp and intimidating, clearly frightening his wife. He spat out angrily. "It's your reckless pampering that made our son act like this, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. Do you really think our Zhang family is the emperor? Do you think I, as factory director, can do whatever I please? Or that you, as some department head, can? If you want to ruin your life, don't drag the rest of us Zhang family down with you." After throwing those words out, Zhang Cheng suddenly realized he had said something too sensitive. He took a deep breath and didn't bother with his wife's stormy expression. Instead, he turned to his son and said, "Behave yourself and focus on your studies. Think about whether you want to join the military or go to university. Don't go out anymore for now." In the past, Zhang Luobei would have exploded if he were kept at home. But this time he truly regretted his actions. He regretted sneaking off to drive around when his parents weren't looking. So he simply nodded silently, supporting his mother as he followed his father's steps. But after walking just a few steps, he couldn't help but turn his head back to look at the hospital. He wondered whether he would ever see that girl named Chen Nongmo again. She would probably hate him. Right, her brother seemed to be a new recruit, didn't he? Thinking of this, Zhang Luobei's eyes instantly lit up, and the gloomy atmosphere around him vanished. He looked at his father anxiously and said, "Dad, I want to join the army." Compared to sending him to a worker-peasant soldier university, Zhang's father, who had always wanted his son to be trained in a military unit, immediately nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Joining the military is good. It will help toughen up your character. However, Yao Xiuhong disagreed. In her view, whether it was sending her son to university or taking over her and old Zhang's work, both were more comfortable than joining the army. And as a mother who knew her son better than anyone, Yao Xiuhong understood him completely. Seeing him like this, she immediately frowned and opposed it, not forgetting to warn him. "Xiao Bei, remember, even if you don't like Lu Jiaojiao, you can't marry a village girl. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Even if she's washed up, she will never be like someone from the city, no matter how pretty she is. She isn't good enough for our family." Chapter 20.2. She had no idea that because of her family background, Chen Nongmo had been completely despised and was now living a life like that of a pig. From the day she returned home from the hospital, she was treated like fragile crystal by the whole family, forbidden to touch anything. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, she didn't have to do anything at all. What was even more exaggerated was that many villagers who had a good relationship with the family would take a break from their farm work and bring 2 eggs or a couple of handfuls of noodles to visit her. If people didn't know better, they would have thought that Chen Nongmo was suffering from some serious illness. It was ridiculous. Chao Qiuhua, feeling uneasy about her daughter, and with spring planting wrapping up, decided to stay at home to accompany her. She noticed the young girl lying on the rocking chair, sighing several times in less than half an hour. Smiling and feigning annoyance, she chided, "Don't keep sighing or you'll sigh all your blessings away. Weren't you the one who usually loved staying at home? I couldn't even push you to go out. How can it be the same?" The girl responded. Before, she had all sorts of things to keep her occupied. Now she wasn't allowed to do anything and could only sit there idly. Chao Qiuhua also felt sorry for her daughter. "Just wait a couple more days. The doctor said we need to observe for 2 more days. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo sighed again, thinking to herself that it had already been 4 days since the incident. But her family had been frightened by what happened that day. She would endure. After all, it was just 2 more days. Comforting herself with this thought, the warm spring sunlight began to lull Chen Nongmo into a drowsy state. Just as she was about to drift off, a crisp voice rang out from outside the house. "Is anyone home?" Chen Nongmo sat up straight in an instant, her sleepiness completely gone. Her tone carried obvious excitement as she exclaimed, "It sounds like Sister Yuanan." Chao Qiuhua raised her hand helplessly and poked her daughter on the forehead before responding, "Yes, someone's here." Saying this, she stood up, intending to go out and greet the visitor. But Chen Nongmo reached out to stop her. "I'll go." Leaving those words behind, she had already thrown off the thin blanket covering her, slipped on her shoes and hurried outside. Seeing this, Chao Qiuhua still got up and returned inside the house, worried that her presence might make the Lu family girl feel uneasy. However, as she stepped inside, she couldn't help but think to herself, maybe the young girl really was recovering well. Look at that speed, she wasn't much slower than a monkey. The night of the incident, Lu Yuanyuan, accompanied by her family, had already visited with large bags and small bundles of gifts to express their gratitude. Today, her great-aunt had taken time out of her schedule to return from the city, bringing plenty of goodies for her and the Chan siblings. Since Lu Yuanyuan's parents had already visited once, they didn't want to drop by again so soon, fearing it might seem like they were overly eager to repay the favor. Instead, they had Lu Yuanyuan deliver the gifts herself on her bicycle. For young people, such matters weren't as formal, especially since the Chen family had a girl of similar age. Frequent interactions between them wouldn't raise eyebrows. Lu Yuanyuan, while known for her delicate temperament, had a fondness for Chen Nongmo, who had saved her life. Sure enough, as soon as she sat down, she launched into a flurry of explanations and with a firm attitude, left the gifts behind. Ignoring Chen Nongmo's polite refusals, she leaned in mysteriously and whispered into her ear, "When I was on my way here, I heard 2 women talking about Chao Lu. One of them was quite pretty, just a tiny bit less than me. Who is she? Does she like your second brother Lu?" It was probably Tong Xiuxiu. From what fourth brother Jun had gossiped about, Tong Xiuxiu had recently approached second brother Lu, but it wasn't anything significant, just to congratulate him on receiving his enlistment notice. Chen Nongmo had no intention of turning someone else's feelings into gossip and instead teased, "You seem to care a lot." Lu Yuanyuan's face turned slightly red. but she tilted her chin upward. Not really. My great-aunt has already introduced me to someone from the city, and I've agreed to meet them in a few days. I'm just curious about what kind of girls Xiao Lu might like. Whether her words were sincere or not, Chen Nongmo admired her attitude. Even if the boy in question was her second brother Lu, she appreciated how Lu Yuanyuan carried herself, with a mix of boldness and detachment that was truly endearing. So while Chen Nongmo didn't give a direct answer, she hinted, "My brother's mind is entirely focused on joining the military right now." Lu Yuanyuan wasn't slow to catch on. Her eyes shifted, and she grasped the underlying meaning. She didn't feel particularly happy about Xiao Lu not liking that girl. It wasn't anything to celebrate. She just wrinkled her nose, muttered a few vague sounds, and quickly changed the subject. Time is quite a magical thing. When you want it to move faster, it seems to dig in its heels, dragging along at a frustratingly slow pace. On the other hand, when you wish it would slow down, it seems to take off in a mad rush. Chen Nongmo truly felt that ever since her second brother Lu received his enlistment notice, time had leapt onto a racetrack, sprinting uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it was already early May. Second brother Lu had received further instructions. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he needed to report to the county town to officially enlist and begin several months of recruit training. That evening, everyone in the family prepared their best dish, gathering together for a sumptuous dinner to send off Xiao Lu. During the meal, there was no strict rule about not talking while eating. The family chatted as they ate, their conversation lively and cheerful. After dinner, no one rushed to go back to their rooms. Instead, they sat together with tea or hot milk, continuing to talk. There wasn't any specific topic. They just chatted about anything and everything, avoiding the end of the night. After all, come tomorrow morning, Xiao Lu would hoist his bag over his shoulder and leave home to carve out his path. Little Yan was really lucky today. If you ask me, she should have been sent to the hospital, Xiao Chuhua sighed, referring to the village's new young wife. It was her first pregnancy, and with her being so young, she had struggled to deliver. She didn't dare lie down, fearing it would make labor even harder, so she knelt on the ground in pain. She endured for over a day before finally giving birth. The barefoot doctor had said both little Yan and her child were fortunate. Any later, and both mother and baby might have lost their lives. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo felt a pang of unease. She couldn't see any fortune in such a situation. Living in the present, she was acutely aware that in the early 1970s, many people in rural areas didn't even consider the idea of going to a hospital to give birth. First, it was because of the expense. Second, people believed that childbirth was inherently a life-risking ordeal for women. It had always been this way, they reasoned. Those who spent money going to the hospital were seen as wasteful, frivolous women who didn't know how to live properly. Chen Nongmo stayed silent for a long time after hearing this. But what truly unsettled her was more than just these beliefs. She vividly remembered the first time she saw a pregnant woman tightly binding her belly with cloth. When she learned they did this to prevent certain babies from developing too quickly, fearing difficult deliveries in the future, she was completely dumbfounded. Even the pregnant women themselves knew this wasn't good for the child, but they had no choice. Survival came first. At that time, she had remarked to her mother, Chuhua, how good it seemed not to get married at all. And then she got a knock on the head for it. "I'm warning you boys," Xiao Chuhua said, her tone shifting as she turned to her sons. "When you get married in the future, don't even think about having kids until your wives are at least 22 years old. And no matter how easy or hard it is, they're going to the hospital to give birth." "Got it." Chen Zong, her husband, nodded in agreement. "Your mom's right." Qiao Lu, Chen Hui, Chen Jun, and Chen Yi all nodded in unison. "And you know having kids too early, understand?" she added, turning to her daughter, Chen Nongmo. Although Chen Nongmo wasn't even keen on getting married in the first place, she obediently nodded. After making her stern declarations, Qiao Chuhua then shifted her attention to Chu Wuwen, the eldest son. "Look at him. He's already 30 and still hasn't gotten married. I'm not worried about his wife being too young. I'm just wondering when that rascal will finally settle down and bring home a wife. If he weren't so far away and out of my reach, I'd have grilled him by now to see if something's wrong with him. Sure, we're not the type to pressure him constantly, but he can't just keep drifting like this forever." Chen Zong nodded again, repeating, "Chuhua, you're absolutely right." Zheng. Meanwhile, Qiao Lu guiltily averted his gaze, feeling a little sorry for Big Brother. At the 738 military unit, Chu Wuwen had just returned from a 2-month mission and received 2 days of leave from the colonel. Initially, he planned to visit the department store in the city tomorrow to buy some gifts for his family to send back home. In the past, he never thought much about such things, believing that sending money was enough. However, after receiving a few thoughtful gifts from his little sister Yu, Chu Wuwen felt not only comforted but also inspired to send something back to his parents and younger siblings to make them happy. This plan solidified when he got a call from his younger brother, asking him to come home for a visit. Second brother Lu was enlisting, and Chu Wuwen himself hadn't been home for 3.5 years. If he didn't go back soon, his fiery-tempered mother would surely scold him. Thinking of his family, Chu Wuwen smiled as he opened his wardrobe to try on the shirt his little sister Yu had sent him. Since he rarely got time off, he mostly wore his uniform. Moreover, the weather had been chilly recently, so it felt wasteful to wear his sister's carefully handmade shirt beneath layers. He had kept it safe until now. But as he reached for the shirt, his eyes landed on another one, identical to it. For a moment, the typically upright and honest Chu Wuwen felt a rare flicker of guilt. After a brief pause, he casually shut the wardrobe door as if nothing had happened. He wasn't giving it away. Unbuttoning his uniform, he changed into the new shirt. Just as he finished buttoning it, before he could step out to the communal washroom to check his reflection in the mirror, his friend walked in. Perhaps out of a sudden sense of rebellion, Chu Wuwen grinned widely, flashing his pearly white teeth. Puffing out his chest, he boasted. "What do you think? My little sister Yu made this for me. A whole set. Look at this style, look at this coordination. Am I dashing or what?" After enlisting, Xiao Zheng's eyesight gradually developed a mild nearsightedness, less than 200 degrees. Earlier, while engrossed in reviewing documents, he had forgotten to remove his glasses. He had initially come to congratulate old Chen on his upcoming promotion to full regimental commander. However, noticing his friend's flaunting behavior, Xiao Zheng paused for a moment, then casually removed his glasses and slipped them into his pocket. Leaning back in his chair with an air of nonchalance, he replied politely but with a hint of mischief, "Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses. I can't see clearly." Chu Wuwen. Bang! The dormitory door was suddenly flung open with great force. Immediately, a tall figure strode in with urgency. The newcomer was the 3rd Battalion commander. At that moment he seemed oblivious to Xiao Zheng's presence, his attention entirely focused on Chu Wuwen. His eyes were practically glowing as he exclaimed, "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, lend me your uniform for a bit." Chu Wuwen frowned. "What's the meaning of this?" The battalion commander explained anxiously, "Colonel's sister-in-law introduced me to a potential match. She's already at the Colonel's house waiting for me to show up, but I'm in such a rush I didn't have time to clean my uniform. Just lend me one of yours for now." Naturally, he had come to Chu Wuwen because their builds were similar. Recognizing the importance of a subordinate's marital prospects, Chu Wuwen was genuinely happy for him. Without hesitation, he waved a hand and said, "Go ahead, pick one yourself. They're all hanging in the wardrobe." "Hey, that's generous of you." The battalion commander grinned as he opened the wardrobe. Just as he reached for a uniform, his eyes landed on a dark blue shirt hanging neatly inside. Earlier, he had noticed the sharp and stylish shirt that Lieutenant Colonel Chen was wearing but didn't say anything since it was clearly new and already in use. Now, seeing an identical one in the wardrobe, he naturally shifted his hand away from the uniforms. He pulled out the shirt, holding it up against himself with a beaming smile, clearly thrilled. "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, I'll take this one. Why'd you make 2 shirts that look exactly the same? You've really helped me out here." Chu Wuwen. "Oh no. Didn't the brat say he needed a uniform?" Xiao Zheng froze for a second before recalling something, the shoes. It all clicked in his mind, and his expression darkened instantly. Narrowing his eyes dangerously, he glared at a certain someone who was digging their own grave. Chu Wuwen's scalp tingled. This was bad. Really bad. Chapter 21. In a small bachelor dormitory, 3 tall men of similar build were standing. 3rd Battalion Commander Lu Tao, not one to be slow on the uptake, broke the inexplicable tension in the room with an awkward question. "What's going on?" Hearing this, Xiao Zheng shifted his gaze from the visibly guilty old Chen and extended a hand to retrieve the clothes Lu Tao was holding, which belonged to him. He then walked over to the wardrobe and, as expected, pulled out an identical pair of trousers. While silently cursing old Chen for being such a scoundrel, Xiao Zheng didn't forget to explain to the bewildered tall man, "These clothes are mine." Lu Tao felt even more confused, muttering to himself internally. He had always known that these two had a close relationship, but he hadn't expected it to be this close. Not only were their clothes hung together, but they were even wearing identical ones. As his thoughts started to wander, he couldn't help but imagine all sorts of strange scenarios, and his gaze toward the two became increasingly peculiar. Chu Wuwen, who was feeling guilty, didn't notice, but Xiao Zheng caught Lu Tao's suspicious look clearly. He let out a laugh, half in exasperation, and said, "What are you thinking? The clothes were made by our little sister Yu." This explanation only puzzled Lu Tao further. "You two share a little sister Yu?" He had never heard of these two having any familial connection. Chu Wuwen immediately objected. "What nonsense are you spouting? She's my little sister Yu, my blood-related one. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Zheng said nothing in response. He simply shook the set of clothes in his hands. Chu Wuwen was frustrated. Damn it. He wanted to retort, but he had no grounds. Fortunately, the kid didn't know about the other things he had stashed away. That lucky thought hadn't even fully formed when he saw old Xiao rummaging around the room again. Chu Wuwen's eyelid twitched and he casually asked, "What are you looking for?" "Looking for whatever sneaky stuff you've hidden this time." The moment Xiao Zheng finished speaking, he pulled 2 blue-collared shirts out of the cabinet. Chu Wuwen was speechless. Xiao Zheng, deciding he'd had enough rummaging, started mentally tallying how many packages Chu Wuwen had received recently. Then he extended his hand decisively. "Hand it over." "What? After the new year, your family sent you 5 packages in total. Are you giving them to me willingly? Or should I call little sister Yu and ask her myself?" There was no way Chu Wuwen could let this kid complain to Yu. Did he want to lose all face? Little sister Yu practically worshipped him as her big brother. Gritting his teeth, Chu Wuwen snarled, "Fine, you win." However, the worst was yet to come. When Xiao Zheng, with a stack of items in his arms, was certain there were no other gifts that belonged to him, he turned to the struggling to hold in his laughter 3rd Battalion commander with a magnanimous smile. "This shirt of mine would actually suit you pretty well. If you wore it to a blind date, it'd definitely seal the deal." Lu Tao, who had been so engrossed in the drama that he nearly forgot his own business, suddenly perked up. Rubbing his hands eagerly, he was just about to ask to borrow it when Lieutenant Colonel Xiao Zheng continued, looking almost apologetic. "It's just my size might be a bit small on you. We're about the same height, but I reckon I'm a lot more delicate than you." "Nonsense. Shameless." Both Lu Tao and Chu Wuwen screamed in unison in their hearts. Who in the entire military district didn't know that Lieutenant Colonel Xiao Zheng, despite his scholarly appearance, was hiding an impressive physique beneath his clothes? His muscle tone was practically unmatched. Xiao Zheng, seemingly oblivious to their constipated expressions, cheerfully added, "Old Lu, don't worry. Old Chen's build is closest to yours. For something as important as a blind date, he's bound to lend you something. We've all been stationed in the military for so long. Starting a family is no easy feat." With that, the man paid no further attention to the two behind him. Humming a military tune, he strode off with little sister Yu's lovingly sent gifts in his arms, heading back to his dorm. Lu Tao shamelessly rubbed his hands together, turning to Chu Wuwen with an expectant glint in his eyes. "Lieutenant Colonel Chen, about that? My brand new clothes." He hadn't even had the chance to wear them once. Second brother Lu had joined the army and left. He and brother Taizhu were sent off with great fanfare by the entire village. Of course, the villagers only accompanied them to the village entrance. Chen Nongmo and a few other villagers, including some village officials, followed them all the way to the county town. In the county town there were more than 200 new recruits in total, along with their accompanying families and friends. The surrounding streets were packed tightly with people. Human emotions, as diverse as they are, seemed to align in this moment. No matter where one looked, every corner was filled with similar sights: earnest farewells, heartfelt advice, and the heavy sorrow of parting. When it was finally time to say goodbye, Chen Nongmo, manhwasummary, and the others waved cheerfully to Chao Lu. But only until the military trucks slowly drove away and disappeared completely from view. When there was no longer even the faintest trace of the vehicles, Chen Nongmo, like many of the others who had come to see their loved ones off, felt her eyes welling up with tears. She couldn't bear it. Even though they had only known each other for less than half a year, the separation was unbearably painful. She wanted to cry to let it all out. If she felt this way, one could only imagine how heart-wrenching this separation must have been for Manhwasummary, who had raised second brother Lu herself. And as it turned out, Chen Nongmo's guesses were entirely accurate. No one noticed exactly when it started, but Manhwasummary was now squatting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo quickly gathered herself and, along with her 3 brothers and dad Zong, hurried to comfort her. Chen Nongmo was truly overwhelmed. After all, this child had never been far from her side since birth. No matter how grown-up second brother Lu appeared, he was only 20 years old in nominal years. It was much like the time when her eldest left home at 18. Back then, it had taken her days to recover from the sorrow. Noticing her husband and children anxiously circling around her, Chen Nongmo waved a hand weakly, her voice hoarse. "I'm fine. Just give me a few days to adjust." Even as she said this, her gaze swept over the other children one by one. And then the tears that had just begun to subside started flowing again. Those with sensitive hearts are often like this. When they are sad, it is all-consuming, and their emotions erupt like a flood. Chen Nongmo sobbed harder than ever. "In another year or two, all of you will be gone woo." Hearing this, Chen Nongmo and her siblings immediately shook their heads furiously, declaring that they wouldn't leave. They weren't going anywhere no matter what. At that moment, the priority was to soothe Mom Chohua. Chen Nongmo even made a silent resolution not to mention her plans to visit her biological parents over the summer break anytime soon. By the time they returned home, Chao Chohua had stopped crying. However, her eyes were terribly swollen, and she looked utterly pitiful. So much so that Chen Nongmo and her siblings completely forgot about the sadness of parting with second brother Lu, instead spending the entire day fussing over their mother. The next day, if not for Dad Zong shooing them off, the siblings would have all asked for leave to stay home. In the 6 months or so she had been living with Mom Chohua, Chen Nongmo had never once seen her cry like this. Even the 3 brothers rarely saw their mother like this, so their concern was understandable. However, as worried as they were, skipping class was still not the right choice. Even though it was common in this era, they needed to keep themselves in check and not simply follow the crowd. Arriving in the town, Chen Nongmo said her goodbyes to the twins and to her older brother Chen Huai, who needed to head to the county town for school boarding. She then focused on the last 2 months of her second year in junior high. The high school entrance exam was coming up in early July. Though the siblings consistently ranked among the top 3 in their class, they still had to stay focused and push harder. High school was a must no matter what. The ideal was beautiful, but reality delivered a heavy blow to the 3 young people eager to strive and improve. The teacher had been teaching for a while, but around 2 p.m., they suddenly had to leave for something. There were already only a few classmates in class, and now with the teacher gone, they all cheered and rushed out with their bags. The 4 siblings could only helplessly follow, getting an early dismissal. As they passed the post office, Chen Nongmo tugged on the bike of her 5th brother Yi. Chen Yi, with his long legs on the ground, looked down at his little sister Yu sitting on the front bar. "What's up?" Chen Jun also stuck his head out from behind. "Is little sister Yu hungry?" Chen Nongmo shook her head and pointed toward the post office. "I want to give big brother a call. I need to discuss the matter of visiting our parents during the summer break. If big brother says it's not convenient, then I won't go." As for why she didn't just ask their parents directly, Chen Nongmo thought it was unnecessary. She was sure that if she hinted at this in a letter, her parents would sternly reject the idea. Because Chen Nongmo, who had been mentally delayed for 15 years, was still viewed by her parents as little more than a naive child. She had secretly told her brothers about wanting to visit Dimeo Dad Zong during the summer break. Naturally, they supported her. After all, they were her biological parents. Once they understood what the little sister Yu meant, Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately turned the handlebars and headed toward the post office. The 3 siblings had no idea that second brother Lu Chao Lu, not wanting his family to be too upset by his departure, had secretly called Big Brother and that Big Brother was already on his way back home. Xiao Zheng was in a great mood these past few days. After giving old Chen a taste of his own medicine, he was confident that old Chen would never dare to shortchange him again. He didn't lack clothes, but he did miss little sister Yu. Especially in the past 6 months, old Chen had mentioned little sister Yu constantly, showing off in various ways. Gradually, Xiao Zheng, the only one of his siblings without a little sister Yu, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Who wouldn't want a well-behaved, cute little sister Yu? Unfortunately, in the Xiao family there were only 2 brothers. Among all the relatives, the only girl was his cousin from his father's side. His cousin was a typical soldier, and was currently serving as a squad leader in a newly established special military unit. She was busier than he was throughout the year and could probably hit harder than him too. Thinking of the time when he was a child and his cousin had beaten him so badly that he was left baring his teeth in pain, Xiao Zheng quickly shook off the terrifying memory and turned his thoughts back to old Chen. If he did the math correctly, that bastard should be able to see little sister Yu in just 2 days, right? Good things couldn't all be taken by old Chen. As Xiao Zheng was thinking about whether he should write a letter to his mother in J City, asking her to pick out some items that a teenage girl would like as a return gift, the phone suddenly rang. It was old Chen's family's call. Xiao Zheng knew that old Chen had quietly returned home, planning to surprise his family. He thought about answering the phone and helping to cover for him. But to his surprise, when the call connected, a soft, gentle voice came through the receiver and directly into his ears. Unprepared, Xiao Zheng was stunned for a moment. Especially when he heard the girl on the other end of the line gently introduce herself as Chen Nongmo. His first reaction in his mind was, although he hadn't met little sister Yu before old Chen, this round was his win. As far as he knew, old Chen hadn't even had a phone conversation with little sister Yu yet. And little sister Yu had already called him brother. Though it was likely that she had confused him with old Chen, it didn't stop Xiao Zheng from feeling pleased. He cleared his throat, introduced himself to the girl on the other end, and then explained that old Chen had gone home to visit his family. Since she was already calling him brother, it was only natural for him to cover for old Chen. Chapter 22.1. The sky was clear, the air fresh and pleasant. After several days of travel, Chu Wuwen finally stepped onto the familiar land of his hometown. Despite not having any romantic feelings, he couldn't help but feel at ease, as everything around him seemed so comfortable. It had been 3.5 years since he had left home. Although the shabby and weathered bus station in front of him had not changed much from his memories, Chu Wuwen still felt a sense of novelty. Thinking about how his parents, his brother's wife, and the others would be so happy to see him, he couldn't help but smile, his lips curving upward. After a moment of imagining their reaction, Chu Wuwen felt the weariness from his journey vanish. He took long strides and walked briskly toward the bus station exit. It was 2 p.m. He planned to borrow a bicycle from his high school friend and reach home by 3:30 p.m. He was looking forward to his mother's signature dish, the sour pickled cabbage with pork bones. Big brother. Big brother. The voice that broke his thoughts was unfamiliar, but having heard the term big brother so often, Chu Wuwen instinctively turned to look. It was his third brother Huai, fourth brother Jun, fifth brother Yi, and sixth sister. Great, everyone who could come had arrived. After the initial shock, Chu Wuwen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Xiao Zheng, you bastard! Big brother, I knew you'd be here by now. Chan Jun, the liveliest among them, spoke while showing off his intelligence. At the same time, he eagerly reached out and took a large parcel to carry. Chun Yi rolled his eyes. They clearly had bicycles. Although only 18 years old, third brother Huai Chenhua had inherited his father's sturdy build. Last year he had been slightly smaller than second brother Lu Chaolu. But in the past 6 months the difference had almost disappeared. His personality was just as simple as fourth brother Jun's. He grinned and grabbed a parcel to carry, saying, "Big brother, you really are something. What's with the surprise visit? If sixth sister hadn't called the military unit, we wouldn't even know you were back." Chun Yi rolled his eyes again. They had 3 bicycles, so why were third and fourth brother Jun's carrying parcels? Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen, who had already sensed something was off, instinctively glanced toward little sister Yu, who had been standing quietly by the side. In disbelief he asked, "Did Yu talk to old Xiao on the phone?" When she heard Yu coming from Big Brother, Chen Nongmo's tense heart relaxed instantly. She raised a slightly shy smile and said, Xiao Zheng is really nice." He had a pleasant voice and seemed to have a gentle temperament. Of course she didn't say this part out loud, not because she was embarrassed but because she had a gut feeling that if she did, Big Brother would explode. Who would want to hear that dog be praised by little sister Yu? Chu Wuwen felt like he was about to explode at that moment. Big brother. Chen Nongmo looked at him, confused as to why his face was so dark. Meeting her questioning gaze, Chu Wuwen suddenly chuckled and ruffled her head. This was his little sister Yu. No matter how angry old Xiao got, it didn't matter. He and Yu were a real family, forever a family. No one could take her away. Even if Xiao Zheng was envious of his little sister Yu, it was all in vain. Why should he care about that guy? Thinking about this, the man, who had recently been caught doing something shameful and had been thoroughly reprimanded, suddenly felt refreshed. Chu Wuwen didn't want to talk about the childish rivalry with old Xiao with his little sister Yu. Smiling, he shifted the conversation. "I brought a lot of things for you all. Let's head home now, Mom and Dad must be waiting anxiously." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to carefully take in his siblings. Little sister Yu hadn't changed much since the childhood photos. She was still as beautiful and delicate, soft and round like a little ball of dough. The twin brothers, while their facial features hadn't changed much, had grown taller. He remembered 3.5 years ago, when the 2 little guys were only 13, their voices hadn't even changed yet. Now, however, they had grown into adults. As for third brother Huai, his build seemed even more muscular than his own. Chu Wuwen reached out and squeezed his younger brother's arm and shoulder, then tested third brother Huai's strength. Afterward he said with a smile, "Not bad, really solid. You'll make a good soldier." Chen Huai, who received Big Brother's compliment, immediately grinned and showed his white teeth. Chen Nongmo too smiled, her eyes curving as she explained, "Daddy Zong and Mother Chihua don't know you're back yet. Big Brother, didn't you want to surprise them? So we kept it a secret." Chan Yi, who had been reminding the 2 silly brothers to fasten the bundles to the bicycles, also laughed and added, "Yes, we didn't ruin the surprise Big Brother planned." Chu Wuwen, what was this inexplicable feeling of embarrassment? On the way home, Chu Wuwen was riding with little sister Yu. Neither of them had a dull personality, and with half a year of communication behind them, the siblings quickly overcame any awkwardness and began chatting and laughing. With the other 3 brothers always around, the trip was filled with laughter and teasing. The hour-and-a-half journey passed by quickly. As they entered Shanshan village, the twins grabbed 2 handfuls of candy from Big Brother's bag before returning the 2 borrowed bicycles. Before meeting their parents, Chu Wuwen didn't want to be watched, so he led his third brother Huai and little sister Yu down a more secluded little path to wait. By the time the twins returned the bicycles and hurried back, the 5 siblings finally set off towards the foot of the mountain. It was just past mid-May. The peach and plum trees in the yard had already shed their blossoms, leaving only the autumn pear in the corner with its delicate flowers still blooming. Of course, where flowers fall, others bloom. For example, under the eaves, the few rose bushes that Chen Nongmo had been eagerly anticipating were now in full dazzling bloom. Chu Wuwen stood quietly in the yard, observing the presence and absence of things in his memory. His anxious and restless feelings suddenly settled as he realized something. He was home. It turned out, he missed this place more than he had realized. His parents must have missed him often too. Thinking of this, Chu Wuwen quickly moved to rush into the house. However, before he could take more than one step, a loud voice startled him, causing him to stumble. Second brother Lu has been gone for several days, and here you are, still dragging your feet? If you ask me, you're just too idle. Who doesn't like visiting others? Look at you. Didn't that just get you into trouble? How about telling Wuwen to hurry up and get married and have a baby so you can have someone to look after? Then you'll be too busy to overthink things. I wish I could, but that damn kid's been at the military unit for years, and I can't get him to come back. Ha, true, but what's Wuwen thinking? He's almost 30 now, right? 29 years old. He was only 29 years old. Frozen in place, Chu Wuwen silently protested the surprise, then wiped his face with one hand, and quickly turned to retreat into another room, hoping to wait until Aunt Xiaomei left before reappearing. Unfortunately, Chen Jun, with no sense of timing, rushed into the hall like a gust of wind, loudly announcing, "Mom! Big brother's back." Unable to stop himself, Chu Wuwen met little sister Yu's sympathetic gaze and felt a bitter taste rise in his mouth. This was completely different from the surprise he had imagined. Where had things gone wrong? Inside the house, Chao Chuhua was entertaining an old friend who had come over once again to play matchmaker. Once she processed what the fourth brother Jun had said, Chao Chuhua suddenly sprang to her feet. Ignoring the dizziness from standing up too quickly, she hurried toward the door. Just as she reached the doorway, she saw a tall figure approaching her. It was really him. Chao Chuhua, whose tear ducts had been more active than usual these days, couldn't help but tear up again. She looked up at her son, her loving gaze never leaving him for a moment. Seeing this, Chu Wuwen felt a bit of moisture in his nose. He bent down, hugged his mother, then let go and called out, "Mom, I'm back." Chao Chuhua laughed through her tears. "You've lost weight and you've gotten darker." In reality, Chu Wuwen had gained a few pounds and was a bit sturdier. He nodded and joked, "Yes, I lost weight. I've been thinking about your sour pickled cabbage with pork bones, so I had to lose some weight. You little brat, always so cheeky. I see you just need a good lesson. Why haven't you come home in all these years if you missed us so much? Always trying to fool me." Chu Wuwen threw his arm around his mother's shoulder and led her into the house, boasting, "What can I say, I'm just too excellent. The organization needed me. Bah, do you think I'm stupid?" Mother and son joked back and forth as they happily entered the house. No matter what he felt inside, Chu Wuwen still maintained a polite demeanor. He straightened up and called out, "Aunt Xiaomei." Chen Xiaomei had watched Wuwen grow up. Seeing him now in his military uniform, looking handsome and dignified, she couldn't help but smile widely. "Hey, you're looking more and more spirited. So handsome. How long can you stay this time?" "I can stay for a month." That's good, that's good. Spend time with your mom. She misses you." Warmth filled Chu Wuwen's eyes. "I've missed home too. I applied for this long leave so I could spend more time with the family." Chen Xiaomei nodded approvingly, exchanged a few more pleasantries, then said, "All right, I'll be going now. There are things waiting for me at home." Although she loved playing matchmaker, she wasn't oblivious. Her friend's child hadn't been home in years, so there was no doubt a lot of catching up to do. She couldn't just stick around. Chao Chuhua too wasn't one to pretend with an old childhood friend. When she heard this, she went to the cabinet to find some gifts for the matchmaker, but saw her daughter already handing over a small bag of cookies. She shot her a teasing look. "You little rascal." Chen Nongmo smiled sweetly, looking utterly obedient. Chapter 22.2. After sending Aunt Xiaomei off, the rest of the family crowded into the kitchen, chatting and preparing dinner. They wouldn't be having pickled cabbage with pork bones today, as there was no place to buy meat at the moment. However, Chen Zong was a skilled hunter, and both second and third brother Huais were good at it too. The family's meat storage was well stocked. Since their eldest son had been away for years, Chao Chuhua, who didn't think much of salted meat, went out to the back pen and caught a fat rabbit to slaughter. Fearing the kids wouldn't have enough to eat, she also stewed a wild pheasant she had caught the day before. It seemed that, no matter the era or the wealth of the family, All parents, when their children returned home, shared the same attitude. They prepared a feast to celebrate their child's return. In the kitchen, most of the conversation was led by Chao Qiuhua, and the topics revolved around her eldest son, whom she hadn't seen in years. Upon learning that it was his second brother Lu who asked him to return and keep him company, Chao Qiuhua's eyes reddened again. But this time it was out of happiness. She was happy that her child was thoughtful, and pleased that her child was filial. Then the lingering gloom from the past few days faded away. When one's spirit lifted, the conversation flowed more freely. As they chatted, they eventually brought up the reason for Xiaomei's visit. "Oldest son, what are you thinking? You're almost 30, and you haven't met a girl you like." Chu Wuwen shook his head. He really hadn't met anyone. Strictly speaking, he had intentionally ignored the matter. When it came to marriage, he had his own pace. Chu Wuwen had grown up with his mother. Since he could remember, he was aware of how difficult life had been for her before she married his stepfather, waiting alone for his father. He had once not understood, but after joining the army, he began to comprehend the struggles his father had faced back then. However, the difficulties of being a military wife had left a deep mark in his heart. Thus, he had long since decided that he would only consider marriage once he had the qualification to bring his spouse along with him. And his rank couldn't be too low. There were hierarchies everywhere, and even in the family compound, interpersonal relationships mattered. Chu Wuwen didn't want his future wife to face unnecessary hardships because his rank wasn't high enough. Before returning, the brigade commander had already spoken to him. After the family visit leave ended, he would be recommended to the 1st Regiment to become a colonel. The brigade commander was a man of his word, and since he had spoken, it was a done deal. Perhaps it was about time to find a suitable person to marry. Chu Wuwen did not make up an excuse to brush off his mother. Instead, he carefully explained all of his considerations to her. Then, as his mother fell into a thoughtful silence, he smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. This time, I will seriously think it over." Chao Qiuhua did not expect that her son's decision to remain unmarried was influenced by her own actions. However, after listening carefully, she felt that his thoughts were reasonable, and she was reassured, saying, "You're right in your thinking, but there's no rush. Still, it's important to find someone suitable and someone you like." Chu Wuwen replied, "Of course. Then, do you want to meet the girl Aunt Xiaomei introduced? What's the situation with her?" Chao Qiuhua then relayed her old friend's words. The girl was from the county town, and she worked as a saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative. She had 6 sisters and just one younger brother. Since she was a twin, a boy and a girl, she was the most pampered in the family. When her mother retired, she passed the job on to her. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo frowned. At that time, most people held a preference for sons over daughters, and there were families that had 10 children just to try for a son. How should she put it? Although it reflected the era, she really had a bias toward such families. Even though she knew that not everything about these families was bad, as an ordinary person, she still couldn't shake off that bias. She always felt that families like that had more trouble, and she, more than anyone, hated petty, trivial problems. However, people from that time had a natural awe and admiration for city dwellers and the iron rice bowl. Chen Nongmo wanted to express her opinion but feared that, as someone with only a middle school education, her thoughts might not be taken seriously. But then she relaxed. When one is too concerned, one can become disoriented. She almost forgot that, as the male lead of a novel, Chu Wuwen was already destined to have a match. Although Chen Nongmo didn't remember the details of her big brother's relationship with his future sister-in-law, she knew that she was a military doctor. As for how they met, Chen Nongmo wasn't sure. But one thing she was certain of was that big brother had married in the winter of his 30th year. In other words, this blind date was a dead end. Sure enough, as soon as she relaxed, she heard big brother's voice. "This one's not suitable." Chen Nongmo looked up at the man. Although big brother didn't say anything more, he was, after all, the male lead and his mind was sharp. Chao Qiuhua wasn't particularly fond of such a family either. To her, the character of the children and the upbringing of the in-laws were the most important things. However, after hearing Xiaomei's constant chatter, she couldn't help but soften her stance. It was probably because that girl was the best match she could find in her position as a mother. So she added, "Aunt Xiaomei said the girl is also pretty, and since she's from the city and has a steady job, it's really a good match. Don't you want to reconsider?" Chu Wuwen still shook his head. He was more rational and placed greater importance on the family background. Having grown up in a harmonious and stable environment, he naturally hoped for the same in his future partner's family. This was his understanding of a match in status and background. Seeing her son's firm stance, Chao Qiuhua didn't press any further. After all, his life was his own, and it was important that he was happy with his choices. As a mother, she held this stance for all her sons. So she smiled and said, Then I'll let Xiaomei know. Chen Nongmo thought that rejecting this blind date would be the end of it. But to her surprise, in the following days, matchmakers from all over the region started showing up at their door. It was no exaggeration to say that, on average, 10 or more girls were introduced to them every day. This truly left Chen Nongmo stunned. Although Big Brother only agreed to meet 2 of them, it still left everyone at a loss for words. She wasn't sure if it was the male lead halo or if Big Brother's own conditions were simply too superior. Either way, after a few days of this, even she and the other 2 brothers were on edge, and they didn't dare go straight home after school in the evenings. Fortunately, the 3rd brother Huai was studying in the county, or else, in the eyes of the matchmakers, he would have been considered of marriageable age and would not have escaped the auntie's enthusiasm either. She had to admit, in this moment, Chen Nongmo admired Big Brother's patience. If it were her, she would have run away long ago. However, she also believed that Big Brother, who was now somewhat weary of the situation, couldn't hold out much longer. Sure enough, 2 more days passed. That Saturday evening, after being examined, praised, and picked apart by matchmakers, Chu Wuwen, who seemed to be running on empty, finally surrendered. He directly stated that he would take the family out the next day, and strongly declared that he would never go on another blind date again. Not only was his head aching, but if this continued, he would be subjected to gossip. People would think he was selecting a wife as if he were a prince choosing a concubine. Clearly, he hadn't agreed to any of it. It was those matchmakers who came to his door uninvited. Some of the less refined ones even brought the girls with them, without so much as a greeting. He didn't want to be implicated in any rumors or have his family dragged into it, so he had to leave and hide for a while. Go ahead, your dad and I won't be going. It's probably best if you stay away for a few days before coming back. These past days, Chao Qiuhua, who was growing increasingly fond of peace with age, was equally exhausted. She had never imagined that finding a daughter-in-law would require such an ordeal. After the excitement of her son's return had worn off, Chao Qiuhua, now yearning for peace and quiet, began to grow tired of the matchmakers and made it clear that she would never pressure him into marriage again. Chen Zong too was overwhelmed and repeatedly agreed, saying, "Your mom is right." Chu Wen made an innocent face and said, "But just a few days ago you said you missed me?" Chao Qiuhua turned her head, avoiding his gaze, not wanting to say anything further. Chen Nongmo, sitting not far away, watched her family interact, struggling to suppress her laughter. How should she put it? Her parents had love but not an overwhelming amount of it. As the thoughtful little sister Yu, after secretly mocking them for a bit, she decided to help her big brother salvage his dignity, which had already fallen to the ground. She gently asked, "Where are we going?" After spending a few days up close, Chen Nongmo had come to realize that her male lead brother was surprisingly down to earth. On the outside, he looked handsome and composed, fitting the definition people usually had of him. But in reality, the tough guy was just a facade. The real Chu Wuwen would regret moves in chess, cheat while playing cards, and had a love for pastries and all things sweet. He also had a bit of a petty side and often complained about Xiao Zheng to her. If she hadn't clearly seen the smile in his eyes, Chen Nongmo would have believed him. Then there was the day before, when she first realized Chu Wuwen had such a sweet tooth. It was a bit beyond her usual understanding of the tough, cool male lead. At that moment, her face unconsciously showed a look of surprise. Then Big Brother immediately replied, "Xiao Zheng also likes sweets. The reason we became friends is because we share the same interests." Whether or not that was true was debatable, but one thing Chen Nongmo was certain of was that her filter for Big Brother as the male lead had shattered into pieces. It was beyond repair. Chu Wuwen, whose composed Big Brother image had been thoroughly shattered in his little sister Yu's eyes, suddenly became lively again. "Let's go to the city. Don't you guys have a 3-day break? I have some old comrades there, and I'll take you to eat some great food." The classroom had been given to the Revolutionary Committee to hold a mobilization meeting, and recently, a few teachers had been given the shaved head treatment. Chen Nongmo didn't like any of this, but she was powerless to change it as she too was one of those fleeing from the situation. Every time she saw the miserable fate of those people, she would silently thank Xiao Zheng in her heart for his help. Chen Nongmo couldn't imagine what she would do if her parents had to endure such suffering. Would she really be able to stay out of it? This was also why, whenever she sent something to her brother, she would always make sure to send a little something for Xiao Zheng as well. Then, remembering that they were going to the city, Chen Nongmo smiled and suggested, "We can buy some nice fabrics in the city. I still want to make some clothes for Xiao Zheng, and Big Brother can bring them back when you return. That way we'll save on postage." At her age, expensive things weren't accepted by the other party, and there weren't many special gifts to be found these days. So she could only put some effort into sewing, hoping it would show her sincerity. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen turned to his mother. "Mom, how about you arrange a few more blind dates for me? I'm in a hurry to get married. Who said we were going to the city? Even though it was obvious her son was joking, Chao Qiuhua, who had grown tired of all the commotion in recent days, reacted immediately by waving her hand in excitement. Go away. Go away. Go away. Chapter 23. The next day. As dawn was breaking, the 5 siblings set out, each carrying a small bundle. The letter of introduction had been written the previous evening, when Chen Zong had used a flashlight to guide the 3rd sibling to the old secretary's house and dragged the person out of bed to prepare it at the last minute. This showed how, just a few days ago, Chu Wuwen had been a sought-after catch, but after a series of matchmaking events he had lost his charm. Chao Qiuhua, returning to her usual temperament, worried about unforeseen events. She hadn't prepared breakfast for the children and in her frustration, chased them out of the house. Thus, with empty stomachs, the siblings set off, braving the morning dew as they hurried to the state-owned restaurant in the town for breakfast. It was also the first time for big brother, Chen Nongmo, to experience Mother Qiuhua's black face, leaving him both amused and helpless. To get to the city, they had to transfer buses, first from the town to the county, and then from the county to the city. In total, the journey was about 200 kilometers, and after 2 breakdowns along the way, they finally arrived in the city at 3 in the afternoon. This was a full 3 hours later than expected. As a result, they missed the meal times. Fortunately, this kind of thing was common. Back when they had breakfast at the state-owned restaurant, Chu Wuwen had anticipated such a situation and bought some steamed buns just in case. Yu, are you hungry? Want to eat something to tide you over? Or should we head to the guest house to rest first? Seeing that little sister Yu's lips were slightly dry, Chu Wuwen opened his water bottle and handed it to her. Chen Nongmo was indeed a little thirsty, so she reached out and took it. Let's go to the guest house first. Although she hadn't gotten car sick this time, the bumpy ride had tired her out, and now with the uneven roads, she was feeling exhausted and needed to lie down and rest. Noticing that the little girl wasn't feeling too well, Chu Wuwen led his younger siblings directly to the guest house. The guest house was located in the city center, surrounded by several large factories. It was a rare 3-story building for that time. While big brother and the 3rd brother Huai handled the check-in, Chen Nongmo and the twins sat on a bench not far away, chatting and waiting. Hey! Did you hear about that thing at the steel factory director's house? Due to the car accident, the 3 siblings, who were particularly sensitive to the word steel factory, instinctively looked over. The conversation came from 2 middle-aged men sitting not far from them. Although they intentionally lowered their voices, their words still clearly reached Chen Nongmo and the others. Are you talking about the thing a few days ago, when the director's young master got beaten up? Shua. Stop calling him young master. Are you trying to get us all killed? It's fine, stop being so jumpy. With your reaction you might as well quit life. Better safe than sorry. Alright, no more about that. You're talking about the incident with Director Zhang's youngest son. Right? You know about that? Who doesn't? What's so strange about it? He probably offended someone. What could that young fool have done to offend anyone? Although his arms and legs weren't broken, it was still pretty bad. I heard his face got all swollen like a pig's head. TCH. Who says it was definitely the kid who offended someone? What do you mean? Well, let me put it this way. Zhang Cheng is pretty slick, but his wife, well, that's another story. I won't even go into the details, but the last time someone saw me, they acted like they were looking down on me, their nose practically in the air. If you didn't know better, you'd think my family's meal tickets were sitting on her stove. That kid got beaten up, most likely because of her. Everyone knows Yao Hongxiu spoils her youngest son. After that, Chen Nongmo stopped listening as big brother, having finished the check-in, was already waving at them. First she didn't think much of it. However, after they entered the room and big brother began checking under the bed and the cabinets, she heard the 4th brother Jun lower his voice, speaking mysteriously. Bro, I heard someone say that Zhang Luobei got beaten up. Was that you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi stood up and walked toward the door. Chu Wuwen chuckled softly. Yes, not too stupid after all. Chen Nongmo's eyes widened in surprise. She had no idea about this matter. Pleased by the compliment, Chen Jun couldn't contain his pride. I'm not stupid, I'm smart. But when did you beat him up? I see you at home every day. Chen Yi, leaning against the doorframe, rolled his eyes. He had just praised him for being smart, and now he was back to his usual self. Chu Wuwen smiled and shook his head, not offering much of an explanation. He simply said vaguely, I didn't have to do it myself. When the 2nd brother Lu called him earlier, he had also mentioned the near accident. At that time, the 2nd brother Lu had already investigated the Zhang family's relationships. If it hadn't been for the concern that there were loose ends due to the rush timing, he wouldn't have needed to involve Chu Wuwen. Chu Wuwen truly felt it was necessary to teach that young man a lesson. It wasn't just for the sake of his sister-in-law's relief, but also to prevent similar tragedies from happening in the future. Driving wasn't a game. If you weren't careful, someone could lose their life. Chen Nongmo took a 1-hour nap at the guest house. Once she had regained some energy, she went next door to find her brothers. It was at this moment that she learned Big Brother had already gone out for a walk and had brought back a friend. Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's only a little past 4. Chu Wuwen opened the door and let little sister Yu in, leaving the door open. Chen Nongmo politely smiled at the unfamiliar man inside the room, then shook her head. I won't sleep anymore. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing this, Chu Wuwen patted her head and didn't say anything more. Instead, he introduced the man. This is Big Brother's comrade Bian Jianhua. You can call him Jianhua-gu. We're going to his house for dinner tonight. He's got some good food. After saying this, Chu Wuwen, not noticing the uncertainty in little sister Yu's eyes, turned to his comrade and proudly added, This is my little sister Yu, my real sister. Bian Jianhua had a round face that exuded an air of authority, with a demeanor that seemed perfectly suited for an official. His looks weren't striking, but he wore a well-pressed Zhongshan suit, giving him a sense of maturity that seemed beyond his years. In reality, Bian Jianhua was about the same age as Chu Wuwen. He had served in the military for 2 years before choosing to retire and, through family connections, entered government service where he had worked his way up over the past 7 or 8 years. Though they had each followed different paths in life, their friendship, formed when they were both new recruits, had not wavered over the years. Now, knowing that his comrade was back home for a visit and that his family had some fine wine and ingredients, Bian Jianhua had called to invite him over. However, after all these years of brotherhood, Bian Jianhua had no idea that Chu Wuwen had a little sister Yu. When he heard about it over the phone yesterday, he thought it was just a joke. He hadn't expected that today Chu Wuwen would actually bring a girl with him. And not just any girl, a soft, pretty girl. Bian Jianhua looked them over several times, not using the usual formalities he might have employed in official settings, and directly asked the question that had been lingering in his mind, Really your biological sister? Chu Wuwen, surprised by the question, found it completely unreasonable. What's wrong with your eyes? My sister looks just like me. Of course she's my real sister. This sound came from the 3rd, 4th and 5th brother E's, who shared a silent understanding and chuckled in unison. Chen Nongmo, startled by Big Brother's words, looked up and silently studied her brother's stern face. As a girl who looked like this, she couldn't help but wonder if she might feel self-conscious about it. Bian Jianhua, taken aback by Chu Wuwen's confident response, didn't want to argue with someone who was clearly not thinking clearly. Instead, he gently greeted the girl. Chen Nongmo wasn't really a child, and in the back-and-forth exchange, the two were able to chat a little. Bian Jianhua was very good at reading the room. His comrade had never mentioned having a little sister Yu, and there must have been his own reasons for that. Since Chu Wuwen didn't speak of it, Bian Jianhua didn't press the matter either. He simply spoke warmly, like a spring breeze, and chatted with little sister Yu for a while. After getting a general sense of her personality, he suggested that they head to his house. Chen Nongmo's first reaction was Bian Jianhua related to Big Brother's official match, the future sister-in-law Bian Zhouxiang? Were they really family? Chapter 24.1 Municipal Committee Compound. Bian Jianhua was now the deputy provincial governor. Based on his performance in recent years, he was expected to soon move towards a position in Jiangsu. At that time, he would apply for a posting as the county party secretary in a poor and difficult area. At the age of 30, he could be considered young and promising. The Bian family had a long history in politics, with family members holding varying levels of government positions. Before Bian Jianhua's grandfather retired, he had served as both the deputy provincial governor and the provincial public security bureau chief. Born into such a family, Bian Jianhua naturally had advantages that others did not. Of course, these advantages were merely extra embellishments. His grandfather had strict principles. He did not allow any of his descendants to seek shortcuts or use their power for personal gain. In his grandfather's eyes, a person should do tasks in accordance with their ability. For example, his younger son, who was slow-witted and approaching the age of knowing his destiny, was still just a small clerk. Strictly speaking, even though decades had passed since he graduated from university, his position had never moved. This reflected how much his grandfather valued his reputation. Of course, if any of his descendants were truly capable, he would not hesitate to appoint them, regardless of family ties. Bian Jianhua's grandfather had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son, Bian Jun, was capable and, in his early 50s, had already become the secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. The second son was also not bad, and was currently serving as an official in Q City. Bian Jianhua was the eldest grandson. Patriarch Bian, now aging, had softened over time, despite having been a strong and resolute person throughout his life. Recently, when he received local specialties from an old friend, he took them and distributed them to the children he could reach. He also stayed a few days at his eldest grandson's house. After all, his only great-grandson was nearby. Yes, the retired patriarch Bien was no different from ordinary elders. He simply wanted to enjoy a few years of peaceful family life. Old leader, it's getting late. I'll head back now, Zhang Cheng said. In his younger years, he had been promoted by Patriarch Bien, and upon hearing that the elder was in the city, he specifically came to visit. Of course, he knew the elder's rules and only brought a pound of cured meat sent from his hometown. The voice of the eldest grandson could be heard from outside, and upon hearing it, Patriarch Bien did not keep Zhang Cheng but instead stood up, taking his 3-year-old great-grandson's hand. All right, from now on, don't bring anything when you come to visit. With that, he followed Zhang Cheng toward the door. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hands. Old leader, you don't need to see me off. Patriarch Bien only smiled at his response and didn't say anything more, continuing to follow him to the door. Zhang Cheng, feeling somewhat flustered, was about to say something else when he saw Patriarch Bien smile gently, his expression full of kindness. Finally here, are we? Finally here? Zhang Cheng reflexively glanced outside, following Patriarch's gaze. His pupils suddenly contracted in shock. He never expected to see this family again. Zhang Cheng was completely stunned. What was going on? Why did this family know the old leader? And why was the old leader so kind toward them? This kindness seemed genuine, the opposite of the superficial politeness he had experienced when facing him. Before Zhang Cheng could sort through his confusion, he saw Patriarch Bien enthusiastically greet the Chen family. His attitude was no different from how he would treat his own grandchildren. Come on. Everyone come in, I've been waiting for you. The dishes are almost ready. Among the 5 siblings of the Chen family, only Chu Wuwen knew Patriarch's true identity. Chen Nongmo and Chen Yi had their doubts, while Chen Hui and Chen Jun didn't think much of it. They simply assumed that the elderly, gray-haired man in front of them was just an ordinary citizen. If they were told to call him Grandpa Bien, they would do so without question. After greeting everyone, the liveliest of the group, Chen Jun, put the gift he was carrying onto the side table, crouched down, and began an amicable and equal conversation with the 3-year-old great-grandson. Seeing this, the smile in Patriarch Bien's eyes deepened. Chani also placed the 2 pastries he was holding on the side table and, feeling a little embarrassed, said, Grandpa Bien, sorry to bother you. Patriarch Bien waved his hand. Treat this like your own home, don't be formal. Sit down and talk. As he grew older, Patriarch Bien enjoyed the company of lively and energetic younger generations, especially since these 2 children were twins. Which one of you is older? Chen Jun didn't answer directly. Instead, he grinned and said, Grandpa, guess. I guess you must be the older one. Chen Jun was astonished. Grandpa, you're amazing. How did you guess? Many people actually thought 5th brother Yi was the older one. Well, don't you know what I used to do? What did you do? I used to work in the public security. Wow. Chen Jun genuinely admired him. To him, the police were heroes who caught bad guys, so the idea of Patriarch Bien being one of them filled him with awe. Patriarch Bien was amused by Chen Jun's straightforward sincerity and laughed heartily. After laughing, he patted his great-grandson on the little bottom and told him to go play with the twins. Then he turned his attention to the only girl, cheerfully asking, How old are you, little girl? Chen Nongmo smiled and replied, I'm 16. Patriarch Bien nodded and seemingly casually remarked, You're 10 years younger than my Yuegue. At the mention of Yuegue, even though she had prepared herself mentally, Chen Nongmo was still shocked inside. Yuegue, also known as Zhou Lixiang, was a name Chen Nongmo remembered clearly because it was so unique. So was the future sister-in-law's house? Could it be that today was the day Big Brother would meet my future sister-in-law? As this thought crossed her mind, Chen Nongmo's eyes curved into a smile, looking at Patriarch Bien with innocent eye and asked, Is Sister Yuegue your granddaughter, Grandpa Bien? Patriarch Bien felt that this little girl might have guessed something, but he didn't mind at all. He smiled and replied, Yes, she's my granddaughter. Yuegue is Jianhua's cousin. She's a military doctor. Chen Nongmo was sure of herself now. Since her future sister-in-law's father held the 2nd rank, Yuegue was indeed Jianhua's cousin. She continued, Is Sister Yuegue working at the hospital now? Patriarch Bien was someone who understood people well, and it was clear to him that the little girl had figured out his thoughts. He laughed heartily. You won't meet her today though. She transferred to H-City last month. H-City was exactly where Big Brother was stationed. Although it was a bit of a regret not to meet her future sister-in-law today, Chen Nongmo was still overjoyed. Thus, the atmosphere between the elderly Patriarch Bien and the young girl became even more harmonious, sharing an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, outside the door, Jiang Cheng was so stunned that he couldn't regain his composure for a long time. It wasn't until Bian Jianhua reminded him that he hurriedly took his leave. He didn't mention saying goodbye to Patriarch Bian again, as he was too embarrassed to do so. Seeing Jiang Cheng's almost desperate departure, Bian Jianhua shook his head before turning to his comrade. Are you reassured now? In contrast to Jiang Cheng's complete lack of defense, Chu Wuwen had known he would encounter someone at the Bian family home. To be precise, he was the one who had arranged today's meeting. Upon hearing his comrade's words, Chu Wuwen no longer wore the gentle demeanor he had in front of his parents and sister-in-law. Instead, his sharp side emerged. As long as his family doesn't come to cause trouble again, I won't keep pressing the issue. His words were genuine. Neither he nor his second brother Lu had planned to beat up Zhang Luobei again. Once they had accepted the compensation and apology, it meant the matter was settled. But clearly the other side didn't think so. Before leaving for the military unit, his second brother Lu discovered that Jiang Cheng's wife, Yao Hongxiu, had approached her cousin at the Revolutionary Committee and intended to take action against their family, with the main target being little sister Yu. That was why Chu Wuwen had acted preemptively and dealt with Zhang Luobei. Of course he had taken extra precautions. Although he wasn't very reliable in front of his family or brothers, Chu Wuwen, a rural soldier who had hidden his biological father's true identity and managed to rise to the rank of a regiment leader at a young age, understood the importance of being thorough in his actions. In just 20 days, he would have to return to the military unit. With hundreds of miles between him and home, if anything were to happen, it would be too far to resolve it quickly. If the meticulous second brother Lu had been at home, he would have felt a bit more at ease. But the second brother Lu had gone to serve in the army, and the third and fourth brother Juns were sincere by nature, unable to see malice in anyone. As for the fifth brother Yi, although he was clever, he was still too young. As the eldest, it was naturally his responsibility to step in at this time. This was the main reason why Chu Wuwen had hurriedly returned. This time, his sudden suggestion to take his brother's wives to the city was precisely to make an appearance in front of his comrades. With the connection from the Bian family, even if the Jiang couple had ill intentions, they would have to swallow them. Jiang Cheng wouldn't really believe that the identity of the Bian family's master would be easily known by others, would he? Even though he had retired, he still had bodyguards following him for protection. The reason Jiang Cheng was able to receive the news was because Sir Bian had allowed him to know. Thinking of this, Chu Wuwen gave his comrade a pat on the shoulder. Alright, stop worrying about Jiang Cheng. For him, today might actually be a good thing. I don't believe you can't see it. If he doesn't start restraining his wife and children, something big is bound to happen sooner or later. Bian Jianhua was almost ashamed by his comrade's remarks, and helplessly raised his hand to point at him. Jiang Cheng is actually not a bad guy. He's a bit slippery, but his essence isn't bad. After today's incident, he's bound to cause a huge uproar at home. Chu Wuwen sneered. As the director of a huge factory, isn't it expected for him to have good character at work? Besides, to be frank, if his wife hadn't insisted on causing trouble for my sister-in-law, who would care what happens in his house? Does he think I have nothing better to do? Perhaps because he had been handling things diplomatically for a long time, Bian Jianhua had lost some of his sharpness. Now, hearing his comrade's words, although he agreed inwardly, he still couldn't help but retort. Your mouth is even more unreasonable than my 3-year-old son's. Get lost, are you taking advantage of me? Haha, you figured it out. Alright, let's go inside. Today Sir Bian has been a great help. I must show my respect to him. Whose family is this anyway? Bian Jianhua guessed correctly. Chapter 24.2. Jiang Cheng had returned home, his heart full of anger. At first, his anger was naturally directed at the Chen family. A few days ago, on his son's way home from school, he had been beaten so badly that his face was unrecognizable, though thankfully, it hadn't been life-threatening. At the time, his wife had immediately shouted that it was the Chen family's doing, and truthfully, he thought the same. It would be a lie to say he wasn't furious. In his view, taking revenge in such a sneaky way was the act of a coward. If there was something to be dissatisfied with, it should be confronted openly. Sneaking around like this was hardly impressive. The Chen and Lu families had clearly agreed to reconcile, but now they were causing trouble again, which was truly contemptible. However, with how busy things had been at the factory recently, and not having found any solid evidence, Jiang Cheng hadn't immediately confronted them. To his surprise, they had come looking for him first. And they were so familiar with the Bian family, who had shown him such kindness. Seeing the way old Master Bian was acting so familiarly, even if Jiang Cheng lacked common sense, he knew that it was a direct warning from them. Moreover, he was a smart man. He had to admit, the Chen family had made the right move. Whether it was because he owed the Bien family a favor, or because of the Bien family's influence, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to admit defeat. But it was still incredibly frustrating. Yet, this frustration suddenly began to dissipate as he drove into the steel factory family compound. For a few seconds earlier he had an odd feeling that something was off. Jiang Cheng wasn't very familiar with the Chen family, but he had complete trust in Old Master Bien's character. Since Old Master Bien was willing to intervene on behalf of the Chen family, it meant that the situation must have been in favor of the Chen family. Once he sorted out his thoughts, Jiang Cheng took several heavy breaths before slamming the car door shut and heading straight for the house. As the director of the steel factory, the Jiang family had been assigned the largest house with 3 rooms. On top of that, Yao Xiuhong's vanity made the interior decorations far more luxurious than those in Deputy Provincial Governor Bian Jianhua's house. In the past, Jiang Cheng hadn't paid much attention to such details, but today everything seemed unbearably gaudy. He didn't see anyone in the living room, so he turned on his heel and went straight to his youngest son's room. Sure enough, inside the bedroom, his wife was gently feeding Luobei water with a look of deep concern. Blinded by his anger, Jiang Cheng stormed forward, snatched the bowl from his wife's hand, and with a loud crash, he slammed it onto the floor. This move not only startled Yao Hongxiu, but it also left Zhang Luobei lying in bed with a bruised face in shock. "Dad." Jiang Cheng's face was dark with fury, and he took a deep breath, not sparing his son a glance as he fixed his cold, piercing gaze on his wife. His voice was frosty as he asked, "Did you go stir up trouble with the Chen family?" Before Zhang Luobei could figure out which Chen family his father meant, his mother's sharp voice cut in. Little Bei's face was swollen for days after being hit by that crazy woman. "Not only do I have bald spots on my head, but my face is full of scratches that won't heal. So what's wrong with asking my cousin to help me get revenge on them?" Seeing that his wife didn't seem at all guilty, Jiang Cheng's vision blurred with anger. He trembled as he pointed at her, taking a long moment before he managed to shout, "Your cousin? Don't you know what kind of person your cousin is? You want revenge but won't go after the Lu family? Instead, you pick a fight with the Chen family? If you're so capable, why not confront the Lu family directly?" Yao Xiuhong hadn't expected her husband to know that her cousin had been dealing with the Chen family. But so what? The Chen family's little fox had nearly stolen her son's soul, and as a mother, what was wrong with protecting her son from such lowly attachments? Her cousin was lecherous, and all it took was a few words from her. She didn't even have to get her hands dirty, and she could ruin that little fox. Why not take the chance? After all, that little wench had seduced her son. As she spoke with such venomous justification, Jiang Cheng could hardly believe that the woman in front of him, this devil in human form, was the same wife he had once known, a woman with a bit of vanity. Whether it was shock or something else, Jiang Cheng felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice-cold water. Not only did it put out his fury, but it also sent a chill running from his feet to his head. Shaking, he pressed his hand on his son, who had sat up, agitated by his wife's wild words, and asked in a low voice, "Have you figured out the Chen family's background?" Yao Xiuhong curled her lip in disdain. "Other than a poor son who's a soldier, they're all just country bumpkins." "Heh?" Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh. "How funny. Those country bumpkins you look down on were treated like family by your old leader today." Hearing this, Yao Xiuhong's face changed, her voice full of disbelief. "No way. No way." Jiang Cheng sneered. "I saw Old Master Bien himself come out to greet them and waited for the Chen family to sit down for dinner. Tell me, what does that mean? How could it not be possible?" Knowing that her husband couldn't be lying, Yao Xiuhong's face shifted between pale and purple. After a long pause, she finally mumbled, Did you see wrong?" Seeing that his wife still doubted him, yet her arrogant attitude had clearly softened, Jiang Cheng felt even more disdainful of her cowardice and bullying behavior. "Oh, and I met the poor soldier you mentioned. He was wearing a 4-pocket military uniform, exuding an air that any fool could tell he was no ordinary person." At these words, Yao Xiuhong remained unconvinced. A young military officer didn't faze her. But the Bien family could not be offended. With that thought, she turned to leave. "Where are you going? You said the Chen family has a good relationship with Old Master Bien, right? I'm going to get some gifts and ask Old Master Bien to mediate, clear up the misunderstanding. After all, didn't we fail to do anything in time?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng found it utterly baffling. "Do you really think Old Master Bien with his sharp mind doesn't know?" Yao Xiuhong froze in her tracks and suddenly turned around. At that moment, she finally panicked. What do you mean? Did Old Master Bien say something about you?" Jiang Cheng sneered. "You really overestimate me. Old Master Bien had me meet with the Chen family today as a statement of his own. What more needs to be said? Then what do we do? Now you're panicking? Where were you earlier? Just wait and see, sooner or later, This family will be ruined because of you. This was Jiang Cheng's warning, but in Yao Xiuhong's ears, it sounded like the Chen family was going to take revenge on them. At this moment, it must be said that Chu Wuwen had once again calculated things correctly. Although Yao Xiuhong was angry and resentful, she no longer dared to have malicious thoughts. She even began frantically looking for a way to turn things around. After a while, as though a plan had come to her, she rushed to her son's bedside and with hope in her eyes said, "Luo Bei, that little fox. Didn't you like the girl named Chen Nongmo? I don't mind that she's a country girl, you go talk to her. I'll agree to her marrying into the family in the future." Lying on the bed, Zhang Luobei stared blankly at his mother, whose expression was twisted and unfamiliar. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He couldn't explain whether he was saddened by his mother's twisted behavior or by the fact that he could never face that girl, the one who had caught his heart at first sight. Jiang Cheng sighed, patting his son's shoulder. It felt as if all his strength had been drained. "I'll find a way to send you to the military unit immediately." His wife would never agree to divorce him. He could descend into hell with Yao Xiuhong. But his son couldn't. While the storm in the Zhang family was brewing, the Bian family, on the other hand, was filled with warmth and harmony. Bian Jianhua's wife was a middle school Chinese literature teacher, known for her gentle personality. Her name, Wen Yuan, was very fitting for her character. At the dinner table, the Bian family, spanning 4 generations, along with their bodyguards, and the 5 Chen siblings, crowded around a round table, making it incredibly full. Old Master Bian had brought over a selection of dishes from the Anhui region. Most of the dishes were well received, each with its own unique flavors. However, the most controversial dish was the stinky mandarin fish. Chen Nongmo had tasted it before and found the flavor quite good. It smelled awful but tasted delicious. Amidst the confused expressions of her brothers, she shared the dish with Old Master Bian, who also enjoyed it. Old Master Bian laughed and declared that the others had no taste for it, but the young girl was clever and knew what was truly good. After the meal, the siblings didn't stay long. After a brief rest, they all excused themselves. Bian Jianhua personally saw them out of the government compound before turning back to head home. Not finding Old Master Bian in the living room, he saw only his waiting wife and smiled, saying, "You've worked hard today. Leave the dishes. I'll clean up after I finish talking to Grandpa." When Yuan was indeed a bit tired, stretching and rubbing her lower back. "Then I'll go take a bath and sleep." Bian Jianhua reached over and massaged her back gently. "Go ahead, I'll help you relax later. The kid is also with me." After settling his wife, Bian Jianhua went to his son's room, where he found Old Master Bian telling a story to the little one. He wasn't in a hurry. Sitting by the bed, he gently massaged his son's chubby feet while watching Grandpa soothe the child to sleep. After playing with the twins for a while that evening, the little one, who was usually difficult to coax, fell asleep in just a few minutes. Old Master Bian tucked the child in before turning to his eldest grandson. He spoke directly. "Your comrade is truly of excellent character." In fact, he had already heard of the outstanding young man, Chu Wuwen from Jianhua, but they had never had the chance to meet. Now that he saw him in person, he was not disappointed. Chu Wuwen lived up to the high praise from his grandson. No, he was even more impressive than his grandson had described, worthy of their family's yuegui. What surprised him even more was that all the Chen children were exceptional, each one clearly raised in a harmonious family. The boys, in particular, were very considerate of their little sister Yu, which was a rare and admirable quality. Bian Jianhua had long thought about introducing his cousin to Wuwen. But after learning that the young man wasn't in a rush to marry, he stopped bringing it up. A few days ago, he heard that Wuwen had finally agreed to a matchmaking arrangement, so the thought returned to him. In his view, both were outstanding, and from any angle they seemed like a perfect match. Especially now that they were both in H City and could meet often. As for the fact that the young man came from a rural family, the Bian family didn't care at all. Indeed, after mentioning it briefly to his grandpa, he had immediately brought over some local specialties. Hearing Old Master Bian's satisfaction, Bian Jianhua felt happy but couldn't help but laugh as he reminded his grandpa, "Wuwen doesn't know about this yet, and you haven't mentioned yuegui to her, have you?" Old Master Bian gave his eldest grandson a pointed look and said, Your eyes aren't as sharp as a 16-year-old girl's." Bian Jianhua was stunned for a moment before asking in disbelief, "Grandpa, are you saying that Wuwen's sixth sister noticed?" Old Master Bian nodded. "Not too slow, but compared to Yu, she's miles behind. The moment I mentioned Yuegui's name and age, she knew exactly what we meant. If that was the case, the girl who appeared so delicate, almost like she was made of the finest porcelain, was indeed exceptionally clever." Of course, neither of them realized that the girl they were praising for her brilliance was actually aided by an external force. Old Master Bian chuckled. "You probably already mentioned it to little Chen by now. Yuegui is after all a girl. As her grandpa, it's enough that I made the first move. If that young man has any interest, he'll reach out to you. If not, it's no big deal. Don't ask, don't push. It's just a matter of fate. Don't let this get in the way of relationships. In this day and age, finding a true friend is hard enough. Your siblings are all fine people. Manhwa was amused and helpless. Grandpa, where are you going with this? Do you think I'm someone who doesn't know the importance of things? Mutual affection is the foundation of any relationship. Old Master Bien stood up, stretching his back, and was about to go into the living room to listen to the news. As he heard his grandson's response, he snorted coldly. You can't say that for sure. Didn't you just use me to put pressure on Jiang Cheng today? That remark was an even bigger misunderstanding. But you agreed to it yourself, didn't you? Don't think I didn't notice, you were subtly reminding Jiang Cheng. Well said, well said. Your mind hasn't rested. Keep up the good work. Chapter 25.1. What did Old Master Bien tell you? After leaving the municipal committee compound, Chu Wuwen held a flashlight, casting its dim light on little sister Yuyu's feet. Chen Nongmo was not surprised by Big Brother's sharpness. After all, he was the male lead. She directly replied. Grandpa Bien has a granddaughter named Bien Jiuxiang, nicknamed Yuegue. She works as a military doctor in H City. She's 26 years old and single. When she mentioned the word single, Chen Nongmo tilted her head, hoping to observe her big brother's reaction. Unfortunately, the night was too dark, and the only light was falling at her feet, so she could only barely make out a silhouette. Before she could examine further, Chan Jun, who was nearby, spoke up. What? Are you trying to set Big Brother up with her? Chen Yi had already figured it out when little sister Yuyu was chatting with Grandpa Bien, but he didn't expect the youngest to react so quickly. He teased. You actually figured it out? Chen Jun puffed out his chest. What do you mean? You think I can't figure it out? His words seemed a bit guilty. After all, if it hadn't been for the fact that so many people had been trying to play matchmaker for Big Brother lately, with opening lines that were almost always the same, he probably wouldn't have realized it. Chani smiled and shook his head but didn't argue. Instead, he turned his attention to Big Brother. As for little sister Yuyu's words, Chu Wuwen wasn't surprised. Although Grandpa Bien hadn't said anything directly, most of the conversation had revolved around him. Even though he was friends with Bien Jianhua, some of the questions had been a bit awkward and didn't fit Patriarch's usual temperament. He just hadn't expected that the highly praised Bien doctor, whom he had never met, would be Jianhua's cousin and that he would become involved with her. Big Brother, what do you think? Chen Huai couldn't hold back his curiosity and was the first to ask. Chu Wuwen snapped back to reality, meeting the gazes of his brothers and sister. He chuckled and patted the nearest one. You're not that old but already worrying about many things. Chen Nongmo covered her head and took a step back, thinking to herself that she wasn't really that curious, especially since she already knew the outcome. Tomorrow, I will go to Old Master Bien to discuss things in person. After a long pause, Chu Wuwen said just that. The four siblings waited for a while before hearing that sentence, and they all secretly rolled their eyes. The next morning, Chu Wuwen took his brothers and sister to the state-owned restaurant for breakfast before heading to the Bien family with a few gifts. Regardless of whether the match would succeed or not, given his relationship with Jianhua and the help Old Master Bien had provided yesterday, he, as the man in this scenario, had to show the proper attitude. Moreover, when it came to matchmaking, the more involved the person making the introduction, the more seriously it needed to be taken. If it worked out, that would be great. If not, Chu Wuwen didn't want to jeopardize the friendship with his comrades. After their big brother left, the other siblings didn't remain idle either. They took their money and tickets and headed straight to the city cooperative. The city's cooperative had an elegant name department store. Although the building was only 3 stories high, the variety of goods inside was dazzling. Looking around, it seemed that everything one could imagine was there. The range and style of items could not even begin to be compared to what the county could offer, let alone the town. Chen Nongmo's goal was to head straight for the fabric counter. But clearly, her brothers had different plans. For instance, her third and fourth brother Junes excitedly dragged her to look at hair ribbons. Chen Nongmo really didn't want to see those bright red colors on her head. She had to pull her brothers away from the hair ribbon stall with great effort. Sixth, don't you think the bright red ones are nice? All the girls like this kind of thing. Chen Jun's pocket money was limited, and he rarely spent it. After the new year, he had saved only about $1.80. He had once had a large sum of money, which he had saved since childhood, over 30 yuan. For a rural boy his age, that was quite a lot. But last year, little sister Yuyu had bought herself a pair of leather boots, so Chen Jun had given her all the money as New Year's gift. This year he had finally saved a little again and had been thinking of buying little sister Yuyu a few red hair ribbons. He didn't expect that she wouldn't like them. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he couldn't help but turn back to look at the hair ribbon counter, reluctant to leave. 6. Don't be shy. I have money. Chen Nongmo, who had already known that her fourth brother June had a whopping $1.80, found his gesture both funny and touching. I really don't like them. Have you ever seen me wear those ribbons? After saying this, she turned to look at Chen Hui, who was using his strong physique to help block the crowd. Third brother Hui, don't buy them secretly either. When his little plan was exposed, Chen Hui chuckled foolishly. Aside from buying a light-colored piece of fabric for her mother and Mother Chihua, Chen Nongmo chose only dark-colored fabrics for herself. The city had a wide variety of styles, and this time, she even managed to find a few pieces of checkered cloth. Chen Nongmo not only had the money given by her parents but also the money from Mother Chihua and Big Brother. To be honest, with her current financial situation, she could easily buy up all the fabrics displayed at the counter. However, to avoid being labeled as displaying a capitalist attitude, she picked out enough fabric for each family member to make a set of clothes, then left the store. As they left, her siblings were still whispered about as being wasteful. By the time they returned to the guest house, it was already 10 a.m., and Chu Wuwen had also come back. Although he knew his sister were out buying fabric, the thought of one of the bundles containing a gift from that scoundrel Xiao Zheng made his teeth ache in frustration. Big brother? What did you tell Grandpa Bien? Chen Nongmo hung her shoulder bag on the back of a chair, poured herself some warm water to quench her thirst, and then asked. Yeah, big brother, can we meet Sister Bien Zhouxiang? Chu Wuwen shook his head. Comrade Bien Zhouxiang has only recently been transferred to H City, and isn't able to come back. We'll arrange to meet when I return to the military unit. Hearing this, although Chen Nongmo and the others were a bit disappointed, they understood. Traveling was difficult in these times. Moreover, as a military doctor, Bien Zhouxiang was also a soldier, bound by strict discipline and responsibilities. She couldn't just leave whenever she wanted. Why the long face? If it's meant to be, you'll meet her eventually. If not, even meeting wouldn't be of any use, would it? Chu Wuwen laughed and poured little sister Yu another cup of water to cool down. There was definitely fate. Chen Nongmo silently protested in her mind, but her face showed no sign of it. Instead, she began unpacking the bundles her brothers had brought back and reorganizing the fabric. Upon seeing the contents of the two large bundles, Chu Wuwen frowned. Why is it all fabric? Didn't you buy any clothes for yourself? He then cast a disapproving glance at his younger brothers, looking as though he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chen Nongmo wanted to say that ready-made clothes were ugly and expensive, but before she could, Chen Jun spoke up to complain. Don't even mention ready-made clothes. She wouldn't even let me buy her a few red headbands. Our family isn't short on money, it's just that sixth sister is too frugal. Chu Wuwen, who wholeheartedly agreed with his younger brother's comment, began to rummage through his pockets. Is it that you don't have enough money? I've still got some here, and if that's not enough, old Xiao can help out. Chen Nongmo quickly pressed her brother's hand back down. She looked at the thick stack of fabric on the bed, genuinely puzzled about her brother's perspective. Was this really being frugal? Also, the reason she didn't want the red headbands was because she found them childish. Who in their late 20s or early 30s still use red elastic bands in the future? But in this era, where everything bright red was considered beautiful, it was pointless to explain. So Chen Nongmo decided to change the topic. I just like fabric, I enjoy making things myself. By the way, big brother, are we going home tomorrow? Chu Wuwen only caught one thing from her words and deep in thought asked, You like fabric? Chen Nongmo nodded repeatedly. Yes, I like fabric, not ready-made clothes. So it wasn't being frugal at all. Seeing little sister Yu's strong aversion to ready-made clothes, and knowing how to read the situation better than the third and fourth brother Junes, Chu Wuwen nodded. Got it. Got it? What did he understand? Chapter 25.2. The next 2 days, Chu Wuwen took his brothers and sister to explore the most attractive places in the city. At that time there weren't many special entertainment venues, but for those who had lived in a small mountain village for so long, the city was still quite appealing. Even Chen Nongmo had a great time. However, the most exciting event was yet to come. Just when Chen Nongmo had forgotten about the fabric conversation from a few days ago, Big Brother took her directly to the warehouse of flawed fabric at the textile factory. Chen Nongmo had heard Mother Chihua talk about flawed fabrics before, but usually, these never made it to the market and were processed internally by the factory workers. Even if a small portion was sent to the supply and marketing cooperative, it rarely reached ordinary people. This was also why salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative were so highly regarded during those years. Chen Nongmo never imagined that she would have such an opportunity. No, she was even luckier. She was allowed to pick from the factory's own stock. It was only then that Chen Nongmo learned that the director of the textile factory was Big Brother's comrade-in-arms father, The young man Wang Dajuan had been discharged from the army several years ago, and was now in charge of managing the flawed fabric section. At first, Chen Nongmo felt a bit embarrassed to take too much, worried that it would make things difficult for Wang Dajuan. She only picked out a small roll of fabric in each color, one for men and one for women. In the end, Wang Dajuan couldn't stand seeing her hesitation and stepped in to help personally. As Wang Dajuan put it, these fabrics were going to be sold cheaply anyway, and it didn't matter who they were sold to within the factory. Anyone not naive would realize that this was a generous offer, and Chen Nongmo understood that these fabrics were inaccessible to most people. Even if the price was the same as what they sold to others, it was still a huge favor. In the end, Wang Dajuan and Big Brother worked together, managing to get 2 or 3 dozen rolls. The smallest pieces were a few meters, and the largest were up to 20 or 30 meters. In an era where fabric was measured by meters, looking at that small pile of fabric, Chen Nongmo suddenly had the feeling that she had struck it rich. How long would it take to use all of this? And besides, they couldn't even take it all home. Chen Nongmo's concerns didn't seem to matter to the others. This was because Chu Wuwen, always cautious and well-prepared, had already arranged for transportation. It was a small truck from the transportation team. Not only could it carry the fabric, but it could also take all of them back to Shanshan village. The driver was also a comrade of Big Brother's, and strictly speaking, he had once been one of his subordinates. When he was discharged from the army, it was Chu Wuwen who used connections to help arrange his assignment to the logistics team. Now he was clearly here to work, yet he was smiling so broadly that his eyes disappeared, clearly overjoyed. Chen Nongmo thought to himself that the bond between comrades in arms was truly a mysterious thing. Though he had said he would be away for 3 days with the round trip, it had actually been a full 4 days. Upon returning home, Chen Nongmo barely had time to explain the source of the fabric and the bargain price to Mother Chohua before she spoke first. Oldest Xiao Xiao called at noon. He didn't say much, just that you should call him when you're back. Chu Wuwen furrowed his brow, trying to think about the purpose of old Xiao's call as he walked into the yard. Mom, I'm going to the village committee. Xiao Chohua had already started inspecting the fabric that had been unloaded into the main hall. Without lifting her head, she replied, "Go ahead." Once he left, her movement slowly came to a halt. Mother Chohua? Chen Nongmo called out in worry. Xiao Chohua smiled at her daughter. "It's nothing." After saying this, she pinched the girl's cheek and playfully scolded. "A little girl like you shouldn't worry so much." She then turned to the twins and the third son. "Fourth, fifth brother E, you go tell old secretaries' families that the fabric should be distributed a little more evenly to everyone. Third, go call your dad back for dinner at Uncle Shang'an's." After the 3 brothers left, Chen Nongmo purposely picked up 2 rolls of fabric. "Then I'll have to hide the prettiest ones first." In fact, the reason for buying so much fabric had already been explained by Big Brother. It was a rare opportunity, and with the favor from his comrade in arms already used, he thought he might as well take the chance to provide some benefits to the villagers as well. It wasn't a gift, but rather the fabric was being sold to them at the original price. Therefore, the small petty actions she was taking at the moment were completely intended to make Mother Chohua happy. Sure enough, Xiao Chohua, who had been worried that the eldest might be ending his break early, immediately broke into a smile. After laughing, she became serious and bent down to help carry the fabric. "You're right, let's hide the best ones first. Those 2 pattern pieces of cloth, we'll save them for Yu to make dresses." Worried there might be an issue at the military unit, Chu Wuwen rushed to the village committee. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the village committee was empty, so he went to old secretary's house to get the keys. Instead of calling the communications office, he called the colonel's office. Colonel Zhoucheng was a bit surprised when he answered the phone. After a few words of reassurance, he explained that there was nothing urgent at the military unit, then went to notify the person. Sensing that it was likely a personal matter, Zhoucheng didn't return to his office after notifying the person. Instead, he went to the regiment headquarters with his hands behind his back. "It's not an issue from the military unit, it's about your father, Colonel Chen." Knowing his brothers would surely be anxious because of his phone call, Xiao Zheng got straight to the point after the connection was made. Chu Wuwen quickly asked, "What happened to the old man?" Xiao Zheng answered, "Let me finish, it's not bad news. Colonel Chen has been reassigned from the artillery academy. He no longer has to undergo re-education." This was indeed good news. Chu Wuwen, who had been holding his breath since leaving home, finally relaxed, a smile even appearing on his face. "Where did you hear this? Is it reliable?" Xiao Zheng, happy for his good brother, laughed and confirmed, "Master Ji knows about our relationship and has been keeping an eye on Colonel Chen. This news came directly from his personal call to me. It must have been General Han's doing." General Han was Chan Dimeo's former chief, holding a position similar to Master Ji's. A few months ago, he had been too busy to act, But now that things had improved, he had immediately started rescuing several subordinates who had been falsely accused and were in the most difficult positions. The higher-ups are still unsettled, and no one knows what will happen next. So, Colonel Chen wasn't reassigned to his original position but was sent to a military unit on the border. His new role isn't high, seems like he's a battalion instructor, but at least his position is clean. Once the situation improves in a few years, he should be able to return to a better role. Don't worry, actually this is the best arrangement right now. It's better than staying at the artillery academy. Re-education is still re-education. General Han considered all aspects, and Master Ji said that right now, staying away is the best choice. Chu Wuwen furrowed his brow, listening to his friend's analysis on the phone, his mind quickly weighing the pros and cons. He had to admit that sending his father and mother to the border was indeed the best option at the moment. Aside from the harsh weather and environment, it was actually a good place. After sorting through his thoughts, Chu Wuwen stopped dwelling on the matter and asked, "Has he already left?" "He left the day before yesterday, but Master Ji only received the news today." Even though they were close friends, Chu Wuwen was filled with gratitude at the moment. "Thanks, brother. I'll send that old ginseng I got to General Xiao later." Xiao Zheng, knowing his good friend's character, didn't refuse but instead teased. "What about me? You don't get one." Chu Wuwen replied confidently. "I'll call little sister you. Beep beep beep." After hanging up the phone, Chu Wuwen laughed and cursed under his breath. He locked up the house and went next door to return the keys. As he made his way home, with the evening light rapidly fading, something suddenly came to mind. Yu had told him just a few days ago that she wanted to visit the old man during the summer break. At the time he had agreed. But now, the distance between them was over 3,000 kilometers. How was she supposed to get there? And now that the old man was fine, should Yu also go to the border? By the time Chu Wuwen returned home, the sky had already darkened, with only a faint trace of light left at the horizon. However, the Chen family house at the foot of the mountain was brightly lit. Of course it wasn't electric lights. Getting electricity was a huge project, and currently only a few families near the village committee had power. This was thanks to old secretary's connections, who had pulled some strings to get the village a chance to join the electricity queue. The entire village wanted electricity, but they'd probably have to wait another 2 to 3 years, maybe even longer. The defective fabric was simply too attractive. Once the news reached the villagers, they couldn't wait for the next day. They hurriedly lit torches and rushed over, afraid that someone else would get the good fabric before them. Defects also came in big and small after all. To ensure that every household could get at least a couple of pieces of fabric for clothing, Chao Qiuhua and her daughter only brought back 1/5 of the fabric to the room. The rest was stacked in the main hall. The rolls of fabric weren't very big. There were plenty of small scraps and pieces. But stacked together it was definitely an impressive sight. Everyone was amazed, saying that even the supply and marketing cooperative in the town hadn't displayed so many pieces of fabric all at once. Especially after the women started handling the fabric, their joy was even more evident. To them, the flaws on the fabric were nearly negligible. Even the bigger flaws were only 2 small patches. After all, this was all new fabric. Moreover, this fabric was much softer than the rough cloth they wove at home. Who would notice any uneven dyeing or loose threads when worn underneath? The most important thing right now was choosing the fabric that was the best deal. While the women were whispering and discussing, the men, holding their torches, began to chatter as well, each looking forward to going home for a drink. It was rare for their wives to be so happy, and such an opportunity was too precious to miss. "Hey, look who's back. Our Wuwen's back. You're quite the guy." "That's right. This kid has been tough since he was young. And he's even better now." "Better? He's a top-notch kid. Otherwise, why would so many matchmakers be knocking on the door?" "Exactly. I heard there are even several girls with steady jobs in the city." "Young Wuwen, what kind of girl are you looking for? Tell your uncle." The moment Chu Wuwen stepped into the yard and the villagers saw him, they surrounded him in no time. Listening to the chatter around him, he wasn't annoyed and patiently listened to their voices. As for why he didn't respond, the reason was simple. He couldn't get a word in. Chen Nongmo and the other 3 brothers had already hidden themselves before the villagers had entered the house. It wasn't that they were being rude, but in the past 6 months every time they encountered villagers, they would be pulled into all kinds of compliments. This included matchmaking. It wasn't malicious, after all, in the aunt's eyes. He was at the right age to consider marriage. A couple of years after finishing high school, and it would be perfect timing. In the end, Chu Wuwen, who had been surrounded, was rescued by old secretary. All right, go home. First, take all this fabric to the public storage, and we'll distribute it tomorrow." The distribution of the fabric was an important matter. As soon as old secretary mentioned it, the villagers stopped focusing on Chu Wuwen. Although everyone had hoped to distribute the fabric that very day, no one dared to voice any objections with old secretary's commanding presence. Dinner was served. Before Chu Wuwen could explain the purpose of little Xiao's phone call, Chao Qiuhua asked herself, adding, "If it's something that needs to be kept secret, just pretend I didn't ask." Chu Wuwen shook his head. "It's not a secret, it's good news. The old man's situation has been cleared up." This announcement was good news for both Chen Nongmo and the rest of the Chen family. Chen Zong patted his wife's trembling hand to calm her and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Chen Nongmo, also anxious, looked at him. Her understanding of the historical period was only superficial. She knew there would be a reversal of past judgments, but she had always thought it would happen when the college entrance exams were reinstated. Why had it happened so suddenly? And what about the future? Would they be falsely accused of something again? While Chen Nongmo was lost in her thoughts, Chu Wuwen had already carefully relayed everything that old Xiao had told him. Once the entire family absorbed the news, their expressions became serious. Only then did Chu Wuwen turn to his little sister Yu, his expression a little complicated as he asked, "Yu, do you want to go to the border and live with the old man and them?" Chapter 26. Big Brother's words came so abruptly. Chen Nongmo was completely caught off guard, unable to react for a moment. If she thought about it, her time spent with her parents had been far too short, only about a week in total. She did miss them, of course. But after coming to this world, the people she had spent the most time with were Mother Qiuhua, Daddy Zong, and her brothers. So just now, when the topic was brought up, Chen Nongmo hadn't immediately realized. Her parents' exoneration meant that their family could finally reunite. Was she going to go? She should go, right? After all, they were her dad Zong and mother. Her mind was a jumbled mess, thoughts colliding and intertwining. Before Chen Nongmo could sort them out, Chen Jun exploded. He knew his reaction wasn't right, but he couldn't help it. He simply couldn't bear the thought. A teenager's heart is fiery and unrestrained, often acting without thinking of the consequences. Sure enough, he slammed the table in frustration, stood up abruptly, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Why does little Six have to go? I heard the borderlands are harsh, with strong winds and sandstorms. If she doesn't go, she'll stay in our house." After saying that, he childishly ran to stand behind little sister Yu, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders, as if afraid she might suddenly vanish. If this had been when little sister Yu first arrived, he might have felt curious but not so unwilling to let go. But hearts grow attached. Over the past 6 months, Chen Jun had grown accustomed to taking little sister Yu to and from school, sharing delicious food with her, and including her in his adventures on the ice sled. He had grown used to her cheerful laughter and the way she sweetly called him fourth brother Jun, with that small figure of hers now just reaching his shoulder. He was her real older brother. The lineup had already been decided. Everything had been set in order. So why did it suddenly not count anymore? Why did little sister Yu have to leave? The more Chen Jun thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved he felt. His eyes reddened, but he had no idea what to do. In the end, he could only glare at big brother Chu Wuwen, who had brought up the topic in the first place. Chao Qiuhua, her head throbbing from fourth brother Jun's outburst, understood that he was upset about the thought of Yu leaving. But if they couldn't bear it, did Gmo and Dimeo, her parents, not miss their child as well? Emotionally, Chao Qiuhua naturally wanted her daughter to stay at home. But rationally, she knew it wasn't realistic. Thinking of this and still unsure of the right course of action due to the abruptness of the news, Chao Qiuhua rubbed her head and fell silent. Finally, Chen Zong made the decision. There's no need to rush this. It'll take brother Dimeo and sister-in-law at least 20 days to settle down at the border. When the time comes, it'll depend on what they and Yu want. Besides, no matter what, she has to finish her high school entrance exams and get her junior high diploma first. In the master bedroom, Chao Qiuhua lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Just like last year when she had learned that her daughter would be coming to live with them. But back then it had been excitement and anticipation. Today it was melancholy and reluctance. The thought of her soft and sensible daughter leaving her, possibly for many years, made her so restless that she turned over again. Can't sleep. Chen Zong, noticing his wife tossing about for over half an hour, turned to her and asked, "I'm a little upset." Understanding exactly what was on her mind, the man reached out to pull her into his arms, only to see Chao Qiuhua suddenly throw off the blanket and sit up. "What are you doing?" Chao Qiuhua brushed the hair off her face and sat on the edge of the bed to put on her shoes. "I'm going to sleep with you." After saying this, she ignored her husband's reaction, went to the wardrobe, grabbed a small blanket and left the bedroom. Chen Zong, who hadn't slept alone since their child grew up, sat on the bed in a daze. Watching his wife leave without even looking back, as if she had completely forgotten him, Chen Zong was plunged into deep doubt. So was his once warm and thoughtful little padded jacket now starting to leak? No, wait, his wife was gone. This wasn't just a leak. It might as well be a full-blown sandstorm. In the following days, no one brought up the topic of Chen Nongmo leaving again. Life returned to its usual rhythm. The students continued going to school, and the adults resumed working in the fields. The only noticeable change was the sowing frenzy that swept through the village. Shanshan village, with its small population and abundant land, benefited from its proximity to the mountains, making its living conditions generally better than those of nearby villages. Even so, bicycles and sewing machines, expensive and significant household items, were rare, owned by only a few families in the entire village. When the old secretary and several village cadres sold off the materials and distributed the money, it created quite a stir. The very next day, an auntie close to Chao Qiuhua came over to borrow her sewing machine. These borrowings weren't without compensation. Some would bring a few eggs, others small fish caught from the river, or fresh vegetables harvested from their gardens. The family's meals were almost entirely taken care of by these aunties. For nearly half a month, the house was lively with visitors. Time flew by amidst the busyness, and soon it was early June. People, along with the mountains and fields, had changed into their summer attire. At the same time, Big Brother Chu Wuwen's departure date had arrived. On a Saturday, the whole family gathered for lunch when Chu Wuwen mentioned his plan to return to the military unit the day after tomorrow. Everyone had already been mentally prepared for this, so there wasn't much emotional upheaval. Chao Qiuhua, in particular, had little time for farewells. Knowing her son would be heading back to the military unit for an arranged meeting, her focus shifted entirely to practical matters. "Have you bought your ticket yet?" she asked directly. Chu Wuwen shook his head. "I'll buy it when I get to the train station." "Will you even get a good seat that way?" she countered, her tone tinged with worry. Chu Wuwen shrugged casually. "It's fine. Any seat will do, even standing. No big deal." Although the journey home took 3 days, the time spent on the train was less than a full day. The rest of the travel involved switching between buses, so buying a train ticket in advance wasn't necessary. Hearing this, Chao Qiuhua frowned but didn't press the issue further. Instead, she shifted to another topic. "About that matchmaking meeting, you need to take it seriously. If it works out, that's great. She's such an excellent young woman. Marrying her would be a blessing for our family. But if she doesn't take a liking to you, don't you dare give her an attitude, you hear me? You've had a bad temper since you were a kid. Whenever you got upset, you'd sulk and pull faces." Under the amused snickers of his younger siblings, Chu Wuwen helplessly wiped his face. "Mom, I'm 30 years old now, not 3. That's ancient history you're talking about." Chao Qiuhua gave him a sidelong glance. "Aren't you only 29? Chu Wuwen." After lunch and a short rest, the men of the household, having tended to the fields earlier that morning, set off together for the mountains. Chen Nongmo wanted to go along, but Daddy Zong and Big Brother had decided to venture deep into the forest today, bringing 3rd, 4th and 5th Brother E's along. Since they were even taking rifles, there was no way they could bring her a little girl. The boys, worried that their little sister Yu might pout or beg to join them, avoided her pleading gaze entirely. They laughed awkwardly before running off without a backward glance. In no time, the house was left with just Chen Nongmo and Mother Qiuhua. Chao Qiuhua began weaving cloth. With no entertainment and not even any homework to do, Chen Nongmo had no choice but to continue working on sewing clothes. Yes, sewing had essentially become her way of passing the time. This realization soured her mood, and she stomped the sewing machine pedal with exaggerated force. Perhaps it was the lush greenery at the base of the mountains, or perhaps the scorching summer heat hadn't fully arrived yet, but the atmosphere inside the house remained surprisingly calm despite the circumstances. Chen Nongmo loved the current warm and pleasant weather, especially since she had asked her brothers to move the sewing machine to the windowsill. The window was wide open, and the clear blue sky and the fragrant scent of flowers filled the air around her, slowly soothing her restlessness. As she and Mother Qiuhua chatted and worked, 4th Brother Jun's loud voice suddenly echoed from outside. Though he had left not long ago, his booming call was unmistakable. Little Six, quick, come out. Come with me to take a phone call." Before the words even fully landed, Chen Nongmo found herself being pulled up from her stool by 4th Brother Jun. Looking at him in confusion, she hurriedly tried to keep up and asked, "Whose call is it?" Halfway through her question, it clicked. Her face lit up with excitement as she guessed. "Is it my mom and dad?" "Yes." Chen Jun nodded enthusiastically. "Uncle Urjin called us just now. Dad and Big Brother have already gone ahead to answer the call. Hurry up." Hearing this, Mother Qiuhua quickly locked the front door and rushed to catch up. She slapped her son's hand off Chen Nongmo's wrist and admonished him. "Why are you so rough? Didn't you see Yu's wrist is red?" Chen Jun, who had initially felt a little wronged, scratched his head sheepishly. His eyes fixed on the red marks on little sister Yuyu's arm as he stammered. Yuyu, does it hurt? I didn't mean to do it. It doesn't hurt, it just looks red, Chen Nongmo replied truthfully. Her pale skin was prone to showing marks even from the slightest bump or tug. But most of her attention wasn't on her wrist, it was elsewhere. Since waking up in this world, having lived over 20 years as an orphan, Chen Nongmo had suddenly gained parents who cared for her deeply and unconditionally. She thought that if she spent more time with them, she would undoubtedly grow attached and develop genuine familial affection. But alas, they had only been together for about a week. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them the most familiar strangers. So when the phone connected and she heard the distorted voices from thousands of miles away, the sense of unfamiliarity only deepened. At first, Chen Nongmo mostly listened, occasionally asking a few questions to show concern for her parents. Gradually, though, the strangeness brought by time began to fade away bit by bit during their conversation. She couldn't help but smile as she told her parents about Mother Qiuhua, Daddy Zong, and her brothers, recounting how kind they all were to her. Her tone was soft but carried an unmistakable joy, which filled the hearts of Chen Nongmo and GMO on the other end of the line with tenderness and relief. The so-called 6 months of political re-education they had undergone had been far more grueling than they had let on. Chen Nongmo had always considered himself a resilient man, and GMO had weathered the tumultuous years before liberation. But in just half a year, the mental and physical strain had aged them both noticeably. Once a couple who looked younger than their actual years, they now bore silver strands in their hair and deeper lines on their faces. GMO leaned close to her husband, listening to her daughter animatedly recount amusing stories. For the first time she felt an absolute certainty. Yuyu was truly better now. Never before had she been so sure. The memory of countless sleepless nights, fearing that her child's illness would relapse, flashed through GMO's mind. Her eyes reddened again, tears falling uncontrollably as she quickly wiped them away. After taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, she accepted the phone from her husband and began speaking to her daughter. Yes, you should stay at your mother Qiuhua's house for now, she said gently. The weather here isn't great, and it's not convenient for schooling either. Isn't you planning to attend high school? Finish high school first, alright? By then you'll be 18, a grown-up. We'll ask your big brother to accompany you here when the time comes. Chapter 27. The plum tree in the yard had borne fruit. It was a middle-aged fruit tree with a history of several decades. No one was entirely sure of its exact variety, but the ripe fruit was large and sweet. 2 or 3 plums weighed a pound. According to Mother Qiuhua, when the house was built at the foot of the mountain years ago, the plum tree was already growing there. At that time, it only bloomed without bearing fruit. Since the yard was spacious and planting fruit trees seemed like a good idea, they decided not to uproot it and included it in the yard. Who could have guessed that by the following July it would bear fruit, and such excellent fruit at that. From then on, every year between mid-July and early August, the modestly sized branches of the tree would be laden with jubilant, bountiful fruit. This year the warm weather arrived early. By early July, just after the completion of the high school entrance exams, the plums had already begun to take on a purplish-red hue. That day, Chen Nongmo skillfully carried out a ladder and set it up, climbing up and down, trying to pick the reddest and sweetest plums. Searching for fresh, ripe fruit had recently become her favorite pastime. Every day she had to climb the tree 2 or 3 times to look around. It was both fresh and fun. As for the plums on the tree, those that weren't purplish-red enough were incredibly sour when eaten. Thinking of this, the memory of the tartness she had tasted before came unbidden to her mind, making her swallow involuntarily. It wasn't greed. It was the kind of sourness that made your mouth water uncontrollably. 6th, why don't you go wash a couple to eat first? I'll pick them for you. Look at you, already drooling. Standing on the ladder, Chen Nongmo held onto the tree trunk with one hand and shot a glare at her clueless 4th brother June. Then, turning her head back, she continued searching for perfectly ripe fruit. Chen Jun chuckled mischievously, holding the ladder with one hand. 6th, why are you getting meaner and meaner? I just saw you drooling over the plums. With your short height, it's hard for you to reach. I thought I'd help pick a couple. Why glare at me like that? Chen Nongmo carefully brushed aside a branch with her hand, too lazy to engage with her teasing 4th brother June. Also, she wasn't short, okay? She was almost 165 centimeters tall, and might still grow taller. Although little sister Yuyu didn't respond, her face visibly darkened, which only made Chen Jun laugh harder. Not content to leave it there, he added cheekily. 6th, you're becoming more and more like our mom. At these words, Chen Nongmo caught a glimpse of a figure entering the yard, carrying a bamboo basket. Smiling, she asked, like her how? Mean, of course. You know how fierce mom is. When she raises her fist, ouch. Before he could finish, Chen Jun felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. Clutching the sore spot, he turned around indignantly. But when he met their mother's dark and ominous expression, he let out a startled yelp and bolted like a startled monkey. Seeing her fourth brother Jun's embarrassing retreat, Chen Nongmo laughed so hard she could barely stand upright. Chao Chuhua, their mother, laughed as well. After setting down the basket filled with vegetables, she walked over to steady the latter, looking up at her increasingly vibrant daughter with a mixture of mock scolding and care. "Don't fall down," she warned. Though her words seemed stern, her eyes were full of unhidden affection. After all, this was their family's treasured daughter. Ever since the Dimeo couple's vindication was confirmed, the little girl had visibly relaxed. She had once been so obedient and endearing that it tugged at everyone's heartstrings, but now she even pulled pranks. Her favorite target, unsurprisingly, was fourth brother Jun. Thinking of this, Chao Chuhua's smile deepened. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The sound of a bicycle bell echoed from the yard's entrance, drawing both their attention. "Chen Zongjia, there's a letter for your family. Coming." Chao Chuhua called back toward the gate before urging her daughter to come down from the tree. Chen Nongmo was curious about the letter as well. Once she got down from the ladder, she placed a few plums from her apron pocket into the vegetable basket and quickly followed after her mother. The letter was from Big Brother. It had been over 2 months since he returned to his military unit. The family had been eagerly waiting for updates about his arranged meeting with a potential match, but as soon as he got back, he was faced with a promotion. Now officially the head of his regiment, he was still stationed at his old unit but had a lot more responsibilities to handle. When he managed to find free time, Dr. Bian Zhouxiang, the woman he was supposed to meet, was too busy to spare a moment. When Bian Zhouxiang finally had some time, Chu Wuwen found himself overwhelmed with work, leaving the arranged meeting repeatedly postponed. Now that Big Brother had taken the time to send a letter home, it was likely about the matchmaking. Sure enough, when Mother Chuhua opened the letter, and Chen Nongmo leaned in to read it with her, they saw that after sending his regards to the family, Big Brother got straight to the point. He had entered a relationship with Comrade Bian Zhouxiang. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo and Mother Chuhua exchanged a glance, both clearly delighted by the news. Reading further, they discovered that Big Brother had written this letter on the very day he and his future sister-in-law officially confirmed their relationship. It seemed a bit rushed, but it also demonstrated how important he regarded the relationship. Chao Chuhua smiled in a mix of relief and amusement. That rascal! Finally some good news. Looks like he's met someone who can keep him in check. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo tried hard to recall anything she knew about her future sister-in-law. After a moment of thought, she could only summon up a vague impression, apart from the name, something about a fiery-tempered, strong-willed woman. The two of them were said to have a lifelong love, so this must be the start of their honeymoon phase, right? What a pity, though. If only she could see her brother and sister-in-law's romance unfold in person. Watching others fall in love was always so sweet, especially when the couple were the male and female leads. Achoo! Achoo! On the way to the canteen, Chu Wuwen suddenly sneezed twice in a row without warning. Walking beside him, Xiao Zheng joked, "I heard that 2 sneezes means someone's thinking about you." Having just entered a relationship with his girlfriend a few days ago, Chu Wuwen assumed his buddy was teasing him. His ears burned slightly, but he stiffened his neck and refused to back down, deliberately showing off as he replied, "It's probably your sister-in-law missing me." Hearing such pretentious words, Xiao Zheng turned his head away, refusing to look at him while cursing inwardly. This shameless dog. Absolutely no sense of shame. What's the big deal about being in a relationship? Does he think no one else can do it? Just wait. When I find someone, I'll be even more over the top than him. Once the awkwardness of certain topics was broken, they became much easier to discuss. Take now for instance as Chu Wuwen grinned smugly, baring his teeth. "Sorry, you probably can't relate to what I just said." The competitive streak in men was a thing that could manifest anywhere, anytime, especially when both parties were equally childish in private. And sure enough, Xiao Zheng, clearly provoked, responded with a cold laugh. "Finding someone is only a matter of time. What's there to gloat about? You have one, I'll have one too. I'm only 24. What's the rush?" After saying this, he made sure to emphasize, "That's by lunar age." Chu Wuwen felt personally attacked over his age. Rising to the challenge, he played his trump card. "I have a little sister, Yu. Xiao Zheng froze. Seeing his friend momentarily stumped, Chu Wuwen pressed on with glee. "I have a little sister Yu who's sweet, soft and beautiful." Xiao, a real little sister Yu. Xiao. This time he was utterly defeated. Noticing Xiao Zheng's defeated expression, his face practically turning green with frustration, Chu Wuwen magnanimously held back his final blow. The comment on how his little sister Yu happened to look a lot like himself. Well, best not to push too far. After all, once he sees Yu in person, even I might feel a little guilty making that claim. Of course, at that moment, Chu Wuwen had no idea that if he had truly shamelessly uttered that final remark, Xiao Zheng wouldn't have lost the argument. He was completely unaware that another childish spat, akin to a quarrel between 3-year-olds, had unfolded between Big Brother and Brother Xiao Zheng, and ended with Xiao Zheng suffering a resounding defeat. At that very moment, Chen Nongmo was celebrating with her family. Yes, celebrating. Today was indeed a good day. Not only had they received a letter from Big Brother, but in the afternoon they also got a phone call from second brother Lu, who had been enlisted for just over 3 months. Chao Lu had completed his basic training. The company commander who had recruited him hadn't lied. Due to his exceptional qualities, even before leaving the training camp, Chao Lu had already been earmarked for a special role. Now, Chao Lu had joined a security battalion in a military unit in J City, officially becoming a guard soldier. Although he couldn't share too many details, he revealed that his battalion was directly under the general department, making it a relatively elite unit. After undergoing systematic training, he would then begin his protection duties. As for where exactly he would be assigned or which chief he would be guarding, it all depended on his future performance. Though it was only the first step, for Chao Lu's family, it was more than enough to bring joy and excitement. Especially for Chen Nongmo. She was the only one who truly understood how difficult it had been for second brother Lu to achieve his dream. So, when Mother Chihua suggested having a special meal to celebrate, it was Chen Nongmo who responded the loudest. You haven't forgotten about going to the Lu family's place the day after tomorrow, have you? Is the wedding gift ready? In the kitchen, where she was skillfully wielding her knife to prepare the celebratory meal, Chao Chihua casually brought up the reminder about the Lu family's earlier notice. Chen Nongmo froze for a moment before realizing what her mother was referring to. Sister Yuanyuan was getting married. Ever since the accident that had brought the two families together, they had maintained close contact. Over the course of a few months, a certain fondness developed between them. Secretary Lu even personally came to invite their entire family to attend the event. During these months, Chen Nongmo had received several gifts from Sister Yuanyuan. So her gift in return was something she had prepared with great care. But she still didn't really want to go. I've already prepared everything. How about I go find Sister Yuanyuan 2 days early and give her the gift then? She hadn't even gotten to know all the people in her own village, let alone those in the neighboring one. The thought of sitting at a banquet surrounded by strangers, with people staring at her, made her feel uncomfortable. Chao Chihua, unaware of her daughter's thoughts, stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look at her. What's wrong? Chen Nongmo didn't hide her feelings and shared her concerns honestly. After listening, Chao Chihua looked as if she completely understood. Then don't go if you don't want to. After saying this, she even whispered, honestly, I don't want to go either. All that showing off and comparing things, plus I don't know a lot of people there either. Annoying. Chen Nongmo couldn't help but laugh. The mother and daughter laughed as they grumbled together. Then, Chen Nongmo suddenly sighed. Sister Yuanyuan is only 20 years old, and she's getting married already. I heard she's only known that guy for 3 months? She must have found the right person. That's how it is for everyone. In fact, 3 months was already considered slow. However, Chao Chihua didn't tell her daughter that. She just replied with a simple acknowledgement and then added, as if lost in thought, in a few more years it'll be your turn to get married. How scary was that thought? Chen Nongmo instinctively shook her head and replied earnestly, playing the innocent child. It's still far off. I'm only 16. Chao Chihua gave her an affectionate yet teasing look. Far off? Time flies. Time truly did fly. Even faster than what Mother Chihua had wistfully remarked. Time flew by so quickly that Chen Nongmo felt as though she had just entered high school yesterday. Yet today she was already holding her diploma. Indeed, on July 12, 1973, 18-year-old Chen Nongmo and her twin elder brothers, who were also now adults, officially received their high school graduation certificates. After chatting briefly with a few close classmates, she turned her head and saw her beautiful, radiant younger sister surrounded by a lively group of people, all talking over each other. While it was normal for female classmates to gather around her, the presence of those male classmates squeezing in made her elder brother Chan Jun bristle. He glanced at the boys whose faces were so red they looked like monkey bottoms and cursed them in his heart. At the same time, he charged toward his little sister Yu, calling out loudly, 6. Let's go. Hearing her brother's voice, Chen Nongmo turned her head, her eyes curving into a smile. Coming. After answering him, she waved goodbye to her classmates and quickly ran toward her visibly displeased fourth brother Jun. Just then, her fifth brother Yi, who had been called over by their Chinese teacher, also joined them. The tall and imposing pair of brothers, as if in perfect sync, flanked their little sister Yu on either side and escorted her out of the campus. Meanwhile, a group of female classmates walked out together as well. One of them couldn't help but sigh. Chun Jun and Chani are getting more and more handsome. I've heard quite a few girls in our class want to date them. They don't even care that they're from the countryside. Another female classmate rolled her eyes. Just because they're from the countryside doesn't mean they're poor. Besides, don't you remember? Chen Nongmo's eldest sister-in-law comes from a family of high-ranking officials in the province. Their family's pretty well off. Speaking of this, one couldn't ignore how striking Chen Nongmo had become over the past 2 years as she fully blossomed. Despite growing up in the countryside, she had been pampered and nurtured into possessing a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. Combined with her unique temperament, she looked like a fairy from a painting. Some of the more poetic male classmates even claimed that her beauty could only be described as celestial grace and enchanting looks. Whenever she appeared in a crowd, people couldn't help but steal more than a few glances at her. But sometimes, excessive beauty can also be a symbol of danger. The incident happened in September of last year. At that time, despite Chun Jun and Chani always keeping a close watch over her, Chen Nongmo still caught the attention of a director from the County Revolutionary Committee. This scum, old enough to be the father of any female high school classmate, believed that his overwhelming power allowed him to do whatever he pleased. He thought he could casually pin a label of reactionary on someone and treat female comrades as he had done before, with impunity. Having gotten away with his vile deeds too many times, the degenerate never imagined that this time he would fail. What he didn't expect was that this time he had kicked a steel plate. It was through this incident that the entire school, students and teachers alike, as well as some well-connected families in the county, learned that the newly appointed manhwa was a relative by marriage to the Chan family. Additionally, Chen Nongmo's eldest and second brother Liu's were military officers. In the end, the depraved official, who had climbed the ranks by exploiting others and making baseless accusations to confiscate property, was executed by firing squad. The execution wasn't directly due to his failed attempt involving Chen Nongmo but rather the culmination of his past crimes, which had been uncovered and brought to justice. Of course, this was also a deliberate example set by the iron-fisted manhwa upon taking office, a warning to those corrupt pests who indulged in similar hidden evils to be cautious and clean up their acts. Whether or not it truly deterred others was uncertain, but from that point on, no one dared harbor any improper thoughts about Chen Nongmo, not even as she grew more and more beautiful. Thinking about this, one of the female classmates sighed to her close friend again. In these times, beautiful girls had such a hard life. She sincerely wished that classmate Nongmo could live her whole life in safety and peace. After all, even though she was a girl, she couldn't help but enjoy sneaking glances at classmate Nongmo's face. Meanwhile, after leaving the school, the three siblings didn't head to the bus station. Instead, they purposefully made their way to the post office. When they had gone home the previous week, they learned that their eldest brother and sister-in-law had called to share good news. Late last year, their eldest brother had successfully married the love of his life. Now, after being married for about 8 or 9 months, they had welcomed a new addition to the family. Chen Nongmo remembered clearly. It was a pair of twin nephews. Since they hadn't been able to personally congratulate their brother and sister-in-law last time, the three siblings decided to call them at the post office. When they arrived, it was close to lunchtime, so there weren't many people using the phone lines. Seeing her two elder brothers walking protectively by her side, Chen Nongmo couldn't help but smile helplessly. Fourth brother June, fifth brother E, relax a little. There's no one around. I'm not some treasure everyone is fighting over. Chen E merely smiled without saying anything. But Chen Jun replied vehemently, no way. You stay put. Who knows when or where another scoundrel might show up. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo lowered her long lashes, making sure her brothers couldn't see the chill in her eyes. A scoundrel. Come to think of it, wasn't the villain she had been waiting for, responsible for the tragic death of the girl in that novel, also a scoundrel? If her calculations were correct, that scumbag should be arriving in Shanshan village very soon. Chapter 28. How about it? Did you get through to your sister-in-law? After the siblings returned home from the county town and confirmed that they had eaten at the state-owned restaurant, Chao Chihua asked about the phone call. The twins had spotted some eels on the way back. Once home, they rolled up their pants, changed into straw sandals, grabbed an iron fork and a bucket and rushed out. This time, the brothers didn't ask their little sister Yu to join, knowing full well that the young girl didn't like those soft-boned creatures. It was mid-July, the height of summer, and the sun hung in the sky like a blazing fireball. Chen Nongmo couldn't help but admire her two brothers' stamina. Although they had been lucky enough to catch a ride on a passing tractor when leaving the county town, it only got them as far as the town center. The rest of the journey had to be made on foot. Big sister-in-law was at work today, so we only got to talk to big brother, said Chen Nongmo, who felt so hot she thought she might burst into flames. She immediately soaked a towel in the well water and used it to wash her face and hands. Chao Chuhua followed closely behind her daughter and wanted to ask more questions, but she noticed that her daughter's white shirt was already soaked with sweat. There's hot water in the pot. Go take a bath and change into clean clothes first. Chen Nongmo tugged at her shirt, frowning in discomfort. All right, let's talk after I bathe. After freshening up and washing her clothes, a now clean and refreshed Chen Nongmo drank a bowl of cool mung bean soup that Mother Chuhua had hung in the well water in advance. Only then did she feel the summer heat from the long journey home finally dissipate. Still worried about her eldest son, Chao Chuhua pressed on. What did your big brother say? How's Yuegui feeling? Big brother said everything's fine. She's doing well, no big reactions. He also mentioned that once sister-in-law gets a few days off, they'll call home together. As she spoke, Chen Nongmo had already kicked off her slippers, sprawled onto another bamboo chair beside Mother Chuhua, let her damp long hair hang loose, and closed her eyes, basking in comfort. Living at the foot of the mountain certainly had its drawbacks, like the abundance of mosquitoes that required multiple bouts of smoke to ward them off daily. But the lush greenery made it a good 6 or 7 degrees cooler than outside. In just a short while, the last traces of heat on Chen Nongmo's body were soothed away by the gentle breeze. Chao Chuhua reached out and draped the small blanket that was hanging on the back of the rocking chair over her daughter's stomach. If you're tired, go inside and sleep. Having walked a lot today, Chen Nongmo didn't want to move anymore. Without opening her eyes, she replied, I'm not tired. It's just that I've walked too much. I just need to rest for a bit. 2 minutes later, the one who claimed not to be tired had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Chao Chuhua couldn't help but smile. She adjusted the blanket, covering her daughter completely, before lying back in her own rocking chair. As she rocked back and forth, she too began to feel a bit drowsy. Before falling asleep, she thought to herself that the rocking chair her husband and sons had made was incredibly comfortable. Chen Nongmo didn't dare catch eels but loved to eat them. Especially the braised chestnut eels that Mother Chuhua was so good at making. They were an absolute delicacy. At the dinner table, the family ate while chatting. The conversation mostly centered around the future of the 3 children, who had already graduated from high school. When everyone had eaten enough, Chani finally spoke up to his parents. The thing with the Chinese teacher helping out, it's been settled. Are you really sure about becoming a substitute teacher at an elementary school? You really don't want to go to a workers' and peasants' university? Chao Chuhua asked, still feeling somewhat regretful. Fifth brother Yi had good grades and loved to study. He clearly had the opportunity to attend university, yet he didn't want to go. Chani shook his head. You know, I've asked around with some alumni from our village and the neighboring village who went to a workers' and peasants' university. I found out about the actual situation at the university, and I don't like that kind of environment. I think I'll find a job first, observe for a year or 2, and then decide. There was one thing he didn't say. All of his 3 older brothers had joined the army, and he had to take care of the family. 2 years ago, just 2 or 3 months after high school graduation, his third brother Huai Chanhui had been specially recruited by the military to fill a position that was supposed to be reserved for a workers' and peasants' university student. Yes, it had been a special recruitment. The reason was simple. Second brother Lu Chao Lu had performed exceptionally well in the military unit. Within just a few months after joining the Guard Battalion, he had caught the attention of several leaders, who expressed their intent to take him after the assessment ended. Hearing this repeatedly one day, a drill officer jokingly said that they should divide Chao Lu into a few parts, so that everyone wouldn't have to fight over him. Chao Lu, being calculating, immediately took the joke to heart. After weighing the pros and cons several times, he finally called home and confirmed that his third brother Huai, Chanhui, wanted to join the military. He then informed his superiors that he had a younger brother, who had also graduated high school and had a solid physique. Thus, Chanhui was quickly approved for enlistment and, alongside Chao Lu, became an honorable soldier in the Guard Battalion. Since third brother Huai entered the military unit, Chanyi had begun to rethink his future. He had no strong desire to join the army, and his physical fitness was only average. Compared to the military unit, he was now more interested in working in a government department. Though the overall situation was slowly improving, no one could guarantee that another storm wouldn't come. That was why he had decided to find a job and observe for a year or 2 before making any further decisions. The principal of the town's elementary school was the wife of the Chinese teacher. With her help, Chanyi had already successfully signed up, and was just waiting for the upcoming exams and selection process. He was confident that he would be able to become a teacher. Of course, he had set a time limit for himself. If the university situation didn't improve within 5 years, he would adjust his plans. After explaining his reasons to his family, Chanyi turned to his little sister Yu sitting next to him. Are you sure you don't want to take the exam with me? The elementary school environment is relatively simple. Chen Nongmo had already made it clear that she didn't want to attend a workers' and peasants' university. Since they were both still observing their options, Chen thought it might be a good idea for his little sister Yu to try teaching for a few years. Chen Nongmo shook her head, finished the last spoonful of porridge in her bowl and then said, "Even if I'm lucky enough to get in, I wouldn't be able to stay long. Who knows, maybe one day mom and dad, biological parents, will agree to let me go see the borderlands." Chao Chuhua nodded in agreement. "You're older now. It's time for you to go take a look. When do you plan to leave?" Chen Nongmo began to clear the dishes. "No rush, at least I'll discuss it with mom and dad first." Chenny also helped clean up. "This matter isn't urgent. Not only do we need dad and the others to agree, but me and fourth brother June also need to have time to send you off." Upon hearing this, Chao Chuhua glanced at her daughter's strikingly beautiful face and nodded in agreement. "That's true. It'd be better to wait for warmer weather to leave." In mid-August, fifth brother E was preparing for exams, and fourth brother June had been sent to the county transportation team to learn to drive, thanks to big brother's connections. At this rate, it would likely be next spring before anything could happen. In mid-August, 6 more educated youth arrived at the village. Since the late 1960s, Shanshan village had seen many educated youth come and few leave. Over time, the village had accumulated over 20 educated youth. However, no matter how many arrived, the villagers always maintained a distant relationship with the educated youth. They neither bullied them nor got close to them. In the past 2 years, aside from noticing when a girl named Dong Xiuxiu left, Chen Nongmo hadn't been particularly curious about any of the others. But this time was different. Ever since the old secretary had used a loudspeaker to announce that the village would soon receive a few more educated youth, her interest had been piqued. Chen Nongmo kept her eyes on the situation. Especially that afternoon, when she learned that Uncle Urgent had returned with a tractor full of people, her curiosity piqued. Having spent about a month learning to drive, Chan Jun, who had come home for a rare visit, thought of himself as a considered older brother. He truly believed that his little sister Yu was simply fascinated by the educated youth, so he immediately pulled her toward the village committee. "I heard that the old secretary doesn't want to bring any more educated youth into the village. There's no room for them at the educated youth point, so the people who arrived today might be temporarily scattered to stay in villagers' homes. I really don't want strangers living in our house." At this point he stressed again. "It's not that I'm being unsupportive, but I'm sure everyone feels the same way. Just wait. There will definitely be some negotiation over this matter today." Chen Nongmo wasn't concerned with that. The old secretary, always cheerful, was a force to be reckoned with, and she trusted he could handle it just fine. What she cared about was identifying which one of the educated youth was the same kind of villain that had caused the girl in her novel to meet a tragic end. Seeing that she was walking along, Chan Yi, who had also come out, sensed that she wasn't just interested in the educated youth. He gave her a gentle pat on the head. "What's wrong? You don't look too well." Chen Nongmo shook her head. "It's nothing. I just kicked a small stone." Hearing this, Chan Yi paused, looking at her with a fixed gaze, clearly not convinced. But since Yu didn't want to say more, he didn't push further. With a gentle smile, he simply stayed close beside her. Chapter 29.1. Chen Nongmo did not often walk around the village. However, the children in the village all liked her quite a bit. The reason was rather simple. Her pockets were often filled with food. It was either candy, biscuits, or peanuts, things that children loved more than anything else. Of course, most of the children were well-mannered and would not deliberately run to her house to ask for treats. Whenever they happened to receive her candies or snacks, they would return the favor with small things. Most of the time, these were wild vegetables or fruits from the foot of the mountain or fields. This day was no different. When Chen Nongmo went out, she specifically put a dozen or so candies in her pocket. As she entered the village, she could already hear the children's cheering and laughter from a distance. Chen Nongmo curiously blinked her eyes, looking up at the fourth brother June to her right, and asked, "When the educated youth come to the village, do the children usually get this happy?" Seeing Chan Jun playing happily in the village, he laughed heartily and replied, "Of course not. I heard this morning that Aunt Chuanmei's family was harvesting dates today, so I guess that's what they're excited about." There was a saying that went, "On the 15th of July, the red circle. On the 15th of August, the fallen pole." Chen Nongmo suddenly understood. Indeed, it was the perfect season for eating dates. There are quite a few families in the village that grow dates, but if you're talking about the sweetest, it's definitely Aunt Chuanmei's family. Every year when they harvest dates, there are always greedy cats who help pick them, and later every child gets 1 or 2 pounds of dates. No wonder they're so happy. Back when the fourth brother June and I were in elementary school, we also went there. Aunt Chuanmei's jujube tree has been around for many years now. The fifth brother Yi's words were quite amusing, and Chen Nongmo could almost picture it in her mind. As Chen Nongmo passed by Aunt Chuanmei's house, she couldn't help but glance over with curiosity. She had originally planned to just take a quick look and leave, but as soon as she poked her head out, she locked eyes with a little girl who was chasing after dates. The moment the girl recognized her, her eyes immediately lit up. Sister Yu. Upon hearing this, not only did the other children picking dates look over, but even Aunt Chunmei, who was using a bamboo pole to shake the jujube tree, was surprised and turned to look. Oh my, it really is you, girl. Come in, take some dates to eat, they're sweet. Chen Nongmo wasn't shy at all. She stepped over the threshold, called out to people and then said, "The fourth brother June says Aunt Chuanmei's dates are the sweetest. I have to eat a few more." Aunt Chunmei was pleased to hear this. Without needing the girl to pick, she pointed directly to the bamboo basket and said with a hearty laugh, "Go ahead and pick from there. The redder ones are the sweetest." After handing out candies to the children, Chen Nongmo picked a few red dates, wiped them off casually and took a bite. Not only were they sweet, but they were especially crunchy. Seeing the girl's eyes squint in joy from the sweetness, Aunt Chunmei then directed the twins to take even more. "Don't be polite with me. Originally, I was going to send some to Chihua. She makes the best date cakes." In the end, the three siblings left with over 10 pounds of red dates. As Aunt Chunmei said, when she made the date cakes, she only needed to send her 2 pounds. After leaving Aunt Chuanmei's house, the three siblings continued on to the village committee. Chen Nongmo had eaten over 10 dates in a row, and when she instinctively reached for more, Chani moved her hand away from the bag. "It's not good to eat too much at once." Chen Jun nodded. "Right, these dates are big, and if you eat too many you'll get gassy." When they reached the village committee, the three of them overheard villagers excitedly discussing something. After listening closely, they understood that among the group of educated youth that had come, someone had brought a camera. In these times, if one wanted to take a photo, they had to go to the county's state-run photo studio. Many people went their whole lives without ever taking a single photo. It was easy to imagine just how rare cameras were, especially one like the Seagull brand that was being held in their hands. Chani spoke softly. "That's a clever person." Chen Nongmo nodded in agreement. Now many uncles and aunts will probably be willing to temporarily accept the educated youth. Not particularly interested in the camera, Chen Jun turned to his little sister Yu and asked, "Do you want to go take a look?" "Sure, we're already here." Although curious, the three siblings didn't push to the front. Instead, they stayed on the outskirts of the crowd, listening to the villagers' chatter. While the conversation mainly revolved around the camera, a few minutes were enough for Chen Nongmo to gather useful information. This batch of educated youth came from Shanghai City, 2 women and 4 men. She focused most of her attention on the men. They were quite young, the oldest just over 20, and none had particularly striking looks. But perhaps because they came from a big city, their skin was noticeably whiter than the villagers of Shanshan village. On top of that, they were dressed neatly in white shirts and green military pants. Even though they had blended in with the villagers due to the camera, the difference was still apparent. Chen Nongmo's gaze subtly moved over each of them before finally settling on the man holding the camera, explaining how it worked to the villagers. For some reason, as she looked at the seemingly honest man not far away, she just had a feeling. It was him. In the original story, the girl who had not yet regained her senses was killed in the mountains during that winter. At that time, the crime of being a hooligan carried a heavy sentence, especially when a life was involved. Before the verdict, the villain confessed that he had only acted on impulse, never intending to kill anyone. In his mind, a fool, especially one who was a beautiful, foolish person cleaned up by their family, wouldn't understand what had happened even if he had raped her. She certainly wouldn't be able to speak out about it. Perhaps he wasn't the only one involved in the act. After all, while the girl might have been foolish, she was undeniably beautiful, and any normal man would have thoughts about her. He had originally thought it would be easy to get what he wanted. But he hadn't expected the Chen family to be so vigilant. He had waited for months before he finally found an opportunity to take her to the mountains. When he tried to act, the girl struggled and cried out fiercely, making it impossible to undress her. Fearing someone might come in his panic, he could only cover her mouth with his hand. The more she struggled, the harder he pressed, and by the time he regained his senses, the girl had suffocated under his hand. As she recalled this, Chen Nongmo took a deep breath, her fist clenched tightly in her pocket. She couldn't imagine how terrifying this must have been for a girl. Nor could she fathom how Chihuahua's mother, who had taken care of the girl for 2 or 3 years, would be able to bear the shock of her daughter's tragic death, especially after the trauma of her son's amputation. Most books were written from the perspectives of the male and female protagonists. But if one saw the male lead's regret over the little sister Yuyu's death as his life's greatest remorse, it was easy to imagine how much pain Chihuahua's mother, who had lived with the girl for 3 years, would have to endure. And then how the girl's biological parents would break down completely. Sixth sister? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Yi, sharp as always, noticed that the girl's breath had become heavier. He immediately looked at her with concern and saw that her face was slightly pale. Chen Jun, who was standing on the other side, also looked over. His concern was different. The young man lowered his head slightly, rubbing little sister Yuyu's head with his large hand and asking worriedly, "Did you eat too many dates? Is your stomach hurting?" Worried that his little sister Yuyu might be shy, Chen Jun lowered his voice when he asked. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo looked at the fourth brother Jun speechlessly before breaking into a small laugh. "It's not hurting. I'm just uncomfortable from being in the sun." In the past, she had indeed been afraid. Although she had gotten used to relying on herself for everything, and no matter how much she tried to see herself as invincible, she still felt uneasy and fearful when faced with a ruthless murderer. But now it was different. After being in this world for over 2 years, not only did she have a family, but she was also showered with love and care. Even if she was targeted by scoundrels in the future, just like in the original plot, she wouldn't need to be afraid. Because standing behind her were the parents and brothers who loved her more than anyone else in the world. Her family was the source of her unshakable confidence. Once she realized this and had more or less figured out who the villain was, Chen Nongmo no longer had any desire to stay. Fourth brother Jun, fifth brother E, let's go home. I want to eat Mom Chohwa's date cake. Chen Jun waved his hand. Then let's go back. Chapter 29.2. Chen Yi scanned the crowd subtly, but still didn't see anything noteworthy. He nodded. It should still be in time to send some to Aunt Chunmei after the date cakes are made. Just as the three siblings were about to turn and leave, the villagers, whose attention had been completely absorbed by the foreign camera, finally noticed them. Someone shouted, "Yuyu girl, are you leaving already?" Chen Nongmo turned around, smiling as she looked at them. "Uncle Shanzhen, we're going to Aunt Chunmei's house to pick more dates." Uncle Shanzhen looked at her with a sudden realization. His honest face filled with affection. "No wonder you came out, go ahead and take some more. The dates from Aunt Chunmei's house are so sweet. Although she can be a bit stingy, she only gives them to the village children, except for you." As soon as these joking words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, and the crowd began to tease the three siblings, chattering all at once. It took quite a while before Old Secretary humorously scolded a few of them, finally rescuing the three from the teasing. It was at this moment that several of the educated youth, who had been a little caught up in the shock, came back to their senses. The two girls were fine, chattering excitedly to each other about how such a talented person could be hidden in such a small mountain village. Especially the female comrade, who was so beautiful that even they, as women, couldn't help but glance at her more than once. The educated youths all turned red-faced, looking as if they wanted to watch but were too shy to do so. The villagers had long gotten used to this. The girls in Shanshan village were all incredibly beautiful. Only Lu Kai's reaction was different from the others. At this moment, his face showed no sign, but inside, he felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. This was not the first time he had seen a beautiful female comrade. But to see one this beautiful, that was truly a first. If he could have her. Thinking this, he secretly swallowed and tried to control the rising impure thoughts. Maintaining a face of an honest person, he looked at the old secretary and in a seemingly serious manner said, "What do you think? Could I stay at their house? I heard everyone say that the three siblings are also high school students like me. I was thinking that if we lived together, we could learn from each other." After saying this, Lu Kai also seemingly casually lifted the camera in his hand, obviously trying to increase his bargaining power. But he didn't notice that, because of these words, the villagers, who had once seemed like simpletons in his eyes, now had their smiles fade considerably. It wasn't that they were overly sensitive. It was just that what had happened last year had stirred up quite a commotion. The old secretary, a seasoned man, did not show anything outwardly. He simply tapped his tobacco pipe against the tree trunk next to him, took a puff and then asked with a cheerful smile, "You want to live with high school students?" Lu Kai, full of righteous energy, replied, "Yes, as progressive youth raised under the red flag. We must always strive to learn and improve." The old secretary, with a serious expression, nodded in respect. "You are a comrade with ideas." Lu Kai humbly responded, "There is still much to learn from you, sir." As if accepting the praise, the old secretary immediately smiled like an old chrysanthemum and waved at the burly young man standing at the back of the crowd. "Dashin, Grandpa-san wants to make a request. Do you mind if this Lu-educated youth stays at your place for now?" Dashin's family were hunters, and his build was only slightly smaller than Chao Lu's and Chan Huai's brothers. When he heard the old secretary call him, the burly man with knotted muscles appeared from the crowd and responded in a rough, deep voice, "As you wish, sir." Lu Kai was not short. He was just under 1.8 meters tall, which was quite tall. but standing next to Dashan at this moment he seemed particularly small. He almost couldn't maintain his smile and, puzzled, looked at the smiling old secretary, trembling as he asked, You mean? The old secretary looked at him in confusion. Didn't you say you wanted to find a family with high school students? Why go far when you can stay close? Dashan just graduated last year. Don't be fooled by his height. He's only 19, still a kid. After saying this, the old secretary patted the kid Dashan on the arm and, without waiting for Lukai to react, decisively said, Go back and tell your father to take good care of the educated youth comrade, alright? Dashan, with his fierce appearance but a gentle nature, was the typical case of looking fierce but being kind-hearted. He didn't catch the underlying meaning in the old secretary's words and earnestly nodded, replying in a low voice, Don't worry, Grandpa-san. Lukai's face turned pale as he tried to make a last-ditch effort. Aye. The old secretary nodded firmly. Don't be afraid. Our village is safe. As long as you don't wander into the back mountains, you probably won't run into any wild beasts. There are wild beasts? It was as if he just realized he had said something wrong. The old secretary quickly comforted him. Don't worry. Dashan's family has many strong men who are skilled hunters. His father is even stronger than he is. You're a progressive young man, and only in a family like this can I rest easy about your safety. In the end, no matter how much Lukai resisted, he was still enthusiastically dragged away by the well-meaning but naive Dashan. The other educated youths who were watching turned pale, all thinking that they had entered some kind of village where people ate others without leaving any bones behind. Meanwhile, the old secretary slowly took another puff of his cigarette and inwardly snorted. Dashan is honest, but his father is sharp-minded. As for this kind of person with impure thoughts, to him it's just someone who needs to be taught a lesson. Should we remind old Zong? The accountant, who had also noticed Lukai's intentions, whispered. The old secretary smiled, this time genuinely. Why bother? Old Zong's fifth son is quite clever. Upon hearing this, the accountant quickly realized and chuckled, shaking his head. I was being foolish. Alright, you're just worried and confused. There shouldn't be any major trouble with the rest of them. Let's have everyone draw lots. The old secretary continued. The girl doesn't need to draw lots. Just send her straight to Huijuan's house. Then he turned his gaze to the two pale-faced female educated youths and frowned. Huijuan was the old secretary's cousin. Her husband had died early, and she never remarried. She spent her life raising one son, but the son had died young after encountering a wild bear in the back mountains. Left with only her mother-in-law, the two women raised two children together. It was a household where the young girls could be at ease. However, the old secretary took another drag of his cigarette. It was still important to quickly establish the educated youth station and get these city kids out of the village as soon as possible. So troublesome. The old secretary's guess was right. When fifth brother Chen heard that the male educated youth wanted to stay in their house, he turned around and gave him a deep look. He had already more or less figured out why little sister Yu had looked upset earlier. Since last year, when the little girl had been targeted by that filthy person from the Revolutionary Committee, Chen had become particularly sensitive to such matters. Beneath his gentle appearance, he harbored a highly defensive nature. Upon realizing that the other party had impure intentions, Chen thought it better to take the initiative rather than simply remain on guard. As he recalled Lukai's self-assured demeanor earlier, the dark look in his eyes deepened further. Why is this guy so thick-skinned? He's a man, and he wants to stay at our house. Chen Jun mumbled, clearly upset. It was Chen Nongmo who, upon seeing the situation, had already figured things out and could even laugh and joke. So fourth brother Jun is saying only the female educated youth can stay? Upon hearing this, Chen Jun exploded. He shoved the dates he was holding into fifth brother Yi's arms and turned to chase after the already distant little sister Yu, angrily shouting, You little brat, are you doing this on purpose to annoy me? If you have the guts, don't run. Let me see if I won't deal with you. Watching Chen Jun appear fierce but intentionally slow his pace, Chen relaxed his thoughts. Holding the several kilos of dates, he chuckled and quickened his steps to catch up. Chen Nongmo had watched a few food videos in the past, but when it came time to put them to use, she had forgotten most of what she had seen. So, when it came to making date cakes, her skills were far inferior to Mother Chouhua's, who had her own secret recipes. However, while she was a novice at date cakes, she figured she could still manage to make date jam. So when Chao Chouhua had steamed the first batch of cakes, Chen Nongmo had successfully boiled 2 jars of jam using fresh dates, dried dates, and malt sugar. She tasted it, and the flavor was quite good, even better when diluted with water. Chao Chouhua took a sip of the sweet drink her daughter made for her, smiled and praised, This tastes much better than sugar water. After finishing her sip, she took another large gulp and pointed at one of the jars, asking, Is that one for your Aunt Chunmei? Chen Nongmo nodded. It's too hot right now, so I made just 2 jars to test the flavor. If I make more, it won't keep well. Mother Chihua, shall we store some dried red dates? We can make more jam in winter and send some to sister-in-law and our parents. Chao Chihua called for her son to come in and bring the date cakes. Upon hearing this, she agreed. All right. I've been trading for some sugar tickets recently. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so it's good for her to have a little. Chen Yi walked into the kitchen and glanced at the finished products on the stove. He smiled and said, Shall I send some to Aunt Chunmei's house first? Yes, and take some for your sister too. Also, bring a jar of the jam she made and tell Chunmei to save 20 pounds of dried dates for me this year. This was for money. All right. Chao Chihua then picked out the most perfectly shaped piece from the cut date cake and handed it to her daughter. Try it. Chen Nongmo took it and was about to break it into pieces to share with others. Chen Yi, holding a clean basket, smiled and said, Wait for me to come back from Aunt Chunmei's house. The second batch will be ready by then. You can eat yours. Having not anticipated this, Chao Chihua nodded along and said with a face full of certainty, Yes, you eat yours. At 5:30 in the evening, it was time for dinner at the 738 Military Unit. Xiao Zheng, who had recently been promoted to the rank of full regiment leader at the start of the year, came to his brother's office with documents, intending to discuss the mock battle plans for the next 2 months. However, he arrived to find no one there. He looked at the orderly Xiao Lu, who was standing guard. Lu Ji quickly understood. Colonel left 3 minutes ago. He said he was going home for dinner and asked me to call you to join him. I didn't expect you to arrive first. Hearing this and knowing that his sister-in-law had just found out she was pregnant, Xiao Zheng understood why his brother might be a little nervous. He didn't want to disturb the young couple at this moment. Just as he was about to wave his hand and leave, the phone on the desk rang. Xiao Zheng, who was closest to the desk, picked up the phone and after a few seconds of hesitation realized, Is this fifth brother Yi Chen Yi? On the other end of the line, Chen Yi responded with a smile. Brother Xiao Zheng, it's me. Is my big brother not there? It's dinner time. Old Chen is heading back to the family compound to be with your sister-in-law. Is something wrong? Should I ask him to come over and take the call? Years ago, Xiao Zheng and Big Brother had come to the house to visit. Plus, their ongoing communication over the years made them almost like real brothers. Chen Yi didn't want to disturb his big brother at a time when he should be with his pregnant sister-in-law. He didn't treat Xiao Zheng as an outsider, so he directly shared what had happened with Lu Kai that day. He then explained, Brother Xiao Zheng, I might be overreacting, but the incident last year was really severe. If it hadn't been for Yu's quick thinking, she might have been hurt. I can't help but overthink things. I felt like I should look into that person Lu Kai and check his background. Xiao Zheng knew about Yu's incident from last year. Not to mention how angry Chu Wuan had been for days, even he was infuriated by it. He didn't expect another troubling situation so soon, just a few months later. He wondered, would the gentle little girl be scared by this? Thinking this, the usually gentle man's eyes gradually took on a sharpness, and he spoke in a deep voice. Trust your instincts. They often guide you away from danger. You did well with this. Send me the information on that person, and I'll have a friend in Shanghai look into it. If everything checks out, you can apologize to him and compensate him elsewhere. But if something is off, then this phone call will have meaning. Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. That's exactly what I was thinking. New schedule. 1 chapter every Monday to Friday. Chapter 30.1. People are afraid of the unknown. Before meeting Lu Kai, his existence had always been a deep, hidden fear for Chen Nongmo. But when she truly faced this person, she suddenly felt that the fear and apprehension she had once felt were excessive. No wonder she dared to act so boldly. Lu Kai, a notorious murderer in the original story, after arriving at Shanshan village, worked every day doing the hardest, most exhausting farm labor. Chen Nongmo had seen him from a distance twice. After a few days, Lu Kai no longer had the dignified appearance he had when he first arrived. The whole person had become filthy and covered in mud, and from far away, one could smell the suffocating sour odor. How should she put it? It was very satisfying, but there was no longer much fear to be had. She hadn't asked the old secretary why he deliberately tormented the man, but she had guessed that old Master Bien must have seen something. After all, although the old man had never been warm towards the educated youth, he wouldn't intentionally cause them distress. Of course, Chen Nongmo wouldn't sympathize with Lu Kai for his current predicament, and she still maintained her vigilance toward him. She was just waiting for the day when this man with a devil hiding in his heart would tear off his human skin. Back in the fields again? Didn't I tell you not to go? Hearing movement in the yard, Chao Chihua stuck her head out from the kitchen window. Seeing her daughter, who was made to look particularly small by following behind her husband, she asked helplessly, with a hint of annoyance. Afterward, she gave her husband a glare, irritated that he hadn't stopped her. It wasn't that she, as a mother, was overly protective of her child, not allowing her to go out. In the past, she would have been more than willing, but recently, the sun had become too harsh, and a girl's skin was delicate, easily getting sunburned. Another thing, tasks like fertilizing, weeding, pest control and irrigation, none of these farm chores were needed from a girl like her. Chen Zong wasn't upset by his wife's glare. He only smiled good-naturedly and picked up the farming tools to go to the storage room. I really wanted to go help Daddy Zong, but he wouldn't let me. Chen Nongmo mumbled a few words before smiling as she walked to the window, holding a bamboo basket and handing it to Mother Chihua to look at. These were all given by the village's aunts. Oh, this is quite a harvest, huh? Early autumn was a good season for fruit to ripen, and the small bamboo basket contained not only peaches, but also 2 bunches of grapes and a few red tomatoes with just a little green left on them. That's right, all from the aunts. One gave me one, another gave me a bunch. If my basket were bigger, there would be even more. By the way, look, I also put some wildflowers in the basket. Do you think they look nice? Hey, nice, my daughter is so skilled. Everything she does looks good. Give me the biggest persimmon on top. I'll slice it and eat it with sugar for lunch. Alright, I'll wash it with well water before I bring it to you. At the same time, compared to the warmth and comfort of the Chen family at the foot of the mountain, Lu Kai, having just completed the task assigned by the team leader and nearly exhausted his energy, staggered back to the De Mountain family. Upon seeing him enter, De Mountain's father, Chen Nongmo, greeted him with a silly smile. The Lu-educated youth is back. We've been waiting for you to eat. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai, whose eyes were green from hunger, instinctively looked at the table. Sure enough, as expected, the only things on the table, apart from a bowl of watery porridge so thin it could cast a shadow, were black flatbread and a plate of overly salty pickled vegetables. In fact, the flatbreads weren't small, and they were enough to fill the stomach. For many families, this could be considered a decent meal. But this was nothing like the life Lu Kai had been accustomed to before. Especially after being in Shanshan village for a week, every meal had been the same 2 dishes. He hadn't seen meat once, let alone any oily dishes, and having a plate of saltwater cucumbers was considered a luxury. Lu Kai was a smart man, and the experiences of these past few days had been enough to make him realize that everyone in Shanshan village was deliberately making things difficult for him. He also more or less understood the reason behind this mistreatment. He had to admit he regretted it. Of course, it wasn't because he regretted having impure thoughts. After all, wasn't a woman who looked that beautiful just asking to tempt a man? What he regretted was that he shouldn't have let his admiration for Chen Nongmo's beauty slip, inadvertently revealing his intentions, which led to the difficulties he was facing now. Of course, aside from regret, there was also resentment. He resented that such a poor, harsh place had produced such a troublesome people. He resented the entire village for being abnormal, where even a casual remark had him treated like a beast of burden. Wasn't it just a way to warn and tame him, to make sure he wouldn't dare to think of a woman named Chen Nongmo again? But he refused to bow down. The more he was mistreated over the past few days, the more it fueled the desire deep within him. It even gave birth to a twisted pleasure, where the more difficult the hunt became, the sweeter the prey would taste once captured. Of course, he couldn't just keep dragging things out. He didn't want to collapse before he had the chance to taste the prize himself. He only had to hold on for a little longer. Once everyone relaxed their guard, he would overpower the woman, then leave this cursed place immediately. Who would be able to find him if he took on a new identity? After all, the name he was using now was fake. With that thought in mind, Lu Kai had already mentally rolled over countless methods of capturing the woman, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He smiled at Chungai and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gui. I'll take a quick shower and change my clothes, then I'll join you. Don't wait for me to eat." The mountain watched Lu Kai walk into the room in the corner, feeling a little reluctant to look away. He glanced at his father, who had already begun eating, and lowered his voice. "Dad, is it wrong for us to secretly eat meat? Don't we need to give some to Lu Comrade? I think his temper is pretty good. He doesn't seem like a bad person." Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo sighed and poked his son with his chopsticks. "His temper isn't good. It's that he's become an immortal." "What do you mean?" Seeing his son's confused expression, Chen Nongmo clicked his tongue a couple of times, his small eyes gleaming with wisdom. "You just need to remember, in the future, stay away from people with a bodhisattva-like temper." The mountain was even more bewildered. He sat down across from his father, took a bite of the black flatbread and mumbled, "Isn't it good to be a bodhisattva? A bodhisattva is good, but people aren't bodhisattvas. Everyone has their temper. If Lu Kai were to get angry and fight back, I wouldn't be watching him like this," Chen Nongmo explained, shaking his head. He didn't understand great principles, and he couldn't even read a large batch of characters, But decades of life experience and the trauma of having lived through the massacre of their village by the our country invaders had taught him a thing or two. He had seen the worst kinds of evil in this world, and he could tell that there was something off about Lu Kai. He couldn't exactly pinpoint what was wrong, but he just felt that Lu Kai's gaze, even when he was smiling, made him uncomfortable. He also trusted the old secretary's judgment. Since the old man thought Lu Kai was problematic, then there was definitely something wrong with him, and keeping an eye on him wouldn't hurt. De Mountain was still confused, but he was obedient, nodding seriously. Don't worry, I'll stay far away from him. What's with you two lately? Why are you running out every day? At lunchtime, the twin brothers came back with their heads dripping with sweat after being out the entire morning. When Chao Chiuhua came out of the kitchen holding dishes, she instinctively frowned upon seeing them. Chen Jun hadn't told his mother about the fact that his younger sister was being eyed by a scoundrel. With her personality, if she knew, even if it was just a suspicion, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully for a long time. So when she asked, he set the towel in the basin of well water and laughed as he answered, "We went to find Erju and the others to catch fish." The summer days were hot, and the family ate all their meals under the eaves of the house, where there was more ventilation. Chao Chiuhua set the dishes on the table under the eaves and quickly glanced around at the two brothers. "Where's the fish?" "Didn't catch any." Not very good at lying, Chen Jun focused on washing his hands, leaving the stage to his younger brother. Chani wiped his face and neck with the towel he had washed. As the coolness touched his skin, he let out a sigh of relief before responding slowly, "Not yet. You know there's a little river behind the village, right? We've been draining the water all morning. This afternoon when the water's out we'll just collect the fish." Thinking her son was telling the truth, Chao Chiuhua didn't press the matter further. She just muttered, "Boys will be boys, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. They don't even mind the sun beating down on them." As she turned to head back to the kitchen to serve the rice, Chao Chiuhua was still a bit suspicious. Is there even any fish in that little river? It's all floating weeds. If there were fish, they'd be suffocating in there. Don't waste the whole day and end up catching nothing. Once their mother left, Chen Jun, who had been holding his breath, gave his brother, who was talking nonsense so seriously, a thumbs up. As expected of fifth brother Yi. Chen Yi glanced at his fourth brother Jun but didn't say anything. He was mentally calculating the time. It was almost time to call brother Xiaozheng at the village committee and check on the progress. "Fifth brother Yi, you're telling lies. What if mom goes for a stroll around the village? Won't everything be exposed?" Chen Yi came back to his senses, rinsed the towel in another basin of water, and hung it on the bamboo pole to dry. "After we eat, you can go find Erju to drain the water and catch the fish." He then kicked at his fourth brother Jun, who was about to haphazardly hang the towel on the bamboo pole without properly cleaning it. "It's not clean." Chen Jun, who had been mentally prepared for the entire afternoon under his brother's careful guidance, was about to protest when he saw fifth brother Yi turn and look toward their mother, who was coming out of the kitchen. Successfully intimidated, Chen Jun shrank back and became obedient. Chapter 30.2. At the dinner table, the family sat around together. Chao Chiuhua took a few bites of her rice, then seemed to remember something. She asked the fourth son, "Why have you been staying at home lately? Aren't you going to the county to learn how to drive?" Caught off guard, Chen Jun, who had been fighting with little sister Yuyu for some sugar persimmons, froze for a moment. He subconsciously looked at his brother and stammered, Yeah, why aren't I going to learn to drive?" Chen Yi, amused, replied, "Didn't we say the driving teacher went on a long trip and gave you a break a few days ago?" Right, look at my brain, I totally forgot. That's it, that's the reason." Seeing that something was clearly off with her fourth son, Chao Chiuhua furrowed her brows and stopped eating. "Why do I feel like something's strange with you?" Meeting her mother's and little sister Yuyu's suspicious gazes, Chen Jun held his neck high and said, I'm not strange at all." "Not strange? Then why are you stammering?" Who's stammering?" Chen Yi sighed inwardly and reached out to serve a piece of dish to both his mother and little sister Yuyu, trying to change the subject. "I heard something in the village today, not sure if it's true or not." Upon hearing this, Chao Chiuhua was immediately intrigued. "What is it?" Chen Nongmo also looked over, curious. "Third grandma somehow got hold of a weird remedy. She says if you peel a boiled egg, put it in hen's mouth, cover it with their saliva, then take it out, it's supposed to be a great tonic. If that's true, you should go talk to her. Who has ever heard of such a strange remedy? If she keeps at it, she might make her body worse instead of better." Although this was an attempt to divert his mother's attention, it was actually true. Chen Jun, being younger, didn't want to directly visit third grandma, and he figured if he mentioned it to her, she wouldn't listen, so he thought it would be better for his parents to handle it. Hearing of such an odd remedy for the first time, Chen Nongmo was stunned. Forget about the part of the egg being placed in hen's mouth. What about the saliva? As far as she knew, the saliva of hen had trace amounts of toxins, didn't it? Thinking of this, she quickly turned to look at her mother, who had already turned pale. This isn't good. I think I read somewhere that hen's saliva is toxic. A small amount won't have much effect, but long-term use is definitely harmful. If third grandma doesn't listen, you should tell old secretary about it. Third grandma was over 70 years old and was very kind, but her thinking was stuck in the past. She didn't believe in banks to save money, preferring to stash it away and take it out to air every year. When her child fell ill, she wouldn't go to the hospital, but instead would spend all her energy searching for remedies. Not long ago, it was said that she had been going door to door looking for cockroaches. Though cockroaches could be used in traditional medicine, they should never be consumed recklessly without medical advice. No matter what, everything should be treated according to the right diagnosis. At that time, old secretary had scolded her severely and managed to convince her to stop, but now, less than 2 months later, she had come up with another bizarre remedy. Upon thinking of this, Chen Nongmo's face turned green. He had no idea what kind of strange remedy grandma would find next. To be blunt, the grandson that the doctor had said just needed to move his shins more and eat more nutritious food to get better had turned pale well into his teens. It was possible that it was due to the excessive use of folk remedies. No, I'm going now. After barely suppressing the feeling of nausea, Chao Qiuhua didn't even bother to finish her meal. She put down her chopsticks and headed towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Chen Zong wiped his mouth and went to the corner of the yard to push his bicycle. By the time he took the bike out of the yard and mounted it, Chao Qiuhua was already walking out holding a few pieces of mung bean cakes. Chen Nongmo raised his head and shoveled down some rice. After eating a few bites, he quickly ran out and nimbly climbed onto the back seat. Daddy Zong, I'm going too. Chao Qiuhua, holding the mung bean cakes, stood by and glared at him. What are you getting on for? She was about to pull him off the bike. Chen Zong smiled and stopped her. My daughter wants to watch, so let her come along. You can sit on the front bar. Chen Nongmo hid behind Daddy Zong. Yeah, I've never seen hen swallow an egg before. What's so interesting about that? Chao Qiuhua was speechless. She poked her daughter's forehead with her hand before sitting on the front bar. The twins left behind exchanged glances. Chen Jun scratched his nose. Aren't we going? Chen Yi sped up his eating. No need. Dad's here and I'll call Xiao Zheng. Then I'll go too. You go fishing with Air Zhuzi. Oh. 738 military unit. After receiving information about Lu Kai from a friend, Xiao Zheng went to find old Chen. Since his sister-in-law was pregnant, old Chen had been spending most of his time, aside from work, with his small family. Before confirming whether Lu Kai actually had a problem, Xiao Zheng hadn't thought of distracting him. But now it couldn't be ignored. Why are you here? Want to go to the cafeteria for a meal? The two of them were now in charge of the 1st and 2nd regiments, and the offices were quite far apart compared to before. Xiao Zheng waved his hand. Tell Xiao Lu to bring us 2 portions when he goes to eat. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen furrowed his thick brows but didn't immediately ask anything. Instead, he took 2 empty lunchboxes from the lower cabinet and went outside to call the steward. Once the person was out of earshot, he returned to his seat, crossed his hands and asked seriously, Go ahead, what's going on? Xiao Zheng then relayed the matter that Chen Yi had brought to him a few days ago. Finally, under the stern expression of his brother, he continued, My friend checked it out. After cross-referencing the information provided by the village and the household registration, it turns out that Lu Kai died last year. His family just never went to get the death certificate. In this day and age, the management of household registration wasn't strict. Some families weren't unwilling to go, but simply didn't understand that such a procedure existed. There were also many people who didn't grasp the concept of marriage registration. In their view, a marriage was official only if a banquet had been held at home. Chu Wuwen controlled his rising anger and asked in a deep voice, How long did your friend say it would take to figure out that grandson's true identity? He said it shouldn't take more than a few days. The person has rare items like a camera, so the family should be fairly well off, and most people know the real Lu Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have borrowed that identity. If they follow this line of investigation, it won't take long. I'm telling you this now because, since we can confirm that the imposter from the village is indeed suspicious, we need to clear things up with the family first. Chu Wuwen also agreed with his suggestion. We should talk to 5th Brother Yi about this. By the way, you said you scheduled the next call with 5th Brother Yi. Yes, it's today. Then we'll wait for him to call. Chu Wuwen didn't want his mother and little sister Yu to worry about such messy matters. Thanks for this, brother. Xiao Zheng waved his hand. We don't need to say that between brothers. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuwen's solemn expression softened a little. But before he could say anything else, the man across from him chuckled and said, Yu is also my little sister Yu. She cares about me, and in the last 2 or 3 years she sent so many things. As her older brother, it's only right that I care for her. If you can't say anything good, just keep quiet. Meanwhile, Chen Nongmo, along with his wife and daughter, pedaled their bicycle all the way to third grandma's house. Only then did they realize that they weren't the only ones who had come. Many villagers had gathered as well, all packed into the yard to watch the commotion. Some people even had their rice bowls with them, eating as they watched. Chen Nongmo, being led by Mother Chiohua, entered the yard. Then they saw third grandma, her wrinkled face hanging low, ignoring old secretary's scolding, as she casually picked something out of a chicken's mouth. All right, third sister-in-law, I don't care where you got that remedy from, but if you keep recklessly messing with the child, I'll just take Bao home to raise. Old secretary, usually the one to smile at everyone, had been pushed to the point of making a harsh threat. After saying this, he looked regretfully at the white, cooked egg that had been pulled out of the chicken's mouth, silently lamenting that eggs were such a good thing. It had to be said that after dealing with each other for decades, old secretary's words hit third grandma's weak spot directly. Bao was her lifeblood. How could she bear to let someone else take him away to raise? In her panic and frustration, third grandma grabbed an egg and was about to put it into her mouth, shouting, "I'll eat it in front of you all. I'll eat it right now. What poison? Bao is my heart and soul. How could I harm him? This is a remedy I got from Master Zhou, and I paid a large sum for it. It will definitely cure my Bao." As the egg, covered in the chicken's saliva, was about to enter third grandma's mouth, Chen Nongmo reacted swiftly. At the sound of gasps from the crowd, he quickly stepped forward and snatched it away. Then, taking the other egg from the bowl as well, he turned and handed them over. Chen Nongmo, who had been following Daddy's own closely, instinctively reached out to grab them and then quickly ran outside. Only when she was sure that third grandma hadn't followed her did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, looking at the hot potatoes in her hands, Chen Nongmo scrunched up her little face again. Though the eggs had no particular taste, she still felt nauseous and really didn't want to hold them. Filled with disgust and not wanting to touch them for even a second longer, Chen Nongmo glanced around. Finally, she stood on tiptoe and placed the bowl on the courtyard wall where third grandma couldn't reach it. Fearing that the children watching the scene in the yard might be tempted to eat the eggs by mistake, she didn't go back inside but stood by the wall, waiting for her parents to come out. But as often happens in life, there are some things that are just too coincidental. Just then outside the courtyard wall, Lu Kai, who had been planning to go to the educated youth store to buy some food, noticed a bowl suddenly appear on top of the wall from a distance. He hadn't thought much of it at first, but as he walked past the wall, his curiosity got the better of him, and he gently took the bowl down. When he saw what was inside, the man who had been eating coarse grains for a week without much appetite didn't care about anything else. He devoured the eggs ravenously, then carefully placed the empty bowl back. While savoring the taste of the eggs, he suddenly heard a few voices nearby. The first voice to reach his ears was a deep male voice. "Yu, where are the 2 eggs that were taken out of the chicken's mouth?" "They're on the wall, I hid them up there." "Take them down and toss them into the fish pond to feed the fish." "Okay, Where did the eggs go?" Thinking he had been caught, Lu Kai, who had covered his mouth and was running away, didn't realize what had happened until he had swallowed all the eggs. Only then did he belatedly understand the meaning of the conversation he had just overheard. Behind a desolate haystack, the man, looking disheveled, kneeled on the ground, clutching his throat. Ugh. Chapter 31. "Colonel, there's a call for you." On Saturday night, after the whistle marked the end of an impromptu night training session, the orderly, Feng Wei, ran over. Colonel Xiaozheng wasn't satisfied with the results of the day's surprise drill. As the soldiers were dismissed, he walked toward his office, discussing areas for improvement with the 3rd Battalion commander. Hearing Feng Wei's call, he instinctively glanced at his watch. 8:45 p.m. At this time there was likely only one person who would call him. Without showing any particular expression, he turned back to the 3rd Battalion commander. "Take note of the areas I just pointed out for improvement, organize them properly, and add your own thoughts. I want them on my desk tomorrow." The battalion commander saluted crisply. "Yes, Colonel." "And another thing," Xiaozheng added, his tone firm, "I've emphasized this countless times. You must at least know the names, hometowns, and ages of your soldiers. The new recruits have been in the camp for over 3 months now. Yet there are still some whose names you can't recall? What do you plan to do, check the roster every time? Or should I keep trailing behind you to remind you?" The battalion commander, who was 4 years older than Xiaozheng, felt his face burn with embarrassment. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he couldn't refute a single word. Xiaozheng, seemingly unfazed by the man's discomfort, continued in a stern voice. "You're a seasoned officer. You should know very well what it means on the battlefield if you can't call out a soldier's name. I don't want to see such a fundamental issue in our regiment again." Of course, the battalion commander understood the gravity of such a failure. Realizing his mistake, he responded in a resolute voice. "Colonel, rest assured, this will never happen again." Hearing this, Xiao Zheng stared at him for a moment before sweeping his gaze over the deputy commander and the other company commanders present. He issued a final warning. "In 3 days, I will conduct another random inspection." Although Xiao Zheng hadn't spelled it out explicitly, everyone present understood the unspoken threat. If things didn't improve next time, it wouldn't just end with verbal reprimands. A full-scale public criticism across the entire army was very much on the table. At that thought, the men felt a chill run down their spines. They stood straighter, their voices ringing with determination. "Yes, we guarantee to complete the task." Seeing their reaction, Xiao Zheng's usual calm demeanor returned. He raised a hand to pat the battalion commander on the shoulder. "All right, dismissed." Once they were out of earshot, one of the company commanders wiped the sweat off his brow and muttered, "The colonel is about my age and he doesn't usually throw his weight around. But why does he make me so nervous during moments like this?" The battalion commander also wiped his face, forcing a wry smile. "Do you think someone becomes a colonel at 26 for nothing? Every bit of that rank was earned on the battlefield with real guns and bullets. If it weren't for his age holding him back from higher posts, forget it, no point talking about this. We've got a long night ahead of us. Let's head straight to my office." Returning to his office, Xiao Zheng removed his cap, gesturing for the orderly to take the night off. He downed the now cool tea in one gulp before picking up the ringing phone. The person on the other end had evidently been waiting, as the call connected after just 2 rings. Xiao Zheng's contact this time was Zhao Yuantao, a childhood friend with whom he'd grown up. Zhao Yuantao was a lively and well-connected person, one of the few from their residential compound who hadn't joined the military. Currently, he was working as a manager at an automobile factory in Shanghai. Both of them had been preoccupied with the matter at hand, so they skipped the pleasantries and dove straight into the subject. According to the information Zhao Yuantao had dug up, the man who had impersonated Lu Kai was actually named Pan Hui, a high school classmate of Lu Kai's. It turned out Pan Hui's family background was nothing remarkable, contrary to the impressive facade he put on. At most, to an ordinary person, his family might appear to have a few connections. Pan Hui came from a working-class family with 6 children, 5 older sisters, all of whom had married into well-off families. The sisters, deeply influenced by their parents, remained devoted to supporting their one and only brother, even after getting married. Among them, the second sister's husband was the most capable, holding the position of a bureau chief in Shanghai. It was through this brother-in-law's influence that Pan Hui had managed to acquire the fake identity. At this point, Zhao Yuantao explained why Pan Hui had gone so far as to impersonate someone and relocate to a remote village in H province. Given his family's resources, securing a job for him shouldn't have been difficult, and there was no reason for him to endure the hardships of rural life. The truth, however, was that Pan Hui had committed a crime. That was why he needed to hide in such an obscure place under a false identity. At this point, Zhao Yuantao snorted disdainfully over the phone. "Zhengzi, you wouldn't believe it. The Pan family isn't even worth mentioning. They're nothing more than nobodies. But they sure are resourceful. Honestly, not even the big shots in your and my families could pull off some of the things they've managed. Guess what that scumbag Pan Hui did?" Xiao Zheng poured himself another cup of tea, letting out a soft grunt. "Spit it out already." "Ha! Look at you, still so sharp-tongued. Fine, I'll tell you." Though he bantered lightly, Zhao Yuantao relayed the details he had uncovered over the past few days. Pan Hui had started dating when he was barely a teenager. His family exaggerated his achievements wherever they went, though the neighbors, despite their disdain, didn't think much of it at the time. Even though Pan Hui was often caught by acquaintances going to the movies with different female comrades, most people would only gossip behind his back, calling him a bit of a playboy at worst. After all, these relationships were consensual, and neighbors rarely felt inclined to report such matters. Perhaps in the beginning, Pan Hui only wanted to take advantage of small favors. But after successfully deceiving a female comrade into giving herself to him, he became dissatisfied with mere flirtations. One instance led to another, and over time, Pan Hui realized that his victims rarely dared to make a scene. The few who were bold enough to confront him were quickly silenced. His parents or older sisters would step in, pay some money and smooth things over. At worst, Pan Hui would get a scolding from his family, but it didn't affect him much. With every incident resolved so easily, Pan Hui's malicious tendencies grew unchecked. His twisted desires became more insatiable. One time, he brought his new girlfriend to a deserted alley. As he pressed her against the wall, He glanced at the bustling crowd not far away and felt an exhilaration that drove him to force himself on her. Afterward, when the girl cried and threatened to report him for harassment, Manhwa did feel a twinge of fear. But he remained confident that his parents and older sisters would step in to settle the matter once again. And they did just as he expected. He didn't even need to show his face. The family paid for a job opportunity for the girl's household, and the matter was resolved without further drama. Relieved, Manhwa also felt emboldened. But with his confidence came darker urges. He was no longer satisfied targeting women he was in relationships with. It didn't feel exciting enough. So he shifted his focus to strangers. He began observing. He began hunting. Eventually, he set his sights on an unfamiliar but beautiful woman. However, he hadn't expected his first attempt to end disastrously. The woman's family might have been ordinary, but she wasn't afraid of causing a scandal. She was stubborn, resistant to bribes, and determined to see the matter through, even though Manhwa hadn't succeeded in his assault. She insisted on making it a public battle, even if it meant mutual destruction. For the first time, Manhwa felt a genuine sense of fear. Yes, just a little bit of fear. Because Manhwa still firmly believed that, no matter what happened, his family would sort things out for him. In fact, he even looked down on people like that. In his eyes, the only reason the woman was causing such a ruckus was because the money hadn't been settled properly. In the end, the matter was resolved by his second brother-in-law. He hired some lowlifes to spread rumors, slandering the woman's family, calling her a loose woman and saying her older sister, who was about to get married, was just as shameless. When the woman's family became preoccupied with damage control, Manhwa, now under a new identity arranged by his second brother-in-law, went to Shanshan village to lay low. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng had lost all interest in these filthy details. He interrupted his childhood friend's lengthy recounting. All right, you've done your part. After the second son-in-law of the Pan family takes the fall, get the police in Shanghai to coordinate with those in H province and take Manhwa away. Oh, and make sure the family he slandered gets their reputation cleared. Zhao Yuantao replied. That's easy. I don't have any respect for that family either. Don't worry, it'll be wrapped up in 3 days at most. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng relaxed slightly. Thanks, brother. Don't mention it, man. But now that you've got everything handled, you have to tell me. Is this all for the girl? Shut up. Do you think I'm some kind of animal? Xiao Zheng laughed and swore, then hung up the phone. After hanging up, he didn't rush to get up but instead paused, his smile fading into a pensive expression. Even though Chen Jun and Chen Yi were there to protect her, the girl would be fine, but having scum like Manhwa in front of you, it would definitely tarnish her innocence. And that girl's personality was so gentle, her voice so soft and quiet. Would she be scared? At that thought, Xiao Zheng, who truly cared for her as a younger sister, found himself unable to sit still. He stood up, turned off the lights, locked the door and hurried out to the family quarters. Why are you here? Chu Wuwen, who had just returned home after dealing with matters in the unit, opened the door and let Xiao Zheng in. Following Xiao Zheng into the house, he noticed the red double happiness character pasted on the wall, and finally realized that something was amiss. He glanced around the main room and asked, Where is sister-in-law? Chu Wuwen was busy scooping water from the vat into a large wooden basin to soak dirty clothes. Without even looking up, he replied, She's still at the hospital and hasn't come back yet. She said she'd be done by 10. I'll head out at 9:30 to pick her up. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng found himself a stool to sit on and started talking to his brother about the news he had just received. A few days ago, when he first suspected that guy named Manhwa, it had already sparked anger in Chu Wuwen. But now, upon hearing about that scumbag's background and confirming that he indeed harbored vile thoughts toward his younger sister, Chu Wuwen's pent-up rage was on the verge of boiling over. If it weren't for the limits of his current circumstances, Chu Wuwen would have flown straight back to his hometown and beaten the man until he couldn't take care of himself anymore. At the same time, he felt a pang of heartache. His sister was clearly so well-behaved and understanding, yet these disgusting individuals always seemed to find their way to her. Last year it was one of them and this year it was another. Being pretty wasn't Yu's fault. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Unable to control his temper, Chu Wuwen scowled and let out a curse. What's going on? A voice interrupted him as Bian Jiuxiang entered the house, placing her bag down and looking puzzled at her husband's outburst. Only after she asked did she notice there was someone else in the living room. Raising her eyebrows, she smiled and greeted him. Old Xiao, you're here? Xiao Zheng, a regular visitor who often came over for meals, was already quite familiar with Bian Jiuxiang. He responded with an easy smile. I've got something to discuss with old Chu. Meanwhile, Chu Wuwen casually wiped his damp hands on a cloth and walked toward his wife. His gaze swept over her, full of concern. After confirming there was nothing wrong, he frowned and asked, "Weren't you supposed to finish work at 10? Bian Zhouxiang slapped away the hand her husband was reaching out with and rolled her eyes in an unladylike manner. "I'm just pregnant, it's not a big deal. There wasn't much going on at the hospital, so the director let me leave early. Don't worry, I didn't come back alone. I walked with sister-in-law Wan from the Santuan family." Her appearance was strikingly beautiful, and even rolling her eyes only made her look more charming. At least that's how Chu Wuwen felt. Seeing his wife's little temper, the fire in his heart subsided significantly. Knowing that she disliked his nagging, Chu Wuwen didn't say anything further. Instead, he gently squeezed her hand before returning to his small stool to continue scrubbing the laundry. But then, thinking about his younger sister's situation, his face darkened again. No longer in the mood to do laundry, Chu Wuwen set the task aside for the moment, frowning as he began discussing the matter with old Xiao. The two didn't try to keep it from Bian Zhouxiang. While pouring herself a glass of water, Bian Zhouxiang casually threw a few tea leaves into the men's cups, making do with some simple tea. But as soon as she overheard their conversation, she exploded. "What? Where did this piece of trash come from? Was Yu scared? What are old 4 and old 5 even doing? If it were me, I'd have slapped that bastard across the face first. Shameless. How dare he? Does he think Yu is someone he can lust after? Disgusting." Seeing his wife so furious, Chu Wuwen hurried over to placate the fiery dragon. "Wife, calm down first. This is going to be resolved soon. Yu's fine. She doesn't even know about it. Old 5 didn't tell her." But Bian Zhouxiang felt they were being too slow. That's only because that so-called Hui is a coward. What if he wasn't? At this pace, Yu might have already suffered by now. Tomorrow, I'm calling old 4 and old 5 myself. Before trash like this gets locked up, it needs a good beating first. We'd be doing society a favor. Chu Wuwen nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her. "You're absolutely right, wife. Old Xiao and I were thinking the same thing. Earlier, we were unsure about that Hui guy's character, and didn't want to wrongly accuse a decent person. But now that we know, we'll call old 5 first thing tomorrow morning. How about that?" Xiao Zheng chimed in to back him up. "Exactly, sister-in-law. Pan Hui's a criminal, even if he didn't succeed. Just the attempt is enough to get him locked up for years. Especially in recent years with public sentiment so strict, this guy committing such a blatant offense could even become a high-profile case. If that happens, he might even face the death penalty." Hearing this, Bian Zhouxiang felt a little better. Her anger wasn't entirely out of concern for her sister-in-law, though. Having grown up with such striking beauty, Bian Zhouxiang had faced far too much malicious judgment throughout her life. She still remembered back in middle school when a male classmate blatantly said that men's vulgar remarks about her weren't their fault. It was hers, for looking like someone unrespectable. At first, Bian Zhouxiang had been scared and self-conscious. But later, when her grandpa and parents found out, they firmly told her that it was not her fault. It was those ill-intentioned people who were truly dirty. Don't be afraid if someone bullies you. Fight back with everything you've got. If you can't handle it alone, call your siblings to fight alongside you. From that moment on, Bian Zhouxiang's temper grew increasingly fiery. But no man dared to say anything vulgar in her presence again, let alone lay a hand on her. When she got married last year, she met her sister-in-law Yu. That girl was truly exceptional, pure, gentle, and kind-hearted. Now, seeing that her sister-in-law was encountering the same disgusting behavior she herself had faced, Bian Zhouxiang felt it was her duty, both as a sister-in-law and as a fellow woman, to have a proper talk with Yu. After all, Yu was only an 18-year-old girl. She couldn't allow her to internalize the malicious whispers of others or end up wronging herself because of the desires of evil men. With this thought in mind, Bian Zhouxiang voiced her concern. "Get rid of that toad Hui as quickly as possible. Also, if Yu is willing, have her come stay at the military unit. It's the safest place she can be." This suggestion, so straightforward and practical, left both Chu Wuwen and Xiao Zheng momentarily stunned. They'd never thought about it that way before. 2 days later, something major happened in Shanshan village. 4 police officers in uniform arrived in the usually quiet village. After some effort, they managed to track down Lu Kai, who was actually Pan Hui on the back mountain where he was digging traps. By then, his face was already bruised and swollen. When the police arrested him, they didn't hide the details from the villagers. They publicly explained some of the crimes Pan Hui had committed, and even took the opportunity to educate the villagers about the law. It was during this time that Chao Qiuhua learned for the first time about the toad's lecherous intentions toward Yu. At the same time, Chen Nongmo Yu herself only then realized everything her brothers had done behind the scenes to protect her. She was naturally moved. Chen Nongmo had never imagined that Pan Hui, the man who had once made her tremble with fear, would be captured so easily. From the few words the police had let slip earlier, it seemed that even if he didn't face the death penalty, he would still be locked up for decades. With this thought in mind, as she lay in her mother Chao Chihwa's arms, being gently patted on the back, Chen Nongmo couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was genuine joy. Not only was the heavy weight in her heart completely lifted, but she also felt deeply loved by her family. Laughing? You're still laughing? You little rascal, heartless girl. Such a big thing and you dared to keep it from me? We've spoiled you rotten. Hearing her daughter's laughter, Chao Chihwa let her go, scolded her lightly, and then turned to give her son a hard slap on the back. Chani rubbed his nose, knowing full well his mother was angry about being kept in the dark. After dealing with her overly independent twins, Chao Chihwa turned back to her daughter, lovingly smoothing her long hair. You're all grown up now. Your big brother and sister-in-law suggested you stay at their military unit for a few months. You don't have much to do at home anyway, so why not go and stay for a while? Although she was reluctant to part with her daughter, the events of the day had caused quite a stir. The villagers might be understanding, but those from neighboring villages were bound to start spreading rumors about Yu. Before long, every Tom, Dick, and Harry would come with shameless marriage proposals. Compared to a temporary separation, Chao Chihwa couldn't bear to see her daughter hurt by unfounded gossip. Sending Yu to the military unit seemed like the best choice for now. Chen Nongmo understood her mother's worries. In truth, she didn't care much about any potential rumors. But she had other plans in mind, so she didn't answer immediately. After bidding farewell to the concerned villagers who had gathered, she waited until there were no outsiders around to reveal her thoughts. Mother, I'd like to go to the border first to see father and mother. I miss them. This time Chao Chihwa didn't object. She knew her daughter had always wanted to visit Dimeo and his wife, but she couldn't help but worry. Do you want to go now? Well, Old 5 is starting school soon, so it might be up to Old 4 to go with you. Hearing this, Chan Jun, who had been walking behind the mother and daughter, lit up. Escorting his sister to the border meant he'd get to travel and explore, something he was more than willing to do. The tall, handsome young man stepped forward eagerly, thumping his chest as he assured her, Mom, don't worry. I'll take Yu there myself. Chao Chihwa gave him a side eye and sighed. It's exactly because you're the one taking her that I can't relax. You'll probably lose yourself out there, and Yu will have to be the one to find you. Chinjun. Chapter 32.1. Are you really planning to go to the border with your fourth brother? After dinner, once everyone in the family had washed up and returned to their respective rooms, Chao Chihwa, still a little uneasy, carried an oil lamp into her daughter's room. Inside the bedroom, the faint glow of a candle lit the space, and Chen Nongmo was busy organizing her belongings. At some point, she had developed a habit. Whenever her emotions fluctuated significantly, she would start tidying up her room. Manhwa had been dealt with just like that. During the day, she had been too caught up in excitement, but now, in the quiet of the night, an unexpected sense of unreality crept in. Everything had gone too smoothly, so smoothly it felt almost unbelievable. What lingered in her heart as well was the thought that, after nearly 3 years apart, no matter how much her parents had reassured her over the phone or in letters, she couldn't truly feel at ease until she saw them with her own eyes. Finally, the time had come and she was wide awake. Unsure of what to do with herself, she instinctively took out the supplies she had been gathering for her parents and began to sort them. When her mother, Chihwa, came in, Chen Nongmo reached out to take the oil lamp and placed it on the table. She gestured for her mother to sit on the bed beside her and while folding clothes smiled and said, I've been planning this for quite a while. Chao Chihwa also smiled. I know. You've talked about going to the border so many times. It's not that I don't want you to go. It's just that right now only your fourth brother has the time to accompany you. And well, I really don't trust his temperament. Chen Nongmo took down 2 more sets of clothes from the top of the wardrobe and began refolding them. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Hearing this, Chen Nongmo stopped what she was doing, sat down next to her mother and said, With the way my parents are, if they're letting me come to see them, it's already a big deal. You'll see. They'll probably send me back in no more than half a month. Chao Chihwa laughed and gently gathered her daughter's long, flowing black hair to the back. Your parents just don't want you to suffer. Chen Nongmo glanced at the hair her mother had pulled back, which soon slipped loose again. She opened the bedside drawer, took out a hair tie, and loosely tied a low ponytail to keep it from flying about on its own. To be honest, she didn't particularly like having long hair. It looked nice, sure, but it was undeniably troublesome. However, her mother had somehow found a recipe for hair care, and after 2 or 3 years of use, her already good hair quality had turned silky smooth like satin. Especially against her jet black locks, her snow-white skin and rosy lips stood out even more, making her reluctant to cut it. How should one put it? If time and money were no issue, what girl wouldn't want to look her best? She was no exception, just an ordinary person. My sister-in-law is due in March or April next year. You mentioned before that you'd go to the military unit a month before her due date to help take care of her. By then I'll go with you. If we count it this way, I can head to the border now, and by the end of October, just before the heavy snow blocks the roads, I can return. I'll spend the winter here at home, then go to my sister-in-law's place after the new year. Doesn't that timing work out perfectly? Chao Chuhua tapped her daughter's forehead. You sure know how to calculate. Understanding that her mother had tacitly agreed, Chen Nongmo leaned against her mother's shoulder, her eyes curving into a smile. Don't worry. Fourth brother is reliable when it comes to important matters. Besides, if you don't trust him, surely you trust me? I wouldn't lose him. You little trickster. Young people always have a strong desire to explore the unknown. Compared to Chen Nongmo, it was Chen Jun who was even more excited about the possibility of going to the border. Sure enough, after a few days of relentless persuasion, the elders on both sides finally agreed to the trip. Once the approval came through, he was practically jumping with anticipation, eager to hop on a train immediately. Today, they had to go to the county supply and marketing cooperative to buy travel essentials. After all, a one-way trip would take about 14 or 15 days. They also needed to contact their eldest brother to help arrange train tickets. This time, they weren't fleeing hardship, so they could afford to buy sleeper tickets. While Chen Nongmo was having breakfast, still chewing on a mouthful of porridge, her fourth brother kept urging her to hurry. She responded with a muffled grunt and quickened her eating pace. Smack! Sitting nearby, Chao Chuhua, who had been watching Chen Jun pester her daughter repeatedly in just a couple of minutes, finally lost her patience. She raised her hand and smacked his arm. Chen Jun winced, rubbing his arm with a look of grievance. Mom! Why are you hitting me? Chao Chuhua picked up a boiled egg and began peeling it, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. What's the use of rushing Yu? She still has to wait for me. What, can't I even have a peaceful breakfast? If you keep making noise, forget about going to the border altogether. At this, Chen Jun, who had been sulking moments ago, immediately shrank back, not daring to act up anymore. He cast a pitiful look at his sister, squirming in his seat as if bitten by a bug. Meeting her brother's gaze, Chen Nongmo gave him a helpless look and took a bite of the egg her mother had just peeled for her. The train tickets were purchased. The departure was set for August 25th at 3 p.m. From H province to the Tibetan border region, over 4,000 kilometers away. There was no direct train, so the siblings had to first take a train to J City to transfer. Of course, J City also didn't have a direct train to the Tibetan region, so they would need to transfer again. From the detailed travel guide provided by Big Brother's friends in the Tibetan region, it was clear that this journey to visit family was almost as complicated as a pilgrimage to the West. If it weren't for Big Brother's connections, who had arranged for a friend to meet them when they arrived at the LS train station, the siblings would have been on their own. Given the vast distance and the complicated route, not only would Chen Nongmo and GMO not agree to let the two children go alone, but even Chao Chuhua and Chen Zong wouldn't have allowed it. Even though they had reduced the travel risks as much as possible, in the days leading up to the trip, Chen Nongmo and Chen Jun were closely watched and given numerous reminders. Not only did Chen Nongmo and GMO, far away in the Tibetan region, call them, but even Xiao Zheng made a special call to inform the siblings of the contact details of his friends in the region. He assured them that in case of any emergency, they would be able to seek help. On the day of departure, the weather was favorable. Worried that the luggage might be too much to handle during the journey, most of the items prepared for Chen Nongmo and GMO were sent by mail. The siblings only carried small cloth bags, traveling light. Chen Yi stayed behind to look after the house, while Chao Chuhua and Chen Zong saw the two children off to the train. Once they found their sleeper cabin and settled the two of them in, there was another round of earnest reminders. Just as the train was about to depart, the group, urged by the conductor, got off the train with the other people who were seeing them off. The steam train chugged off into the distance, and only then did Chen Nongmo slowly pull her head back from looking out the window. She wanted to look back at her parents, but she couldn't bring herself to leave Mother Chuhua, especially since she seemed to have seen her wipe away a tear just now. At that moment, the scene and time seemed to overlap with the moment 2 years ago when she was sent away by her parents during the escape. Though the people bidding her farewell had changed, her feelings were just as heavy as before. She didn't like farewells. Even though the purpose of this trip was clear, at the moment of parting from her family, Chen Nongmo's heart felt tight with sadness. Thus, the girl, increasingly pampered, raised her hand and smack! Hit her fourth brother, who had been acting carelessly like he had ADHD since they boarded the train. It was Chen Jun's first time on a train, and he was so excited that he almost wanted to lie down on the floor to look at everything closely. Suddenly, he was slapped on the back, completely unprepared, and let out a loud ow. A middle-aged couple on the opposite bunk, who had been chatting, looked over with smiling faces. What happened? The young man, realizing that his reaction had been a bit too dramatic, quickly turned red and stammered. It's nothing, I just bumped into something. The couple was headed to J City, so they would be traveling with the siblings for 4 or 5 days. People in those days were generally very simple, and after receiving a favor from Chao Chouhua and her husband, they couldn't help but pay extra attention. After hearing the explanation, they understood that the young man was on a train for the first time, so they kindly chatted a bit, then didn't say anything further. Once they noticed that the couple had turned their attention elsewhere, Chen Jun stretched out his hand and pinched his sister's cheek, grumbling. Why did you hit me? Chen Nongmo, quick to react, dodged the pinch, and when her fourth brother reached for her again, she kicked off her shoes, climbed up to the upper bunk in just a few swift movements. She then leaned her head out and looked at the annoyed young man before justifying herself confidently. I don't like the way you look. Chen Jun? He was so angry. Chapter 32.2. At the same time, Xiao Zheng, whose only cousin was getting married and who hadn't had a break-in over 2 years, had submitted a leave request to visit his family. Upon hearing the news, Chu Wuwen came to his dormitory, saying he wanted to take him out for a farewell meal. Xiao Zheng was packing his bags when he heard this and teasingly asked, Are you making it yourself? Chu Wuwen, clearly annoyed, shot back. Have some shame. Am I your wife or something? Why would I make it myself? Wouldn't you be embarrassed? Just go to the cafeteria and cook a couple of dishes. Is that too much of a hassle? That's what I should be saying. Are you out of your mind? What I meant was if you're making it, then I'm not coming. You know how bad your cooking skills are, don't you? Xiao Zheng rolled his eyes, showing no trace of his usual charming demeanor. Cough, cough. So, are we going to the cafeteria or not? Chu Wuwen asked, his neck stiff with irritation. Xiao Zheng laughed. Let's go. If it's free, I'm eating. Tiske, this face, it really should be shown to those sisters-in-law who want to set you up with someone. You're mistaken. This is called being frugal and managing the household well. Do you understand saving up for a wife? Xiao Zheng said as he put the keys in his pocket and walked out first. Seeing this, Chu Wuwen also followed him out and asked while he locked the door. When's the ticket? Not sure yet. It depends on the signatures from the division leader. It's probably for tomorrow afternoon, Xiao Zheng replied. Are you going back for a blind date this time? Probably. Xiao Zheng at 26 years old didn't mind blind dates. After all, even if he married today, it would still be considered late marriage. His family had insisted that he go back for his cousin's wedding, and it was clear they had arranged a blind date for him. He hadn't accepted matchmaking in the past because he felt he wasn't ready in every aspect. But now, in terms of age, career, and mindset, Xiao Zheng felt he was ready to embrace marriage. Especially after seeing his good friend's happy marriage, he couldn't help but feel expectations for his future partner. Chu Wuwen patted his friend's shoulder and, as someone who had been through it, shared his advice. Go ahead and give it a try. If you don't like them, don't force it. But if you do, you've got to be thick-skinned and take action when the time is right. Xiao Zheng, who had never liked anyone, seriously asked, How do you know if you like them? It's hard to explain. It's just when you meet that person, your heart will have the answer. Really? Sounds kind of mystical. It didn't sound very reliable to him. Noticing old Xiao's skepticism, Chu Wuwen quickly reassured him. I'm serious. I'm not lying. The first time I saw my wife, Yuegui, I'm not exaggerating, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. The whole world blurred, and all I could see was her. Impossible. You're definitely lying to me. Xiao Zheng rubbed his arm, thinking his friend had gone crazy. He couldn't understand. Dating could make your heart weak and your eyes blurry? It sounded so strange. His heart was perfectly healthy. How could it possibly race to his throat just because of a female comrade? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Zheng had never imagined that the slap in the face would come so quickly. After his family's visit application was approved, he immediately bought the next available train ticket. It would take more than 4 days to travel from the military unit to J City. Because he had booked his ticket at the last minute, he couldn't get a sleeper. The hard seat environment was poor, but it was nothing compared to the hardships of training and combat. After all, it was only a few days. It wasn't much at all. So when the train finally arrived at J City a few days later, and most passengers were looking pale and tired, Xiao Zheng stood out in the crowd. With his tall and straight figure, handsome appearance and energetic demeanor, he was especially eye-catching. He had long been used to the attention from others. Even though the murmurs were close by, he didn't linger on them. What interested him more at that moment was the subway, which had only been operational since 1971. The last time he had been to J City, the subway was still under construction, but now it had been open for over 2 years. Though the latest newspaper reported that service had been temporarily suspended due to military preparedness, he still wanted to take a look. It was part of his hometown's great development, and he could visit it before heading home. With this thought, Xiao Zheng quickened his pace and soon left the train station. Then he spotted a familiar face. He stopped, looking at the tall figure leaning against a jeep nearby, wearing a military uniform, arms crossed, locking eyes with him. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qiong, who spent most of her time outdoors, had a healthy tan that made her already sharp features look even more resolute. She lowered her arms and frowned, replying, "What do you mean not free? Are you leaving or not?" Xiao Zheng was momentarily caught off guard, then walked over. He tossed his luggage into the back seat before looking at his cousin, whose hair was even shorter than his own. "I remember your wedding is the day after tomorrow, right? Aren't you busy?" "What's there to be busy about with a wedding? You've got your brother-in-law for that," Xiao Qiong said without rushing to get in the car. She bent down, grabbed a water bottle, and tossed it to her younger brother. Xiao Zheng was indeed a little thirsty, so he unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. At that moment, the bus fare collector, not far away, shouted that the bus was about to depart, signaling those who hadn't gotten on to hurry up. When Xiao Zheng put the water bottle down, he instinctively glanced in the direction of the voice. And then, his expression froze in surprise. Not far away by the bus window there was a girl. Her features so delicate and beautiful, she seemed almost unreal, like she didn't belong to this world, staring right at him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qiong asked curiously. Xiao Zheng didn't hear his cousin's question. His gaze followed the moving bus without thinking, until the girl inside the bus, with her rosy cheeks like jade, curved her brows at him. Xiao Zheng blinked, confused. Just now, it seemed like he saw 100 flowers blooming right in front of him. Xiao Qiong stood next to her brother and followed his line of sight, but all she saw was the bus driving off into the distance. She frowned. What exactly happened? Xiao Zheng slowly placed his hand over his chest, feeling a bit dazed. "My heart. Just now it felt like it was about to jump out of my throat." "What? Are you sick?" Xiao Qiong asked with concern, looking him up and down. Xiao Zheng didn't reply. Instead, he mumbled almost to himself, "So, old Chen was right." "What was right?" Xiao Qiong, still confused, clenched her fist, looking like she was about to force the answer out of her brother if he kept being vague. In the past, as soon as Xiao Qiong made that move, Xiao Zheng would surrender. After all, the female Tyrannosaurus Rex was far too strong to be provoked. But this time the impact was a little too much for him. Suddenly, as if recalling something, the man turned around and quickly ran toward the communication room at the train station. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Though Xiao Qiong's words were harsh, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. He locked the car and hurriedly followed after him. "Old Chen, I think I've encountered the situation you mentioned." Xiao Zheng spoke urgently as soon as the call connected. But to his surprise, Chu Wuwen was even more anxious than him. "What do you mean, encountered?" "Hey, wait, let's hold on. You've arrived in J City, right?" Xiao Zheng was about to ask for more details when old Chen's anxious tone interrupted his words. He frowned. "I've arrived. What's going on? Did something happen?" Chu Wuwen let out a huge sigh of relief. "My old man called me this morning. He's been fully exonerated. The higher-ups have already sent a car to pick him up and bring him back to N City with Antimo Yuyu, and the others don't have to go to the frontier anymore." Xiao Zheng was stunned by the unexpected coincidence. He quickly replied, "I remember you told me the transfer ticket you bought for them was for September 2nd, right? Today is September 1st. Yeah, thankfully I didn't manage to get a sleeper ticket for today, or they would have missed the train. Yuyu and the 4th will have to stay in J City for the night. Old Xiao, could you help me out and look for them at the guest house near the train station?" Xiao Zheng readily agreed. "All right, I'll go right away. I'll find them and take them home first, then we'll figure out the next steps." "Thanks, bro, you've really helped me a lot." "No need for thanks. Yuyu and the 4th are also my sister-in-law and brother-in-law." This time, Chu Wuwen didn't indulge in childish banter. His mood lightened, and he suddenly remembered it was his brother who had called him. "What did you want from me? You said you encountered something." Hearing this, Xiao Zheng instinctively touched his chest. "I just encountered what you mentioned. It was like my heart was about to jump out of my throat." Chu Wuwen was startled. His shoulders, which had just relaxed, immediately stiffened, and his curiosity spiked. "Seriously? Who was it?" Xiao Zheng shook his head, realizing belatedly that he didn't actually know the person. "I don't know her. It was just a fleeting glance." Now it was Chu Wuwen's turn to feel goosebumps on his arms. But since it was about his brother's lifelong matter, he suppressed the shivers and eagerly offered his advice. "Don't worry, with your abilities, finding her won't be hard. But are you sure? Besides the fast heartbeat, did you have any other reactions?" She smiled at me. No exaggeration, for that instant, I thought I saw flowers blooming everywhere. This is my goosebumps, bro. Your situation is a bit serious, Chu Wen remarked. Xiao Zheng with a sincere expression asked, so, does this mean I like her? Definitely. With all that going on, if it's not love, then what is it? Trust me, go find her. If she's single, I suggest you gather up your courage and go for it. Don't let pride hold you back, understand? Although it seemed a bit unreliable, as someone who had never been in love before, Xiao Zheng didn't know what to do and decided to take his brother's words as solid advice. Of course, Xiao Zheng realized that his situation wasn't quite right, and he needed time to calm down and think before making any decisions. After all, he was a proper soldier. On the side, Xiao Qiong, who had been watching the whole time, looked at his younger brother as if he were a fool. So love at first sight. Something that could be summed up in 4 words, yet why did he have to make it so complicated? At the guest house, the siblings got 2 adjacent rooms. Chan Jun, who was usually unreliable, had shown exceptional caution during this trip. Not only had he kept a close eye on his sister on the train, but when they arrived at the guest house, he also wisely chose 2 rooms against the wall. After settling his sister in the innermost room, Chan Jun couldn't help but ask, Little Six, what were you laughing at on the bus just now? Chen Nongmo, who had been rummaging through the room looking for the tea jar and wash basin to clean them with hot water, curled her lips in response. You probably don't want to know. Actually, there wasn't much to it. It was just that, while on the bus, she had glanced at a man in military uniform and instinctively she looked at him a few more times. She was surprised to find that he was quite handsome. Well, a type of handsomeness that matched her taste, so she ended up staring at him a bit more. Chen Nongmo liked scholarly men, especially those with narrow eyes and high, straight noses. Of course, it was just an appreciation of something beautiful. So when he looked her way, she could smile at him openly without hesitation. You're acting strange. What are you hiding from me? Chen Jun grew more convinced that his sister was concealing something when he saw her smiling again. After checking the entire room and making sure there was no issue, he walked over and pressed her again. I told you you'll be angry. I won't be angry. I don't believe you. Hurry up, you're driving me crazy. If I say I won't be angry, I really won't be angry. Ha ha ha, I said. Just as Chen Nongmo teased her 4th brother into pulling his hair in frustration, someone knocked on the door. Being closest, she instinctively asked, Who is it? A gentle, clear, and pleasant male voice came from outside. You? It's Xiao Zheng. Is the 4th one there as well? The siblings inside exchanged a glance. They immediately recognized that it was indeed Xiao Zheng's voice. Chen Jun furrowed his brows. He took a step forward to block his sister before opening the door. They had met about 6 or 7 years ago. Chen Jun had changed drastically, but Xiao Zheng hadn't changed that much. He stared at the man at the door for quite some time before asking in surprise, Is it really you, Xiao Zheng? What are you doing here? Xiao Zheng didn't rush to answer. Instead, he smiled and said, Aren't you going to invite me in? Where's Yu? Chen Nongmo poked her head out from behind her tall 4th brother and with a smile in her eyes called out, Xiao Zheng. When she saw the man clearly, the words she was about to say were stuck in her throat, and her eyes slowly widened in surprise. This was too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Seeing Yu, Xiao Zheng's reaction was even more intense. One could say his pupils were in complete shock. Chen Jun looked from one to the other, his confusion growing. Finally, he asked the man, who seemed dazed and as if he might faint at any moment, Xiao Zheng? What's wrong with you? Xiao. Snapping back to his senses, Xiao Zheng suddenly covered his face. Wait. Give me a moment. Let me collect myself. He was a decent man. He truly wasn't an animal. Chapter 33. At 26 years old, Xiao Zheng suddenly fell in love at first sight with a stranger's smile. Before he had the chance to understand what was happening, he discovered that the girl who made his heart uncontrollably race was the little sister of his close friend. Moreover, he had spent several years competing with others, trying to be the one to act as her older brother. As he thought about this, Xiao Zheng felt his palms growing hot, his face flushing. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. What's going on? Chen Jun looked at Xiao Zheng, who was standing outside the door, suddenly covering his face and blushing. Confused, he subtly gave his sister a questioning look. Chen Nongmo shook her head just as confused, and then gave a look back suggesting, Should we call someone in first? Chen Jun suddenly understood and immediately reached out to pull Xiao Zheng inside. Xiao Zheng, why are you here? Did you come back to visit your family? Suddenly being pulled into the room, Xiao Zheng instinctively pressed his empty hand against the door. Xiao Zheng? Chen Jun asked, seeing the bewildered look on his face. What's wrong with you? Seeing him look like an innocent man about to be bullied, even Chen Jun, who was usually carefree, could tell something was off. Xiao Zheng almost couldn't bring himself to look at the girl's face. He barely managed to steady himself and stopped acting foolishly. He cleared his throat a few times before replying, "It's nothing, I probably just ran too fast earlier." Upon hearing this, Chen Jun didn't think too much about it and casually asked, "Ran? Ran from what?" As he said this, he was about to close the door. However, he was stopped when he felt resistance. He turned his head and then noticed a hand on the door. Chen Jun was confused. "Xiao Zheng." Xiao Zheng smiled and said, "There's a girl inside. It's better to leave the door open." Chen Jun was even more confused. "I know that, I'm careful. No one with bad intentions could possibly enter this room." Although there were many thoughts running through his mind, for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Zheng felt as though those words had struck him straight in the chest. Although the handsome man they encountered on the road was a bit beyond Chen Nongmo's expectations for Xiao Zheng, it did not affect her good impression of him. So even though Xiao Zheng seemed a bit awkward at that moment, Chen Nongmo didn't think much of it. While her fourth brother was chatting with someone, she took the opportunity to prepare a tea mug with hot water and handed it to Xiao Zheng. "Xiao Zheng, when did you come back to J City? I didn't hear anything about it before." As an adult who was skilled at managing his emotions, Xiao Zheng's face no longer showed much of anything. He reached out to take the mug, thanked her, and then shared the purpose of his visit. Chen Nongmo was surprised that her parents had already been exonerated, even though her trip was only just beginning. Besides shock, she felt more joy. And confusion. Why had they suddenly been exonerated? Wasn't it still 1973? Would something bad happen again? What? No need to go to the border. Before Chen Nongmo could sort out her complicated thoughts, Chen Jun, now back to his senses, was completely stunned, his voice carrying a distinct tone of disappointment. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng quickly withdrew his gaze from the girl, and with a smile he asked, "Isn't it good to stay in J City? There are plenty of places worth visiting." Upon hearing this, Chen Jun, who had treated this trip as a vacation, instantly perked up. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "We don't have to go home immediately?" Chen Nongmo also turned her attention to him. Xiao Zheng felt his chest tighten uncontrollably under the girl's gaze. He felt awkward and embarrassed but didn't show it. Old Chen's idea is for you to stay in J City for a few days and wait until they can contact Colonel Chen before making any plans." Chen Jun asked, "Does that mean we have to wait 10 days? Xiao Zheng explained, "The organization will send a car to pick you up. It shouldn't take that long, but it will probably be at least 7 or 8 days. After saying this, Xiao Zheng immediately added, "It might even take longer, so Old Chen suggested you both stay at my place for the time being." Upon hearing this, Chen Jun didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked toward his sister. Compared to staying in a crowded and noisy guest house, he naturally preferred to stay at Xiao Zheng's house. Not only would it be safer, but it would also save money on tickets. However, the girl had a sense of modesty, so he decided to leave the decision to her. In reality, Chen Nongmo wasn't shy at all. With a face that seemed to belong to someone untouched by the mundane world, she was very adept at understanding the situation. After thinking for a few seconds, she agreed in her heart. It was just that her relationship with Xiao Zheng was close, and she didn't mind being a bit thick-skinned about it. But Xiao Zheng had his family too. Thinking this, Chen Nongmo voiced her concern. Xiao Zheng smiled, looking every bit the gentleman. "You don't need to worry about that. Old Chen has stayed at my place twice. If you feel uncomfortable, we can go to Grandpa's place. Master Z is living alone right now." Chen Jun looked at the man who was sitting upright with an unusually gentle attitude, and several questions sprang up in his mind. For example, did you specifically refer to the sixth brother? What about him? And did the we include him? Whose grandpa was he talking about? Also, was this really Xiao Zheng's personality? Why did it seem so different from what he remembered? Who was this gentle gentleman in front of him? Chen Nongmo had no idea about the many questions swirling in her fourth brother's mind. After hearing the man's explanation, she didn't jump to conclusions but instead asked, "How about I give Big Brother a call first?" She still wanted to ask Big Brother which place would be better for them to stay, just in case Xiao Zheng was just making an excuse to avoid a favor. That would be awkward. Xiao Zheng glanced at his watch and replied, "Go ahead, the guest house has a phone. Old Chen is probably waiting as well." After speaking with Big Brother, Chen Nongmo learned more about her parents' situation. She also confirmed that her father had been reinstated to his previous position, meaning the hard days were truly over. At the same time, she also found out that Xiao Zheng had suddenly returned to J City to attend his cousin's wedding. "Sixth sister, you should go directly to old Xiao's place. Otherwise, when Xiao Qiong gets married, you'll still need to head over from Master Z's place. I'm like a brother to old Xiao, and he treats you like a sister, so staying for a few days isn't a problem. If you're uncomfortable, just pick a nice gift for the wedding as a congratulatory present." Having successfully reached his sister-in-law, and with the old man's exoneration, And his brother now having someone he liked, Chu Wuwen felt in high spirits. A series of good things happening made his mood even better, and his voice became louder. Standing nearby, Xiao Zhang could clearly hear the contents of the conversation. It was the first time he felt that the term little sister was so awkward. What was going on with old Chen? What happened to his previous stance? Xiao Zhang, do you want to say a few words to Big Brother? Sure. Xiao Zhang took the phone from the girl, but instead of speaking to old Chen right away, he addressed the siblings. Go up and pack your things. Chen Nongmo asked. We're leaving now? Yeah, my cousin is waiting for us outside. Totally unaware of this, Chen Nongmo peeked outside but saw nothing. She quickly said, I'll be quick, and pulled her fourth brother up the stairs. Once the siblings were inside their room, Xiao Zhang finally took his gaze away, bringing the receiver to his ear. Hello. Chu Wuwen expressed his thanks again. Brother, I really appreciate this. You're too polite, Xiao Zhang replied. We're family. It's no big deal. Chu Wuwen laughed loudly. Right, you treat old Fourth and Yu like real brothers and sisters-in-law. We're like fruit on the same tree or melons on the same vine. If I keep thanking you, it'll feel distant. Actually, Xiao Zhang hesitated, but the words didn't fully come out. He sighed, muttering, Never mind, I'll just take everyone back to my parents' place later. If anything comes up, just call my house. Alright, when I have some free time in a few days, take the two little ones around J City for me. I'll also cover their travel expenses for you, and pay you back later. Wait, I remember Yu and Old Fourth turned 18, right? Yeah, why? Then you can't call them little ones anymore. Why not? I'm 13 years older than them, they're still little ones to me. Xiao Zhang felt like something was off. He was oddly concerned about strange little details. He pinched the bridge of his nose, lowering his voice. Old Chen, I want to ask you something. Ask away. Well, you mentioned something to me the other day about the reactions people have when they like someone. Are you sure that's really what liking someone is? Is it possible that it's a misunderstanding? Wait, what? You found someone. Chu Wuwen immediately sat up straighter, his tone playful and inquisitive. Hearing this, Xiao Zhang tightened his grip on the receiver and instinctively glanced in the direction of Yu's room. Then, as if burned by something, he quickly pulled his gaze away and muttered, I found her. I just saw her again, but something feels off. Do you think you might have been wrong? Chu Wuwen became even more excited, not even hearing the rest of what Xiao Zhang had said. He raised his voice and shouted, What a coincidence. Brother, that sounds like fate. Fate? Xiao Zhang felt his ears flush slightly. Uncomfortable, he cleared his throat. Is that so? Hey, it's definitely true. Let me ask you, now that you're mentioning her, aren't you feeling really happy inside? Xiao Zhang didn't respond to this question. Instead, he retorted, What else? TSK, there's more, right? Did you smile? The corners of Xiao Zhang's mouth froze. Before he could answer, Chu Wuwen, still not understanding, immediately laughed out loud and even summed up the situation. You're done for. Mentioning her and smiling. If that's not love, then what is? Brother, congratulations to you. In fact, Xiao Zhang wasn't entirely unaware of what his current state represented. He had never been in a relationship, but that didn't mean he was clueless about everything. The main issue was that things had happened so suddenly, and the person in question was Yu, whom he had always regarded as a sister. Naturally, this left him with some reservations and uncertainties. On the other end of the line, Chu Wuwen was still chattering on about his secrets to pursuing women, genuinely happy for his friend, but also showing off the affection he had with his wife. On Xiao Zhang's side of the line, the uncertainty still weighed on his heart, but his mood had lightened a little. He, for once, didn't mind his friend's chatter. He patiently listened to all the boasting and rambling. At the end, just before hanging up, Xiao Zhang seriously thanked him. No matter what, thanks, brother. This time it was Chu Wuwen who felt a little embarrassed by Xiao Zhang's earnest thanks. Ahem, well anyway, just be sincere in chasing the girl, comrade, and I'll be waiting for your good news. Xiao Zhang didn't know how to reply and simply mumbled. Okay. If it works out, I'll treat you to a drink. Of course. If it really works out, don't forget the betrothal gift. After all, I've played the role of a matchmaker, right? Xiao Zhang shook his head and joked. At least 2 elbows. Heh, generous. What elbows? Chan Jun, who was carrying a bundle down the stairs, asked curiously upon hearing the question. I was joking with your brother. As he spoke, Xiao Zhang had already hung up the phone, paid for the call, and then reached out to take the bag from the girl's hand. Just this one. Chen Nongmo didn't hesitate and smiled. Just one, thank you, brother Xiao Zhang. Another smile like that. Xiao Zhang clearly felt his breath catch for a moment. He slightly narrowed his long eyes watching the girl and casually said, Just call me brother directly. It feels distant when you say my full name. Chun Jun loudly called out, brother. Xiaozheng. Chen Nongmo had once heard Big Brother mention that Xiaozheng had only one cousin, no sister, which is why he had been trying to steal his sister. She had also heard earlier that Xiaozheng's cousin was getting married the day after tomorrow. But she never knew that this so-called Xiaoqiong, the big sister, looked like this. She was so handsome. Although she was only a few centimeters taller than Chen Nongmo, her entire presence was overwhelming. She seemed like a sword, always ready to be drawn and head into battle. How could there be such a cool little big sister? So cool. So stylish. And she was an officer. With looks like that, what would a man even have to do with her? Why are you staring at me? Feeling the increasingly intense gaze from the girl in the back seat, Xiaoqiong, who was turning the steering wheel, couldn't help but glance back. Chen Nongmo's ears turned a little red, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she shifted her gaze but honestly said, Xiaoqiong Jie is pretty. As soon as she said that, both Xiaoqiong and her younger brother Xiaozheng froze for a moment. Especially Xiaoqiong. She silently repeated the words pretty in her mouth several times and then touched her short, spiky hair before laughing out loud. Well, you have quite a unique taste. Since she was young, so many people had called her fierce, not like a woman said she'd never get married, that no one would want her. Except for that one guy who insisted on marrying her. It was the first time she had ever heard someone praise her looks. At 29, Xiaoqiong had risen to the position of team leader in the special forces, so her judgment was naturally sharp. She could tell that the girl genuinely thought she was pretty. But it was precisely because she realized the girl was sincere that she found it amusing. Her cousin had fallen in love at first sight with the girl. She looked so soft and delicate, yet it turned out she had quite a bold personality. Yes, with Xiaoqiong's sharp eye, even though her cousin hadn't said anything, and was still trying to maintain his usual demeanor, she had still noticed something unusual. The girl mentioned in the conversation between her cousin and Chu Wuwen, that must be the girl in front of her, Chen Nongmo. What she hadn't expected was that the girl her cousin had fallen for was actually Chu Wuwen's real sister. How should she put it? Suddenly, she was looking forward to the day when the girl would find out her cousin's feelings. And Chu Wuwen, considering how much he treasured his little sister, he'd probably go crazy. With this thought, Xiaoqiong flashed a friendly smile, curving her lips at the girl. Chen Nongmo's eyes brightened. She thought to herself, as expected, every type of girl has her own unique beauty. Actually, she had noticed earlier that when she praised Xiaoqiong, the older woman seemed more surprised than pleased. But the beauty of girls was, after all, diverse. She had intended to give a little lecture about this, but since they had only just met, she didn't want to get too deep too quickly, so she changed the subject instead. Xiaoqiong had a very eye-catching presence, one that seemed hard to approach. But once they started talking, it became clear that although she didn't speak much, she always responded with great seriousness. Being treated so kindly by the cool, stylish big sister made Chen Nongmo, who wasn't usually very talkative, speak up several times during the ride. So by the time they reached the gate of the military unit to register, Chen Nongmo's cheeks were flushed. She was excited. Xiaozheng, who had been wanting to speak a few times, felt a mix of emotions as he watched her. In the end, he wasn't sure if it was just a random impulse, but by the time he realized it, he had already tried to mimic his cousin's expression in the rearview mirror. Xiaoqiong, was this really her little brother? What's up? When he came to his senses, Xiaozheng felt awkward inside, but on the outside he remained composed. He cast a casual glance as if his cousin had swallowed a fly. Xiaoqiong paused for a moment, then looking at the brother and sister walking toward the gate, she opened the car door, decided to give her foolish little cousin a little treat, and quietly left a remark. Isn't this like preemptively introducing her to the family? After saying this, without waiting for her cousin's reaction, she shut the car door and walked briskly toward the siblings. In the car, Xiaozheng, who was also about to get out and accompany them, felt his face turn completely red with a whoosh. Well, he really wasn't a fool. Chapter 34. Xiaoqiong's parents were both researchers, and they were often away from home. As a result, she was almost raised in her uncle Xiaozheng's house. In her mind, her uncle and aunt were no different from her biological parents. Knowing that her parents were still busy, she decided to ask her retired aunt to help organize her wedding. This was also the reason she had time to go to the train station to pick someone up. Xiao brother, are you hot? After registering, Chen Nongmo turned around and noticed that the man's cheeks had flushed slightly. Perhaps it was because of his fair skin, but it looked especially obvious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng's mind immediately recalled the words, meeting the parents early. He awkwardly picked up his clothes and shook them, his voice rough as he said, "It's a bit hot." After speaking, sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Seeing this, Chen Nongmo didn't think much of it and moved closer to the shade formed by the kiosk, gesturing for him to stand there. Xiao Zheng froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting the girl to make such a move. Brother! The man snapped back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He had just raised his leg when he saw someone standing there faster than him. Xiao Zheng's smile stiffened, and his face immediately lost its color. He looked at the person with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Qiong placed her hand on the girl's shoulder, raised her chin toward her cousin, and said with a somewhat provocative tone, "Now that the registration is done, go and bring the car over." Xiao. After saying this, Xiao Qiong looked back at the girl, who had flushed cheeks and was staring at her. She smiled and said, "Look, isn't that little brat's face no longer red?" Chen Nongmo, who had been looking up at the handsome little big sister, instinctively glanced over when she heard this. But all she saw was Xiao Zheng's back as he walked away briskly. For some reason, it gave her the feeling that he was fleeing. Xiao Zheng was not an only child. He had an older brother who was 29 years old, also in the military and also without a partner. As a mother of two sons, Gao Qing would never say that she wasn't anxious for her children to get married. Before retiring, she had been busy with work, and since her children lived far away and could only come back once every few years, all she could do was occasionally urge them through phone calls or letters. There wasn't much else she could do. However, after retiring last year, Gao Qing had plenty of time to focus on her children. Now that her niece Xiao Qiong was getting married, Gao Qing was overjoyed, but at the same time she couldn't help but inquire with her old friends about eligible young women. After all, her oldest son didn't have time to come back, but her second son could make time. He could meet someone, solve the big matter of his life, and that would be perfectly fine. In just a few days she had already found several excellent young women, all with good looks and character, and was just waiting for her son to come back and arrange a meeting. She eagerly hoped that her younger son would come to his senses and bring home a suitable wife. Although she thought this in her heart, Gao Qing never expected this scene to happen so soon. When she saw the beautiful girl walking in with her younger son, she was completely stunned. How should she put it? The surprise came so suddenly that Gao Qing doubted whether she was dreaming. Her younger son had brought a partner home? And such a beautiful girl? Was it real? Could she have such luck? Mom, I'm talking to you, why are you in a daze? Xiao Zheng took one of the gifts he had just bought from Yu and handed it to his mother. Huh? What? Gao Qing snapped back to reality and instinctively looked at the item in her hand. It was a silk scarf, sky blue in color, with no complex patterns but very elegant. She immediately liked it. Of course, how much of this was out of love for her son's future wife, only Gao Qing herself knew. As soon as she thought that this might be a gift from her future daughter-in-law, she couldn't help but smile like a blooming flower, unable to stop grinning. She eagerly reached out to take the girl's hand, leading her into the house with enthusiasm while saying, "The scarf is really beautiful, I like it a lot, thank you. By the way, what's your name, dear?" Gao Qing, 56 years old, though aging and with a few streaks of white in her hair, still had a clear and beautiful facial structure. Much of Xiao Zheng's good looks were inherited from her. Chen Nongmo, feeling much more relaxed after receiving a much warmer welcome than she expected, smiled and replied, "Aunt, my name is Chen Nongmo." She then pointed to the tall young man following her and added, "This is my fourth brother, Chen Jun. We'll be disturbing you for the next few days." Chen Jun placed the boxes of snacks he was carrying on the nearest table, his smile radiant. "Hello, Aunt. Sorry to bother you." No trouble at all. "I'm so happy to have you here, come on in and sit down," Gao Qing said, though she felt that something was off. This situation didn't seem quite as she had expected. After all, it wasn't every day that someone came to visit as a potential future daughter-in-law, let alone staying for the first time. Though she was confused, she still kept up her cheerful smile. Realizing that his mother had misunderstood, Xiao Zheng cleared his throat twice. When everyone looked at him, he signaled to his mother to tone it down a little before turning to the girl. "What would you like to drink? I remember you like milk. How about I make you some?" Chen Nongmo replied. Okay. In truth, she didn't have a particular preference for milk, but she was the shortest in her family, so her relatives always made sure she drank milk 3 times a day. Also, since powdered milk was hard to come by these days, most of the milk she had in recent years had been sent by her older brother and Xiao Zheng. Seeing a brief hesitation on Yu's face, Xiao Zheng didn't think too much of it. He assumed she felt uncomfortable in the unfamiliar setting. He spoke a few more words to calm her down before getting up to ask his mother for the milk powder. "It's in the cupboard, just help yourself. There's also some Ovaltine in there." Xiao Zheng immediately responded. "Yu doesn't like Ovaltine." Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo met Aunt Gao's curious gaze and smiled awkwardly. Actually, she was fine with just plain boiled water, really. It was so embarrassing. Xiao Zheng was quick to return, holding 2 teacups. He handed one to Chen Jun and kept the other for himself, gently explaining to the girl who was looking at him, It's a bit hot, you can drink it later. Did he think of her as a child? Chen Nongmo felt uneasy for some reason. Though she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, she could only respond meekly. Okay. Gao Qing, who was sitting across from them, observed the interaction between her son and the girl and grew even more confused. Seeing how considerate her son was, it didn't seem like he disliked her. Mom, Yu is the younger sister-in-law of Wu Wen's younger brother. They came to J City for something and were originally going to stay at the guest house. But I was worried, so I brought them to stay here for a few days, Xiao Zheng explained to his mother after the milk had cooled down, handing the teacup to the girl. Gao Qing gasped, then carefully examined the siblings' features before smiling and saying, "Now that you mention it, I can see a resemblance to Wu Wen." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at her in disbelief. Gao Qing quickly clarified. "No, I mean that Chun Jun looks a bit like Wu Wen." Xiao Qiong covered her face and muttered under her breath. "That gave you a scare. If Yu looked like Chu Wen, your son would cry." After thinking for a moment, she added, "And you would cry too." Her voice wasn't loud, but only Gao Qing, who was sitting beside her niece, heard it. She was a smart woman and immediately understood the implication behind Qiong's words. This time, though her smile remained, the joy in her heart began to fade slowly. If she remembered correctly, Chu Wen's sister, Xiao Zheng's father, held a very high rank. They had been assigned a two-story detached house. Because her niece was getting married, even though they didn't want to be too extravagant given the circumstances, they still decorated the house with double happiness symbols in many places. Chen Nongmo and her brother were arranged to stay in two guest rooms on the second floor. Gao Qing personally helped tidy up the clothes, made the beds and brought fresh towels and wash basins. After confirming everything was in order, she still wasn't fully at ease and reminded her niece to take good care of them before heading to her son's room. It had been more than 2 years since they last met, and the second son hadn't changed much in appearance, always wearing a gentle and good-tempered expression. But a mother knows her child best, and her younger son was the one with a tougher heart and more stubborn temper of the two brothers. In the past, both she and her husband had thought it was better for a boy to be tough. But now, Gao Qing sighed as she rubbed her forehead. "Mom, don't overthink it. I don't even know what I should do myself." Knowing his mother's intentions, Xiao Zheng hung the last piece of clothing from his luggage in the wardrobe, being straightforward. Gao Qing sighed. "I thought you had fallen in love at first sight today." Xiao Zheng wasn't surprised that his mother would first inquire about things through his cousin. He didn't rush to argue. Instead, he placed the girl on the chair and nodded in admission. "Yeah, I never thought I'd fall for a girl at first sight." He never expected that girl to be Yu. He thought he needed some time to calm down and make a decision. As he thought about this, the image of the girl sitting in the car and smiling at him through the window popped back into his mind. Seeing the smile on her son's face, Gao Qing furrowed her brows. "Second son, I don't want to be the bad guy, but you should know Yu's past. Let me ask you, what if? And I'm just saying, what if she relapses and goes back to her previous condition? What will you do?" The smile on Xiao Zheng's face froze. To be honest, with his heart full of joy and awkwardness, he hadn't thought about that possibility. Now, hearing it, it felt like a cold bucket of water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. After a long pause, he pressed his lips together and firmly countered, "Yu is fine now." No matter what happened in the future, Xiao Zheng only wished for the girl to live a carefree life, happy and safe. Gao Qing seemed not to notice the displeasure on her son's face and continued, "I heard that Yu suddenly woke up with no medical treatment. Who can guarantee that she won't relapse?" This time Xiao Zheng didn't rush to respond. He just silently looked at his mother. "I'm not saying this to break you apart. If you truly believe in her, with your personality, your father and I can't stop you. I just hope that before you make a decision, you think it through carefully." Gao Qing took a deep breath and looked at her son, whose eyes were already red. Her heart ached as well. But some words, whether as a clear-headed observer or as a mother, she still had to say. Yu's situation is special. If you choose the current beautiful version of her, you must bear the risk that she might relapse and no longer be aware of things in the future. Are you sure you've thought it through? If you haven't figured it out, I don't want you to provoke her easily. That would be unfair to Yu. And you and Wu Wen can't be brothers anymore. Xiao Zheng wanted to say that he wasn't afraid, but the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't bring himself to say them. It wasn't the responsibility or the risk that scared him. It was that he wasn't calm enough yet. His head was buzzing loudly. Time passed slowly in silence. He didn't know how much time had passed. Maybe 3 hours, maybe 1 hour, or maybe just 10 minutes. Xiao Zheng snapped out of his daze, looked at his mother, and his voice was hoarse. "Mom, if I really fall for someone, I should be unwilling to give up. So, can I just let things unfold naturally?" The fleeting yet stunning impression pierced deeply into his heart, and Xiao Zheng was sure that he was moved by Yu. Even at that moment, just thinking about her name made his heart pound intensely. He didn't know how long it would take for him to be honest with himself. But before that, he didn't want to miss her because of some unknowns, things that might never happen. Gao Qing's expression was complicated. Are you really sure? Xiao Zheng was certain. Maybe I'm not so deeply in love right now, but I believe in my sense of responsibility. If we really choose each other in the future and get married, then, even if something really happens to you, I can take care of her well. Mom, what you're talking about is just a matter of probability. Every day, many unexpected things happen in the world. We could get hit by a car when we go out or drown while washing clothes by the river. We can't stop going out because of the unknown, right? It's the same with you. I only realized what it means to like someone when I turned 26. Based on what I know about myself, I think this might only happen once in my lifetime, so I want to follow my heart. And Yu is still young. I'm not in a hurry. Honestly, Gao Qing wasn't very surprised by her son's choice. He had always been like this, seemingly gentle but in reality very stubborn. The reason she still had to play the villain, despite knowing the answer, perhaps stemmed from the selfishness of being a mother. She selfishly hoped that her son would marry a wife who was excellent in every aspect, ensuring a bright future for him. More than that, she hoped to use this conversation to wake up her son, who had been blinded by love at first sight, and remind him of the true nature of marriage. Besides love, there was also responsibility. Seeing him appear suddenly more mature, Gao Qing felt both bitter and joyful. I'm glad you've really thought it through. Xiao Zheng softened his features, leaned forward, and hugged his mother. Mom, thank you. I know you're doing this for me and Yu. Hearing this, Gao Qing laughed out loud and gave her son a playful smack, joking. Although it ruins the mood, I still have to tell the truth. Go ahead. Yu probably doesn't like you yet, right? How can you be so sure she will accept you? Xiao Zheng subtly straightened his back, intentionally teasing his mother. What's wrong with your son? My looks? My family background? My personality? My career or my character? Come on, tell me what's wrong. Gao Qing shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you just say to let things unfold naturally? Successfully making her son speechless, Gao Qing hummed a tune as she left the bedroom. But being his mother, she couldn't bear to hold him back. So just before her son closed the door, she reminded him. I noticed Yu and her brother didn't bring much clothing this time. Take her out tomorrow, buy some things. It's important to maintain good relations between the families, so don't be stingy. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng relaxed his expression and smiled as he nodded. Thanks, Mom. Gao Qing sighed lightly in her heart and patted her son's arm. Just make sure you don't regret today's impulsiveness in the future. This time Xiao Zheng didn't reply. He just smiled and sent his mother off. Until the door was closed, Xiao Zheng lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, replaying the conversation with his mother over and over in his mind. Xiao Zheng's father, Xiao Weian, currently held a position as a general in the Zhongda military district. If the military rank system hadn't been abolished, his rank would be that of a major general. The key point was that he was only 57 years old this year, so he still had a great chance of advancing further in the ranks. A man who was usually very busy, upon hearing that his son had returned, took the time to come home and see him, just like any other father. In this era of limited information, the Chen siblings had no idea what specific position the imposing middle-aged man before them held. Perhaps it was because the family wasn't lacking in military personnel that the two of them weren't overly formal at the dinner table. Especially Chen Jun, who was full of energy and talked about all sorts of funny anecdotes from his past. Among them was the story of his sister, who had once risked her life to stop a car and save several people. His exaggerated tone made Chen Nongmo feel embarrassed, and she almost wanted to cover his mouth a few times. But it was Xiao Weian, who seemed serious but was actually quite gentle, who laughed heartily, nodding approvingly at the girl, as expected of Chen Dimeo's child, full of spirit. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo no longer felt embarrassed and asked curiously, Do you know my father? Xiao Weian replied warmly, I do, how could I not know him? He's famous for being fearless. Back in the day on the battlefield with just one gun and 67 bullets, he wiped out an entire enemy platoon. But he also paid a heavy price, getting shot 8 times. If it weren't for his tough luck. Cough, cough, cough. Alright, why are we talking about this at the dinner table? Don't scare the kids, Gao Qing said helplessly, giving her husband a light smack. Xiao Weian realized and apologized. Look at me, getting old. I can't stop myself when I start talking about these things. My bad. Chen Nongmo shook her head. I'm not scared, I just didn't know Dad had suffered so much. I really respect him. If it weren't for the bravery of our predecessors, we wouldn't have the stability we have today. Although there were still frictions and conflicts in many places now, compared to before the liberation, the common people's lives could now be considered relatively peaceful. Hearing this, Xiao Weian nodded with satisfaction. Little comrade, you have a great understanding. Gao Qing also smiled. With the entire family being military, She understood the hardships of being a soldier, so she especially appreciated the gratitude in the girl's tone. Beaming, she served her more food, saying, You eat more. There were still matters to attend to at the military unit. After dinner, Xiao Weiyan hurriedly left. Worried that the girl might get bored, Xiao Zheng took the opportunity, as the living room was empty with just the two of them, to suggest taking a walk around the military unit compound. The summer days were long, and even though it was nearly 6 o'clock, the sky was still bright. Chen Nongmo hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Her aunt was too enthusiastic, and she had just eaten too much, so she needed to walk it off. Just the two of us? When her gaze met his, Xiao Zheng's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. It seems like the fourth brother really likes the bullet shell molds around the house, so let's not disturb him. I still have a few things I want to talk to you about. After considering this, Chen Nongmo agreed and followed his lead. What's the matter? Xiao Zheng. Since you're here in J City, I was thinking of taking you around, showing you the local scenery, and letting you try the local delicacies. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Chen Nongmo was fine with that. Although she hadn't traveled much before, she had studied both her undergraduate and graduate degrees in J City, so she was somewhat familiar with the place. However, her fourth brother had never been here before, so he must be wanting to explore. Originally, she had planned to just show him around herself. Won't it bother you? Xiao Zheng laughed softly and while leading her to a better spot said, It's fine. After cousin Xiao Qiong's wedding, I'll have about 20 days. I'll be able to take you around and even introduce you to your second and third brothers. Oh right. Her second and third brothers were in J City. She had forgotten about this detail due to the sudden events. She looked at him with some excitement and a bright smile. After cousin Xiao Qiong's wedding, could we go see my second and third brothers first? That bright smile again. Xiao Zheng's body stiffened, and his ears turned red. Sure. Xiao Qiong, who had secretly followed them, was utterly dumbfounded by her silly cousin, rolling her eyes to the heavens. She thought she'd witnessed some sort of confession or something. What a waste of her stealthy skills. Instead of wasting time here, she could be back helping her dim-witted cousin keep Chanjun away from the girl. Unfortunately, her brother was too slow, and as the big sister, all she could do was help him by creating more opportunities for them to be alone. Thinking of this, Xiao Qiong quietly withdrew her head. Just as she turned back, she was startled by her little aunt, who had somehow snuck out and was now spying as well. Lowering her voice, Gao Qing asked, When did you come? With the way her aunt moved, Xiao Qiong began to suspect the training intensity she had gone through in the past. Xiao Qiong didn't say anything, just made a shu gesture toward her niece. Gao Qing. Chapter 35. When Xiao Weiyan returned, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The night was deep, and everything was silent. He instinctively lightened his footsteps. He didn't want to open the bedroom door but found that his wife was not asleep. He was surprised and asked, Did I wake you? Gao Qing seemed a bit disoriented and looked at her husband asking, So early today? Early? It's already 11. Are you okay? Xiao Weiyan replied, loosening 2 buttons, only to realize something was wrong. He quickly walked over to the bed and reached out to touch his wife's forehead. Gao Qing, now fully aware, removed his hand and said, I'm fine. Have you eaten? Are you really okay? Gao Qing smiled helplessly. I'm fine. Have you eaten or not? Her husband had a weak stomach, and the doctor had suggested eating smaller, more frequent meals, so she always worried about him. Actually, eating so late wasn't ideal, but her husband had been busy with work lately. He always came back around this time, and he couldn't handle not eating anything, so she made sure to prepare some easy-to-digest food for him each night, just so he could have a little something before bed. Xiao Weiyan didn't continue asking why his wife hadn't gone to bed so late. He just smiled and said, I ate. As he spoke, he grabbed some clothes to change and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After tidying himself up, he lay down on the bed and asked again, Is something on your mind? Gao Qing didn't want to say anything, feeling sorry for her husband who had worked all day. But then she thought about their son's future, and how sooner or later, her husband as the father needed to know about it. With that thought, she tentatively asked, What are your requirements for our 2 sons' wives? Xiao Weiyan responded, Are you asking about the elder or the younger? What's the difference? The younger one, isn't he interested in Chan Dimeo's daughter? It seems fine, but I think that girl isn't quite aware yet. Whether he can bring her home depends on the younger one's own abilities. Not finished yet, Xiao Weiyan helplessly said. The match hasn't even been made yet, and you're already worrying too much. Gao Qing didn't mind her husband's teasing. Instead, she asked, somewhat confused, Did the younger one talk to you? She had spent the whole night turning it over in her mind, unsure of how to explain her husband's dilemma. Finally understanding why his wife was still awake so late, Xiao Weiyan sighed. then raised his hand to rest it on her shoulder, patting it in an attempt to comfort her. I know what you're worried about, but this is something we as parents should just watch over. Don't you remember what happened with the Lao Yan family's child? Gao Qing's nose tingled with emotion. I haven't forgotten. It was precisely because she hadn't forgotten that she wished for her child's relationships to go smoothly. Lao Yan was her husband's comrade, a fine man, though somewhat rigid in some matters. A few years ago, Lao Yan's son had been in a relationship with a woman in the military unit, a literary soldier. Lao Yan was old-fashioned and couldn't accept it, thinking that people who sang and danced were just entertainers, not serious. He forced his son to break up with the girl, and even let rumors ruin her reputation. In the end, the girl, who should have had a bright future, was unsurprisingly expelled from the military. The young couple, as the older generation had expected, broke up. It was the woman who unilaterally severed ties with the man. No matter how much Lao Yan's son tried to plead, the girl remained firm and never turned back. Because of this, Lao Yan's son had a huge argument with his family, and in the end, he submitted an application to go to the front lines. He went and never returned. Within a month he was killed on the battlefield. He had been Lao Yan's most outstanding and most cherished son. But by then it was too late for regrets. It was at this time that Lao Yan remembered the girl his son had loved so deeply. Swallowing his pride, he sought the girl out and asked her to visit his son's grave and offer a prayer, fulfilling his son's last wish. However, to his surprise, when he found the girl's family, he learned that the girl was carrying his son's child. Her family, feeling ashamed, forcibly gave her some medicine, intending to marry her off to just anyone. After losing the child and enduring repeated emotional blows, the strong-willed girl couldn't cope with it, and in a moment of despair, jumped into the river. Coincidentally, she died on the same day as Lao Yan's son. Many people said it was karma. The incident caused a huge uproar at the time. Lao Yan was devastated. Not only did he retire from active duty, but he also fell into a downward spiral. Since ancient times, love has been the most painful. Though Gao Qing was very clear that her two sons wouldn't act as impulsively as Lao Yan's son had, after that, she decided to no longer interfere too much in her children's marriages. One evening, she found herself contemplating how to persuade her husband. After all, no matter whether Yu would ever like the younger son in the future, it was a fact that the younger son had already developed feelings for her. She really didn't want her husband to become an obstacle in their son's pursuit of love. Even more so, she didn't want the tragedy of the Lao Yan family to repeat in her own. Unexpectedly, her husband was more open-minded than she had anticipated. Don't think so much, children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. As a parent, Xiao Weiyan naturally had concerns, but he was good at managing his emotions. With her husband's approval, Gao Qing smiled, and a teasing thought crossed her mind. Actually, you're right. The match hasn't even been made yet. Although Yu is still young, she's quite composed and has her own opinions. Our son also has his concerns. Whether it works out or not, there will definitely be challenges. Xiao Weiyan smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Getting married isn't that easy. Back when I married you, I had to deal with a lot of cold stares from my father-in-law and brother-in-law. Still, I stand by what I said. Whether it works or not depends on the sincerity of that brat. We can worry all we want, but it won't help. Gao Qing rolled her eyes at her husband. Is this really how you behave as a father? Already a little weary, Xiao Weiyan sighed helplessly. So, should I talk to our son tomorrow? Talk about what? Didn't we agree to let the kids handle their own development? You see, whether I ask or not, you're not happy. Old Gao comrade, aren't you making this difficult for me? Gao Qing let out a soft laugh. All right, old Xiao comrade, go to sleep. I'll think about it some more. All right, I'll go to sleep. You should rest early too. I know. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Qing was busy with the last preparations for her niece's wedding. Chen Jun accompanied her for a while but soon couldn't sit still. He wanted to go out and explore. This was J City, a place that people from all over the country admired. It was rare for him to visit, and his mind was already wandering outside. Chen Nongmo, on the other hand, was focused on picking out a gift for Xiao Qiong, who was getting married the next day. Xiao Zheng was cleaning up the dishes when he saw his siblings looking at him, so he smiled and suggested, "Once I'm done, I'll take you both out. But before that, should you call Chao Lu or Chan Huai?" Chen Nongmo asked. To arrange a meeting time? Yes. They're both working as guards for their respective chiefs now, so it's not easy for them to go out. It's best to schedule in advance. Chen Nongmo suddenly understood. Bro, can I use your phone to call them? Xiao Zheng, holding a stack of dishes, was heading to the kitchen. Sure, but do you need help dialing? No, I know how to dial, Chen Nongmo replied, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and flipping through it for the phone numbers of her second and third brothers. Chen Jun also leaned in watching. In the past, someone else had always dialed the number and handed it to him. This was the first time he had to dial himself. Seeing the siblings huddled together, Xiao Zheng didn't stand around anymore. He quickly finished cleaning the dishes and then went back to his room to grab the money he had prepared the day before. After tucking it into his pocket, he went downstairs to lead everyone out. Xiao Weiyan had been very busy lately, inspecting different places, so there was no car available for the kids. They had to ride bicycles instead. Chen Nongmo adjusted her sun hat and sat behind her fourth brother. Xiao Zheng had already prepared soft cushions on the back seat, so it wasn't uncomfortable to sit. But the real problem was Chen Jun's cycling speed. Chen Nongmo, frustrated, hit him on the back several times, and only then did he ride more steadily. Lu, you're just too scared. This place is remote and the road is so wide there's not a single person around. What are you afraid of? Although he had slowed down, the boy, who felt forced into the situation, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chen Nongmo, gripping the seat with one hand and pressing down on her hat, which had been blown out of shape by the wind, grit her teeth and said fiercely, "The wind is almost blowing my hat away. You try going faster again, I'll remember this. When I see second brother in a couple of days, I'll have him deal with you." The girl, who had already set a meeting time with second brother, was quite confident about being able to handle fourth brother. "Why is it that you only know how to complain?" Chen Jun grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chen Nongmo snorted coldly, adjusting her hat before proudly saying, "As long as it works, that's enough. There's no sun right now and you're being so picky. What do you know? Who says you can only get tan when the sun is out? Do you think I'm stupid? Aren't you stupid?" The siblings bickered, each one not willing to back down. Xiao Zheng did not interrupt, merely following closely behind them. While worried about the girl potentially falling off, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. You seemed to be a bit different from the person in the letters. She seemed more lively. After riding for 20 minutes, they finally saw some pedestrians, apart from the towering lush trees lining the road. Chen Nongmo made a slight adjustment to her sitting position, shaking her legs, which had started to feel numb, but her gaze remained fixed ahead, curious about J City in September of 1973. How should she put it? It was a bit different from what she had imagined. The road was clean and spacious, and the pedestrians looked lively, with few wearing patched clothes. One thing, however, was very historically accurate. Nearly all the young women had double braids, but they were mostly only a bit below the shoulders, looking neat and tidy. By the way, there were small stalls along the roadside selling all sorts of things. "Are we going to the market today?" After passing by a stall selling watches once again, Chen Nongmo couldn't hold back her curiosity and looked back at Xiao Zheng, who was following them. "No, these are all stalls set up by the cooperatives. Sometimes when their sales aren't good they come out and set up stands," Xiao Zheng explained. Chen Nongmo nodded in realization. Back in our old home in Shanshan village, the supply and marketing cooperative would also come to the village to sell things every year. "I thought it was just like that in our area." "It's the same everywhere. It's allowed," Xiao Zheng replied, and as they passed another stall selling popsicles, he gestured for them to stop. Chen Jun was confused. "Brother, what's up?" Xiao Zheng pointed to the popsicle stall not far away. "Does you want some water? Or maybe a popsicle?" He had just noticed that the girl's lips looked a bit dry. To be honest, after bickering with fourth brother the whole way, Chen Nongmo did feel a bit thirsty. Additionally, with the high temperatures in J City at the beginning of September, she wasn't too keen on drinking water. She just wanted to have some ice. She was sure she could get a cream popsicle in J City. Thinking of this, Chen Nongmo, who had intended to treat them, jumped down from the back seat. After sitting for over half an hour, even though she had tried to be gentle in her movements, her legs still felt sore as soon as she touched the ground. Seeing the girl stagger a little, Xiao Zheng quickly extended his arm for her to hold onto and frowned, asking, "Are your legs numb?" Chen Nongmo placed her hand on his arm, paused for a moment and then shook her head. "It's fine, just a bit sore from sitting for so long. By the way, brother, do you like the taste of cream?" Xiao Zheng, who had been thinking about which friend to borrow a car from for their trip, subconsciously replied, "How do you know?" Hearing this, Chen Nongmo looked at the man in a blue shirt that she had tailored herself. It complemented his fair skin, and his features seemed even more handsome. She smiled with a good mood and said, "Because Big Brother said you like sweet things, and cream is the sweetest in popsicles." Seeing her smile with eyes full of joy, the man, who had initially felt a bit awkward about a grown man liking sweet things, couldn't help but smile as well. His gentle voice unconsciously carried a tone of coaxing. "Why don't you rest against the car for a bit? I'll go buy the popsicles." But Chen Nongmo pointed behind him. "No need. When it comes to buying popsicles, fourth brother runs faster than I do. I was planning to treat you though." Sure enough, when Xiao Zheng turned around, Chen Jun was already running over with 3 popsicles in hand. The red bean ones were 3 cents each, and the cream ones were 5 cents each. Chen Jun, who didn't like cream, bought a red bean one for himself. The other 2 were cream, and the total came to 13 cents. The 3 of them ate as they walked, and after the coolness settled in their stomachs, they felt the heat dissipate. They then mounted the bicycles again. However, they didn't ride for long this time. About 10 minutes later, they reached their destination. In the 1970s, only capable people could carry foreign exchange certificates and enter the friendship stores. Chen Nongmo and 4th brother both had foreign exchange certificates. While not much, it was enough to buy a wedding gift. Especially given their age, it felt more appropriate to give a thoughtful gift, rather than an expensive one. The common gifts like wash basins, towels, and pillowcases were tactfully skipped by the 2 of them. In the end, the siblings pooled their money to buy a pair of classic genuine leather boots that, in hindsight, would be considered iconic. When Chen Jun went to pay, Xiao Zheng watched as the girl happily flipped through the shoes, then quietly touched the money certificates in his pocket and asked, "Do you like them?" Chen Nongmo nodded. "Xiao Qiangjie should like them. Do you like them?" "I do, but I can't pull off this kind of look," she replied honestly. Many girls secretly dreamed of being a heroine, and how cool would those Martin boots be? Unfortunately, she didn't have the money, and her face didn't quite match the look. Wearing such boots always felt a bit awkward, like something didn't fit. If her finances had been more stable, it wouldn't have been an issue. She could have bought them and worn them occasionally just for fun. But in the 28 years of her life, from the time she could remember, she had always been consumed by poverty and the struggle to survive. So, even until the moment she was buried by the rubble, she had never allowed herself to buy a decent pair of leather boots. Now that life was more comfortable, and with the boots in her hands, the childish obsession she once had seemed to fade away. Perhaps what she had truly wanted all along wasn't the boots themselves. What she had always wanted was, like so many other girls her age, the right to save money and buy something she loved for herself. With that thought, Chen Nongmo handed the boots to the shop assistant, asking her to wrap them up in a nice box. The items in the friendship store were mostly on the expensive side. Even with money in hand, the siblings didn't have a habit of being wasteful. After buying the wedding gift, they planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a set of clothes. Before leaving, Xiao Zheng's gaze fell on the leather boots in the glass display, the same ones the girl had looked at several times. After noting the style, he decided to come back and buy them another day. He didn't know why Yu Yu's face had shown a brief moment of complexity earlier, but it was likely related to those boots. Since it wasn't the right time to dig deeper, Xiao Zheng decided to buy the boots now and find a suitable opportunity to give them to her. Chapter 36.1. Nightfall descended. Stars hung across the sky. The corridor in the military unit office area was quiet. 2 guards stood at attention outside the commander's office. The usually stoic soldiers, unmoved by anything, had their eyes light up when they saw a tall, robust figure walking toward them from a distance. As the figure walked closer, one of the guards flashed a silent smile and called out, "Chao Gu." Chao Lu smiled and nodded. "I'm going in to find the chief." The guard didn't say anything but stepped aside to let him pass. Chao Lu approached the door and knocked. "Come in." A deep, authoritative voice came through the wooden door. Chao Lu opened the door, not surprised to find the leader, whose hair had turned half-gray, engrossed in his work. He walked over with large strides, showing respect but also a sense of closeness. "Chief, it's time to go rest." Feng Shan looked up and upon recognizing who had entered, his somewhat stiff expression softened into a smile. "I knew it was you." Chao Lu extended a hand to help organize the paperwork. "It's almost 10 o'clock. Dr. Lu just reminded you to rest, but you're not following the doctor's orders." Knowing that it would be hard to continue working much longer, Feng Shan clicked his tongue twice. He stood up and rotated his stiff neck before grumbling. Why are you so obedient? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were old Lu's guard." Chao Lu didn't respond to this. After being by the chief's side for over 2 years, he knew that the leader was only joking. What caught his attention more was the relaxed expression on the leader's face. He asked with a smile, "Is the issue resolved?" Feng Shan gave him a tap. "Nothing gets past you." Feng Shan didn't elaborate further. Chao Lu didn't press the matter either. He locked the organized documents in the drawer before following the chief out of the office. As the other 2 guards turned off the lights and locked the door, Chao Lu had already walked behind the leader, using a flashlight to illuminate the path for him. The difficult problem that had been stagnating for half a month was finally solved, and Feng Shan was in a good mood. With his hands behind his back, he slowly made his way toward the dormitory. It was only then that he seemed to remember something and turned around to look at the tall young man walking beside him. "Didn't I give you time off?" Chao Lu replied. I knew you wouldn't be going back to the family compound today, so I guessed you'd be working late. How could I not come check on you? You brat, so it's still my fault? Chao Lu smiled but didn't respond further. Seeing this, Fengshan shook his head with a smile. He truly liked this kid, and it wasn't just because of his skills. To be honest, the military unit wasn't lacking in capable soldiers, but it was rare to find one who not only had good skills but also a sharp mind and knew how to handle situations. Having had this young man by his side for over 2 years, Fengshan grew increasingly fond of him, wishing he could keep him around to handle tasks for him. However, he valued talent even more. He knew that as long as such a soldier was well trained, their future was limitless, and he was willing to offer this young man some help. Thinking of this, Fengshan turned a corner and teased. I heard that Deputy Commissioner Wang has been looking for you again? Chao Lu helplessly asked. Who told you that? Fengshan waved his hand. It doesn't matter who told me. Just tell me whether it's true or not. It's true, but as you know, I don't have any plans to get married right now. Don't like the Deputy Commissioner's daughter? Then what kind of girl do you like? I haven't even met her, so how could I say whether I like her or not? I just think I'm still young, and I'm not thinking about that stuff. That makes sense, but I heard that Deputy Commissioner Wang promised that if you married his daughter, he'd get you a spot at the military academy. Don't you think that's a waste? Chao Lu opened the dormitory door, turned off the light, and waited for the chief to enter before closing the door. He then smiled and replied, Didn't you already apply for me? I'm counting on you. Fengshan wasn't surprised that the sharp young man had caught on to his thoughts. After washing his face with the preheated water, he grinned and scolded. You're clever. All thanks to your teaching, Chief. Hey, you little rascal. Don't take that matter with Deputy Commissioner Wang too seriously. He just thinks you have potential and wants to find a good match for his precious daughter. Chao Lu lowered his gaze, understanding that this was the real reason the chief had engaged in casual conversation with him tonight. While others might not know, high-ranking leaders were well aware of the complicated background behind him. Whether it was his father, Dimeo, big brother and his sister-in-law's family, or the Xiao family. No one was a fool and neither was he. Deputy Commissioner Wang might like him personally, but how much of it was because of his background was clear to everyone. Of course, Chao Lu wasn't the type to dwell on such things. He placed his teacup on the desk next to the leader's hand, his smile as warm and sincere as always. Look at you, it's just that I don't have those thoughts. I want to work hard for a few more years. Honestly, I can understand Deputy Commissioner Wang. Not to mention him being a father, even I, as an older brother, would want to make arrangements for an excellent young man for my sister. As if. Fengshan, having loosened his military uniform after a long day, chuckled as he heard Chao Lu's words. You brat, you sure can flatter yourself. After saying that, he took a big gulp of water and continued. So, tomorrow you're spending time with your sister-in-law? Chao Lu smiled. Yes, haven't seen them in 2 or 3 years. Fengshan waved his hand. Then go rest. Spend some quality time with your family. There are foreign exchange notes in the drawer. Take them, it's a little gift from the old man for the 2 kids. Alright, I'll head out now. Get some rest yourself. Yes. After taking the small stack of foreign exchange notes, Chao Lu left the office. He gave the night duty guards a few reminders before heading to his dorm. On the way, he replayed the events of the day in his mind, making sure nothing was overlooked, then turned his thoughts to Lao Si and Yu Yu. Gradually, a genuine smile appeared in Chao Lu's eyes. It had been over 2 years since he last saw them. He wondered how much they had changed. The next day, Xiao Zheng, driving a car borrowed from a friend, arrived at the entrance of the military unit where Chao Lu was stationed half an hour earlier than the scheduled time, at 8:30 in the morning after a 3-hour drive. He turned off the engine and looked at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, who had been asleep with a flushed face. Yu Yu? Chen Nongmo, still a bit dazed, opened her eyes and instinctively glanced outside the car. In a vague tone she asked, Are we there? Xiao Zheng unscrewed the water bottle and handed it to her. When his gaze landed on the imprint left on Yu Yu's cheek from sleeping, he chuckled softly. We're here. Drink some cold water to wake up. Chen Nongmo, still a bit groggy, took the water bottle and drank several large gulps. The cool sensation of the water brought her fully awake. Noticing the soldiers standing guard nearby, glancing frequently in their direction, she asked, Shall we get out? The temperature was already high, and the sun was beginning to scorch even though it wasn't yet 9 a.m. Xiao Zheng stopped her. I'll go over. Don't we need to register? No need. We're not entering the military unit. Let the gatekeeper notify them. As Xiao Zheng opened the door and got out of the car, he hadn't finished speaking when he saw the girl, who had been trying to avoid the sun and had been sitting quietly, suddenly jump out of the car without even bothering with her hat. He turned back and sure enough spotted an impressively tall and sturdy figure running toward the gate. Second brother. Second brother. Chen Nongmo, not wanting to get too close to the gate, was so happy that she couldn't help but wave and call out from a safe distance. Xiao Lu had just finished registering at the gate and seeing her smiled and waved. You come over here. Upon hearing this, Chen Nongmo immediately jogged over. As she got closer, she realized how much had changed in the 2 or 3 years since they last met. Back in Shanshan village, no matter how steady and smooth-talking second brother was, there had always been a certain youthful innocence and simplicity to him, limited by his experiences. But now, after all the time and experience, her second brother seemed like a completely new person. To put it bluntly, the man in front of her no longer had even the slightest trace of the village's rustic air. Even though he was always smiling, he had an undeniable presence. Why are you in a daze? Don't recognize me anymore. After Xiao Lu finished registering, he turned around and saw his younger sister curiously studying him. He reached out with a large hand and skillfully ruffled her hair. Chen Nongmo took a step back to protect her hairstyle, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Second brother, you've changed a bit. Xiao Lu nodded at the few soldiers at the gate who were watching them and while leading his sister out, asked with a smile, how have I changed? You've changed everywhere. And Lao Si? He's in the car. Chapter 36.2. The brother and sister exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere was filled with warmth and ease. The soldiers at the gate, still watching the two of them as they walked farther away, took a while to recover from their shock. Xiao Lu was a well-known figure in their military district. There was no one who didn't recognize him. This was partly because he was the military commander's personal bodyguard, but mostly because of his outstanding achievements across the board. People tended to admire strength, and that atmosphere was especially prevalent in the military unit. Xiao Lu's combat skills and marksmanship were unparalleled, making it impossible for him to go unnoticed. Earlier in the morning, he had stopped by the gate to inform the guards that his younger sister would be coming and asked them to keep an eye out. At that time, no one had thought much of it, and they certainly hadn't expected his sister to look the way she did. Who could have imagined that the strong mountain-like Xiao Lu had a sister who was not another powerhouse but a delicate, stunningly beautiful young lady? It didn't add up. Could they really be siblings? No way, right? Xiao Zheng. Thank you for taking care of Yu and Lao Si. Xiao Lu spoke with gratitude. Xiao Zheng raised his hand and gave the other man a firm pat on the shoulder. Then, instinctively shifting to shield the girl from the sun, he smiled and replied, "What's there to thank me for? Let's get in the car first. I've booked a private restaurant, an old 100-year-old place, not open to the public." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's gaze darkened for a moment, and although his face remained composed, he responded with a subtle smile, "Then Lao San won't have the luck I do." Chen Huai's superior, whom he protected, had recently gone down to the grassroots military unit to offer his condolences and was unlikely to return in the short term. This time it seemed unlikely they would meet. Although he knew the second brother was being polite, Xiao Zheng still thought for a moment and said, "Since he's in J City, if the food is to your liking, I can introduce you to the restaurant owner later. You can go try it with the third brother, and if you need to treat someone you can also go." "I understand, thank you, brother." No matter what position one held in life, social obligations were inevitable. Xiao Lu understood that his brother was trying to expand his connections. After all, throughout history, there were many places one could not enter even with money. He never doubted Xiao Zheng's care for their brothers, but, thinking about the scene he had just witnessed, Xiao Lu subtly glanced at his sister. "You're being polite again." Xiao Zheng, unaware of Xiao Lu's unease, was carefully examining the young man who was older than both old Chan and himself. He praised, "Your build is really good. When I saw you 7 years ago, you were only up to my shoulder, and now you're taller than me." Xiao Zheng was indeed quite tall, 188 centimeters barefoot, and with a well-trained physique, he always stood out wherever he went. Xiao Lu straightened his back and allowed himself to be observed, smiling as he said, "I shouldn't grow any taller now. I was measured at 192 centimeters 6 months ago, and I'm still the same. 192 centimeters is quite impressive. What about the third brother? I remember he's also a big guy." "He's 190 centimeters, his build is about the same as mine." "The third brother?" Seeing that the two men were talking comfortably under the sun, unaffected by the heat, Chen Nongmo had no choice but to push the man standing in front of her. "Let's get in the car first. We still have more than 2 hours to reach the city center." Time was of the essence. The second brother had only taken 1 day off. Xiao Zheng naturally didn't refuse and habitually went to open the passenger side door. The borrowed car was a second-hand jeep that the military unit had phased out. The chassis was too high for a girl. Xiao Zheng stood by the car and seeing the girl climb in swiftly, withdrew his hand, which had been hovering protectively, closed the door and called out to Xiao Lu, "Second brother, let's talk in the car." Chao Lu. After the car started, Chao Lu raised his hand and gave a slap to the fourth brother, who was sleeping with his head tilted back beside him. Chen Jun let out a sharp cry of pain and woke up, staring at him in confusion. He had been so excited about meeting the second brother that he stayed up late the night before and woke up before dawn today. Chen Jun was extremely tired. Not long after getting into the car, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Now the pain had jolted him awake, and just as he was about to get upset, his gaze met a familiar face. In an instant, the irritable young man completely forgot the pain in his arm, stretched out his hand, and lunged toward the person, shouting excitedly, "Second brother? Is it really you? I missed you so much." Chao Lu blocked him with one hand and said dismissively, "Stay away from me." Chen Jun was confused. Why? He had always liked to climb onto the second and third brothers when he was younger, and it was fine before. Why was it not allowed now? Because you're stupid. Second brother, why are you cursing? After not seeing each other for several years, the first thing the second brother did was curse him. Chen Jun felt very wronged. However, he didn't dare to lose his temper with the second brother. After a while of feeling frustrated, he angrily slapped his sister's seat and shouted, "Sixth brother, let's switch seats." At these words, Xiao Zheng, who had been watching the scene with amusement, slowly pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile. It had been a long time since they had all met. Shopping or eating wasn't the most important purpose. What everyone really wanted was to gather and chat. They talked about the changes in each other's lives since they parted ways. As for the kind of occasion, it wasn't that important. Of course, it was even better if they could enjoy a good meal together during their reunion. The private restaurant not only served exceptionally delicious dishes, but the private rooms were also very secluded. After eating and drinking their fill, the group felt too lazy to think about going somewhere else. They brewed some tea, had some snacks, and settled into the sofas to chat. They talked about everything under the sun with no specific direction. After drinking too much tea, nature called. At this moment, Chen Nongmo, who had been listening intently to the men's conversation, picked up a small bag from the side and stood up. General Fengshan is very protective of his reputation. The fact that he is recommending you to the military academy at this time proves that you have exceptional qualities. So, Xiao Zheng was analyzing General Feng's character with Chao Lu, and was about to discuss the subjects that must be studied after entering the military academy when he noticed the girl, who had been drinking tea and eating snacks nearby, stand up. "Where are you going?" Chen Nongmo pointed outside. "I'll be back soon." Xiao Zheng instinctively stood up to accompany her. However, Chao Lu, sitting opposite, pressed down on him and said, "Brother, I'll go with you." As he spoke, he was already standing up. Chen Nongmo, who was about to leave with her brother, felt speechless and lowered her voice to protest. "I'm just going to the bathroom. You don't have to follow me." Chao Lu placed his large hand like a fan on his sister's shoulder and gently guided her toward the bathroom. "What are you thinking?" "I'm going too." Chen Nongmo looked up at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Look ahead." Chao Lu pressed his hand down on his sister's head and nudged her forward, signaling for her to focus on the front. He indeed needed to use the bathroom, but more importantly, he was looking for an opportunity to ask Yu privately whether she knew how Xiao Zheng felt about her. Chao Lu had always been the most rational. He knew that one day, his sister would get married. Especially since she was kind-hearted, well-educated, came from a good family, and had flawless looks, admired by young men and sought after by matchmakers. It was only a matter of time before someone knocked on their door. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and that the person would be none other than Big Brother's friend, Xiao Zheng. At first, Chao Lu had been a bit angry, but after spending the entire day thinking about it, he found himself scrutinizing Xiao Zheng over and over again. In the end, he could only find one flaw. Rationally speaking, Xiao Zheng was indeed a good choice. So what about Yu? He hadn't noticed anything unusual. The little girl seemed still unaware. But since Sixth Sister was only 18, it was better that she hadn't figured things out yet. It wasn't too late to find someone in her 20s. As he pondered after finishing his business, Chao Lu came out of the restroom and, not seeing his sister, walked over to the nearby rock garden to wait for her. Chao Lu. Just as he stood still, about to read the inscription on the rock garden, he heard someone call his name. Chao Lu turned around and immediately met the gaze of the political commissar Wang. He instantly put on a sincere smile and walked over to greet him. Commissar Wang. Wang wasn't alone. His wife and daughter were standing with him. When he saw that he hadn't mistaken the person, Wang smiled warmly and said, "What a coincidence. You're here to eat as well." Chao Lu was about to say he was with his family when, from the corner of his eye, he noticed his sister walking out of the restroom. He waved to her. Wang followed his gaze, and when he saw the girl approaching, his smile didn't fade, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Lu, seemingly oblivious to the slight displeasure from the other side, waited for his sister to walk over. He then placed a hand on her shoulder in a protective gesture and said, "Commissar Wang, this is my sister. I'm here with my family for a meal." "Your sister?" "Sister." The one asking was Wang's daughter. She had a delicate appearance, but her expression was lively, clearly someone who had been doted on by her family. At this moment, her gaze shifted back and forth between the siblings, and the suspicion was clearly evident. Chen Nongmo, amused, laughed. "Yes, she's my real sister." In her view, she was simply the biological sister of all the Chen family's brothers. Wang's daughter's eyes brightened. "You're so beautiful, and your voice sounds so pleasant. I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you." Chen Nongmo was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting someone who didn't seem any younger than herself to be so straightforward and innocent. Now that she knew they were biological siblings and that her precious daughter wasn't being rejected, Wang smiled even more warmly and began chatting with Chen Nongmo. "You must look like your mother." Chen Nongmo, acting innocent, replied, "How do you know?" "I do look like my mom. Second brother looks like dad." "Well, dad's even a little bigger than second brother." This made Wang truly curious. He glanced at Xiao Lu, who was still smiling and letting his sister speak freely, then asked somewhat tentatively, "Well, I'd love to meet them sometime." Chen Nongmo smiled, her eyes curving. "Maybe you will. I'm planning to bring my parents to J City in a couple of years." Wang's gaze flickered. "You're right. If we have the chance, we should go see the beautiful scenery of our great country." And so, the elderly man and the young girl began talking as if they had known each other for years. Yu. After waiting for a long time without seeing her, Xiao Zheng became worried and stepped out. Seeing the man approach, Xiao Lu seized the opportunity to speak. "That's my brother, Commissar Wang. We won't disturb your meal." Wang nodded. "Go ahead." With that, the siblings, in perfect unison, bade farewell to the others and walked toward the tall man in the corridor. Just as they were walking, they suddenly heard a voice with a playful tone. "Dad, if you're going to find me a partner, how about someone like Xiao Lu? I like that kind of person." The siblings exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the man, who had clearly overheard the remark. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Zheng, the handsome man, turned and walked away. At that moment, Wang's voice, full of reprimand, could be heard. "Nonsense, what's so good about Xiao Bai's face?" It was clear Wang had lowered his voice, but the words still reached the ears of the group. Looking at the figure ahead, who stiffened for a moment before quickly walking away, the siblings couldn't help but hold back their laughter. Once they turned the corner and were out of Wang's family's sight, Xiao Lu and Chen Nongmo couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Hearing the girls' tinkling laughter, Xiao Zheng, who had been slightly irritated, suddenly found his anger dissipating. He turned around and from a few steps away, pointed at the girl with a mock stern look, his eyes filled with affection that even he didn't realize was there. "Laugh." After saying this, Xiao Zheng gestured toward the restroom, signaling that he was also going to take a trip there. Once he left, Xiao Lu slowly stopped laughing and turned to his sister, hesitating before asking, "Sixth sister, do you know?" Before he could finish, Chen Nongmo, with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, interrupted him directly. "Second brother, I'm still young." "Xiao Lu." It took a while for Xiao Lu, who had been successfully tricked by his sister, to regain his composure. He shook his head, laughing helplessly. "Little fox." Then he added with a teasing tone, "Aren't you worried about the age difference?" Chen Nongmo blinked, thinking to herself that, by her past life's age, she was actually older than Xiao Zheng. But for now she was just an 18-year-old girl. Though Xiao Zheng's looks, personality and career all fit her aesthetic perfectly. Still, many things were best left to happen naturally. So in the end she simply said, "No rush, I'm still young." Chapter 37. When did you find out? The siblings did not rush back to the private room and stood in the hallway, waiting for others. Xiao Lu had always known that Yu seemed delicate, almost like a daughter flower that could only survive by relying on a vine. But after getting to know her better, he realized that her frailty was only a facade. Just from the fact that she had decisively pulled the handbrake during a car accident, it was clear that she was a quick thinker and courageous. Although Xiao Lu had always known that Sixth Sister was perceptive and clever, at this moment, he couldn't help but wonder when exactly she had discovered Xiao Zheng's feelings. This time, Chen Nongmo did not pretend to be mysterious. After a moment of silence, she said, "It was probably after I went to his house." At this point, she laughed and added, "Actually, when Xiao Zheng came to the guest house to find me and fourth brother, his face turned red, and I thought it was a little strange. But I didn't think much about it at the time. Later, when I considered the reactions of Xiao Qiong and Auntie, I was able to confirm it." Xiao Lu gave his sister a thumbs up. The little girl was quick-witted. Of course he was pleased. It was good for a girl to be sharp-witted. It made it less likely for her to be deceived. You're right. You're still young, so there's no rush to settle down. But if there's no interest at all, don't delay the other person's feelings, okay? Don't worry, I know where to draw the line. With her personality, if she really felt no affection at all, she wouldn't have agreed to walk alone with Xiao Zheng in the military compound when he invited her back at the Xiao family house. So the concerns her second brother had were unnecessary. In the past, Chen Nongmo had lacked money, but with her looks it was hard to believe she lacked suitors. Therefore, when it came to recognizing someone's feelings, she considered herself fairly experienced. Right now, Chen Nongmo actually felt that it was Xiao Zheng who might be in a more difficult position. After all, if she was not mistaken, when Xiao Zheng first saw her at the guest house, his face turning red and awkward, it must have been because he was surprised that the person he had fallen for at first sight was actually the girl he had once treated as a sister. Although this thought seemed a bit self-centered, Chen Nongmo had privately considered it several times and felt that this line of thinking wasn't wrong. Whether she was right or not, she would have the chance to ask later. Of course, she wasn't deliberately avoiding the issue or stringing him along, but she could tell that the man was torn between wanting to get closer and hesitating. Moreover, given her young age, she felt there was no rush. Things should unfold naturally. After listening to Yuyu's words, Qiao Lu patted his sister's head again. However, this time he didn't offer any advice. Because there was no need. How should he put it? With his clever little fox of a sister, if she were to end up with Xiao Zheng, it was already clear who would be the one who got thoroughly taken. Looking at people now, it was obvious that Xiao Zheng had nothing but virtues. He was just a bit older. Xiao Zheng, who was wiping the water stains off his hands with a handkerchief, looked at Qiao Lu with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Qiao Lu instinctively gave a hearty smile. "Nothing, just thinking that you're a good guy." Xiao Zheng remained confused, but Chen Nongmo couldn't help but laugh aloud. Qiao Lu had only taken a one-day leave. Around 3 p.m., the group set off again to send him back to the military unit. The sun was scorching, making everyone feel sluggish from the heat. But since it was a rare family gathering, no one was willing to sleep, and they chatted aimlessly about everything under the sun. As the car passed a photography studio, Chen Nongmo blinked and an idea popped into her head. She turned to the back seat and said, "Second brother, let's take a group photo. We can show it to Mother Qiuhua." Although, according to second brother, he should be able to enter military school next year, and would have a break to visit before school started, but they still had to wait another year. All right. Qiao Lu agreed without hesitation. The time spent together passed too quickly, and before long it was time to part ways again. The plan to take his sister-in-law and younger sister to the department store didn't come to fruition. Qiao Lu had to give them the foreign exchange coupons and some of the money he had saved over time, telling them to go shopping on their own. At least they could spare a little time to take a photo for a memento. It couldn't have been better. In J City, small cars were not rare, and on the streets not many people stopped to stare. However, it was rare to see people stopping to take photos from a car. Especially when the group stepped out of the car, the men were handsome, and the women were beautiful, attracting a fair share of curious glances. None of the four paid attention to the onlookers. After locking the car, they headed straight for the photo studio. Chen Nongmo scanned the interior. Good. There were no other customers, so there was no need to wait in line. The elderly photographer was lying in a rocking chair, fanning himself to keep cool. Upon seeing them, he didn't show much enthusiasm but lazily stood up. "What do you want to take a picture of?" "A group photo." "Do you want to take it inside or under the willow tree across the street?" The group exchanged glances and unanimously decided, inside the studio. The old photographer waved his hand. "Then get ready. You can start when you're set." Though he said get ready, taking photos in those days didn't require much preparation. In the future there would be services like changing clothes, makeup and hairstyling, but not at this time. The men all had buzz cuts and in the end, only Chen Nongmo tidied up her hair, a little using a small palm-sized mirror hanging on the wall. The old photographer moved slowly, preparing the equipment. When he saw that everyone was standing rigidly, he pushed up his reading glasses, gestured with his hand and suggested, 2 people sit in the front and 2 stand in the back. Originally, Xiao Zheng was about to step out, but upon hearing the words, he hesitated for a moment. Just then Qiao Lu grabbed him. "Brother, let's take it together." Xiao Zheng instinctively glanced at the girl. When he saw she wasn't looking their way, he subtly curled his lips. "All right." Chen Jun then seized the opportunity to move over to his younger sister's side and squeezed onto the long bench with her. However, just as they were getting settled, the old photographer spoke again. Young man in the front moved to the back. "Let the guy in the blue shirt sit at the front." When these words were said, everyone froze for a moment, each thinking the photographer had noticed something. Only Chen Jun, clueless, looked back at Xiao Zheng but saw nothing unusual. He shifted a little on the bench, reluctant to move. Why? The old photographer lifted his eyelids, casting a cool glance at him and said with a sharp tongue. Don't you know what you look like? Chen Jun was even more confused. What do you mean? I'm not ugly, am I? Seeing the young man's pitiful expression, the old photographer finally smiled a little and kindly explained, I didn't say you were ugly, just that you're not as good-looking as that guy behind. The girl looks so beautiful. It'd be better for the guy in the blue shirt to sit next to her. The photo will turn out better that way. Chen Jun paused for a moment, still feeling as though the photographer was subtly calling him ugly. With time running out, Xiao Lu couldn't be bothered to argue with his younger brother, so he reached out and dragged him. Get up and move. No more nonsense. Chen Jun didn't dare defy his second brother, but he still couldn't help muttering. It's so awkward standing behind. It feels like little sis and Xiao Zheng are a couple, and me and second brother are their kids. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Zheng, who had been about to sit down, froze completely. His ears began to burn again. He was caught in a terribly awkward position. Sitting was uncomfortable, but standing wasn't any better either. Xiao Lu's face darkened. So you really wanted to sit at the front and still have those thoughts? Seeing that Xiao Lu was about to get angry, Chen Nongmo quickly stepped in and then asked the old photographer, who seemed to be enjoying the scene. Is it okay if we just stand? The old photographer chuckled and waved his hand. Sure, you can stand however you like. Everyone. Finally, with a single attention from the old photographer, everyone turned to face the camera. In the frozen moment of the photograph, Chen Nongmo stood at the front, with Xiao Zheng on her left. Behind her were Xiao Lu and Chen Jun, who had been moved to the farthest corner. All of them wore broad, bright smiles. When they returned to the military unit, it was already 6:30 in the evening. The twilight had settled, and Xiao Lu's mood mirrored the dimming sky. After bidding farewell to his younger sister and sister-in-law, he didn't leave immediately. He stood quietly at the gate, watching the car disappear into the distance. Only when the itching from mosquito bites became unbearable did he turn and enter the military unit. While registering, Xiao Lu noticed the young soldier frequently glancing in his direction. He asked, What's up? The young soldier, recognizing Xiao Lu, chuckled nervously and asked, Hey Xiao Ge, was that really your sister? Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow. Why? Nothing, just, heh, she's really beautiful. Doesn't look anything like you. By now, most people in the military unit had probably heard that Xiao Lu the guard had a stunningly beautiful younger sister, and the young soldier wasn't thinking anything of it, just curious. Xiao Lu suspected the soldier might be mocking him but didn't get upset. His sister was indeed beautiful. He nodded. She's my real sister. With that, he turned and walked away briskly. However, as he passed the communications room, his steps faltered for a moment. 738 Military Unit. His wife was busy with work and wouldn't finish until around 8 or 9 p.m. Chu Wen decided not to go home. After filling his stomach at the cafeteria, he returned to his office to continue working. When the phone rang, he instinctively reached for it and answered, Hello? Little brother? Upon confirming it was indeed his younger brother, Chu Wen's stern face broke into a smile. You kid, what made you think of calling me? Oh, you met EU? You even went for private dishes? Haha, old Xiao is a good guy. You don't need to be too polite with him. As for favors, you've got me. He treats you like family. On the other end of the line, Xiao Lu couldn't help but feel a little speechless at his big brother's tone. He had always thought that the only idiots in the family were the third and fourth brothers. Now he realized Big Brother wasn't exactly much smarter. Well, maybe that's not entirely fair. Big Brother was smart at least when it came to work. But right now it seemed like the black under the lamp situation. Thinking that Big Brother might get irritated later, Xiao Lu couldn't hold back and subtly hinted, Big Brother, don't you think being too casual with Xiao Zheng might backfire? What if the favor he asks for in return is something you can't give? Chu Wen laughed and scolded. What are you thinking? Old Xiao isn't that kind of person. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of guy who only knows how to take advantage of friends? I remember everything, and I'll pay him back when the time comes. Seeing that his subtle reminder went over Big Brother's head, Xiao Lu decided to drop the hints and instead said in a joking tone, What if he falls for you, though? There was a brief pause on the other end. Then Chu Wen burst out laughing, his chuckles growing louder. After a long while, the man finally stopped laughing, clutching his stomach in pain as he said with a low laugh, What's wrong with you? Old Xiao isn't like that. What kind of thoughts do you have all day long? Old Xiao is no beast. Xiao Lu, Big Brother, are you really this clueless? Chapter 38.1. After meeting with her second brother, Chen Nongmo's mood visibly improved. In the days that followed, she waited for news from her parents while also touring the scenic spots of J City under the guidance of Xiao Zheng. The J city of the 1970s was not the same as the bustling city it would become decades later. Even though the buildings were simple, it still had a unique charm characteristic of that era. Of course, Chen Nongmo had to admit that another major reason for her lingering affection towards the journey was the thoughtful and meticulous Xiao Zheng, who had accompanied her the entire time. The considerate Xiao Zheng not only had borrowed a car, but also came up with the idea of taking group photos, so he managed to get a camera. He acted as a professional photographer, capturing countless vibrant moments for the brother and sister to keep as memories. This day was no different. The young man, with his good physical condition, was ready to go again, even though he had been tired the day before. After resting for one night, he was fully recharged. While having breakfast, Chen Nongmo discussed with the man sitting opposite her where they should go today. The only difference from usual was that today, there were only the two of them at the table. When Chen Jun learned that he could visit the military unit with Xiao Weian's guard, he could hardly move. Without a second thought, he handed his sister over to Xiao Zheng and happily followed one of the guards to the military unit. This marked the first time the two of them had been alone together, and they had an entire day to themselves. Where would you like to go today? After finishing breakfast, Xiao Zheng went to make a cup of milk and brought it to her. Ever since hearing the girl say that drinking milk on an empty stomach was not good, he had started drinking milk after meals. Thank you. Chen Nongmo took the cup and took a sip. As expected, the temperature was just right. Then she tilted her head back and gulped down the entire milk in the teacup, before saying, "Anywhere is fine." Xiao Zheng reached for the teacup and smiled, saying, "You have milk at the corner of your mouth." Chen Nongmo also smiled, but instead of handing him the cup, she got up and went to the kitchen to wash the cup herself, while also wiping the corner of her mouth. Although being taken care of felt nice, Chen Nongmo was not the type of young lady who relied on others to wait on her hand and foot. Xiao Zheng followed her into the kitchen and filled the already cleaned kettle with hot water. The kitchen was quite large, and the two of them didn't feel cramped standing inside. They each focused on their own tasks without speaking. However, the sunlight filtered through the window, and the atmosphere somehow became warmer. As Chen Nongmo placed the clean teacup into the cupboard, Xiao Zheng also tightened the lid of the kettle. He turned his head and gently asked, "Shall we head out then? We can decide where to go on the way." "All right." As they passed through the living room, Chen Nongmo grabbed the small bag hanging on the coat rack. Xiao Zheng stood at the door, still not wearing his military uniform today, but instead a white shirt and black pants. With his height of 188 centimeters and his always impeccable posture, he looked strikingly handsome. The key point was that this handsome Xiao seemed to have no clear awareness of the impact his appearance had on others. When he saw the girl walking over, he smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Give me the bag." Girls, it seemed that no matter the type of girl, they would be powerless to resist someone like him. If a few days ago, Chen Nongmo could still calmly joke with her second brother, after several days of close interaction, she realized that she had started to feel a sense of shyness toward the man in front of her. Like at this moment, even though she calmly handed over the small bag, her heart skipped a few beats. It was no wonder people said that traveling together could easily make one develop feelings for an outstanding person of the opposite sex. Of course, this only applied to an outstanding person of the opposite sex. Heading out. When Gao Qing woke up naturally and came downstairs, she saw the two of them walking out together. They turned around and Xiao Zheng said, "We're not sure where we're going yet, we'll decide while walking. Your breakfast is kept warm in the pot." Gao Qing slightly frowned in distaste. "Why keep it warm in the summer? It's more comfortable to drink it cold." Xiao Zheng furrowed his brow. "You're still on medication, have you forgotten?" Gao Qing had been diagnosed with a stomach ulcer recently, and the family was keeping a close eye on her. Seeing her son's stern face, she quickly surrendered. All right, I know. You two go ahead." Xiao Zheng wasn't reassured and reminded her again. "No cold drinks." Gao Qing, feeling bothered, didn't want to respond. She simply winked at the girl and turned back to the kitchen, preferring to get it out of sight and out of mind. Xiao Zheng looked at the girl, who was holding in her laughter, with a helpless but amused expression. "Shall we go?" "All right." The jeep stopped outside the courtyard. As soon as they sat down, Gao Qing hurriedly ran out after them, calling, "Come back early tonight, your cousin and brother-in-law are coming back today." Xiao Zheng responded, "Got it." Once the car drove out of the military residential compound and into the bustling crowd, Chen Nongmo's gaze was caught by a giant poster. "Shall we go see a movie?" Xiao Zheng had no objections. "There's a cinema not far ahead. Is there a particular movie you want to see? If you do, we can check around for the next showing times." "No need, the one on the poster just now is fine." "All right." A fresh-faced girl had arrived at General Xiao's house, and in no time, the news had spread throughout the entire military district compound. Some of Gao Qing's friends who were close to her didn't want to speculate aimlessly. During casual visits they directly asked her about it. Gao Qing didn't hide it, but she didn't say too much either. She simply explained that the girl was the younger sister of her youngest son's friend, who had graduated from high school and had come to J City with her brother to travel and visit her brother, who was serving in the military. In those days, who could afford to travel like that unless they came from a well-off family? Moreover, the girl's entire demeanor made it obvious to anyone with an eye that her family was capable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised someone so delicate. As expected, upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the girl's family had a father who was a colonel. Although his rank was not as high as General Xiao's, he was still a senior military officer. At least among the curious women who came to inquire, none of their families could compare to hers. Soon after, some people's minds started to turn. This was only natural. This girl had both looks and a good family background. With such qualifications, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she could attract the attention of hundreds of families. However, going directly to propose a match was a bit much. Just after Gao Qing finished breakfast and had yet to wash the dishes, someone arrived at her door, completely out of touch with the situation. With a perfunctory smile on her face, Gao Qing listened to the woman opposite her enthusiastically talking about her son's merits. Inside, she was rolling her eyes to the sky. The girl wasn't even her daughter. What right did this woman have to play matchmaker? This person had to have lost her mind. The middle-aged woman, oblivious to Gao Qing's disdain, kept going on and on. After downing 2 cups of tea to quench her thirst, she looked at Gao Qing with eager anticipation and said, "Sister-in-law, you know me, I'm always honest, never exaggerate. My third son, not to brag, is the perfect age and looks just right for your girl. If you could just help me make an introduction, I'd really appreciate it." Just right. Gao Qing was seething. If this had been her old self, she would have lashed out by now. But her husband was the highest-ranking officer in the military district, and as his wife, she had to maintain some dignity. So, despite how furious she felt inside, she could only fan herself and try to suppress the anger. "You've got the wrong person. My daughter isn't yours to arrange for." The middle-aged woman, seemingly oblivious to Gao Qing's unspoken disdain, smiled shrewdly. "Oh, I wouldn't expect you to make any decisions directly. I'm not stupid. I just thought maybe you could help make an introduction and have your daughter meet my third son." Wasn't that exactly what she had just asked for? Gao Qing was speechless and more reluctant than ever to argue with her. "Forget it. This matter isn't up for discussion." "Why not?" "Why? 'Cause I said so. You should go now. I have things to do, and I can't entertain you any longer." Clearly dismissed, the middle-aged woman hesitated, but she didn't argue. After lingering for a while, she finally left, albeit reluctantly. As she was leaving, her eyes kept darting toward the upstairs, as if she was hoping to speak to the girl herself. Her face was full of intentions to personally meet the girl. Haha, one is still as clueless as ever. It's really your good temper that's to blame. If it were me, I'd have scolded her so hard she wouldn't be able to lift her head. The woman who had been sitting beside Gao Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter after the visitor left. Gao Qing swatted her with her fan. "If I really started scolding, you'd probably be the first to say I'm acting like the general's wife. And honestly, since my old Xiao became a general, I haven't even had the chance to yell at anyone properly." This time, it was the woman's turn to tap her. "Stop saying things that'll make people jealous. By the way, where's your delicate little girl?" If only I had a son of the right age, I'd probably be interested too. It's not her family background I care about, it's that she's just too good-looking." Gao Qing believed her. She knew exactly what kind of person her friend was. She went out to play. What's the point of staying home all the time when you're young? True. But you still need to keep an eye on her. I've heard several people in the family compound have taken a liking to her. Don't scare our little Yu. Don't worry, my second son is with her. That doesn't sound quite right. You're overthinking. Chapter 38.2. Meanwhile, the two of them were completely unaware of what was happening in the family compound, while they were out watching a movie. By the time they came out of the cinema, it was already 11 a.m. During the movie they bought 2 cents worth of fried peanuts which they shared. Although it was Xiao Zheng who had shelled them, Chen Nongmo still didn't like the feeling of the shells on her hands. Knowing that the girl was particular about cleanliness, Xiao Zheng led her down a couple of turns and into a workers' building where there was a public water tap. "How did you know there was water here? Have you been here before?" After washing her hands, Chen Nongmo took a clean handkerchief out of the small bag hanging from Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng bent down to wash his hands as well, and hearing her question he smiled and replied, "No, I asked when we bought the peanuts." At his words, Chen Nongmo paused for a second before continuing to wipe her hands, the corner of her mouth subtly lifting in a quiet smile. "All done." Xiao Zheng lowered his eyes, watching the girl leisurely drying her hands, her jade-like fingers perfectly clean. All done. Chen Nongmo blinked her eyes, regaining her focus as she prepared to put away the handkerchief. However, when her gaze fell on the man's hand hanging by his side, still dripping with water, she hesitated for a moment. Finally, she extended the handkerchief toward him. Do you want it? Thank you. Xiao Zheng's heart trembled. His actions were quicker than his thoughts, and by the time he realized it, the pink checkered handkerchief was already in his hand. Chen Nongmo did not look up, but she could feel the man's gaze resting on her. She had always thought of herself as someone who didn't embarrass easily, but reality proved otherwise. She could clearly feel the heat spreading to her ears. Forcing herself to remain calm, she raised her eyes to look at him. Why aren't you wiping your hands? Xiao Zheng, for reasons he couldn't explain, couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He quickly wiped his hands a few times and then carefully folded the handkerchief, tucking it into the pocket of his jacket. Noticing her gaze, he explained, "The handkerchief is wet. It wouldn't be good to put it in my bag. But wouldn't it also be uncomfortable to put it in your pocket?" Of course, this thought swirled in Chen Nongmo's mind several times, but she never voiced it. Shall we find a place to eat? As they retraced their steps, Xiao Zheng tilted his head slightly to look at her. Chen Nongmo glanced at her wristwatch. Sure, let's grab something simple. No fancy restaurants. In the past few days he had taken her to either private dining clubs or upscale restaurants like Lao Mo's. They were expensive and not particularly comfortable. There's a state-owned restaurant a few streets away. How about we go there? Sure, I feel like having noodles. Then noodles it is. Afterward, shall we take a stroll? Alright, where to? There used to be shadow puppet shows, dramas, and traditional opera, but none of those have been allowed in recent years. How about we go boating instead? Do you like that? Xiao Zheng lifted a low-hanging tree branch out of the way and released it only after she passed. The things he mentioned were things Chen Nongmo had only seen in videos before. Did you used to enjoy watching them? Xiao Zheng chuckled and shook his head. I was too mischievous as a kid to sit still. I wasn't the artsy type. I spent more time climbing trees and swimming in the river. My dad used to whip me often. That was truly unexpected. In her eyes, Brother Xiao Zheng had always been gentle and refined. It was hard to imagine him as a mud-covered little monkey being scolded and spanked by his uncles and aunts. She hadn't expected the other party to brazenly start cursing first. When she shot a glare back, not backing down in the slightest, the infuriated driver stopped the car and unleashed a tirade of impotent rage against her. At the time, overwhelmed with exhaustion and too busy to argue, Chen Nongmo simply called the police. Later, some acquaintances advised her to wear a mask. She understood their good intentions, but she found it deeply ironic. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet she was expected to compromise herself and wear a mask everywhere for years. That was truly an unpleasant memory. So now, when she heard a familiar whistle again, even though she wasn't sure it was directed at her, her face immediately darkened. It wasn't until moments later that she realized, these past few years, the years spent under her family's protection, she had never worn a mask when going out. No one had ever demanded she hide her face. Thinking about her family, who gave her an overwhelming sense of security, the smile that had briefly faded from her face returned once more. Hey, she's smiling. What a pretty smile. Did she fall for one of us, huh? The slightly frivolous voice reached her ears again. Chen Nongmo raised her head, her gaze calm and indifferent, to look at the young man a few steps away. He was leaning against his bicycle, eyeing her with a cocky smirk. The group of young men who fancied themselves suave, lounged on their bikes, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. When they saw her looking over, their grins grew even more exaggerated. Honestly, taking in their ridiculous attempts at looking cool, Chen Nongmo felt a second-hand embarrassment for them. So these were the so-called hooligans of the 1970s? What's your name? Want to go skating with us? Our leader's an expert at skating. Perhaps because she didn't react like the other girls, blushing and running away shyly, the group of hooligans became even bolder. Their teasing wasn't limited to words. They started moving closer to her. Of course, given the strict social atmosphere of the time with harsh penalties for hooliganism, they didn't dare cross the line. They were content with verbal harassment, enjoying the sight of frightened girls turning pale, screaming and running away. If this were modern times, Chen Nongmo would have already moved to a safe spot. But now, as the group stopped about 2 meters away, spewing their shameless banter, she couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge them. The reason for her confidence, of course, lay in the man who was striding quickly toward her from not far away. Xiao Zheng stepped in front of her, handing her the soda bottle in his hand before turning to face the group of hooligans with a cold expression. The man was tall. Although he didn't appear bulky, he didn't look frail either. Especially now, with his icy gaze fixed on them, he radiated an intimidating aura. The young punks hesitated, feeling instinctively that this tall man wasn't someone to mess with, even if he did look a bit like a pretty boy. The ringleader, who was called their boss, wanted to retreat as well, but the glances from his younger lackeys left him no choice but to save face. Grimly holding onto his pride, he slapped the seat of his bicycle forcefully, spat on the ground, and cursed loudly as he made a show of charging forward. But before he could even get close, his vision blurred, and a loud splash echoed through the air. "Boss!" The younger lackeys panicked and scrambled into the water to fish him out. Xiaozheng didn't stop them. He simply stood there with a cold, indifferent gaze as the group climbed ashore, soaked and bedraggled like drowned rats. The so-called boss seemed to have let his anger get the better of him. Shaking off the hands of his underlings who were trying to hold him back, he prepared to charge again. This time Xiaozheng didn't lift a hand. Instead he spoke in a low, chilling voice. "Do you want to end up in a jail cell? Judging by how practiced you are at this, I'd wager this isn't your first time. Do you know what the penalty for hooliganism is nowadays?" Clearly, these hooligans knew exactly how the penalties worked. The moment the man finished speaking, they no longer cared about their dripping clothes dirtying their precious bicycles. They bolted, running off as fast as they could. Pfft! Chen Nongmo couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Xiaozheng turned around. "You weren't scared, were you?" "Of course not. I saw you coming over." The trust in her words rang clear in the man's ears, and he wanted to smile but felt a little embarrassed. "Ahem. It's good you weren't scared." Noticing his discomfort, Chen Nongmo's smile grew even brighter. "Now I believe you were mischievous as a kid. The way you knocked him into the water just now was so smooth. It was rather impressive, actually. No wonder so many girls couldn't resist the allure of a heroic rescue." Xiaozheng explained. "I don't usually act like that." "Oh," Chen Nongmo responded with exaggerated understanding, though it was unclear if she believed him. Her eyes curved with amusement as she smoothly changed the topic. "Let's go eat. I'm hungry." Xiaozheng, who had wanted to explain further and emphasize that he wasn't violent, could only respond awkwardly. "Oh, okay. Let's go." After lunch, their plans to tour the lake were ruined. A heavy rainstorm had arrived unexpectedly. Recalling Gao Qing's reminder from that morning, the two decided to simply drive back to the military unit compound. Xiaozheng, being meticulous by nature, was especially attentive when it came to taking care of Yu. After parking the car at the entrance of the house, he took out an umbrella he had prepared in advance, walked to the passenger side, and shielded her as she stepped out of the car. Because of the sudden downpour, the two, who had always maintained a safe one-person distance, were now shoulder to shoulder. The proximity was so close that they could catch the faint scent of soap lingering on each other. It was impossible not to feel embarrassed, but the rain was coming down far too heavily. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a torrential downpour. Moreover, since the man was holding most of the umbrella over her head, shielding her from the rain, Chen Nongmo decided to stop overthinking and rushed into the courtyard to keep him from getting soaked further. However, as soon as she reached the overhang, before she could even fold the umbrella, an exaggerated burst of laughter erupted from inside the house. The booming voice cut through even the sound of the rain. "I figured with how excellent my third brother is, the girl probably just hasn't had a chance to meet him yet. So I brought her over. Sister-in-law, this is a match made in heaven. I think the two of them are absolutely perfect for each other." Suddenly, just as she was listening intently, Chen Nongmo felt a weight on her head. She turned and found herself face to face with a half-drenched, handsome face. When they had shared the umbrella earlier, the man hadn't stood this close, and with most of the umbrella shielding her, he was now completely soaked. The wet white shirt clung to his body, outlining the defined contours of his strong muscles. Chen Nongmo's gaze traveled downward, and when it landed on his clearly defined abs, she suddenly felt as if she had been burned. Flustered, she quickly shifted her eyes away. "Well, what's wrong?" This time, though Xiaozheng's face flushed red as well, he didn't look away. Instead, when Yu turned her head and refused to meet his gaze, he subtly relaxed the muscles he had been unconsciously tensing and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you. The one talking inside is Aunt Wanwan. Her third brother started dating a girl classmate back in middle school." "Ah." Chen Nongmo looked at him, puzzled. Once again, Xiaozheng tensed his muscles. Chapter 39. Chen Nongmo had only ever seen men with such perfectly defined muscles in videos before. This was her first time witnessing such an appealing sight in real life. And to make it even more enticing, there was the faintly visible allure of a wet white shirt clinging to his body. She couldn't comprehend the stunning image before her, or the subtle display of strength that the man seemed to exude deliberately. All she knew was that this man stood in stark contrast to the shirtless, beer-bellied men she'd seen on the streets before. It was a little thrilling. Watching videos and posters in secret was one thing, but experiencing the real-life version was an entirely different sensation. Chen Nongmo shook her head to dispel her rising embarrassment. She tilted her head up to look at him and asked, "Do you know the person inside?" Xiao Zheng pressed his lips together briefly before replying, "Yes, someone from the same compound." After he finished speaking, he noticed the curiosity in her eyes. Bracing himself, he added reluctantly, "Aunt Wenjuan's son, the one she mentioned, 3 years younger than me, apparently quite good at finding girlfriends." Intrigued, Chen Nongmo wondered how many girlfriends someone like that had. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked the question out loud. Xiao Zheng's lips tightened further, as if he disliked the topic, but he still answered honestly. He dated 2 girls in middle school. Chen Nongmo understood immediately. This meant Xiao Zheng only knew about those 2. She wasn't naive and could easily grasp the underlying meaning of his words. But today Xiao Zheng had once again shattered her preconceived image of him. "So, were you just talking bad about him?" Hearing this, Xiao Zheng looked momentarily embarrassed. In truth, this was the first time he realized he had such a tendency. Even though he knew it wasn't appropriate to speak ill of someone, he couldn't help himself. And though he hadn't fabricated anything, the guy truly wasn't a decent person, it still felt incredibly awkward. Seeing his expression, as if he wished the ground would open up and swallow him, Chen Nongmo kept her face serious, though she was suppressing laughter so hard her stomach hurt. On any other day, she thought, she might have teased him a little more. At that moment, Xiao Zheng was completely drenched. The temperature during the early September rain wasn't high, and Chen Nongmo, worried he might catch a cold, decided to drop the subject. "Are you cold? Let's head inside and get you into some dry clothes." Relieved, Xiao Zheng felt a weight lift from his chest. The same man who, in the past, had leapt into freezing muddy waters during winter training without batting an eye, suddenly learned, without any formal instruction, how to feign misery. "A little cold," he admitted, playing along. Hearing this, Chen Nongmo set aside any thoughts of teasing him and immediately reached out to tug him forward. "Then let's hurry inside." Xiao Zheng lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on his wrist, where a delicate hand had just rested moments ago. It was so small, and so soft. "Brother? Are we going inside or not?" Noticing the man standing still, staring down absent-mindedly with an umbrella still in hand, Chen Nongmo called out to him impatiently. "Yes, we're going in." Xiao Zheng snapped out of his daze, closed the umbrella, and leaned it against the wall before striding into the house. Chen Nongmo, however, had no intention of being dragged into an awkward matchmaking session, nor did she want to sit around and let strangers judge her. But there was only one entrance to the house, and entering would inevitably draw attention. She had to consider Aunt Gao Qing's feelings, so before stepping inside, she extended her arm into the rain. She let the downpour soak her entire sleeve, all while ignoring the disapproving look Xiao Zheng shot her, before following him into the house. "Oh my goodness! How did you 2 get so soaked? Didn't you bring an umbrella?" Gao Qing exclaimed, rushing over to them as soon as she saw the 2 drenched figures. For the moment, her annoyance at Wenwan and her son showing up uninvited was set aside. "We did, but the rain was just too heavy," Chen Nongmo replied casually as she shook the rain off her sleeve, deliberately avoiding a glance toward the living room. Gao Qing wanted to scold them a little longer, but her concern over them catching a cold took precedence. She sighed and said, "There's hot water in the kitchen. Go grab a couple of bottles to wipe yourselves down, and then change into dry clothes." Xiao Zheng turned to her and suggested, "You head upstairs first. I'll grab the water." Chen Nongmo didn't feel cold, but out of the corner of her eye she noticed Aunt Wenwan, who was sitting on the sofa, getting up and walking toward them. The girl, completely uninterested in dealing with the people downstairs, went straight upstairs without hesitation. She didn't even glance at the faces of those in the living room. It wasn't that she was impolite. It was just that some people simply didn't deserve politeness. After all, everyone has their limits. "Hey, why did she go upstairs? Girl." Wenjuan's overly cheerful smile stiffened slightly as she called out after her, unwilling to give up. Wenjuan's lack of awareness was truly unmatched. Gao Qing grabbed her firmly, taking a deep breath to suppress her simmering anger. She pushed her son forward and said, "Go fetch the hot water and you should change your clothes too. Later, bring you downstairs to have some ginger tea." Xiao Zheng withdrew his gaze from Wenwan and her son, then headed to the kitchen. He grabbed a kettle of hot water, along with 2 clean basins and some towels, and went upstairs without delay. A knock sounded at the door. "Knock knock." Chen Nongmo poked her head out, her hair slightly damp. Xiao Zheng's lips curved up faintly as he handed her the kettle and a basin. "Clean yourself up, and wipe your arm where it got wet earlier." She reached out to take them and whispered softly, "Are the people downstairs gone yet?" "No, but don't worry. My mom will deal with them," he reassured her. Then, motioning for her to close the door, He carried the other kettle to his own room. Inside her bedroom, Chen Nongmo poured hot water into the basin, rinsed a towel and gave herself a quick wipe down. Aside from the arm she had deliberately soaked earlier, only a few strands of her hair had been splashed by the rain. He had protected her well from the rain. Thinking about this, she changed into clean clothes. As she untied her damp hair, her hands paused for a moment. Her thoughts involuntarily wandered back to the man's muscular build. The way his body looked so strong and solid up close. She couldn't help but recall the faintly mingled scent of soap, so indistinct it was impossible to tell if it came from him or herself. Cough, cough. Chen Nongmo raised her hand to pat her warming cheeks, trying to dismiss the thought. She picked up the towel and hastily rubbed her long hair a few times before rolling onto the bed. Pulling up the neatly folded thin blanket from the inside of the bed, she covered her head and face completely. Perhaps she was just exhausted from days of traveling and playing. What had started as an attempt to hide her embarrassment turned into her rolling around a few times and unexpectedly falling fast asleep. By the time Chen Nongmo woke up again, it was already dinner time. With her long hair loosely cascading around her shoulders, she opened her bedroom door. Standing at the doorway was her younger brother, loudly teasing her about being a lazy pig. Her expression remained blank as she raised her leg and kicked him without hesitation. Chan Jun gasped and sucked in a sharp breath, lifting his leg to wiggle his toes, which were now throbbing in pain. "You brat! That was way too hard." Chen Nongmo showed no remorse, rolling her eyes at him. "Oh, didn't you just call me a pig? This is what a pig's weight feels like. I was being nice, calling you for dinner. Why are you twisting it around on me?" "Because I feel like it." Chan Jun was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he glared at her. Just as he raised a hand, preparing to knock her on the head in retaliation, a warm, steady voice interrupted him. "You dinner is ready." Taking the opportunity, Chen Nongmo quickly ducked back into her room. "Be right there," she called out. Watching his sister slam the door shut in record time, Chan Jun turned to the newcomer in protest. "Brother Zheng, everyone in this house is so biased. You all take her side. Did you not see how outrageous she just was?" Leaning casually against the hallway railing, Xiao Zheng glanced at him and replied without hesitation. "Yes, I'm biased." Chen Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're not even going to pretend otherwise? What's the point?" "I've always been biased," Xiao Zheng said matter-of-factly. "Unbelievable. And you're proud of it?" Dinner that evening was a lively affair. Not only were Xiao Qiong and her newlywed husband present, but even Xiao Weian, General Xiao himself, had returned home. As Xiao Qiong's mother-in-law put it, this was the first time the newlywed couple had returned to the bride's family home, a significant occasion akin to the traditional Hui Men visit. At the dinner table, no one brought up the unpleasant incident from the afternoon. The conversation revolved mostly around the newlyweds, as Xiao Qiong's leave was ending in just 2 days. Although this was Chen Nongmo's second time meeting Xiao Qiong's husband, she still found herself feeling a little dazed. How to put it? He was too beautiful. Not the kind of feminine beauty, but undeniably striking. Although describing a man as beautiful might seem inappropriate, that was the only word that fit Xiao Qiong's husband, Yun Cheng. Apparently, he had studied fine arts and had won numerous awards in the past. However, with the changing trends in recent years, he had shifted to illustrating for newspapers. According to Xiao Zhang, Yun Cheng had been teased a lot as a child because of his delicate, almost girlish looks. It wasn't until Xiao Qiong stepped in to help him a few times that he became her little follower. And that loyalty had lasted over 20 years. "Eat your food." Noticing that Chen Nongmo's gaze kept flitting over to the newlywed couple across the table, and that she was barely touching her food, Xiao Zheng chuckled softly and placed a piece of fish onto her plate. Chen Nongmo obediently took a couple of bites, but, before long, her eyes drifted back to Yun Cheng. His entire attention seemed to be focused on Xiao Qiong. Is this what they call a puppy-like guy?" she mused. Seeing her once again entranced by the sight of Yun Cheng in his crisp white shirt, Xiao Zheng glanced down at his own blue shirt, his expression subtly thoughtful. 9:00 p.m. Xiao Weian, dressed in a tank top and oversized shorts, looked at his youngest son standing outside his bedroom door. He frowned in confusion and asked, "What's the matter? Are you heading to bed?" Xiao Zheng asked hesitantly. "Yeah, what do you want?" "Well, I seem to recall that you have a few white shirts." Xiao Weian was momentarily stunned before he realized what his son meant. Then he found it even harder to believe. "You want a white shirt? Right now?" Although a bit embarrassed, Xiao Zheng had already figured something out. You seem to have a preference for men in white shirts. Unfortunately, he personally avoided them because they were hard to keep clean. He owned only one, and it was currently hanging on the breezy balcony, dripping wet. With plans to take her out tomorrow and knowing full well what he wanted, Xiao Zheng resolved to make sure her eyes lingered on him more. Ignoring his father's indescribable expression, he pressed on determinedly. Yes. If you have one, please let me borrow it. Having weathered all sorts of storms as a general, Xiao Weiyan found himself in a strange predicament. He couldn't fathom why a white shirt couldn't simply wait to be purchased at a department store tomorrow. Why did it have to be tonight? Still, he decided to spare his son further embarrassment and said nothing. He turned to his wardrobe, pulled out a brand new white shirt and handed it over. At that moment, Gao Qing got out of bed and approached, curious. Where are you planning to go tomorrow? Xiao Zheng carefully draped the white shirt over his arm. Not entirely sure yet. Probably for a lakeside outing. Oh, Gao Qing dragged out her response, her face full of understanding. Perfect for some water splashing fun, huh? Xiao Zheng didn't get upset at his mother's teasing. Now that his mission was accomplished, he saw no need to linger. With a nod toward his parents, he turned and strode away. After their son left, Xiao Weiyan closed the bedroom door. Supporting his wife, who was laughing so hard she had doubled over, he couldn't help but join in. Good thing I'm about the same height as him. Otherwise, that boy wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Ha ha ha. Gao Qing's laughter echoed through the room. Chapter 40. The next day. With something on her mind, Gao Qing got up early that morning. She rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out an electric iron, then knocked on her son's door. The door was quickly opened from the inside. Gao Qing lifted the item in her hand and was about to speak when she noticed that her son was already wearing a crisp, neatly ironed white shirt. Her gaze paused for a moment, and she suddenly felt that getting up so early had been unnecessary. As she turned to go back to bed for a little more sleep, her curiosity got the better of her. This shirt, what did you use to iron it? She couldn't help but recall how, just before falling asleep the night before, she had remembered the shirt crumpled in the closet. Feeling a surge of motherly concern, she had resolved to wake up early to iron it for her son. But as it turned out, the young man had already taken care of it himself, and quite well at that. It was barely 5 in the morning, and even his beard had been meticulously groomed. Young people these days tsk. Gao Qing's eyes scanned her son again. She had to admit, his ironing skills were better than hers. Remembering her own struggle with the iron the previous night, she glanced at the appliance in her hand and then at her son. Xiao Zheng's expression was hard to read. He didn't answer her question but instead asked, Mom, if you had this thing, why didn't you tell me yesterday? Seeing her son dodge the question, Gao Qing immediately put 2 and 2 together. Did you use a tea mug to iron your shirt? Xiao Zheng froze. Gao Qing almost burst out laughing. You really did? Xiao Zheng's face darkened. All right, don't glare at me like that. Isn't it just that your mom is getting old and forgot? She said with a grin. It was only in moments like this that Gao Qing would admit she was getting on in years. Frustrated and unable to win the argument, Xiao Zheng glared at her one last time and moved to close the door. Gao Qing didn't let him off so easily. Instead, she pried with an amused curiosity. How many times did you run downstairs to boil water yesterday just to get your shirt ironed this perfectly? Her only answer was the door slamming shut in her face. Gao Qing laughed heartily. Ha ha. Hearing his mother's laughter outside the door, Xiao Zheng felt annoyed for a moment but soon found himself shaking his head with a helpless chuckle. Yesterday, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had been running up and down the stairs with boiling water. Worried about disturbing the neighbors, he had gone about it as quietly as possible, tiptoeing the entire time. He had spent over 2 hours at it back and forth. At the time he hadn't minded at all. Just the thought of Yu glancing his way a few more times because of his crisp white shirt had filled him with boundless energy. Now that he had calmed down, he realized just how ridiculous his actions had been. It's often said that spring weather is as unpredictable as a monkey's moods, but to Chen Nongmo, the early autumn of September was no less capricious. Yesterday had been a day of pouring rain, but today the skies were clear and bright. A perfect day for a lakeside outing. Knowing her destination for the day, Chen Jun promptly refused to join her. Instead, he turned to tag along with General Xiao at the military unit for a taste of army life. He had no worries about leaving his younger sister in Xiao Zheng's care. Watching her fourth brother bound away like an overjoyed husky, carefree and unconcerned, Chen Nongmo was hit with a fleeting sense of melancholy. This kid, wouldn't he be the type to get sold someday and still help the seller count the money? What's wrong? Xiao Zheng emerged from the kitchen carrying a bundle, only to find the girl staring blankly in the direction of the door. Chen Nongmo shook her head. Nothing. Shall we go? All right. How many more days of leave do you have, brother Xiao Zheng? Chen Nongmo asked, breaking the slightly awkward silence between them as the car rolled out onto the road. Xiao Zheng swerved slightly to avoid a tabby cat darting out of nowhere. Once he released the clutch, he replied, 2 more weeks. Chen Nongmo's gaze followed the swift white tabby cat as it darted away, only relaxing when it safely disappeared into the bushes. She turned back with a smile. Once my fourth brother and I leave, you'll still have time to spend with your family. Hearing this, Xiao Zheng's expression remained unchanged. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. If the timing's right, your parents should have some news in the next couple of days. Are you planning to head straight to N City? Chen Nongmo shook her head. I want to go, but I'm not sure if my parents will agree. It was 1973, and there were still more than 3 years before the political storm would finally come to an end. While she was glad her parents' names were being cleared ahead of schedule, she couldn't help but worry that things might change again. Given her father's shrewdness, he likely understood the instability of the situation. For that reason, staying close to her parents long-term was likely out of the question for the next few years. Xiao Zheng had always known that this girl was sharp and perceptive. In their interactions, she often gave him the illusion of being with someone his own age. He thought this might be the biggest reason he had fallen so hard after love at first sight. Hearing her cautious and measured response now only reinforced his impression of her intelligence. But this wasn't the kind of situation he knew how to comfort her in. In the end, he simply shared his own perspective. Don't worry too much. The dawn is coming soon. J City, surrounded on 3 sides by water, had plenty of lakeside spots to explore. After driving for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a scenic area. It was early September, the start of the school term and not a Sunday. Chen Nongmo had assumed there wouldn't be many people around, but when they reached the ticket booth by the lakeside, she realized the place was unexpectedly crowded, most of the visitors being young couples. You over here. Xiao Zheng had already bought the boat tickets. Turning around, he noticed the girl standing at the opposite entrance. As she walked over to him, Chen Nongmo suddenly became aware of a strange sense of disconnection. It dawned on her that her memory seemed to have jumped across eras. In her memory, lake outings, if not on yachts, should at least involve those duck-shaped paddle boats, where people simply sat and pedaled with their legs. But she never imagined that today's boats would be the most traditional kind, small wooden rowboats operated with manual oars. Not a fan? If you don't like it, we can switch to another activity, Xiao Zheng suggested as they waited in line to board. Seeing that Yu's expression lacked excitement, he thought she might be reluctant. Chen Nongmo shook her head, raising her hand to tuck the strands of hair blown against her cheek back into place. It's not that I don't like it. It's just, I don't know how to row a boat. Xiao Zheng arched an eyebrow. Are you sure it's not that you dislike it? Really, I don't dislike it. His narrow, striking eyes swept over her face for a long moment, carefully searching for any sign of hesitation or unwillingness. Finding none, he finally smiled. You won't have to row. I can do it. Just then, the deep voice of the boat operator called out, announcing it was time for the next group to board. The two of them turned their attention forward and realized that only one group of people remained in front of them. It was a young couple, their cheeks flushed and their expressions slightly awkward, making it obvious they were on a date. Only by being in this era did Chen Nongmo fully grasp how much historical accounts oversimplified certain aspects. Take dating, for instance. As long as things didn't get too inappropriate, casual dates weren't rare at all. In fact, the social environment actively encouraged progressive young people to pursue free love. Of course, dating one person was fine, but those who acted like octopuses with too many hands or engaged in scandalous behavior still risked prison time. Chen Nongmo watched as the boat operator helped the man in the couple board first before turning back to assist the woman. Understanding the boarding process, she instinctively moved to stand behind Xiao Zheng. When their turn came, the tanned boat operator didn't even have time to extend his hand for assistance before Xiao Zheng, with a single long stride, smoothly stepped onto the boat and stood there steadily. Then he turned back, extending a hand toward her. It was a simple and unremarkable gesture, but in this moment it seemed imbued with a special kind of significance. Chen Nongmo paused, her gaze rising to look at him. The man stood tall, his back to the light, not rushing her. He simply held out his hand, quietly waiting. It might have been an exaggeration to call him as handsome as a god, but she certainly felt her heartbeat quicken at the sight of this gesture. Her neck and the area behind her ears began to warm up. In truth, Chen Nongmo could have boarded the boat herself. Despite having a delicate, classical beauty that might suggest fragility, she was strong enough to carry large bottles of water and move swiftly like the wind. But she lowered her long lashes, her gaze meeting his large hand once more. After a brief hesitation, she pressed her lips together and, despite her best efforts to remain calm, let her hand rest in his palm. The man's skin was pale, almost ghostly white, but when their hands met, Chen Nongmo noticed that hers was even paler in comparison. This not only made her heart race but also filled her with a strange sense of satisfaction, almost childishly proud of her own fair skin. Xiao Zheng, on the other hand, instinctively tightened his grip the moment her soft, jade-like hand landed in his. His expression didn't change, but he carefully helped her sit down before releasing her hand. Then he sat down across from her. The boat was small, and at 166 centimeters tall, Chen Nongmo didn't feel particularly cramped. But Xiao Zheng, standing at a towering 188 centimeters, found it difficult to stretch out his long legs. At this moment, Chen Nongmo was glad she had chosen to wear pants for the outing. She shifted her legs to the left, trying to make more space so Xiao Zheng could stretch his legs more comfortably. But the boat was too tiny, and her movement didn't help much. In fact, it only made her own posture feel awkward. Physically awkward. She suspected that if she kept this up, her back would cramp soon. Moreover, as she adjusted, their knees inevitably brushed against each other several times. Whether this was embarrassing or not was hard to say. What was most pressing, however, was that despite her efforts, the small boat started rocking. With every movement it seemed to sway more dangerously, and it felt like it could capsize at any moment. Chen Nongmo's swimming skills were mediocre at best. She could only submerge herself in the water, hold her breath, and thrash around a few times before she would sink, unable to keep herself afloat. She really didn't want to fall into the water. The middle-aged man standing nearby had evidently seen it all before. With practiced ease he began to direct them. "Comrade, sit in the middle. Yes, that's better for balance. Now spread your legs apart. A little more. Yes, that's it. Comrade, place your legs between his legs." Once the man finished speaking, the two of them, who were both nearly at their wits' end, finally managed to adjust their sitting positions stiffly. Their legs were more comfortable now, but it was even more awkward. Chen Nongmo had never felt so shy at any other moment. She didn't need a mirror to know that her entire face was flushed red. She tried to maintain a serious expression, attempting to appear composed. "Uncle, why don't they have to sit like this?" she asked. She was referring to the couple ahead of them. Had she known it would be like this, she would never have boarded the boat with Xiao Zheng. Now, instead of enjoying herself, she felt like she was entertaining the whole crowd. She could hear the people waiting on the shore laughing at them. The grinning middle-aged man flashed his big white teeth and boomed. "Your partner is tall, right? Big guys like him sit like this. That young man you're talking about, he's probably only up to your partner's armpit, right? He doesn't need to sit like this." As he spoke, he pointed to a man not far away, who was struggling to row but kept spinning in circles without making any progress. The comment was not only hurtful, but also highly insulting. Chen Nongmo hadn't expected the man to be so blunt. She didn't dare look at the couple in the distance, and she didn't even have time to clarify that the two of them were not a couple. The man, however, was quite well-mannered. He smiled gracefully and replied, "Exactly, but being shorter does have its advantages, like right now." This remark caused some to laugh, while others stared at the young man as if he were a fool. As for the middle-aged man, his face was dark with frustration, as if he felt the young man had let down his expectations. Chen Nongmo deeply regretted that she understood the unspoken words in the middle-aged man's gaze. At the same time, she feared he might say something even more shocking. She was about to urge Xiao Zheng to leave as quickly as possible when she saw the man across from them preparing to stand. Her long lashes fluttered for a moment, and she suddenly understood what he intended to do. Before she could react, the middle-aged man had already placed a pole against the boat and, with practiced skill, pushed it away from the shore, sending them out into the lake before either of them had a chance to respond. The boat gently swayed and Chen Nongmo and Xiao Zheng sat facing each other, both at a loss as to how they should react. After a long pause, they finally heard the middle-aged man shouting as he pushed out another small boat. Only then did they snap back to their senses. Xiao Zheng tightened his grip on the paddles, furrowing his brows as he explained, "I rode a boat back when I was in elementary school, but I forgot about the whole leg situation. Sorry about that. I'll head back to the shore now, and we can go somewhere else." His intention had been to enjoy a peaceful time with Yu, but he hadn't expected it to unfold this way. Chen Nongmo had already guessed what Xiao Zheng planned to do when she saw him preparing to rise, so hearing his suggestion didn't surprise her. Actually, if they were just ordinary friends, she wouldn't have felt so embarrassed. She wasn't usually shy at all. But this time it was different. The person in front of her, in every way, aligned with her aesthetic preferences. He was someone she genuinely liked and admired. A truly outstanding man. The feelings of blushing and flustered anxiety, emotions she had thought were far from her reach, had completely slipped out of her control. "It's fine since we're here, let's enjoy it for a bit," she heard herself say. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng tightened his grip on the oars, his gaze steady as he looked at her. "Not forcing it, right?" "Not forcing it," Chen Nongmo replied. After her words, she turned her gaze away from the man across from her, and looked at the shimmering water. Thinking of the awkward situation earlier, she couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up slowly. What she didn't know was that the clear mirror-like surface of the water had captured her smile perfectly. Xiao Zheng, staring at the reflection in the water, suddenly chuckled softly, a low and smooth sound that was incredibly pleasant to hear. When the girl glanced over in curiosity, he didn't say anything. He simply smiled, his lips curling, and continued to row toward the center of the lake. At first he wasn't very skilled, but he soon mastered the technique. By the time the small boat had swayed to the middle of the lake, the sun had gradually risen higher in the sky. "There's something to drink in the bag," Xiao Zheng said, a faint redness still on his face, but this time it was from rowing the boat. Chen Nongmo glanced at the green bag that had been resting by her feet. "I can't move much and you're lighter so you can get it yourself." After hearing Xiao Zheng's reasoning, Chen Nongmo, who had initially thought nothing of it, instinctively lightened her movements. Only when she carefully placed the bag onto her lap did she let out a relieved breath. Then she couldn't help but laugh and say, "This boat ride is way too risky." As she spoke, Chen Nongmo had already opened the bag. All the items for their outing had been prepared by Xiao Zheng. It was then that she noticed, in addition to the drinks, there was also a set of clean clothes, a women's set. She pulled out a hat and put it on her head, tying it securely before asking, "What's this outfit for?" Xiao Zheng awkwardly cleared his throat. "I bought it at the friendship store. I thought it would suit you, but I hadn't found the right moment to give it to you. Since we're on the boat today and just in case, I prepared a spare set for you." How should she put it? Of course she felt touched. This was something she hadn't even thought of, but this man had considered everything for her. But maybe she was just too dirty-minded because at that moment her curiosity grew. What about underwear in case she really fell into the water? "What's wrong? You don't like the clothes?" Xiao Zheng had been watching her closely, feeling that her expression didn't look particularly pleased. "I like them. You have better taste than my big brother," Chen Nongmo said, thinking of her big brother's penchant for loud, garish colors. The small floral shirt and black suspenders skirt in the bag seemed like high fashion in comparison. Xiao Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had listened to the store clerk's recommendation. "So what were you thinking just now?" Of course she couldn't tell him her real thoughts, so Chen Nongmo put on a serene, almost otherworldly expression and with a sweet smile in her eyes tried to comfort him. "Brother, you look good in a white shirt. Next time I'll get you 2 more. "Oh, okay." Xiao Zheng's face reddened again, but his heart felt overwhelmingly satisfied. Even though he hadn't fallen into the water and hadn't shown off his muscles, he had gotten a compliment from Yu about how good he looked in a white shirt. The foolishness of last night seemed it was worth it. Chapter 41. The surface of the lake shimmered, and the boat floated gently. Except for the initial nervousness, the entire boat ride was enjoyable. Especially later on, when a bright and straightforward female comrade came aboard. She had a beautiful voice and was quite uninhibited. Amidst the applause of the crowd, she sang one song after another. Her voice was as melodious and clear as a yellow oriole. Even though all the songs were red songs, they still genuinely amazed Chen Nongmo. Until the boat ride, which lasted an hour, came to an end. As they sat in the car, the smile on her lips still lingered. Seeing that the activity arranged made the girl happy, Xiao Zheng's mood soared by several degrees. He started the car and asked, "Did you like the boat ride? Want to come again tomorrow?" Originally he had intended to extend the ride for another hour, but Yu felt that the sun was getting higher. Chen Nongmo put her sun hat back in her bag, adjusted her hair, and then smiled as she shook her head. "An hour was enough. The small boat feels too confined. I'm really afraid that if I move too much, it might tip over." "Then we'll find a bigger boat next time and take you out again," Xiao Zheng said, turning the steering wheel while planning to ask his friends about it. He had joined the army early and had spent very little time in J City over the past decade. He hadn't really paid attention to such things in the past, so he had no idea. Actually, whether they went on a boat ride or not didn't matter much to Chen Nongmo. What she enjoyed was spending time with this person, and what made her happy was hearing a live performance. But hearing the seriousness in the man's tone, she still smiled with squinted eyes. All right. They had left early, and it was only 9 o'clock in the morning by then. If the previous days had been for the purpose of visiting famous scenic spots and taking photos, then these 2 days had been for leisure, with no specific destination, just wherever the day took them. Not long after leaving the lake sightseeing spot, the two of them stopped again. They encountered a row of tenement buildings, and it was a day when people were collecting supplies with tickets. The whole street was lined up in an orderly fashion. It wasn't impossible to turn around, but there happened to be a state-owned restaurant nearby, with the aroma of osmanthus wafting from the steam baskets at the restaurant entrance. Without any particular destination, the two of them simply parked the car by the side of the road. They bought some osmanthus cakes, ordered tea, and sat at one of the tables outside the restaurant, eating, chatting, and enjoying the hustle and bustle of the world. Of course, most of the time it was Chen Nongmo who was observing. It was her first time seeing town residents receiving their supply rations, and she couldn't help but find it curious. Sharing their leisurely moment was a young couple at the next table. They seemed to be simply on a date. When Chen Nongmo saw the man drop his chopsticks for the third time, bending down to pick them up with the woman, his cheeks flushed red as he accidentally brushed his hand against hers, she couldn't help but think. This cheesy feeling of young love, was it really just about holding hands? Was it necessary to act like this, throwing all intelligence aside? It was only because the woman was willing to play along, willing to respond to the man's subtle advances. Otherwise, even if the chopsticks had fallen and broken, she wouldn't have had a chance. Unaware that her own intelligence wasn't much higher than that of the young couple next to them, and just as she was about to look away, she heard a faint clink sound by her ear. Chen Nongmo's eyelids twitched. She looked in disbelief at the man sitting across from her, who looked elegant and dignified, presenting the image of an upright gentleman. Even the young couple next to them cast a knowing glance at their direction. Xiaoyun. He really hadn't done it on purpose. Though Yu's hand was as soft as jade and incredibly tempting to hold, he truly wasn't the type of person to do such a thing. At least not before confirming their relationship. He was a very upright soldier. The chopsticks had really just accidentally fallen to the ground. But at this moment, when their eyes met with several pairs of inquisitive and doubtful gazes, even Xiao Zheng, who was usually steadfast, couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He even began to question whether he had really had improper thoughts. He awkwardly cleared his throat, wanting to explain, but the more he tried, the worse it seemed. In the end, he decided to give up and not explain, bending down to pick up the chopsticks instead. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Chen Nongmo was also caught by the intense gaze of the young couple at the next table, and she bent down as well. Though they hadn't held hands, their hands both reached out at the same time and inevitably brushed against each other's fingertips. Xiao Zheng froze for a moment, then looked up in surprise. However, Chen Nongmo didn't want to look at him. She slapped his large hand away, quickly picked up the chopsticks and sat up straight. Xiao Zheng, still crouching under the table, curled his fingers as if recalling what had just happened. The soft, smooth fingers of the girl touching his hand didn't hurt at all. Instead, they sent a tingling sensation through him. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. Could there really be such a good thing? With this thought, he undid the top button of his shirt, loosening the tightness around his throat. If it's going to be improper, then so be it. And so the two men, completely unacquainted with each other at separate tables, began to casually drop their chopsticks onto the ground at intervals. At first, Chen Nongmo was still in the mood to humor the childish Xiao Zheng, but after 7 or 8 times, she had eaten little of the cake, seen little of the scenery, and spent all her time picking up chopsticks. Her legs were starting to ache. Anyone who didn't know would think she had come here for squat exercises. So when the man's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to subtly drop the chopsticks again, he was met with the fiery glare of the girl. Xiao Zheng felt a bit uneasy. He reached up to touch his nose, then pushed the cold osmanthus cake in his bowl to the side. He went to buy a fresh, warm serving and brought it over to the girl, using a somewhat apologetic tone. Eat some cake, eat some cake. Chen Nongmo glanced at him coldly for a moment, then picked up a piece of the osmanthus cake and ate it. She pushed her cold teacup towards him without saying a word. Xiao Zheng smiled. The girl was delicate, with fair skin and red lips, speaking in soft, gentle tones. This was the first time he had seen her angry. Although she was still soft and delicate, with no real power behind her anger, he found himself delighted. She had clearly been upset, but deep down, his heart trembled with sweetness. He liked how Yu showed her true emotions when facing him. He couldn't quite put into words what it meant, but he felt that. At that moment they were very, very close. Aren't you going to eat? Chen Nongmo looked at the man across from her, who was staring at her. She awkwardly turned her face to the side. At that moment Xiao Zheng's smile seemed almost fixed on his face, and his eyes seemed to shine with a subtle light. He said, "I'll eat." After finishing the osmanthus cakes, the two of them continued walking along the willow-lined embankment for another hour. They had emptied their stomachs of tea and snacks and had a meal at the state-owned restaurant. By the time they were done, the crowds had dispersed. As they drove past the state-owned restaurant, their gazes both unknowingly lingered for a moment on the small wooden table that had already been weathered by time. In the afternoon, they continued to walk, stopping intermittently. They collected many more beautiful moments. This time it was Chen Nongmo holding the camera, no longer leaving the lens focused on herself. Instead, she simply captured the vibrant life of the 1970s. There were old farmers driving carts filled with fruits and vegetables, rushing towards the cooperative. There were intellectuals still dressed neatly, writing propaganda posters on the walls, while balancing long ladders. There were also fashionable old men, laughing as they went to the barbershop to tidy up their appearances. And even children wearing patched clothes, picking up coal pieces from the piles of dirt. In the past, Chen Nongmo had been one of these busy, bustling people. She had never stopped to linger, never had the time to appreciate the different aspects of life. But at that moment, she wasn't sure if it was a change in her mindset, but she suddenly realized that beauty could be found everywhere in life. This rare sense of contentment lasted until dusk. It wasn't until they returned to the military unit compound that it finally faded. Chen Nongmo opened the car door, and the man helped her out of the passenger seat. She looked a few steps ahead and saw a middle-aged woman, smiling widely like a blooming flower, and a young man with a scholarly air, wearing black-framed glasses. She was utterly stunned. Although she hadn't met them before, she could roughly guess who they were. But this Aunt Wenwan was being too eager and inconsiderate. She had actually squatted outside the compound waiting. Did she have that much confidence in her son? Or did she think so little of Chen Nongmo? Is it you? I'm your Aunt Wenwan. I've been waiting for you for half the day, thinking of introducing a good young man to you. Lu Wenwan had already done her homework. She knew the girl always returned around this time, so she had made sure to bring her son half an hour earlier to wait. The youngest son had been reluctant at first, but now his eyes were wide open, paying full attention. She knew that what she was doing wasn't quite proper, and might annoy the general's family. But if these two kids ended up together, with how much the general's family liked this girl, it wouldn't just mean connecting with the colonel's family. She'd become an actual relative of the general's family. So she felt it was worth the gamble. The main reason was her confidence in her youngest son. He was good-looking, the right age, and had a respectable job as a procurement manager at a large factory. More importantly, he knew how to please girls. If her son liked someone, he would be able to win her over. An 18-year-old girl, how hard could it be to get her? Lu Wenwan firmly believed that as long as she could get them to meet, the deal would be more than halfway done. Chen Nongmo really didn't want to engage with this aunt, who thought she was being clever, but had her intentions written all over her face. Nor did she want to interact with the man across from her, who feigned modesty but had already glanced over at her several times, pretending not to notice. She simply raised her hand and linked her arm with the man beside her, Xiao Zheng, whose whole demeanor radiated low pressure. With a slight nod to the mother and son, who were stunned by her actions, she pulled the stiff man into the house. She no longer paid attention to the commotion behind them. Mom? Didn't you say this girl didn't have a boyfriend? So what's going on now? I don't know. Gao Qing's sister-in-law clearly said the girl didn't have a family yet, but now she's been lying? What's going on with her? Alright, now's not the time for that. Hurry up and go back. Bring some gifts and apologize. We can't let General think we're trying to snatch his son's wife. Hey, you're right. Oh my, what's going on here? I really don't know what's up with sister-in-law. Why does she have to hide it when her son is dating someone? It's not like it's something to be ashamed of. Will you just shut up? Chen Nongmo didn't hear the rest of the conversation, as she had already let go of the stiff Xiao Zheng and strode into the living room. Seeing the two return, Gao Qing, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, smiled and asked, "You're back? Did you have fun today?" Chen Nongmo had already put the small bit of unpleasantness behind her, smiling as she sat down next to her aunt. It was fun. That's good. Gao Qing reached up and pinched the girl's soft pink cheek. She was about to say something else when she noticed her son still standing there, stiff like a wooden post. What's going on with the second one? Tired maybe. Chen Nongmo rolled her eyes innocently. Gao Qing made a face. The big men have such poor stamina. Exactly. Chen Nongmo smiled slyly like a little fox, meeting the gaze of the man who was looking at her. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Zheng reached up to pinch his burning ear, silently sitting down on the sofa across from them, silently accepting the blame for his poor physical condition. Gao Qing didn't notice the unspoken tension between the young couple. Seemingly remembering something, she slapped her thigh. Oh no, I almost forgot. Your parents called today around 3 in the afternoon.